My desk mate and I have harbored mutual affection for one another for 7 years. However, when I summoned the courage to confess my feelings to her, she, however, declined my advances. She claims that she will soon become someone else's bride. Upon learning of her impending marriage, I succumbed to a profound despondency, resigning from her job, spending her days in a haze of alcohol, drifting aimlessly through life. The cold day coincidentally marks our wedding day. Memories of our time together flash through my mind once more. You are about to become someone else's bride. I took a sip of wine, and a profound sorrow enveloped my heart. At that moment, the phone that had been set aside suddenly rang. My thoughts were abruptly interrupted. In a daze, I reached for my phone and glanced at the screen. To my surprise, it was a call from Ning. I instantly straightened up and pressed the answer button. Taking a deep breath, I strived to make my voice sound somewhat normal. "Shining, you must be holding your wedding at the hotel now. How could you possibly think of calling me? Your desk mate." From the other side, the sound of the howling wind first emerged, followed by a faint murmur of indistinct chatter. At last, the voice of my desk mate, Ning, emerged. "Today is my wedding day," Tang Yuan said. Ning replied with a bittersweet smile. Her voice resonated like a melody, clear and pure. "At last, I have attained a semblance of clarity. Feigning tranquility, I utter, 'Congratulations on your marriage, you fool. Wishing you boundless happiness.'" Having spoken, I found myself in tears. Tang Yuan smiled gently, pressing her lips together. "Come visit me at a hotel in Shanghai. I miss you dearly. It has been 7 years. Do you know how I have spent these years? We have never pierced that veil of unspoken words. Today, I shall be courageous just this once. Would you come to see me? I shall wait for you for merely half an hour." Ning sits on the balcony, gazing down at her hands, as pure as jade. There stands an 8-story building. Beneath it lies the cold water, an endless abyss, a resolute leap into the unknown. Yet for her, it symbolizes a liberating rebirth. She is waiting for someone. On the other end of the line, a sudden chill of sweat trickled down my back. I hear the howling wind on the other end of the line, accompanied by the rising and falling cacophony of screams. Someone is fervently calling out the name of Ning. My inebriation swiftly dissipates. "I shall make my way to you, Ning, without delay. Do not act recklessly. Above all, do not." I slipped my phone into my pocket, barely had time to don my shoes, and dashed out the door in a frenzy. On the road, my thoughts are in disarray. My life has truly been nothing short of abysmal. At the beginning, sitting side by side with Ning, the two harbored mutual affection for one another. Yet, due to their shyness, they never managed to break through that thin veil of hesitation. From high school to their university graduation, they never even held hands. After graduation, Ning's parents pressured her into blind dates and secretly accepted a substantial betrothal gift from the suitor. During that time, Ning sought me out, expressing her desire to be with me, as she was reluctant to return home. During that period, my father's company went bankrupt, incurring a substantial debt. The monumental upheaval led my parents to succumb to the unbearable weight of sorrow, resulting in their subsequent passing. Having lost all hope in life, I find myself unable to accept Ning's affection. On that day, I accompanied Ning to the station. Her tears were filled with utter despair. It was on that day that I truly realized the depth of my love for her. Later, I sought her out, only to discover that she was on the brink of marriage. From that moment on, my heart was filled with despondency. Resigned from my job, rented an inexpensive room, and spent my days inebriated. When funds run low, one resorts to temporary work, merely getting by and passing the days. I hurried to the hotel, my thoughts gradually returning to clarity. At this moment, above the hotel, Ning sat by the railing, her skirt fluttering gracefully in the breeze. Her delicate feet swayed gently, and her exquisite makeup rendered her beauty ethereal, almost celestial. Yet, her countenance was veiled in sorrow. As she lowered her gaze for one last glance at her phone, Ning caught sight of me below the hotel, wearing an expression of concern. In that instant, a smile illuminated her face, and her sadness seemed to dissipate like a wisp of smoke. "You are here, Tang Yuan," she exclaimed, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, revealing a beaming expression directed at me. My heart suddenly constricted, and I looked up at Ning. With all my might, I cry out for Si Ning. Do not act foolishly. Come down swiftly. At this moment, my mind is ablaze with chaos, as if the very heavens are spinning around me. What's Shining doing up there? Why is she up there alone? Countless thoughts swirl within the confines of my mind, and my crimson eyes yearn to ascend the stairs. However, Si Ning smiled and said to Tang Yuan, "Do not come any closer, or I shall leap down this very moment." I immediately came to a halt, frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, I found myself at a loss as to what to do. Tang Yuan, I miss you dearly. Since the day we graduated, each passing day apart has been filled with thoughts of you. In my pursuit to attend the same university as you, I chose the same options on my application. My academic performance qualifies me for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. In order to be with you, I relinquished a promising future. I believe your mind is as stubborn as oak. After graduation, it is time for you to confess your feelings to me, is it not? Yet, life has a penchant for jesting. You did not. Si Ning gazed at me with a smile. Tears glistening like jewels cascaded down, ripped apart by the howling winds, vanishing entirely into the ether. You did not, Tang Yuan. You did not, she screamed. Then, with unwavering resolve, she leaped. Her petite figure soared over the fence, as the howling wind made her wedding gown flutter with fervor. A white figure plummeted swiftly before me. A dull sound reverberated, causing my ears to ache. Red and white intertwined, creating a poignant tableau of death. My pupils constricted abruptly, and I clenched my teeth, unable to suppress the violent tremor that coursed through my head. In the next moment, an excruciating roar escaped my lips, as if my very soul were being wrenched from my being. I kneel upon both knees. The clamor and gasps around me fade into oblivion. With my head bowed low, tears cascade freely down my cheeks. Without Si Ning, everything has vanished. All is lost. Now, I find myself steeped in regret. Why, oh why, was I so riddled with insecurity that I dare not love her? Why, oh why, was I once so timid, lacking the courage to speak? I roared. My blood surged within me. In the next moment, a torrent of scalding blood erupted from my throat. I could not contain it, and I expelled it forcefully. My blood stains the crimson wedding gown of sinning. Entwined together at the very least, we must perish together. A veil of darkness enveloped me, plunging me into an abyss of endless night. I can no longer see, nor could I hear the gasps of those around me. My world seems to have been stripped away, plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. Amidst this obscurity, I tread with great difficulty. Suddenly, Si Ning appeared before me. I grasped Shining's hand with the only consciousness I possessed, trembling from the bone-chilling cold. I was roused from slumber by the chill. Gently, I opened my eyes. Before my eyes, there stands a girl with cascading, silky hair, deeply engrossed in her reading with her head bowed attentively. Upon beholding the visage of the young woman, I was instantly awakened to clarity. I am exceedingly familiar with the appearance of the girl in question. She is none other than my longtime crush, Si Ning, my deskmate. Si Ning is an exceptionally intelligent young lady, consistently excelling in her studies, dominating the academic rankings within our class. Yet, she remains an enduring regret in my life. Is this a dream? This dream feels exceedingly real. Even Si Ning's bashful demeanor mirrors that of my high school memories, perfectly identical. I am oblivious to my surroundings, gazing intently at the face of my deskmate. The light envelopes her in a gentle glow. Si Ning, under my scrutiny, feels a shiver run down her spine. Her already lowered head sinks even further. I gaze at the girl who occupied my thoughts day and night, unable to resist the urge to envelop her in my embrace. However, my sudden action startled Ting Ning, and she let out a terrified scream. This scene left the students attending the lecture utterly astonished. The homeroom teacher, standing on the podium, was equally astonished, gazing at this scene, leading me to believe it was but a dream. Oblivious to the astonished expressions of those around me, I held on to Si Ning with a fervor as if the moment I released my grip, the girl I cherished most would vanish in a thin air. Even through our garments, I could still perceive the warmth of Si Ning's body, which astonished me if this were a dream. It was indeed too vivid to be mere illusion. Yet, I paid little heed to such thoughts. Not confessing my feelings to Si Ning back then has become a lifelong regret. Now, I have the opportunity to express my sentiments. I shall certainly not overlook the unfulfilled aspirations of reality. Let me realize them within the realm of dreams. By doing so, might the pangs of regret diminish ever so slightly? Such thoughts linger in my heart. Thus I spoke. Xining, I love you. I believed it to be but a dream, not lowering my voice in the slightest. Upon the utterance of these words, the already astonished teachers and students were rendered speechless once more. Upon hearing this, Xining's face flushed deeply, reaching the nape of her neck. A tumult of confusion swirled within her heart. Let go of me at once. Tang Yuan, have you taken a wrong medicine today? Xining struggled and finally freed herself from my embrace, her eyes wide with terror, resembling a frightened kitten, utterly pitiful. At this moment, she had yet to fall for me, and my actions had genuinely startled her. Xining extricated herself. I was momentarily taken aback when Zheng Yu spoke. The homeroom teacher, Tan Wenhua, forcefully slammed the chalkboard against the lectern. Tang Yuan, you are being utterly reckless. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The furious roar of the homeroom teacher resonated in the ears of all present. It was at that moment that they awakened to reality, and the classroom was instantly filled with a cacophony of voices. They could hardly believe their eyes and ears, astonished that someone would dare to confess their feelings for a girl in front of the homeroom teacher. How audacious! At this moment, I sensed something amiss. Why did everyone's expressions appear so vivid? Could it be that this was not a dream? I turned my gaze towards Tan Wenhua, who stood upon the podium. The other party glared at me with wide eyes, as if they were about to bury me alive. Are you all truly so affected by this? Is it not merely a dream? Look at the seriousness etched upon your faces. It is a pity you do not take to the stage instead. There is still old Hua. I recall that you were not this kind of person. Once you epitomized elegance and refinement. I uttered softly. Though the voice was faint, it was still a remark devoid of sharpness that reached Tan Wenhua's ears, nearly triggering a stroke in him. She was infuriated beyond measure. Tang Yuan, get out of my sight this instant. I do not wish to see you now. Tan Wenhua bellowed. Now it's my turn to be bewildered. Surrounding the stubborn stone, each classmate gazed at themselves with a peculiar expression. Once more, I glanced at the stern-faced homeroom teacher, then shifted my gaze to the blushing girl, shy and hesitant. How is it that everything feels so vivid? Is this reality, or merely a dream? The fervent gaze of my homeroom teacher sends a chill down my spine, whether in dreams or in reality. In this moment, I believe it is best to make a discreet exit. After all, the homeroom teacher's suggestion for me to leave should pose no significant issue. Cautiously rising from beside Xining, I stepped out of the classroom and glanced back at Ximing, who was engrossed in his reading with his head bowed. A faint smile curved upon my lips. As I dashed out of the classroom building, the remarkably familiar high school campus came into view. A gentle drizzle is softly falling, kissing my skin with its cool touch, a sensation that fills me with ecstatic joy. In this moment, I realize I am not dreaming. Could it be that I have been reborn, as depicted in novels? Countless thoughts flickered through my mind, evoking a sense of incredulity. As I wandered through the campus, drenched in a gentle drizzle, I endeavored to calm myself. At present, Xining remains my deskmate, a poignant reminder of the greatest regret from my previous life. Xining hails from a modest background. Her father is a notorious gambler and an alcoholic. The household expenses are entirely sustained by my mother, who works as a cleaner. She is a sensible girl, remarkably modest and studious in school, which consequently leads to her exceptional academic performance. In stark contrast to me, our table has been humorously dubbed Double One by our classmates. Xining ranks at the top of our class, while I find myself at the very bottom. This disparity has deterred me from pursuing Xining, as later, upon graduation, Xining took the initiative to confide her feelings to me. Yet, due to the upheaval within my family, I find myself unable to embrace the love that Xining offers. Upon returning home, Xining found herself compelled by her father to meet a suitor who was 20 years her senior, and secretly accept the substantial betrothal gifts from the male party. Xining remained unyielding, determined to affirm her convictions even unto death, ultimately leading to a profound regret. The mere thought of Xining's resolute and joyful visage brings an unbearable ache to my heart. At that moment, a broadcast resonated throughout the campus. Below is a temporary announcement from the school. The voice of the Director of Education, Mr. Luo, echoed through the air, delivering today's message. Tang Yuan, a student from class 1 of the 3rd year, has been persistently entangling his female classmate and publicly declaring his affections, resulting in a profoundly negative impact. The final year of high school represents a pivotal stage in one's life. If you do not dedicate yourselves earnestly, you may jeopardize your entire future. Student Tang Yuan has violated the student code of conduct and the school's regulations. Following a meeting among the school leadership, it has been decided that he will face a significant penalty and will be required to reflect on his actions before the entire school. It is hoped that everyone will take this as a cautionary tale. All classmates are requested to gather on the playground immediately. The plan has been finalized. Upon the announcement of this broadcast, the entire school erupted in excitement. My goodness, what a bold move. To publicly confess and simultaneously reflect upon oneself before the entire student body, this brother, is truly remarkable. The audacity to undertake what we have all hesitated to do has finally found expression. The boys are abuzz with chatter regarding my public declaration of affection. After listening to the broadcast, I let out a resigned smile. The entire school is reflecting on their actions, and I find myself in a rather difficult position concerning this matter that has burdened many throughout their lives. After all, I, too, lack such experience from years gone by. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping the school administration in the face. At the mildest, I would be asked to invite my parents for tea. At the most severe, I would be compelled to withdraw from school. Although such consequences do not concern me in the slightest, I am reluctant to depart from this institution without the chance to see my beloved girl, C, once more. Furthermore, I must also attend to Si Ning's needs. With these thoughts occupying my mind, I strode purposefully toward the playground. Upon reaching the edge of the schoolyard, my gaze fell upon C, who remained with her head bowed amidst the crowd. I observed from a distance, without approaching to greet. Now surrounded by a multitude, I wish not to burden the shy Si Ning any further. Now, we merely await the school leaders to finish their motivational discourse, and naturally, they will proclaim that they have transcended their past selves. At this moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Senior 3, Tan Wenhua, was quiet. She sighed repeatedly, for my absence was keenly felt in the classroom. Previously, she commanded me to leave. She assumed I would obediently wait for her in the corridor. Little did I expect that the lad would vanish in the blink of an eye. Surely, he hasn't secretly scaled the walls to escape the school, has he? If that is indeed the case, then we are in for considerable trouble. In fact, the school leadership was aware of this matter, and it was not something she had reported. It was in fact the class representative, Luo Feiyong, who reported me. She has always harbored a dislike for me, though no specific reason exists for her animosity. Only because the class beauty harbors a fondness for me. The fact that Rofian harbors a secret affection for the council is nearly an open secret. Thus, she confided in her uncle, who also served as the school's director of education, Mr. Luo, regarding this matter. As a result, Tan Wenhua was summoned to the office by the chief instructor for a stern reprimand. She should not condone such behavior from her students, as it may ultimately harm them. Tan Wenhua was taken aback, contemplating that the other party's words were indeed accurate. However, she fervently spoke highly of me. Otherwise, considering Luo Zhu's temperament, how could it possibly be as simple as merely recording a significant event and reflecting upon it? Yet now, I can scarcely glimpse a solitary figure. Tan Wenhua tirelessly rose, his heart brimming with anxiety. At last, the school leaders on stage have finished serving their platitudes of inspiration. The director, Mr. Luo Zhu, stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, and announced that the floor would be given to Tang Yuan from Class 31, who would deliver a profound self-reflection. Following him, Kong from the class would also take the stage to present a deep introspection. "Where is Tang Yuan, my fellow student? Please come up quickly." Pu Shu cast a glance towards the seat of Class 3, Year 12, his expression decidedly unfriendly. At this moment, Tang Wenhui felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She was already contemplating a relatively plausible excuse to respond to the principal. At this moment, upon hearing the director of instruction call my name, I could only muster a wry smile as I made my way to the stage. As soon as the protagonist of the event made her appearance, the audience previously dulled by a barrage of insipid platitudes, suddenly regained their vigor. After being inundated with an entire basket of heartwarming cliches, the moment had finally arrived. There was indeed a spectacle to behold. The majority of the crowd was filled with eager anticipation for my forthcoming self-reflection, curious to discover the astonishing words that this remarkable individual would utter. Naturally, there are those who delight in my misfortunes, such as the class monitor, Luo Feiyan. Upon seeing me, Tang Yuan in the audience immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him. I gradually made my way to the center of the stage, all eyes upon me. Standing on the stage, I gazed upon the magnificent procession before me, the youthful and spirited faces of my classmates. I found myself unwittingly relaxing. In my previous life, I harbored countless regrets, and now, at last, I had the opportunity to rectify them. My gaze fixed upon Simon from Class 3, and my heart fluttered. The bashful girl kept her head bowed, her lustrous black hair cascading over her exquisite features. If only she would raise her head, the so-called school beauty would instantly pale in comparison. Is this truly the girl I hold dear? Why are you in a daze, astronaut? Director Luo Shu expressed his dissatisfaction from the side. I retract my thoughts, step forward to grasp the microphone, bringing it to my lips. To see you once more fills me with immense joy. I am Tang Yuan from Class 1 of the Senior 3rd grade. I trust everyone is aware of my presence here for a suitable reason. Many found my words somewhat peculiar, pondering the meaning of seeing again, yet they paid little heed to it. I made a mistake. Yes, today I confessed my feelings to a girl in my class. As soon as my words fell silent, a hushed murmur arose from the audience below as the majority of the boys raised their thumbs in approval, signifying that I was their model of excellence. There is also a portion that looks down upon my actions. At this moment, upon hearing my voice, Xining shyly lifted her head to steal a glance, only to hastily lower it once more. Her furtive demeanor did not escape my notice. I felt a secret joy within. I acknowledge my mistake in this matter. First and foremost, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to the young lady who confessed her feelings to me. My actions were indeed inappropriate. I hope she can find it in her heart to forgive me, and that I have not caused her distress that might adversely affect her studies. I refrained from uttering the girl's name, wishing to keep her identity concealed. The understated beauty, Si Ning, has been discovered by many. Although I harbor no fear of her being taken away from me, I prefer to minimize the number of rivals and complications in my life. Why not embrace a little tranquility? Subsequently, I offered my apologies to the school authorities and my homeroom teacher, acknowledging the inconvenience my actions may have caused. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's expression softened slightly. With only one semester remaining before the college entrance examination, many proclaim it to be a pivotal moment that can alter one's destiny. Regarding this assertion, I remain ambivalent. However, are you aware that not everyone possesses the opportunity to gain admission to esteemed universities? The majority are indeed underachievers. I acknowledge that the college entrance examination can alter one's destiny. However, I do not subscribe to the notion that performing poorly equates to being worthless. At this point, I pause for a moment. The director, Luo Shu, stood nearby with an expression of profound gloom. She had previously stated over the broadcast that poor performance in the college entrance examination would have serious consequences. Entering society only to find it filled with garbage is akin to receiving a resounding slap in the face, much like the striking reality faced by Guogua. I perceive the college entrance examination merely as a significant phase in one's life, akin in nature to the high school entrance examination. The journey ahead is long, and many more assessments await us. Following the completion of both the high school and college entrance examinations, we shall encounter grander trials, marriage, life, and various other challenges. The essence of happiness in our days and the brightness of our future hinge on far more than this solitary examination. On stage, I express my sentiments with fervor, extending my little finger as a gesture of resolve. As long as we remain true to ourselves and honor our youth, then these 3 years shall not have been in vain. As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, resonating deeply within their hearts. At this moment, Xining slightly lifted his head, and a glimmer of something flickered in his eyes. Tang Yuan looked at me with a complex expression from the audience. Remarkably, she had transformed the entire school review meeting into an extraordinary affair. Thus, the matter for which I was reprimanded has largely been forgotten by the populace. What they remember is the spirited version of myself. Upon contemplating this, Tang Yuan could not help but feel a sense of pity for the child. This young one possesses many admirable qualities. Their intellect is sharp, yet they lack a passion for learning. I never anticipated that my heartfelt words would resonate so profoundly. I took my leave with determined steps, not glancing back at the stage, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang melodiously. The head of the department gazed at the excited crowd below, shaking his head in helpless resignation. She was quite upset by my recent remarks, yet Luo Shu found himself powerless against me. After all, what I said seemed to hold some truth. The head of the teaching department, Luo Shu, wore a stern expression. After delivering a lengthy admonition, she declared the review meeting for today to be concluded. As the protagonist, I have already dashed through the school gates. With all my might, I raced towards home. Mother and father, are you well? Upon reaching my doorstep, I found myself momentarily stunned, hesitant to knock on the door. In the previous life, my father's company went bankrupt, leaving behind a tremendous debt. Overwhelmed by the burden, my parents passed away one after another. I feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that I might merely be caught in a dream. Awakening from my dreams, I find myself still alone, devoid of companionship, devoid of parents. Contemplating this, my eyes become moist, and after wiping them away, I clench my fists, silently vowing that in this lifetime, it shall be your son who protects you. I extended my hand, knocking 3 times. The house was filled with the incredibly warm and affectionate voice of my mother, Lu Hua. The door swung open, revealing the silhouette of my mother, Lu Hua, at the threshold. "Ah, it is you, my son," she exclaimed, her voice infused with warmth. "You've returned rather swiftly today. I have yet to prepare the meal. You've forgotten your keys once more, haven't you?" Lu Hua stood at the entrance, a look of bewildered joy illuminating her face. Gazing upon my mother's remarkably familiar smile, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within me, shattering my defenses once more. "Mother, it is I. I have returned." As I spoke, I could not restrain myself and embraced my mother tightly, tears streaming down my face. I felt the warmth of her embrace, and my heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of security. What troubles me has caused great concern for Ruhua. She lovingly caresses my back with her gentle hand. "Have you encountered grievances at school? Speak to your mother, she will stand up for you." "I have no mother. I am fine. I simply long to embrace you." "Mother, I miss you dearly." All right. Since you are well, do come in. I am preparing your favorite dish, braised carp. If you delay any longer, it will burn." My emotions have finally settled. I gently release my mother's hand, and we enter the house, one after the other. I recline on my own sofa, gazing at the familiar surroundings. A wave of nostalgia washing over me. This home is still warm at this hour. "Are you hungry, my son?" Lu Hua emerges from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit, which she places before me. "When your father returns, we shall commence our meal. In the meantime, please indulge in some fruit." "Thank you, Mom. You tend to your tasks. There is no need to concern yourself with me," I say with a smile. "When did you become so polite?" Lu Hua felt an overwhelming sense of delight in his heart. She turned back and busied herself in the kitchen. I picked up the banana from the table and swallowed it whole. How sweet it is. Truly, a mother's child is indeed a treasure. The following day, I rose early, for I intended to deliver breakfast to Xining. It was only after graduation that I realized the reason she had always been so understated during our time at school. To marginalize oneself is a consequence of her family's exceedingly challenging circumstances. Her father, an inveterate gambler, had sold their house when she was still very young. Currently, her family resides in a dilapidated neighborhood within an urban village. Now, I rely solely on my mother for companionship. The gambling father returns only on the day when mother receives her salary. After collecting the money, he vanishes without a trace. Due to financial constraints at home and the considerable distance from school, Shining has consistently resided in the school dormitory. She is exceedingly frugal, spending no more than 5 yuan on daily meals. Breakfast consists of a single steamed bun. Lunch comprises a plain bun accompanied by a few pickled vegetables, and dinner consists of another bun paired with a packet of preserved vegetables. Such is her routine. These were matters of which I was utterly unaware before I only learned of them from the lips of my classmates after graduating from university. Now that I have been granted a second chance at life, I shall not allow the woman I cherish to suffer any longer. From this moment forth, I have taken it upon myself to provide for Si Ning, ensuring her every need is met. Last night, I pondered for an extended period. It is imperative for my reincarnated self to amass some wealth. The situation at Si Ning's home must be improved without delay, otherwise a tragic outcome may inevitably ensue. Currently, her academic pursuits are no longer a concern. The paramount issue lies in addressing the financial difficulties faced by Si Ning's family and her father's gambling problem. Only in this manner can Si Ning study with peace of mind. It is solely through this that the woman I cherish will regain her confidence, walking with her head held high. To resolve Si Ning's financial concerns, I must refrain from spending my family's money. Thus, my plan to earn money must be prioritized without delay. Mother, I'm heading to school now. After freshening up, I retrieved a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from the refrigerator. I tossed it to my mother and hurried off to school after a brief exchange. Why is this child in such a hurry? As she gazes at my retreating figure, her heart swells with immense gratitude. Surprisingly, my child has ceased to indulge in the luxury of sleeping in. This indeed marks a significant advancement. Upon arriving at school, I made my way directly to the cafeteria. The school cafeteria at 7 a.m. was rather brisk, owing to the chilly weather. Only a few scattered individuals are partaking in breakfast. I swiftly scanned the room and soon spotted Si Ning in a corner of the cafeteria, her head bowed as she nibbled on a steamed bun. On her table rested a vintage thermos, and her breakfast consisted of buns paired with warm water. This foolish girl. How could a single bun satisfy one's hunger? I swiftly approached Si Ning. As she lowered her head, delicately nibbling on a bun, Si Ning felt herself enveloped by a shadow. Curiously, she lifted her gaze to glance at me, only to discover it was I who stood before her. Like a frightened lamb, she immediately cast her eyes downward, too timid to look again. What was this enigmatic presence doing here? What was her intention? Si Ning was utterly terrified. Observing her pitiable demeanor stirred a profound ache within my heart. Subsequently, I took a seat opposite Si Ning, retrieving the bread and milk I had brought from home. I touched the milk carton. Its temperature was still just pleasantly warm. Si Ning continued to lower his head, hesitant to meet my gaze. I inserted the straw into the milk carton and pushed it towards Si Ning, an action that only heightened Si Ning's anxiety. Lai Si Ning, as I sip milk, my words overflow with tenderness. I do not drink plain water suffices for me. Si Ning instinctively declined, yet her words came out in a stammer, betraying the turmoil that raged within her heart at that moment. I find it quite enjoyable. You, with your commanding presence, should drink it quickly. Did she hear that? Her tone was imbued with an irresistible implication. In a moment of uncertainty, Si Ning found herself at a loss, left only with a sense of anxiety. Hurry and drink the milk, or else I shall pour it out. Will you partake? I am aware that Si Ning holds a profound appreciation for food and possesses a remarkable sense of frugality. If a perfectly good bottle of milk is to be discarded simply because she refuses to drink it, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of guilt. Si Ning cast a lingering glance at me, filled with melancholy. At that moment, I tore off a small piece of bread and held it out to her lips. This audacious act left Si Ning utterly astonished, her petite face flushing with a sudden crimson hue. Observing this, I could not help but smile gently, finding no reason to make things difficult for her. After taking a small bite of bread, she placed the remaining substantial piece onto Si Ning's plate. Si Ning, with her hands clasped tightly beneath the table, fidgeted anxiously as she prepared to eat. Do you expect me to feed you if you do not eat? She asked with a smile. Si Ning couldn't help but tremble slightly, evidently quite frightened. You'll just have this, he murmured, casting a furtive glance in my direction before reaching for the half-eaten bun, preparing to take a bite. Observing Si Ning's expression, I couldn't help but furrow my brow slightly. In a swift motion, I seized the bun from her hands and devoured it entirely. With the bun now gone, I continued to gulp down my meal. Once finished, I tore off a small piece of bread and brought it to Si Ning's lips, saying, "Your bun has already been consumed by me. Now, are you willing to partake in this bread? If you do not consume it yourself, I shall truly feed you." Si Ning only wishes to distance herself from me swiftly. It seems that this classmate not only performs poorly academically, but his intellect appears somewhat questionable as well. As she contemplated returning to the classroom to sit beside her, a profound bitterness enveloped her heart. Ning hesitated momentarily, then reached out to tear a small piece from the bread, placing it into her own portion. "Have some milk," I said once more. Ning nodded timidly. "I'm truly content, my heart brimming with unparalleled joy. Is there anything more blissful than caring for one's beloved?" "Indeed, there is." After the two had finished their meal, they exited the dining hall together. Shining walked behind me with her head bowed, resembling a bullied young bride, meek and submissive. As I reached the corridor, I suddenly came to a halt. Ning, who was trailing behind me, accidentally collided with my back. I turned to gaze at Ning, who was clutching her forehead, a wave of compassion washing over me. What a fool she truly is. I stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Ning promptly took several steps back, regarding me with a gaze filled with caution. I forced a wry smile, realizing that my embrace of her in the classroom yesterday had indeed left a psychological imprint. Encountering Ning, I sensed a hint of fear directed towards me, and I felt a sense of helplessness. "Please stop this. Perhaps the tone is somewhat intense, or perhaps it is due to other factors." Ning stood there, seemingly dazed and rooted to the spot, too apprehensive to retreat any further. I approached Ning, gently lifting her bangs, revealing a delicately exquisite face blushing in front of me. This is not the first time I have encountered the complete visage of Ning, yet I still found myself momentarily taken aback. However, I soon regained my composure. I glanced at Ning's forehead, which bore a slight flush, yet there were no bruises. I lowered my hand and cast a look at Ning's small hand, which was pale as jade, seemingly without a place to rest. I couldn't resist the urge to reach out and gently squeeze Ning's palm. This sudden fright startled her, akin to a rabbit startled by a predator. She fled in an instant, vanishing from her line of sight. I gazed in the direction where Ning had vanished, shaking my head. Picking up the backpack that Ning had dropped, I made my way toward the classroom. As he ran midway, Ning sensed that something was amiss. Where was his backpack? It was all over. Should I go back and pick it up? She halted by the flower bed not far from the classroom, her face twisted in distress. At that precise moment, I arrived at this spot, and my gaze fell upon the utterly entangled Ning. What on earth is this foolish girl doing over there? I found myself in a state of confusion. Slowing my pace, I gently approached Ming from behind, and then I heard the following words. "Alas, I have left my backpack in the cafeteria. Should I return to retrieve it? If I go back, will that bully torment me once more?" My mother has often said that men are inherently wicked, and it seems she was right. That scoundrel has just attempted to intimidate me again. What should I do? Should I inform the teacher? However, she has just faced scrutiny from the entire school. If anything else were to occur, she might be expelled. Perhaps it is best if I refrain from informing the teacher. Villainous bully. I reported to the teacher that in this foolish girl's eyes, I had indeed become a figure of such nature. I was momentarily a loss for words. Deliberately, I cleared my throat twice. Ning was originally engaged in a natural confrontation when he was startled by the sudden onset of a cough. She suddenly recoiled several steps, akin to a startled fawn, her heart racing tumultuously. Turning my head, I found my visage reflected in her gaze. Oh no, did she hear the words I just uttered? Ning resembled a child caught in mischief, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, unable to meet my gaze. I gazed at the foolish girl, a faint smile of exasperation gracing my lips. "Why are you in such a hurry? I have no intention of devouring you. Do you no longer want her backpack?" I raised her book in front of Shining with a look of mock surprise. Ning suddenly lifted her gaze to me, as if she had just returned to her senses. "You must return my backpack," she stated, and immediately thereafter, her courage seemed to dwindle, prompting her to lower her head once more. I could no longer bear to tease her, and simply handed over the backpack. Ning took the backpack, murmured a quiet thank you, and swiftly returned to the classroom. Gazing at the fleeing silhouette of Ning, I silently sighed within my heart. It seems that this foolish girl is not so easily pursued after all. To win her heart, one must first ensure that she does not fear one's presence. One might wonder, am I truly so fearsome? Despite possessing unparalleled beauty, why am I labeled as a bully, a scoundrel? Shaking my head, I sauntered towards the classroom. Standing outside the classroom, I observed my classmates engrossed in their reading. After all, the college entrance examination is just around the corner next semester. Everyone is eager to strive for excellence and secure a place in a prestigious university, not wanting to squander their youth. Ning has already entered a state of diligent study, and the sight of her earnestly engrossed in her books is utterly enchanting. However, the moment I stepped into the classroom, all my classmates have taken notice after all. I am now the belle of the school, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook me. I disregarded the peculiar gazes of my classmates and calmly sat down beside Ning. He took out a book of exercises and began to solve the problems with great enthusiasm. Everyone was astonished to see me, the one at the tail of the class, diligently working on my assignments. Upon witnessing my presence, Ning merely immersed herself in her reading, showing no other inclination. A sigh of relief washed over me, allowing me to finally set my mind at ease and devote myself to my studies. I have naturally observed all of this. Although I am engaged in solving problems, I have not completed them entirely. I find that this silly girl, Shining, is truly adorable. Time flows silently, gradually passing by. The students in the classroom are diligently engaged in their studies. At that moment, a stout boy appeared at the doorway of the classroom. She strode directly towards me in the classroom, her voice resonating with remarkable clarity, completely disregarding the disdainful glances cast upon her by her fellow classmates. Yet my brow furrowed slightly. In my past life, I perceived such behavior as inconsequential, but in this rebirth, I recognize it as utterly disgraceful. I lifted my gaze to regard her. She was none other than my classmate and childhood friend, Tang Yuan, an unambiguous heiress. Her family's circumstances were once comparable to my own. However, 2.5 years ago, she developed a new energy product within her company, instantly transforming into a prominent entrepreneur. Although the Qin family has attained wealth, she still behaves like a carefree rogue. It is precisely this kind of person with whom I share an extraordinarily close relationship. Gazing upon the slightly roguish and somewhat portly youth before me, I am engulfed by a wave of bewilderment. In her previous life, her family faced calamity. They provided unwavering support, yet ultimately, their efforts proved futile. The Qin family's enterprise was thus adversely affected, nearly leading to bankruptcy. Yet, they selflessly continued to offer their unwavering support, which deeply moved me. In this lifetime, I shall endeavor to assist the Qin family to the best of my abilities, elevating their enterprise to new heights. What are you up to, Brother Yuan? Am I seeing things? I could have sworn I just saw you studying. You have not misread. I am indeed in the pursuit of knowledge. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yuan found herself at a loss for words. This is not the Yuan I am familiar with. She gazed at me in disbelief. Once again, I cast a glance at Ning, who remained utterly still beside me. She seemed to perceive something. This is a case where one's intentions lie beyond mere intoxication. A hint of reverie dances upon the visage of the clear clouds. I understand now, my brother. What do you truly understand? This is something you grasp. I find myself at a loss with Tang Yuan. I prefer not to entangle myself with her excessively, for fear of affecting Simon. Go on. You are here like a wolf. Are you not aware that everyone is preparing for the college entrance examination? Tang Yuan found herself at a loss for words once more. She cast a glance at her fellow classmates. I have noticed that everyone harbors some degree of dissatisfaction. She could only shrug helplessly and return her seat. As for the questions lingering in her mind, she resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire about them in the afternoon. After Jianqing obediently returned to her seat, I cast a glance at Ning beside me. Seeing that she remained unaffected, Tang Yuan, not far away, could hardly concentrate on his reading. He discreetly observed Tang Yuan and found that he was indeed earnestly tackling the problems. His eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. He was utterly shocked. Is this really the same Tang Yuan who had little interest in studying? Did he not once proclaim that his greatest aversion in life was the pursuit of knowledge? No, that cannot be correct. The significant transformation of Yuan Gu must undoubtedly stem from some extraordinary circumstances. Is this the origin of its power? Tang Yuan silently pondered, contemplating when she would finally break free from her single status. Tang Yuan shook his head, casting aside the thought. Wasn't the game enticing enough? Women merely influence my speed of execution. Take out a beautifully bound, indescribable novel and savor its pages with delight. The aroma of the book is truly enchanting. Tang Yuan pondered silently, reflecting on how time had slipped away unnoticed once again. The classroom was now filled to capacity with students. Tang Yuan has also completed the extensive volume of physics examination questions in his possession. He gently stretched, arching his back, then turned his neck slightly before rising to approach Tang Yuan. The style of the book held by Tang Yuan is truly ineffable, leaving Tang Yuan somewhat at a loss for words. Why on earth did Tang Yuan's book pass the review? Upon reflection, it becomes clear. During that time, the scrutiny of novels was not as stringent. Online literature is flourishing in a myriad of forms. Tang Yuan had previously perused books of similar nature, their content igniting a fervor within him. "Hey, fatty," he remarked, tapping on Tang Yuan's desk. "Let's step outside for some fresh air." Engrossed in the spectacle, Tang Yuan was startled by Tang Yuan. Upon raising his gaze and realizing it was not the teacher, he finally exhaled in relief. "Aunt Yuan song, oh." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuan closed the book, perfectly warming up. With a lewd expression, he spoke, wearing an air of familiarity that suggested a deeper understanding. Tang Yuan naturally comprehended the underlying meaning behind his words. He said nothing further. The two of them strode directly out of the classroom. He proceeded towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, Tang Yuan retrieved a box of Heavenly Night from his pocket. Then, skillfully, he plucked 2 strings and handed one of them to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Tang Yuan either. He immediately took it, then with a cigarette clutched between his lips, leaned towards Tang Yuan's lighter to ignite the smoke. Between the breaths of 2 souls, there lies an abundance of pleasure. A winter's day accompanied by a cigarette. Truly exhilarating. "Brother Yuan, are you serious?" What transpired yesterday was. Tang Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired. Tang Yuan naturally understood what Tang Yuan was referring to. He gently tapped the ashes from his cigarette and then said earnestly, "I am serious." "Well, Yuan Ge, that Xining does not appear to be particularly beautiful, yet the class flower will always hold interest in you. Surely you are not oblivious to this matter. What is it that draws you to Xining rather than him? Is it the gradual development of feelings over time? Or does Xining possess a facet unknown to us?" Tang Yuan inhaled a puff of smoke, voicing all his questions in one breath. He possesses such a disposition, one that shuns concealment in matters of importance. Tang Yuan did not respond directly to Tang Yuan. Instead, he took a deep drag, consumed the cigarette entirely, and then casually discarded the butt. With precision, the sound of the ball echoed as it fell into the toilet bowl. After completing this series of actions, Tang Yuan turned his gaze towards Tang Yuan. He was nothing particularly special, yet I found myself enamored by him. My affection for him rendered him the most beautiful girl in the world in my eyes. Love, at times, defies reason. With that, Tang Yuan left Tang Yuan with a striking silhouette as he departed. Tang Yuan stood there, utterly bewildered, pondering the meaning behind those words. When did my esteemed Yuan Ge become such a romantic? His words were utterly perplexing. Shaking his head, Tang Yuan casually discarded his cigarette, and hurried to catch up with Tang Yuan's pace. "Yuan Ge, please slow down. Wait for me." The two then entered the classroom together. Upon returning to his seat, Tang Yuan noticed Si Lin's immediate frown. She detected the strong scent of smoke lingering in the air, yet she chose to remain silent, continuing to immerse herself in her book. Tang Yuan gazed at Xining with eyes full of tenderness, then withdrew his gaze and, with a countenance radiating joy, resumed his studies. Tang Yuan gazed at Xining's radiance, all of which was observed by the council situated below them to the left. The class flower of the senior 3, she possessed a striking beauty, perhaps scoring a commendable 9 out of 10. Hailing from an affluent family, she was indeed a vision of grace and elegance. Her academic performance is only slightly inferior to that of Xining, consistently ranking second in the class throughout the years. It could be said that the parliament has long been an object of admiration for many. However, Tang Yuan remains indifferent to it, as his affections lie with Tang Yuan himself. This has generally not been a secret throughout the entire senior year. Tang Yuan has simply not provided him with any response. Yesterday, Tang Yuan's actions left him in a perpetual state of melancholy. He harbored a profound jealousy towards Xining. At the same time, I feel a sense of indignation. What reason is there for you to disregard someone like me, a privileged beauty, in favor of someone who presents themselves in such an unrefined manner? Like a village girl, Si Ning shines bright. If one were to speak of her shortcomings, it would merely be that her academic performance lags just a tad behind. One may also find it perplexing, unable to comprehend why Tang Yuan would act in such a manner, due to this particular matter. She was melancholic every day, and amidst all this, Tang Yuan remained oblivious. Yet even if he were aware, it would matter little to him in this lifetime. His heart belonged solely to Si Ning. Only love for Si Ning. At this moment, ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The classroom bell rang out, and with its chime, the entire classroom fell into a profound silence. In the classroom, the only sound was the clock hanging on the podium, ticking with a rhythmic persistence. At that moment, a steady footfall echoed from the corridor, gradually approaching. Tan Wenhua entered through the back door, holding a textbook in hand. Upon entering, he instinctively glanced towards Tang Yuan, who was deeply engrossed in his studies, diligently answering questions. What was going on? Tan Wenhua was taken aback. Could it be that he was imagining things? This young man was actually studying earnestly. Tan Wenhua found it utterly astonishing he was well aware of Tang Yuan's typical demeanor as a student. Although I generally possess no notable flaws, I do have a particular shortcoming, my aversion to reading. This has consequently resulted in my academic performance languishing consistently at the bottom of the ranks. Seeing him so earnestly engaged in studying, immersed in reading and answering questions, truly feels like a rare sight to behold. He composed himself, retracted his thoughts, and approached the podium to commence today's lecture. The curriculum for the final year of high school primarily consists of completing the textbook followed by an extensive array of practice exercises. Thus, the third year of high school is the most tedious and arduous year of the entire high school experience. Nevertheless, time seems to pass relatively swiftly. Soon, it will be time for the final class of the morning. This class is dedicated to the study of the Chinese language. Once this lesson concludes, everyone can happily indulge in their meals. The Chinese language teacher of Class 1 in the third year of high school is approximately in their 40s. The elderly gentleman surnamed Sima is known for his stubbornness, and his temper is notoriously fiery. However, this is primarily directed towards troublesome students. For those who excel in their studies and behavior, he is rather amiable and approachable. Tang Yuan often dozes off during class. His disinterest in studying has, of course, earned him a nickname from the old man Sima. He recorded it in his little notebook. Moreover, coupled with yesterday's incident in which Tang Yuan embraced Si Ning during class, old Sima's discontent grew ever more pronounced. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was engrossed in his reading, utterly oblivious to old Sima's lecture. Sima, the old sage, naturally observed that Tang Yuan was not paying earnest attention to his lecture, however, given that he was not dozing off. Though I felt a lingering discontent within, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. However, just as the class was nearing its conclusion, a small note suddenly fluttered onto Tang Yuan's desk. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and turned to the direction from which the note had come. Qin Yin was playfully making faces at him. This scene caught the attention of the elderly instructor, Sima, who was lecturing on stage. Having never held a favorable opinion of Tang Yuan, he was instantly filled with rage. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he hurled it with great force. As the dawn of the Tang dynasty approached, last night I perused martial arts literature, and the system bestowed upon Tang Yuan numerous skills. Among them was a mastery of combat. In the face of the old man Sima's sneak attack, Tang Yuan extended 2 fingers. With effortless grace, he captured the chalk with a firm grip. At that moment, the air within the classroom seemed to crystallize. The classmates were taken aback by Tang Yuan's swift reaction, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon him. This stunning display by Tang Yuan made every girl, save for Si Ning, experience a flutter in their hearts, the unmistakable sound of infatuation reverberating within them. Among them, the emotions of one particular individual surged even more intensely as the glimmer in their gaze towards Tang Yuan grew ever more fervent, while an undercurrent of jealousy simmered within. "Wow, Tang Yuan, you're incredible!" exclaimed several boys, unable to contain their excitement. Meanwhile, Luo Feiyang, the class representative, felt a deeper pang of envy towards Tang Yuan. "Damn it, he's done it again. Luo Feiyong thought, begrudgingly grappling with his feelings of inadequacy. The obstinate language teacher, old Sima, stood at the podium, seething with rage. Silence. What are you all chattering about? Do you not realize this is class time? He slammed the textbook in his hands forcefully onto the lectern. A cloud of chalk dust stirred. The classmates seated in front hastily covered their noses, their expressions filled with discontent and worry. Yet they dared not voice their complaints at this moment. It was evident to all that old Sima was on the verge of erupting. With piercing, fiery eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Tang Yuan, chastising him for his lack of attentiveness in class, for passing notes and indulging in mischief. Do you consider yourselves children? He admonished, neglecting your studies, engaging in frivolities all day, and concocting absurd antics, fearing you are not embarrassing enough? If you have no desire to learn, then return home to depend on your parents. And do not burden the rest of us, old Sima implied. The old man Tang Yuan is exceedingly rude. You might as well report my ID directly. He finds this quite vexing. Old Sima does not intend to let Tang Yuan off so easily. He continues to express that he has learned nothing of worth in school, wasting the entire day on trivial pursuits, seeking to draw attention through dubious and unscrupulous means, returning home only to be a burden amidst the household's clutter. He furrowed his brows in irritation, and in an instant, he too was engulfed in anger, leading to an unending cycle of frustration. This matter has gone too far. Upon encountering Tang Yuan, he abruptly stood up, slamming his hand down on the desk with great force. Without averting his gaze, he fixed his eyes on the old man Sima and remarked, "Who are you calling uneducated?" The classmates in the class were taken aback by Tang Yuan's sudden fury. Little did they expect him to rise abruptly, slamming his palm on the table. The sudden commotion startled everyone, enveloping the scene in an immediate and profound silence. Tension mounted as swords were drawn, and a wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of the students, their faces adorned with expressions of profound admiration. Impressive. Tang Yuan truly lives up to the reputation of someone who has once reflected upon his actions before the entire school. This is indeed a thrilling spectacle to behold. This situation is truly exhilarating. Tang Yuan is in a dire predicament now. Old Sima is notoriously obstinate. This time, a collective reflection from the entire class is undoubtedly in order. The faces of everyone in the classroom are alight with excitement, save for Si Ning, whose expression is one of concern. Tang Yuan observed the expressions of those around him keenly, indifferent to their opinions of him. When he glanced at Si Ning, a gentle smile graced his lips, accompanied by a reassuring look that seemed to convey, "Do not worry." Si Ning felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He had intended to persuade Tang Yuan to take a seat, yet his shyness hindered him from speaking up. Witnessing Tang Yuan's audacious demeanor, unperturbed by the scrutiny, he opted instead to lower his head and focus on his book. Meanwhile, the elderly Sima noticed the students stirring up mischief once more, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "You, insolent boy, ought to focus on your studies instead of audaciously retorting." In his fury, he pointed at Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, attending school daily without acquiring any knowledge. Do you truly honor your parents? As for whether I am worthy of my own parents' pride, you need not concern yourself. I can only regard your level of expertise as utterly inadequate, and it is frankly disheartening that you would presume to impart knowledge. Such an endeavor is nothing short of a disservice to students." Upon the utterance of these words by Tang Yuandao, the venerable Sima was so incensed that he nearly succumbed to a fit of rage, on the verge of expiring from the sheer frustration, after dedicating a decade to his profession. In merely 2 years, one has ascended to the esteemed position of an exemplary teacher, and has now achieved the prestigious title of a distinguished educator. Meanwhile, you find yourself languishing at the bottom. To audaciously utter such extravagant claims is utterly preposterous. The venerable Sima, in a fit of indignation, seized the chalkboard eraser. He slammed his hand on the lectern, exclaiming, "You the straggler! If you cannot learn, do not blame me for leading you astray. Have you no shame? Pray, enlighten me on the matter of that classical Chinese question on the blackboard." Tang Yuan had long discerned the presence of a set of erroneous problems on the blackboard, however. He was disinclined to voice his observations. Consequently, the old man Sima continued to berate him, leaving no room for dignity. Since he offered no regard for my honor, I too saw no reason to extend him any courtesies. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's remarks, the crowd fervently expressed their agreement, instinctively glancing towards the blackboard. Even Sima himself turned back to scrutinize it closely. Yet, after his examination, he found nothing amiss, and the others shared his sentiments. They looked at Tang Yuan with curiosity. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth, revealing a crooked smile. With a smile reminiscent of God of War, he spoke of gazing westward towards Xiakou and eastward towards Wuchang. The vastness of the mountains and rivers stretches endlessly, invoking the struggles of Mengda against Zhou. This passage from Su Shi's Red Cliffs suggests a longing for the west, surrounded by the embrace of nature's beauty. The lush greenery flourishes abundantly. Isn't this the very place where Cao besieged Zhou? The expressions of bewilderment on the faces of the crowd deepened. This indicated there was absolutely no issue. Why then did Tang Yuan choose to read it aloud? Old Sima scoffed inwardly, eager to observe. What tricks you might employ? I have been instructing based on the reference answers. There can be no mistakes. Tang Yuan disregarded the perplexity of the crowd and continued to speak, expressing his regret regarding the character Yu in Zhou Longzhong, signifying a passive relationship. It signifies that the neglect by teacher Sima transformed the passive figure, Cao, into an active agent. Thus, the accurate depiction should be gazing westward towards Xinkou and eastward towards Wuchang. Surrounded by mountains and waters, the lush greenery thrives vibrantly. Is this not the very site where Cao was besieged and ultimately defeated by Zhou? Upon concluding his statement, Tang Yuan left the crowd in astonishment. Regardless of whether Tang Yuan's assertion holds truth, his composure alone merits commendation. Ah, Tang Yuan speaks the truth, sighed a student, raising their mobile phone. Incredible channel. According to Baidu, one of the reference answers in the 2009 textbook is erroneous. The correct answer should be the one proposed by Tang Yuan. The two answers may not differ significantly, yet their meanings are worlds apart. Upon hearing the words of their classmate, the rest of the students finally reacted, hastily retrieving their phones to check. Incredible. It turns out that Tang Yuan is an academic prodigy. Is this really our underachiever, Tang Yuan? This is remarkably impressive. It turns out that Tang Yuan is truly a person of hidden depth. The crowd is engaging in boisterous discussions, and even the class beauty's eyes gleam with intrigue. It turned out that the person he cherished in his heart was so exceptional. Meanwhile, his desk mate, Si Ning, appeared somewhat astonished. In truth, he had long been aware that this question was erroneous. However, his thin skin prevented him from voicing his thoughts. He never anticipated that Tang Yuan, a self-proclaimed underachiever, would. Surprisingly, the old man Sima has noticed it. After Tang Yuan's remark, as he was observing, he had already discerned that the reference answer was indeed incorrect. His complexion alternated between red and white, revealing an immense embarrassment. Seeing that all the students had brought their phones into the classroom, he found himself unable to express his anger. Tang Yuan observed the old man's demeanor. He has clearly come to recognize his own mistakes. Teacher Sima, do you agree with my assertion? Should we search for the answer online? Tang Yuan deliberately raised his tone, saying with an ambiguous smile. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, the elderly Sima on stage turned pale with rage, his emotions visibly stirred. Pointing at Tang Yuan, he was unable to utter a word. His vision darkened, and he unexpectedly fainted. The classmates seated in the front row, upon witnessing this, immediately rushed over to support him. Quickly, call for an ambulance. Mr. Sima had fainted, caught in this unexpected turn of events. The classroom descended into chaos in an instant, with everyone in disarray. Yet, Tang Yuan remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of indifference. As the rotund figure departed, Tang Yuan called out to Qin Yun, "Impressive, Yuan Ge. It seems you have managed to infuriate the old man Sima to the point of fainting." Qin Yun pointed towards the crowd where the elderly Sima lay unconscious. He has passed out. It would hardly be appropriate for us to simply leave like this, would it? Tang Yuan chuckled softly. Stepping out of the classroom first, he remarked, "Isn't it better for us not to leave?" Tang Yuan understood. Sima, the old man, merely feigned unconsciousness. To live on without dying is to be a scoundrel, all to evade embarrassment. Sima, the old man, truly exhibited a remarkable display of his acting prowess. Tang Yuan, filled with skepticism, hastened to follow Tang Yuan. After Tang Yuan departed, just as he had anticipated, the old man on the podium indeed opened his eyes leisurely. It is evident that experience brings wisdom. Let us go, Yuan Ge. Tang Yuan noticed that Tang Yuan's route did not lead out of the school gates and inquired with curiosity, "Are you heading to the cafeteria for a meal?" Tang Yuan inquired, "What is it, Brother Yuan? Why must we dine in the cafeteria? Are you in a bit of a financial bind?" "Fear not, my dear friend, for I possess ample resources. Let us venture out for a meal together." Tang Yuan playfully clasped Tang Yuan's shoulder, laughing as she did so. Tang Yuan, however, shrugged off Tang Yuan's arm with a dismissive gesture. She cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "I possess wealth, yet all I desire is a meal in the dining hall. From now on, I shall dine in the cafeteria." After speaking, without paying heed to Tang Yuan's peculiar expression, I strode directly into the dining hall. At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Tang Yuan gazed at the dishes in the cafeteria, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. However, Tang Yuan insisted on dining in the cafeteria, leaving him with no choice but to randomly select a few dishes. Feeling rather dejected, I took a seat at a dining table where Tang Yuanza ordered an array of dishes. There are fish, shrimp, chicken legs, and more. "Brother Yuan, can you finish all this?" The dishes in the cafeteria appear quite appealing, yet, in reality, they're exceedingly unpalatable. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan take so many dishes, Tang Yuan could not help but voice his criticism. Tang Yuan paid no heed to Tang Yuan, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the cafeteria. The students of Class 3, Year 12, observed as the old man seemed stirred to consciousness. Upon knowing that he was safe, everyone dispersed. In the heart of winter, indulging in a meal is the epitome of happiness. The students swiftly exited the confines of the classroom. After all the classmates had departed, Xining tidied up his books and made his way to the dining hall. The moment Xining entered, Tang Yuan spotted him, yet he refrained from calling out. Tang Yuan was rather curious to see what Xining's lunch consisted of, wondering if it was indeed as rumored steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables. Xining lowered his head obediently, standing in line, unaware that Tang Yuan was secretly observing him. Several minutes later, Xining had just procured her meal. She lifted her head and glanced around, seeking out an unoccupied table to settle at. From a distance, Tang Yuan noticed that Xining's plate contained merely a bun and a few pieces of pickled vegetables. His heart tightened with an ache, filled with concern. "Oh, foolish girl, why do you only eat so little?" Tang Yuan approached Xining while carrying a tray of food. Some classmates, noticing that Tang Yuan, who had never dined at the cafeteria before, surprisingly chose to eat there today, were taken aback. They all found it astonishing, whispering among themselves. However, when they beheld the direction in which Tang Yuan was heading, in my heart, I have come to a profound understanding. Tang Yuan, too, is utterly bewildered, having been so abruptly forsaken. Indeed, the tendency to prioritize romantic pursuits over friendships is a traditional quality esteemed in men. He also caught sight of Xining in the distance, and thus chose not to follow. He had no desire to be a third wheel. Xining was engrossed in eating a steamed bun. Suddenly, he felt a shadow enveloping him. An ominous premonition began to take root in his heart. Could it be him again? Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze betraying a fleeting moment of panic. Could it truly be this villain? What brings him here? In her mind, a myriad of chaotic thoughts raced like stampeding beasts. "May I take a seat here?" Tang Yuan chuckled softly and inquired, "If I say it is not permissible, will you refrain from doing it?" Xining, inwardly complaining, thought to herself that although she could express her true feelings, she dared not voice them openly. After Qing spoke a few words, with his head lowered, he resumed nibbling on the steamed bun. After settling down, Tang Yuan transferred a chicken leg from his plate to Xining's. "What are you doing?" Xining looked at Tang Yuan with a wary expression. "Are you feigning ignorance?" Tang Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. "Of course, it is for you to enjoy." "No, it's unnecessary." Xining quickly blushed and declined. "You eat steamed buns and pickled vegetables every day. How can that be possible? It is now the 3rd year of high school, and you are in urgent need of nutritional supplements. Trust me, consume this," Tang Yuan declared. "I do not wish to eat it." Si Ning replied after a brief pause. I cannot eat chicken, I'm allergic, she added. Tang Yuan fixed his gaze on Si Ning's eyes and inquired, Are you speaking the truth? Si Ning nodded in affirmation. Tang Yuan then returned the chicken leg to its place, saying, In that case, let it be. Seeing this, Si Ning felt a sense of relief wash over her. But soon his voice rose once more, as Tang Yuan skillfully peeled the shrimp, subsequently offering the succulent morsels to Si Ning's lips. If chicken is not palatable, then perhaps one might indulge in shrimp, as its nutritional value surpasses that of chicken. This action rendered Si Ning's cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Hastily, Si Ning turned her head away and shyly inquired, What are you doing? Why the sudden poetic flair? Si Ning recalled the scene from this morning, where Tang Yuan fed bread to his painting, her cheeks flushed with even greater shyness. What a foolish girl. Tang Yuan smiled faintly, not jesting with Si Ning. Placed the peeled shrimp into his plate. Tang Yuan instructed as he turned around. Please eat quickly, I have already peeled it for you. Si Ning turned his head. Upon encountering Tang Yuan, his expression gradually returned to normal. I shall not partake. I shall suffice with these, Si Ning stated softly, lifting the bun in his hand. You may eat if I offer it, there's no need for such excessive chatter. Tang Yuan suddenly raised his voice, startling Si Ning. The surrounding classmates, drawn by the commotion, turned their gazes toward them. Why are you being so harsh with me? Si Ning murmured, bowing his head. Obediently, he picked up a shrimp and savored it slowly, genuinely apprehensive of Tang Yuan's potential for further indiscretion. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuan revealed a faint smile. It was not that he harbored any malicious intent toward Si Ning, rather. He understood that if he did not assert himself a little more dominantly, Si Ning would likely never come to accept his kindness. Tang Yuan continued to peel the shrimp shells, placing them into Si Ning's plate. Si Ning dared not refuse and resumed eating in small bites. Not far away, Qin Yun observed this scene and instantaneously found the food in his bowl to be lacking in flavor. It seemed that someone had come to the dining hall merely to flirt. Why am I here to join the commotion? After finishing her meal, Si Ning expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you before swiftly returning to the dining hall. As I gazed at his retreating figure, fleeing in disarray, Tang Yuan's eyes brimmed with resolve. Si Ning, my dearest girl, in this lifetime, I shall no longer allow you to suffer. All right, my brother, let us depart. Qin Yun approached Tang Yuan, observing him still foolishly gazing at the commander's retreating figure. What a sight, she remarked, exuding a sense of beauty and irritation. Retracting his gaze, Tang Yuan smiled gently. Let us go and indulge ourselves. Chapter 14. The unconventional Wang Guangming. The two friends strolled out of the school, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, and as they rounded a corner, they lit up a cigarette. In the biting cold of winter, taking a drag from a cigarette truly warmed their spirits. The sensation was indescribable. With cigarettes in their mouths, they ambled along nonchalantly until they soon reached a nearby internet CAF. In 2009, the city was teeming with internet CAFs. A stark contrast to the years following their university graduation, when such venues had dwindled in popularity, replaced by more upscale gaming CAFs. Typically, after school, Tang Yuan and Qin Yun would not return home, but head straight to this internet CAF to indulge in gaming, a habit that had become second nature to them. Before long, they entered the CAF, expertly purchasing snacks and drinks before booting up their computers. Inside, they felt as at home as if they had returned to their own sanctuary. At that moment, two groups were engaged in a game of League of Legends. In 2009, the domestic server had not yet officially launched this game, and only a beta version was available, resulting in very few players in the CAF. Most were engrossed in DNF or Dance Dance Revolution. Upon entering, Tang Yuan immediately noticed the two groups engaged in a custom match. He was intrigued, for at that time, players of League of Legends were a rarity, making 5-on-5 matches an extraordinary sight. Both he and Qin Yun were avid gamers and had acquired accounts during the beta phase. Seeing so many players involved piqued their curiosity, prompting them to observe from the sidelines. Among the participants, one group was evidently comprised of university students, speaking in a manner that revealed their South Korean nationality. Watch out for Ash. What the heck? On the other side stood a group of social youths from the Dragon Kingdom, all sporting long, brightly dyed hair, with their IDs reading Zong Ai Yu Xiao, Zong Ai Dong Xiao, Zong Ai Wen Yi, and so forth. Tang Yuan found it hard to fathom how a group of South Korean exchange students could mix with a gathering of unconventional youths from his homeland. The game progressed, with the South Korean mid-laner, Hidiabus, skillfully leading the charge with LeBlanc, leaving the unconventional side utterly outmatched and defenseless. In less than 20 minutes, the unconventional players were thoroughly trounced. Garbage. They have a LeBlanc and don't even pick a hard crowd control. What the hell? Yuan, unable to contain himself, erupted in frustration. What the hell are you saying? Anyone can talk big after the fact. Damn it, came a retort from the opposing side, clearly directed at Yuan. Tang Yuan turned to see the source of the remark, a young man with red hair, a quintessentially unconventional youth. For a moment, he was taken aback. He vaguely recognized this individual from his previous life, as a resident from his neighborhood who had dropped out of school and wandered aimlessly through life, often frequenting internet cafes and bars, perhaps influenced by gangster culture, aspiring to live a life of crime. However, in the current lawful society of the Dragon Kingdom, aspiring to be a gangster was futile. One could only end up as a mere street thug. Yet, this individual seemed to have experienced a remarkable stroke of luck in his past life. Rumor had it that he won a lottery jackpot, transforming from a petty hoodlum into a millionaire, a tale that circulated widely in their community. He even bought a BMW, frequented nightclubs, and gambled, living a life of luxury until he squandered his winnings and sank into a mountain of debt, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Tang Yuan mused that the timing of this individual's lottery win coincided with these very days. Fascinating. The prospect of sudden wealth was enticing. He decided to follow him, hoping to buy a lottery ticket at the same time, aiming to secure a bit of pocket money to improve Si Ning's family finances. As he observed the foul-mouthed, red-haired youth, he felt as though he were gazing upon the god of wealth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The red-haired youth soon noticed Tang Yuan's gaze and, fueled by the frustration of losing, shot him an irritated look. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge out your eyes. At that moment, the 5 South Korean exchange students approached the red-haired youth, one of them timidly asking, Guangming, can we leave now? The red-haired youth, Wang Guangming, barked back, leave? Not a chance. Get lost for now. But you said if we won, you wouldn't charge us protection fees and would let us return to school, the student reminded him. I, Wang Guangming, keep my word. If we lose, I want to collect your protection fees, but since I just got crushed mid-lane, I'm not satisfied. Let us play another round, Guangming asserted. The 5 South Korean students, resigned, returned to their seats with long faces. You two, come here, Wang Guangming called out to Tang Yuan and Yuan. Tang Yuan, unfazed, approached with a cheerful demeanor, picking up the drink and cigarette Yuan had left on the table. He offered a cigarette to Guangming with a smile, saying, Why are you so worked up, Guangming? It's just a game. If you don't mind, my brother and I could join you in giving those South Korean kids a good thrashing. Come on, let us smoke and enjoy some drinks. Wang Guangming was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yuan's friendly approach, accepting the cigarette and drink with a hint of confusion. Seeing Tang Yuan's amiable demeanor, Guangming softened his tone. Bro, do you play this game too? He asked, somewhat skeptically. Of course. I've been playing since it launched in the US servers back in Season 1. My rank is currently 2500, Tang Yuan replied confidently. Wang Guangming's eyes lit up. A rank of 2500 was impressive, especially since his own highest rank was only 1700, having just suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the South Korean students. He was eager to reclaim his pride with these 2 skilled players. Xiao Xian, Xiao He, you 2 get up and let these brothers take your spots. He instructed his less skilled teammates. The 2 young men with yellow hair complied without protest. Tang Yuan and Yuan settled into their seats. Hey, no matter the outcome of this match, you're all free to go back to school afterward, Guangming declared to the South Korean students, adding, You better not throw the game, understood? I want a fair win. The opposing team nodded in agreement, not daring to protest. Before long, they were immersed in the game. And during the champion selection phase, Wang Guangming asked, Bro, which position do you play? I'll play mid, and my brother will jungle. We'll coordinate. And you just need to defend the towers to secure victory, Tang Yuan assured him with confidence. All right, I'll go top with Malphite. And Xiao Wei and a Fei can headbot. You just need to hold your ground with Ezreal and Nami. Wang Guangming quickly strategized. He then cautioned Tang Yuan. The mid laner on the other side is quite skilled with LeBlanc. Should we ban her? I don't think so. I'll pick Zed. I want him to see what a true assassin is capable of. Tang Yuan replied, brimming with confidence. Chapter 15. teaching Lee Sang-hyuk to play Zed, they actually dared to select Zed. Sang-hyuk. It seems they have not learned their lesson yet. Indeed. Do they not realize that Sang-hyuk's LeBlanc is invincible in the mid lane? If they had chosen a farming champion and remained under the turret, they might have survived a while longer, but picking Zed is utterly hopeless. Should we go easy on them? It wouldn't be good to keep winning against that rascal. He might demand protection money from us. The exchange among the South Korean students was in their native tongue. Although Wang Guangming had previously shown off a bit of Korean, he only knew that one phrase. Seeing them chatter incessantly, he impatiently exclaimed, "Ah, come on. You all understand Chinese. Are you deliberately speaking in Korean to insult us?" The South Korean students quickly responded in Chinese with a Xinjiang accent, insisting, No, we are merely discussing tactics, and will give our all. Your strength is formidable, so we must not be careless." Upon hearing this, Wang Guangming's expression softened, and he ceased his complaints. Tang Yuan, possessing a system, had naturally perused South Korean literature. Thus he was also fluent in their language. Observing these students being so submissive under Wang Guangming's aura, he genuinely feared they might hold back, which would render the game unexciting. Therefore, he confidently declared in fluent Korean, "You must give it your all. Do not hold back, or you shall bear the consequences." The South Korean students were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a high school student from the Dragon Kingdom could articulate Korean so impeccably. Chin Yun was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, your Korean is spot on. You must have watched quite a few restricted films from South Korea." Lee Sang-hyuk, the mid laner, replied earnestly, "I never underestimate any opponent, so I will not go easy on you." After selecting their champions, the game commenced swiftly. Tang Yuan's team composition was as follows. Top lane, Malphite, with teleport and flash. Mid lane, Zed, with ignite and exhaust. Bot lane, Ezreal and Nami, with 2 flashes. 1 exhaust and 1 teleport. Jungle, Lee Sin, with flash and smite. Their opponents boasted, top lane, Master E, with teleport and flash. Mid lane, LeBlanc, with flash and ignite. Bot lane, Seraphine and Graves, with double flashes, 1 exhaust, and 1 heal. Jungle, Jarvan 4, with flash and smite. In comparison to their opponent's lineup, Tang Yuan's side was decidedly more aggressive in the early game. Due to Ezreal's teleport, they held a significant advantage over their counterparts. The 2 powerful duos in the jungle and mid lane needed to establish a substantial lead early on. As the match began, Tang Yuan opted for a longsword and 3 health potions. There was no way his Zed could outlast LeBlanc in the early stages. However, equipped with 3 health potions, it would not be easy for the enemy to eliminate him. As the game reached the 6-minute mark, both junglers and mid laners had reached level 4. The bot lane duo of Seraphine and Graves was exceedingly powerful, especially with an additional heal, putting pressure on Ezreal and Nami beneath their turret. Seizing the opportunity, Chin Yun, playing Lee Sin, made a move to the bot lane when the vision disappeared, resulting in a gank. Although he did not secure a kill, he managed to force out the summoner spells from the enemy bot lane, alleviating some pressure on Ezreal, who was no longer pinned under his turret. Seeing Lee Sin's presence, Jarvan 4 countered by invading Lee Sin's jungle, but he was only level 5 at this point. Tang Yuan's Zed maintained a safe health threshold, prompting Jarvan 4 to abandon the thought of diving the tower, especially since he had yet to reach level 6. Jarvan 4 opted to return to base to purchase items. In the top lane, Malphite and Master E were engaged in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand on one another. Wang Guangming, selecting Malphite, was clearly just trying to stall. After returning home to purchase Warrior's Enchantment, Lee Sin cleared a pack of wolves, reaching level 5. He then farmed 2 more camps, nearing level 6, while LeBlanc in the mid lane had successfully harassed Zed's health and also reached level 6. With Zed at half health, LeBlanc ensnared him. If she managed to secure the chain, Zed's health would surely plummet. "Be careful, Yuan-ji," Chin Yun warned, rushing back from the wolves. However, Tang Yuan merely smiled knowingly. Was the moment finally here? He had purposely left an opening. Once LeBlanc hit level 6, he needed only to kill 1 minion to level up as well. The difference was that he had positioned himself optimally. For LeBlanc to strike him, she would have to use her distortion, making Zed appear to be in a precarious situation. Yet he was actually safe. He anticipated LeBlanc's burst. If she failed to eliminate him, it would likely be her demise instead. In the thrilling duel of assassins, Tang Yuan acted swiftly as Zed killed a minion just before the chain activated, leveling up. Forbidden technique, Shadow Slash Zed's skill was unleashed, evading the snare's effect. He then aimed his shuriken towards LeBlanc's distortion location. Yet, it seemed LeBlanc had foreseen this, choosing not to retreat. Tang Yuan smirked, declaring, "Not retreating means death." Simultaneously, he ignited and executed a basic attack. LeBlanc had no choice but to flash. But Tang Yuan had anticipated this. He followed her with precise timing. On the screen, the notification of Zed killing LeBlanc appeared. "Wow, amazing, brother. That LeBlanc was elusive, and you managed to solo kill her. Truly a master of 2,500 points." Wang Guangming exclaimed in astonishment. He alone understood the terror of the opposing LeBlanc. When he faced her, he could barely leave the turret. Qin Yun added with a smile. "Impressive, Yuanji. But be cautious. Jarvan 4 is nearby." No sooner had he spoken than Jarvan 4 appeared in the river. At that moment, Zed had no flash left. But he still possessed his W ability, Living Shadow, for repositioning. Not the least bit flustered, he slyly grinned. "Come here, fatty. I'll lure him." Jarvan 4, initially deterred by Zed's distance, contemplated abandoning the gank, but greed for the minions overtook him. Remaining at low health was a grave mistake in League of Legends. Jarvan 4 executed a flawless EQ flash combo. Zed was critically wounded, and if Jarvan 4's skills connected, it would surely be fatal. However, the ever-watchful Lee Sin had been lying in wait. Yuanji, he's coming in. Haha. The blind monk's safeguard enveloped Zed, and he unleashed a powerful kick at the freshly landed Jarvan 4. Following that, he executed Sonic Wave. Jarvan 4, in a stylish approach, was sent reeling back. Zed was now safe, having dealt some damage to Jarvan 4. The enemy jungler fell. From this point onward, Tang Yuan seized control of the match. After roaming with Lee Sin for a few more skirmishes, all of his teammates gained an advantage. Ultimately, Tang Yuan Zed concluded the match with a remarkable score of 0 deaths, 8 kills, and 10 assists. In contrast, the student playing LeBlanc had a record of 6 deaths, 2 kills, and 3 assists. This time, he accepted his defeat with grace. In the mid lane of League of Legends, he had never felt so overwhelmed. With reverence towards the one who had bested him, he approached. "Hello, my name is Lee Sankyuk. Your Zed is incredible. Would you mind teaching me?" Tang Yuan, unreserved, shared a few insightful details before moving on. Upon hearing this, Lee Sankyuk's eyes sparkled with realization. So this is how Zed can be played. Chapter 16, Boss. By a lottery ticket, the hundredfold kind unbeknownst to Tang Yuan. His seemingly casual action would pave the way for a legendary tale in the realm of League of Legends in the years to come. But that is a story for another time. After the foreign students from Korea finished their game, Wang Guangming, feeling particularly jovial from the victory, casually draped his arm over Tang Yuan and Qin Yun's shoulders. He glanced at Tang Yuan and inquired, "Brother, you look quite familiar. Have we met before?" I don't think so. But now we are acquainted, aren't we? At home, we rely on our parents. Outside, we rely on friends." Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Tang Yuan was no fool. He had indeed known Wang Guangming in his previous life, yet he saw no reason to admit it now. "Haha, you make a good point. Brother, please don't take offense. I was just frustrated after being bested by those Korean students," Wang Guangming remarked, tossing his red hair. Nowadays, the girls in Longwa seem to favor foreign boys. Those Korean students change girlfriends every week, and it irks me, so I felt compelled to confront them. Generally, I'm quite easygoing. Tang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself that it was more jealousy than mere irritation. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, as whether Wang Guangming was jealous or simply discontented was of no concern to him. "By the way, if you ever find yourself in trouble, just invoke my name. Wang Guangming. Here, no one dares to mess with us," he declared, thumping his chest with bravado. "Then let me thank you in advance, Brother Guangming." Tang Yuan smiled in response. "Ah, it's nothing. We're brothers, no need for formality," Wang Guangming waved his hand dismissively. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Tang Yuan left his cigarette with Wang Guangming and returned to his seat with Qin Yun. "Yuan good. Do you know that little thug? Why are you so chummy with him?" Qin Yun whispered discontentedly as they settled in. "Huh, how could I possibly know him? I'm just cleaning up after you. We aren't afraid of him, but he's a social troublemaker, quite difficult to deal with. We're not being cowardly, we just want to avoid unnecessary trouble, got it?" Tang Yuan replied, adopting the demeanor of an old streetwise veteran. Yet inwardly, he mused, "Of course, why would I not want to befriend him? He is my ticket to fortune. I am counting on him to strike it rich." Oh. Qin Yun nodded, accepting Tang Yuan's reasoning. However, he still felt puzzled. As this was not typically Tang Yuan's style, he would usually confront thugs head-on. Nevertheless, Qin Yun dismissed his doubts and resumed playing the game. Before long, Wang Guangming stood up, preparing to leave. "Brother Guangming, are you leaving so soon? Stay and play a bit longer." Tang Yuan, having kept an eye on him, quickly rose to ask. Wang Guangming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Yuan. Realizing he still held Tang Yuan's cigarette, he chuckled. "Damn it. Every teammate I encounter is a total loser. I suspect it's like a dog playing. I lose every match. It's infuriating. I'm done playing. I'm going to buy a couple of lottery tickets and then find an old AC to vent my frustrations." With that, Wang Guangming waved goodbye to Tang Yuan and exited the establishment. Such a refined choice in the daylight. Tang Yuan understood Wang Guangming's reference to old AC, but paid it no mind. Whether he preferred old or young AC was of no consequence to him. What truly captivated his attention was Wang Guangming's intention to purchase lottery tickets. If memory served him right, it was at this very moment in his previous life that Wang Guangming won the lottery. Tang Yuan's heart danced with glee, though he maintained an impassive exterior. "Fatty, play by yourself for a bit. I need to visit the restroom," Qin Yun said, oblivious to Tang Yuan's intentions as he continued playing. Tang Yuan stealthily left the internet CAF, trailing Wang Guangming from a distance. He dared not follow too closely, fearing discovery. For the man ahead of him was a genuine harbinger of fortune. Such matters were best kept from Wang Guangming. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might create trouble for Tang Yuan. Few could maintain their composure under the allure of great wealth. Thus, Tang Yuan discreetly followed Wang Guangming until, a mere 10 minutes later, they arrived at a lottery shop on the street corner. "Boss, I'd like a lottery ticket. I've had a terribly unlucky day. Perhaps a ticket will change my fortune," Wang Guangming declared boldly as he stepped inside. "Ah, it's you. Same numbers as usual?" The shop owner greeted with a smile. "Yes, the same. I've been following this set of numbers for nearly 8 years. Perhaps today will be the day?" Wang Guangming replied without a moment's hesitation. Tang Yuan lingered at a nearby convenience store, smoking a cigarette and engaging in casual banter with the shopkeeper. Once Wang Guangming departed, he extinguished his cigarette with a fierce stomp and made his way to the lottery shop. At that moment, the shop was rather desolate, with only the owner present. "Young man, are you here to buy a lottery ticket?" The owner greeted warmly upon noticing a customer. Boss, what types of lottery tickets do you have? How should I go about buying one?" Tang Yuan feigned ignorance. The owner was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that, given Tang Yuan's youthful appearance, he was likely a high school student unfamiliar with the process. He proceeded to enthusiastically explain the various lottery options. Tang Yuan handed the owner a cigarette, maintaining a bewildered expression. "Boss, it's still too complicated. I can't make sense of it at all." The owner accepted the cigarette and chuckled. "If you don't understand, perhaps you shouldn't play. Students should focus on their studies." "No, I absolutely want to buy. I've heard the jackpot can be several million. I often see winning announcements in the newspapers." Tang Yuan insisted, feigning eagerness. "Since I don't know how, why don't you help me choose some numbers?" The owner, looking somewhat reluctant, was cautious about selecting numbers for Tang Yuan. "Young man, I'm not well versed in this either. You might think I'm selling them, but I'm just an employee here." "Oh, in that case, I just saw a red-haired youth leave. Whatever he bought, I'll buy the same. I might ride on his luck and win," Tang Yuan suggested, pretending to ponder. "Coincidentally, that individual has been playing the same numbers for a long time. I have a record of it. Are you really sure you want to follow him?" The owner replied with a chuckle. "Yes, I'm certain. Please print me an identical ticket." Tang Yuan affirmed with a nod. "How many times would you like to bet?" 100-fold, please." "What?" The owner was taken aback by the magnitude of Tang Yuan's wager. "Young man, do you realize how much 100-fold costs? Let me tell you. The person before you has been buying these for years and has never won. If you want to buy 100-fold, that amounts to 1,000 yuan. Think about it. If you don't win, that 1,000 will be down the drain. Your monthly allowance as a student is probably around 1,000, right?" The owner frowned, clearly reluctant to sell Tang Yuan the ticket. "Brother, it's all right. My family is well off. Just print it out. Perhaps this time I might win." Tang Yuan replied confidently. "One must have dreams in life, right? I'll set a modest goal first, to win a few billion. Playing small is meaningless if we're going to play. Let us play big. Don't you agree?" The owner, momentarily stunned by Tang Yuan's enthusiasm, decided that since the young man clearly had the means, he had no grounds to dissuade him. Moreover, the more Tang Yuan purchased, the more profit the owner would make. The boss swiftly issued the lottery ticket. After Tang Yuan paid, He took the ticket and, with a cheerful stride, made his way towards the internet CAF. Chapter 17. Ning. Do not scold me. When Tang Yuan returned to the internet CAF, Tang Yuan had already ceased playing games, reclining in the esports chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon noticing Tang Yuan's entrance, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "Brother Yuan, you certainly took your time in the restroom. I finished an entire game. I thought you had fallen into a pit." Tang Yuan replied, "It wasn't that long. To be honest. Did you throw in the towel at 20? Indeed. Damn it. They were all such noobs. I simply couldn't carry them." Tang Yuan spat, his expression one of disdain. "All right. We've played enough. Let's hurry back to school," Tang Yuan casually suggested. "Fine. I don't want to play anymore. This garbage game ruined my youth," Tang Yuan retorted. The two of them, devoid of any lingering attachment, left the CAF and made their way back to school. At the school gate, Tang Yuan spotted an elderly woman selling roasted chestnuts, and he was instantly drawn to the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Both he and Tang Yuan swallowed at the enticing scent. In the frigid winter, hot roasted chestnuts were simply irresistible. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan purchased 3 pounds, dividing them into 2 bags, one for himself and one for Tang Yuan. They munched on the chestnuts as they walked towards their classroom. Upon reaching the doorway, Tang Yuan noticed Ning, who was engrossed in her studies. With half an hour remaining before class, the classroom was already filled with students, as everyone was diligently preparing for their impending graduation. The enticing aroma of the chestnuts soon caught the attention of other classmates, but Tang Yuan paid them no mind. Returning to his seat, as if in his own world, he then pushed the bag of chestnuts towards Ning. Startled, Ning had noticed him upon his entrance, but chose to ignore it, her timid nature causing her to hesitate in greeting him. Observing the warm, fragrant chestnuts before her, Ning's expression turned to one of uncertainty, and she regarded Tang Yuan warily. "I passed by an old lady selling roasted chestnuts at the gate and found them quite fragrant, so I bought some. They are surprisingly sweet. Go ahead and eat," Tang Yuan said with a smile. "And no, it's all right. I'm not hungry," Ning replied softly. "Eat them. Why come up with so many excuses?" Tang Yuan insisted, his tone firm. Ning remained silent, fearing Tang Yuan's displeasure, yet she did not reach for the chestnuts. Sighing at her hesitance, Tang Yuan began peeling the chestnuts himself, the delightful aroma filling the air, causing even the shy Ning to unconsciously swallow. Everyone knows the comfort of indulging in hot roasted chestnuts, especially on a cold winter day. Once he finished peeling, Tang Yuan took Ning's hand and placed the chestnuts in her palm. Her cheeks flushed instantly. The moment their hands touched, he felt how cold her hand was, stirring a pang of concern for her. Understanding Ning's shy disposition, he refrained from holding her hand for too long, knowing her embarrassment could lead to awkwardness. Ning was at a loss, unsure whether to return the chestnuts or consume them, caught in a dilemma. "The hot ones are the most fragrant. Hurry and eat. I'll keep peeling," Tang Yuan encouraged with a grin. How much is this?" "I'll pay you," Ning stammered, her cheeks reddening. She hesitated to accept his offering, fearing that doing so would imply a romantic obligation, and her focus was solely on her studies. Upon hearing Ning's intention to pay, Tang Yuan's expression darkened. "Do I really need that little money? Just eat. Stop with the unnecessary talk," he retorted, his demeanor stern. "No, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't be angry," Ning quickly interjected, sensing his irritation. "If you don't want me to be angry, just eat up, and I'll keep peeling for you," Tang Yuan insisted, maintaining a serious facade. Okay, I'll eat it, just please don't scold me," Ning said, looking quite pitiful. Seeing her distressed expression, Tang Yuan's resolve softened. He felt a surge of compassion for this innocent girl. The small interactions between them did not go unnoticed by their classmates. The tantalizing aroma of the chestnuts made it hard for anyone to ignore the scene unfolding before them. To their surprise, it appeared that the relationship between Tang Yuan and Ning had taken on a peculiar nuance. Previously, many had doubted that Tang Yuan would take an interest in someone as introverted and plain as Ning, especially given his striking looks that could easily attract the affections of numerous girls, including the class beauty Yi Hui, who had openly expressed her feelings for him. Yet, Tang Yuan seemed indifferent to such advances, and now he had seemingly developed genuine feelings for Ning, leaving everyone puzzled. However, they dared not speak too much about it. After all, it was a matter of personal affairs, leaving them to merely observe from the sidelines. Feeling a bit guilty for Tang Yuan continuously peeling chestnuts for her, Ning shyly offered him one, causing Tang Yuan's face to light up with a beaming smile. After finishing the chestnut, he finally left Si Ning to her studies. Time flew by, and soon it was the last class of the afternoon, taught by their homeroom teacher, Tang Yuan. Being a Friday, the students were eager for the impending weekend. With just one semester remaining before the college entrance examination, the school had refrained from imposing extra classes at this point. As Tang Yuan entered the classroom, his gaze instinctively fell upon Tang Yuan's seat, already aware that the events from lunchtime had circulated throughout the school. The audacity of Tang Yuan to infuriate the Chinese teacher was unprecedented at Shanghai High School. This mischievous student certainly kept him on his toes. He had never realized how much trouble Tang Yuan could cause. Previously, he merely dozed off in class, but lately, he seemed transformed. Nevertheless, Teacher Sima chose not to pursue the matter further, recognizing the potential embarrassment it might bring upon himself. After all, addressing Tang Yuan's actions would only draw attention to his own mistakes during class. He had no desire to become the subject of ridicule throughout the school. By not holding Tang Yuan accountable, he could instead gain a reputation for being magnanimous, quite the win-win situation. However, moving forward, it was clear that his relationship with Tang Yuan would be fraught with tension. Yet, Tang Yuan himself remained unfazed, even if Teacher Sima sought to confront him. He felt no apprehension. He had done nothing wrong, merely pointed out the teacher's errors with unwavering conviction. Tang Yuan cleared his throat, signaling the students to settle down. Today, we will not have a lecture. Instead, let us hold a class meeting to discuss the upcoming New Year's Eve party, he announced from the podium. Upon hearing about the New Year's Eve celebration, the students erupted in excitement. After all, a party meant no classes, which was akin to a grand celebration for them. Upon hearing this news, Tang Yuan's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 18. The invitation from class beauty, Yi Hui. In the previous life, during the New Year's Eve party, Si Ning became the target of a prank, with someone signing her up for a performance without her consent. It wasn't until the show commenced that she discovered she was slated to perform. Tang Yuan would never forget the look of helplessness and humiliation on Si Ning's face as her classmates pushed her onto the stage. He cast a glance at Si Ning, who was engrossed in her book, completely unaware of the impending prank directed at her. Tang Yuan shook his head helplessly, silently vowing, "My beloved girl, I shall never allow anyone to bully you again in this lifetime." Before long, the class passed amidst lively discussions. The bell chimed, heralding freedom and signaling the end of the week's lessons. As the homeroom teacher, Tang Yuan, announced the end of class, many students rushed out of the classroom, eager to escape the confines of the week that had begun to feel stifling. The atmosphere was as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. Naturally, there were those who remained unfazed, such as the slow-paced Si Ning, who was tidying her books, and Tang Yuan, who leaned casually against his desk. These two had no intention of leaving just yet. Soon, only a handful of students lingered in the classroom. Most of those who stayed were boarders, unable to return home for the weekend due to distance. Si Ning was among them. "Yuan, go. Let us hurry up and go. It's still early. Let us play a few games before dinner. I was tormented at noon, and I must avenge myself." Qin Yun approached Tang Yuan, empty-handed, and spoke eagerly. "Go ahead. I'll sit this one out tonight," Tang Yuan replied, casting a glance at Qin Yun. Qin Yun paused, furrowing her brow as she glanced between Tang Yuan and the bookish Si Ning. Realization dawning upon her regarding Tang Yuan's recent behavior, she quickly concluded, "Well then, I'll just go by myself. If I don't hurry, I might get fed dog food again." With a playful roll of her eyes, she departed. Upon Qin Yun's exit, a figure suddenly caught Tang Yuan's attention. Class beauty, Yi Hui gazed at him with longing. Tang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you want?" He did not even spare Yi Hui a glance, responding coolly. After looking at Si Ning, Yi Hui turned back to Tang Yuan. "Tang Yuan, do you have time tomorrow?" she asked, biting her lip. "I'm unavailable," Tang Yuan replied without hesitation. Si Ning, who had been packing her books, paused momentarily upon hearing Yi Hui's words, but quickly returned to her task. "Really? You won't have any time all day? Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, and I was hoping to invite you to a movie." Yi Hui's heart sank, yet she spoke with hopeful anticipation. "I genuinely have no time. Not a moment throughout the whole day. I'm sorry, please ask someone else," Tang Yuan firmly declined. Yi Hui's expression dimmed immediately. Although she had anticipated rejection, the pain still pierced her heart. "Well, that's a shame." She forced a smile before turning away. However, as she walked out, tears welled in her eyes. And once outside the classroom, she could no longer hold back her sorrow. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, even if he had known, he would have refused. His heart was solely occupied by Si Ning. After all, if one had to accept the affections of another, would that not allow his girlfriend to assemble an entire army? Tang Yuan glanced at the time and turned to Si Ning. Are you ready? I'd like to treat you to a meal. There's something I wish to discuss. He gently tugged at the hem of Si Ning's worn-out down jacket. Si Ning jumped in surprise. No need. We can talk here. I've already brought my dinner, she replied timidly, genuinely hesitant to dine with Tang Yuan again, feeling guilty for always letting him pay. What? Why did you bring dinner? Tang Yuan queried, puzzled. Well, I brought steamed buns and pickled vegetables, Si Ning replied, pulling a lunchbox from beneath her desk. To assure him, she opened it for him to see. Tang Yuan's heart ached at the sight of the frozen, hard buns and cold pickled vegetables. This is what you're having for dinner? Can you even eat this? His expression was a mix of concern and affection as he gazed at Si Ning. I'm fine with this. There's hot water in the classroom. I just need to warm it up, Si Ning quickly explained, noticing Tang Yuan's troubled expression. Dear girl, are you really going to eat this in the middle of winter? You're suffering, my most beloved girl. Tang Yuan felt a wave of compassion wash over him, and tears involuntarily welled in his eyes. All right, enough said. Come with me. Si Ning was taken aback. She hadn't expected this rogue to shed tears in front of her. Perhaps this rogue wasn't so bad after all. At that moment, her heart fluttered slightly. I don't need to. She instinctively declined. Tang Yuan wiped away his tears, glaring at Si Ning, causing her to swallow her words. Unbeknownst to her, Si Ning had already fallen completely under Tang Yuan's spell. Seeing her silence, he stood up, his intentions clear. Today, whether she liked it or not, she was coming with him. Seeing Tang Yuan's impassive expression, Si Ning felt a pang of fear. So she obediently gathered her books and followed him out of the classroom. As they exited, this scene was witnessed by Yi Hui, who had just returned from the restroom. Her previously stable emotions shattered in an instant. This time, Yi Hui truly felt devastated. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Though Tang Yuan and Si Ning remained oblivious to her distress as they descended the stairs together, Si Ning followed Tang Yuan, looking pitifully like a captive wife of a bandit chief. The weather was exceptionally cold, and Tang Yuan moved swiftly, but he soon realized Si Ning was struggling to keep up. He paused to wait for her. As Si Ning approached, her oversized jacket puffed out, making her resemble a round, adorable snowman from a distance. Is it okay if we don't go? Si Ning timidly suggested. Tang Yuan would never agree. He intended to gradually win her over and bring her onto his ship. No, his bed. Chapter 19. Luo Feiyang's disarray. Let us not prolong this. Simply follow me. Tang Yuan feigned impatience as he spoke. Seeing this, Si Ning dared not utter another word and silently trailed behind Tang Yuan. At that moment, she resolved to make a decision. Si Ning tightened her grip on her worn backpack, which contained her meager savings, 152 yuan and 30 cents. The two walked in silence. Soon exiting the school gates, they continued on foot, exchanging no words. Tang Yuan stood by the roadside and hailed a passing taxi. Once inside, he provided the driver with an address, and they sped away. Meanwhile, in classroom one of the senior three, the class flower, Yi Hui, was sprawled over her desk, sobbing. She could not comprehend where she had faltered. In terms of appearance, she was undeniably the belle of the class. In terms of family background, her family owned a factory. Why, despite her overtures, did she fail to capture Tang Yuan's affection? Aside from her slightly inferior academic performance compared to Si Ning, in what way was she lacking? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears cascaded down her face like a tap left running. The other students in the classroom, witnessing Yi Hui's sudden breakdown, were taken aback and dared not approach her. Just then, the class representative, Luo Feiyang, entered the classroom. He lived nearby and had returned to retrieve his forgotten homework. To his surprise, he found Yi Hui in a state of distress. What has transpired? Who is wrong, my goddess? He thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yi Hui, is everything all right? Luo Feiyang timidly inquired of his classmates. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems she had a conversation with Tang Yuan just before he left, and then she broke down, one classmate explained. Tang Yuan, that scoundrel. How infuriating. Luo Feiyang seethed inwardly. He glanced at Yi Hui, who was still weeping over her desk. Though he did not know the specifics of her encounter with Tang Yuan, he realized that this was an opportunity for him to shine. Yi Hui, he softly called, standing beside her. When Yi Hui heard her name, she lifted her head slightly, only to bury it back down upon recognizing him. Luo Feiyong produced a tissue and offered it to her. Thank you, she replied. Her voice choked with emotion. What troubles you? Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I shall stand up for you. Luo Feiyong declared with indignation. No, I'm fine. Yihui murmured, wiping her tears. Is this about that scoundrel Tang Yuan? Luo Feiyong hesitated before speaking. Upon hearing his words, Yihui's demeanor shifted abruptly, her tone turning cold and impatient. It's none of your business. Yihui, I didn't mean to intrude. I merely wanted you to know that Tang Yuan is not worth your tears, he quickly clarified. These words only served to irritate Yihui further. Despite Tang Yuan's betrayal, she held no animosity toward him and would not tolerate anyone disparaging him. Luo Feiyong, please have some respect. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. I need to study now, please leave. Yihui retorted icily, her face marked with anger. You've misunderstood me, Yihui. I was just stating a fact. Tang Yuan is already with Si Ning. He is not deserving of your sorrow. If you don't believe me, I can show you a photo of them together. Luo Feiyong insisted, pulling out a snapshot he had surreptitiously taken during lunch. Yihui hastily snatched his phone to examine the photo, which depicted Tang Yuan peeling shrimp for Si Ning. Her expression darkened instantly. She was well aware of the implication behind Luo Feiyong's photograph and recalled that the reason Tang Yuan had to apologize publicly was due to Luo Feiyong's reporting. She found such behavior disgraceful. With a forceful motion, Yihui slammed Luo Feiyong's phone onto the desk. Luo Feiyong, taking clandestine photos is shameful and unethical. In the future, do not speak ill of others in my presence. Doing so will only earn my disdain. Now, I am going home. Please step aside, she declared, her face grim. After delivering her words, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited the classroom. Luo Feiyong stood there, bewildered and speechless. What just happened? This is not at all how I envisioned it. Shouldn't Yihui be grateful for exposing Tang Yuan as true nature? Why is she directing her anger at me? Watching Yihui's retreating figure, Luo Feiyong felt utterly disoriented. On the other side, Tang Yuan and Si Ning had arrived at a hot pot restaurant. What is the best cuisine in winter? Undoubtedly, it is hot pot. They settled at a window-side table. Hello, handsome and beautiful. We're currently running a promotion. There is a significant discount on our couples set. Would you care to try? The waitress enthusiastically introduced as she placed the menu before them. What? Couple? No, we're not a couple. Si Ning's face flushed crimson at the misunderstanding, and she hurriedly tried to clarify. Let us go with the couple's set. Thank you. Tang Yuan smiled at the waitress. All right, please hold on a moment, she replied with a warm smile before departing with the menu. Si Ning, feeling flustered, remained silent, her mind in disarray. She discreetly assessed the restaurant's decor while nervously gripping her tattered backpack. Would her modest sum suffice to cover the bill? Despite the limited funds, Si Ning had resolved in her heart that she would pay for this meal. She felt uneasy having relied on Tang Yuan for too long. More importantly, she did not wish to owe him any favors. Her mother had often advised her to minimize inconveniencing others when out and about. Too much trouble would lead to disdain. This wisdom had been ingrained in her mind, and was the reason she preferred solitude at school. She did not want to burden anyone. Tang Yuan, noticing Si Ning's distracted demeanor, found it amusing, and a smile crept onto his lips. Once the hot pot base arrived, he stood to prepare some dipping sauce. Soon, he returned with 2 bowls of sauce, Si Ning's clearly containing chili. Thank you, Si Ning murmured, somewhat surprised that this rogue had taken note of her preference for spicy food. How did he know? Perhaps sensing her curiosity, Tang Yuan chuckled. You must be able to handle spicy food. I saw you add chili to your pickles. Yes, I can, Si Ning replied, her head lowered shyly. Soon, the pot and the ingredients arrived. Tang Yuan began to blanch the vegetables, and after finishing, he placed the meat onto a clean plate and set it before Si Ling. Tang Yuan understood that if he did not take this initiative, the Navi Si Ling would undoubtedly continue to serve herself only with greens. Alas, this silly girl, though delightful in every way, possessed a rather thin skin. Yet it is precisely this endearing quality in Si Ling that captures Tang Yuan's affection for her. Chapter 20. This meal is on the house. Upon seeing Tang Yuan place an abundance of meat before her, Si Ning felt a tinge of shyness. I can manage on my own. There's too much. I can't possibly eat all of this, she stammered, her cheeks flushed. Cut the nonsense and eat, Tang Yuan said, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze upon her. Si Ning thought to herself, he is being stern again. Feeling intimidated, she dared not protest further. Only when Tang Yuan began to eat did she tentatively pick up a piece of green vegetable, nibbling at it with evident restraint. After some time, Tang Yuan glanced up, noticing her reluctance to touch the meat, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Finish the meat. Do you hear me?" he instructed, his eyes steady on her. I'll eat. I will. Please don't get angry," Si Ning hurriedly replied, realizing that she had to comply. At last, as she began to eat the meat, Tang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He continued to cook more meat, placing it generously on her plate. "That's too much. Too much. You should eat some too," Si Ning exclaimed, staring at the heaping plate before her, anxious that he might continue serving her. "Of course I will. But only if you eat a bit more," he said with a smile, watching her closely as he savored his meal, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. Feeling self-conscious under his gaze, Si Ning shyly protested, "Do not stare at me like that. Please. Si Ning, you're so beautiful. Why do you hide yourself? If you didn't let your bangs grow so long, and didn't always keep your head down, your beauty would rival that of the campus flowers." Tang Yuan suddenly remarked, My mother said I was too pretty and worried I'd attract the wrong kind of attention. So she advised me to keep a low profile," Si Ning replied, stuttering slightly. Tang Yuan nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. "Finish your meal while it's hot. Once you're full, I'll take you somewhere special," he suggested thoughtfully. "Oh, okay." Si Ning nodded eagerly, resuming her meal. Though her family was not well off, she maintained an elegant demeanor while eating, her delicate figure exuding grace. Thus, they continued to share the meal, exchanging glances now and then, creating a warm atmosphere around them. Si Ning gradually realized that Tang Yuan bore no ill intentions. She pondered, "But why is he always so stern with me?" Approximately half an hour later, Si Ning finally finished her meal. Being accustomed to frugality and disliking waste, she had managed to consume every last morsel, leaving her stomach feeling quite full. During the meal, Tang Yuan had suggested that she could stop eating if she felt too full, but the Navi Si Ning was determined not to waste any food. Where do we pay the bill?" Si Ning asked, wiping her mouth and glancing at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Upon noticing her clutching her backpack, he quickly understood. "Hand it over," he said expressionlessly. Si Ning, feeling intimidated by his demeanor, promptly handed her small wallet to him. Upon opening it, Tang Yuan discovered it contained only 250 yuan bills alongside numerous 1 and 2 yuan coins. After a quick mental calculation, he estimated it totaled around 150 yuan. His brow furrowed in concern. This money likely represented all of Si Ning's savings, painstakingly accumulated through her frugality. His heart ached at the thought of his beloved enduring such hardship. "Wait here and don't wander off. I'll take your money to settle the bill," he instructed her. "Okay." Si Ning nodded, feeling a surge of happiness at the thought of Tang Yuan using her money to pay. She obediently sat in place, awaiting his return. Tang Yuan approached the front desk with Si Ning's wallet in hand, though he had no intention of using her money for the payment. The cashier, a rather attractive young woman, greeted him with a smile. "Your table's bill is 220 yuan, she informed him. "How about this?" Tang Yuan proposed. "I see your establishment is not busy at the moment. Could you assist me with a small favor?" He placed 320 yuan in her hand. The young woman's face lit up with delight. "Of course, handsome. Just tell me how I can help. Please go over to that girl and casually ask her a few questions. If she answers them all correctly, inform her that her meal is complimentary," he instructed. Gesturing towards Si Ning, the cashier quickly grasped the idea, finding it quite amusing. It was a simple task, and she readily agreed, recognizing that such opportunities were rare. Tang Yuan followed the cashier to Si Ning, who greeted her with a bright smile. "Miss, your table is the 5th couple today to win a chance for a complimentary meal. If you can correctly answer 3 questions, your meal will be on the house," she announced. Si Ning was taken aback, looking at Tang Yuan in confusion. "It's part of their promotion. I thought you might not manage the questions. So I asked her to come and ask you," Tang Yuan explained. Si Ning nodded, refraining from further questions. The cashier, perceptive and clever, posed 3 relatively easy questions and soon declared that Si Ning had won the complimentary meal. With that, she turned to leave. Si Ning, though puzzled, didn't dwell on it, recognizing that with Christmas Eve approaching, it was understandable for businesses to run promotions to attract customers. Tang Yuan handed Si Ning her wallet with a smile. "You were quite lucky today. You escaped paying this time. Keep your money. Treat me next time," he said playfully. Si Ning accepted her wallet without suspicion. Finding it amusing that she was so easily deceived, Tang Yuan chuckled inwardly. Together, They left the hot pot restaurant and strolled along the street. Shall we go watch a movie? Tang Yuan suddenly turned to see Ning, who had been lost in thought, and, caught off guard, she bumped into him. Startled, Ning quickly stepped back, but Tang Yuan seized the opportunity, grasping her shoulders firmly. Why are you so flustered? Let us go watch a movie, shall we? He proposed, towering over her as he looked down into her eyes. Feeling trapped by his grip and the intensity of his gaze, Ning's face flushed bright red, resembling a small apple. Let go. Let go of me, she stammered. Chapter 21. Triggering a temporary task. Tang Yuan realized that if he did not release her soon, this foolish girl would likely die of embarrassment. He gently let go of Ning, gazing at her with tender affection. Ning lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Can we not go? I want to go back. No, Tang Yuan asserted domineeringly as he sensed her reluctance. Ning sighed, fine. Just stop scaring me. A faint smile crept onto Tang Yuan's lips as he strode toward the cinema. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly inquired, would you like some water? Ning waved her small hand in refusal. Tang Yuan nodded and entered a nearby convenience store to purchase 2 bottles of drinks. What about popcorn? He asked next. No need. Ning reiterated, gesturing dismissively. Tang Yuan nodded again, purchasing popcorn, chewing gum, and an assortment of snacks. Spotting a cotton candy vendor near the cinema, he found the fluffy, white confection amusingly attractive. Would you like some of that? He pointed at the popcorn. Ning glanced at it, saying nothing. Are you going to eat it or not? He pressed. With no other choice, Ning admitted, I don't know if I want to eat it. I've never had it before. Tang Yuan thought to himself how silly she was. Merely nodding if she wanted to eat and shaking her head if she didn't, tea would suffice. He would never force her. Then let's skip it. You go inside first. He replied with slight impatience. Ning dared not say more and entered the cinema ahead of him. After purchasing tickets, she walked in front. A particularly dark corridor posed a risk of stumbling on the steps. Tang Yuan followed closely behind, putting the drinks and snacks into his pockets while subtly extending his hands. Counting silently, 1, 2, 3. Having never been to a cinema, Ning walked cautiously, fearing Tang Yuan's scolding. In an unfortunate misstep, she stumbled and fell backward, landing squarely in Tang Yuan's embrace. Be careful, he whispered gently in her ear. Ning quickly struggled to stand, and although Tang Yuan did not hold her back, he firmly grasped her wrist. Let me lead you. Ning attempted to break free several times, but Tang Yuan's grip only tightened. Even if you remain cold as ice. How long can you endure my fiery pursuit? Become mine sooner, and we can finish this. The film currently showing was Jump Out, which was rather unimpressive. He had initially wanted to see Storms too, but time constraints forced him to settle for this subpar film, leaving him feeling quite helpless. However, he understood that many people did not watch movies purely for the plots. Often, they spent the time in a blend of flirtation and excitement. The cinema was filled with young couples, and to Tang Yuan's left, a pair was engaged in an overt display of affection. Tang Yuan's thoughts became convoluted, but Ning's struggles jolted him back to reality as she tried to free herself from his hold. Typically, if a girl resisted, a boy would feel hesitant to maintain his grip. Yet, Tang Yuan was undeterred. He only knew that capturing her heart meant success, and claiming her in bed would be the ultimate victory. Stay still and quietly watch your movie, he admonished in a low, stern voice. Ning felt deeply wronged. Unsure whether to shout about the impropriety, she was conflicted, as Tang Yuan had always treated her well. Could you loosen your grip a little? You're hurting me, she murmured. Tears brimming in her eyes. Tang Yuan suddenly realized that in his effort to restrain her, he might have indeed caused her pain. My apologies. My grip is a bit too firm. Please bear with me, he said, loosening his hold slightly while attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. Ning looked bewildered. What are you talking about? After Tang Yuan eased his grip, her discomfort subsided. It's nothing. Just forget it, he replied awkwardly. Realizing he should not make such crude jokes with someone as innocent as Ning, not dwelling on it further, focused intently on the film. Having never been to a cinema before, she rarely watched television. Despite Tang Yuan's view of the film as mindless, she was engrossed. She felt tense when the protagonist faced danger and displayed clear joy when they overcame adversity. The dim lighting of the cinema cast a soft glow on Ning's face, highlighting her serene and vibrant profile, long lashes, a prominent nose, and plump, rosy lips. Tang Yuan found himself suppressing laughter, if not for holding Ning's hand. He would never have imagined that someone who typically ate simple fare like steamed buns and pickles could have such soft, lovely hands. Tang Yuan chuckled inwardly. It was hard to envision how someone who rarely consumed meat could be so strikingly beautiful, both in complexion and figure. However, from a physiological perspective, it made sense. Women like Xi Ning naturally possessed beauty, meaning that innate attractiveness could shine through even in less than ideal environments. Especially as she aged, this inherent advantage would become increasingly evident. At that moment, Xi Ning noticed Tang Yuan's gaze upon her, and their eyes met. Her expression was a mix of confusion, caution, resentment, and uncertainty. She had never contemplated love before. Yet, Tang Yuan had intrusively entered her previously tranquil world and seemed unwilling to depart, wishing to settle in. Unsure of how to respond, Xi Ning felt lost. Tang Yuan offered her a gentle smile, encouraging her to continue watching the film. Just then, a chime echoed in Tang Yuan's mind as the system activated. Temporary task triggered. Please claim it promptly. Tang Yuan's face lit up. A task meant rewards. He cherished this extraordinary system and its offerings. Claim it, he declared resolutely within his mind. Ding. Random task. Please purchase 2 sets of couple outfits and present them to Xi Ning. Furthermore, both must wear them to school on Monday. The system's voice rang out once more. Couple outfits? What a ridiculous task. Tang Yuan thought with exasperation. Previously, he had criticized the system's voice as sounding somewhat pathetic. Now, he was certain he had bound himself to the most frivolous system imaginable. Yet, despite his complaints, Tang Yuan found the task amusing. The idea of wearing matching outfits to school with Xi Ning was entertaining. However, given her shy nature, she would undoubtedly resist. But for Tang Yuan, that was not a concern. System, come forth. This task is far too mundane and simplistic. Tang Yuan mentally communicated with the system. System, do not slander me, host. This task is quite challenging for others. If you find it simple, it may simply be due to your thick skin. This system will not bear that blame. Tang Yuan. Chapter 22. The stunning moment of Xi Ning. Tang Yuan was somewhat speechless. The system dared to challenge its host. Had this entity somehow gained sentience? No, the system was inherently more mischievous than any spirit. He shook his head, choosing to disregard the system. The hour-and-a-half-long film soon concluded, and Tang Yuan glanced at Xi Ning, discovering that the naive girl was staring at him, utterly perplexed. Noticing that their palms had grown sweaty while holding hands, he promptly released her grip. He pinched Xi Ning's nose playfully and said, "Let us go, silly girl. I have a place in mind." Startled, Xi Ning instinctively took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Ah, haha." Tang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not a silly girl," Xi Ning protested, her face contorting with grievance. "Do you know that in our hometown, calling someone a silly girl is an insult, akin to calling someone a dog or a scoundrel?" Tang Yuan was taken aback. "Is that so? Then I shall refrain from calling you silly girl in the future. I was unaware of such connotations. My apologies, silly girl." Xi Ning. Tang Yuan took the lead out of the cinema, with Xi Ning trailing behind. He intended to take her to a nearby clothing store to purchase matching outfits for couples. Initially, he had planned to buy Xi Ning several winter garments, as the warmest piece she owned was that tattered, oversized down jacket. The other clothes were far too flimsy. The weather forecast warned of an impending cold front in a few days. Just relying on that worn-out jacket would surely leave this silly girl freezing. She would never splurge on clothes herself, so Tang Yuan had long regarded this as a pressing matter. Now, it was perfect timing to simultaneously fulfill the task assigned by the system, achieving a delightful dual purpose. However, Tang Yuan was acutely aware that he could not state his intentions outright, as this silly girl had an extremely delicate disposition. Convincing her to accept his gift of clothing was already a challenge, let alone matching outfits. He needed to devise a strategy for this endeavor. As he walked, he contemplated his approach. There was a large shopping mall near the cinema, and they soon entered its grand interior. Xi Ning was perplexed, wondering why Tang Yuan had brought her to the mall, yet her timid nature prevented her from voicing her curiosity. Thus, she silently followed in his wake. Tang Yuan quickly located a store specializing in down jackets and led Xi Ning inside. "Welcome." The sales attendant greeted them with a bright smile upon their entry. "I'd like to see the latest styles of down jackets," Tang Yuan casually remarked. "Of course. Please follow me, handsome." The salesgirl beamed at him. "All right." Tang Yuan nodded and called out to Xi Ning, urging her to follow. Xi Ning appeared bewildered. She had no idea why Tang Yuan had brought her to a clothing store. Yet, her shyness kept her from asking, so she obediently trailed behind him. "This area features our newest down jackets. Feel free to browse." If you find something you like, just let me know. Currently, we have a promotion offering a 10% discount on all down jackets. The salesgirl said cheerfully. Yes, thank you. I'll look around, Tang Yuan replied, dismissing the sales attendant. He understood that Si Ning would become quite anxious in the presence of strangers, unable to lift her gaze. All right, handsome, just let me know if you need assistance. The salesgirl smiled before leaving them alone. Once the attendant departed, Tang Yuan scrutinized the down jackets. After careful consideration, he selected a unisex jacket in 2 different colors. He was confident of his own preferences, but uncertain of Si Ning's tastes. Nevertheless, he decided on a more practical color that would be less prone to staining, aligning with Si Ning's understated personality. Come here. Tang Yuan turned to the obediently standing Si Ning. At his command, Si Ning dazedly lifted her head and approached him. Try on this jacket, Tang Yuan stated flatly. Si Ning was momentarily stunned. She had assumed that Tang Yuan had merely brought her along for company, never suspecting that he would actually buy her a jacket. This, she certainly could not accept. However, Tang Yuan's expression made it clear that refusal was not an option. Stop with the ing and hurry up and try it on. Tang Yuan maintained his stern demeanor. I don't need a jacket. Si Ning hastily waved her hands. Try saying that again and see what happens, Tang Yuan warned, narrowing his eyes as he slowly approached her. Don't come any closer, Si Ning exclaimed, stepping back nervously, her face a portrait of distress. You, please don't be angry. Seeing Tang Yuan on the verge of irritation, she dared not say another word, reluctantly reaching out to accept the jacket. Though her heart resisted the idea, Si Ning accepted the garment but remained rooted to the spot, her face a mask of inner turmoil. Go try it on now. Why are you just standing there? Tang Yuan urged. I don't know where the fitting room is. Si Ning blushed, feeling embarrassed. Let me show you, Tang Yuan offered, realizing he had misjudged her hesitation. His tone softened. He had only been stern to dissuade her from opposing his goodwill. Once she accepted his offer, he would ease up. With that, Tang Yuan took Si Ning's hand and led her towards the fitting rooms. Si Ning gasped in surprise, attempting to withdraw her hand, but it was too late. Tang Yuan's grip was firm, and she understood that resisting would only lead to further discomfort. So she allowed him to guide her. They soon arrived at the fitting room entrance. Go on. Tang Yuan gestured towards the fitting room, addressing Si Ning, who had her head bowed. Could you please let go of my hand? Si Ning murmured shyly, still looking down. Tang Yuan only then realized he was still holding her hand. He released it immediately after she spoke. Her hand felt soft and delicate, making it difficult for him to part. How wonderful it would be to hold her hand for a lifetime. Tang Yuan mused as he watched Si Ning enter the fitting room. While she changed, Tang Yuan quickly dashed to find the salesgirl. Excuse me. Where can I find the couple's outfits? He could not speak of it in Si Ning's presence. Otherwise, no matter how stern he was, she would never agree to buy clothes. Couple's outfits, you say? The salesgirl replied with a smile. Please follow me. Before long, she led Tang Yuan to the couple's outfit section. He swiftly chose 2 sets and requested the salesgirl to wrap them up. As for sizing, Si Ning stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, while Tang Yuan himself was around 185 centimeters. He estimated that he wouldn't need to buy either too large or too small. Having completed this task, Tang Yuan returned to the fitting room just as Si Ning emerged, having finished trying on the jacket. The moment he laid eyes on her, Tang Yuan's gaze brightened with awe. That was a stunning sight. Chapter 23. Si Ning's Dilemma. The adage Buddha relies on gold adornments, and people rely on clothing holds undeniable truth. After donning a brand new down jacket, Si Ning completely showcased her stunning figure. Tang Yuan was secretly astounded. How could Si Ning, who typically subsisted on plain buns and pickled vegetables, possess such an alluringly voluptuous form? When Si Ning caught Tang Yuan staring unabashedly at her, she shyly lowered her head. Tang Yuan, regaining his composure, thought to himself, this is truly my Si Ning. However, a moment later, he sensed something was amiss and scrutinized Si Ning once more from head to toe. Si Ning's heart raced, her hands nervously clutching her pants pockets, embodying a state of bewilderment. Tang Yuan discerned the source of his unease. He approached Si Ning, causing her to jump back instinctively a few steps. Stop. Don't move. Tang Yuan flashed a devilish smile. Upon hearing this, Si Ning immediately froze in place. Tang Yuan stepped closer, gently lifting her chin. As Si Ning looked up, he swept aside her bangs. This action was akin to parting the mist to reveal hidden treasures. Si Ning's exquisite beauty was laid bare before Tang Yuan's eyes. His gestures filled Xi Ning with a mixture of fear and bashfulness, yet she dared not move, fearing his wrath. Tang Yuan tenderly caressed her head, smoothing her hair. And in that moment, Xi Ning underwent a remarkable transformation. The phrase, a beauty that causes fish to sink and birds to fall. A visage that eclipses the moon and shames flowers perfectly encapsulated Xi Ning's demeanor at that moment. The so-called school beauties and class flowers from Shanghai High School paled in comparison to Xi Ning. This was the girl he cherished. Tang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Xi Ning was as bashful as a flower blooming in spring. Her delicate face flushed with a charming hue that made one yearn to lean in for a kiss. Xi Ning had never relied on cosmetics. Thus her skin was purely natural and tender, devoid of any chemical traces. How could this silly girl possess such natural beauty? Perhaps she was simply born with it. Tang Yuan marveled internally. Silly girl, when it's just the two of us, you must never hide your beauty, understood? He said to Xi Ning. Okay. Xi Ning replied timidly. Then let's buy this set. Go get your clothes, and we'll settle the bill. Tang Yuan smiled. I don't want to buy clothes. Xi Ning hurriedly responded. She had just seen the price tag inside, which read over 1,500 yuan. The price had startled her immensely. It was equivalent to half a month's salary for her mother. Why not? The cold front is coming soon. You must know that, right? Tang Yuan pressed. And no, I don't need to buy it. I'll just wear my old one. Besides, I'm not that afraid of the cold. Xi Ning explained. Tang Yuan. Not afraid of the cold? That reasoning is quite heart-wrenching, you know? Yet he understood that Xi Ning's reluctance to purchase stemmed primarily from the exorbitant price. He took the price tag off her jacket and crumpled it, tossing it aside. Now that I've removed the tag, you have no choice but to buy it. Tang Yuan playfully insisted. Xi Ning. You. Hey. She was on the verge of tears. Tang Yuan quickly reassured her. Silly girl. What are you afraid of? The price on the tag is fake. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. The store is having a sale. And your jacket will only cost a little over 100 yuan. This was all a fabrication from Tang Yuan, as he genuinely feared Xi Ning might cry otherwise. But, Xi Ning's face fell. She still found it too expensive. All right, no more arguments. You go get the jacket, and I'll pay. It's a pleasant decision, Tang Yuan asserted in an uncompromising tone. After saying this, he turned to the register to check out. Xi Ning watched his retreating figure. Her expression one of conflict. With no other option, she returned to the fitting room to change back into her worn-down jacket, neatly folding the new one. Having never worn such expensive clothing throughout her life, Xi Ning emerged from the fitting room to find Tang Yuan waiting for her, already having completed the transaction. Upon seeing Xi Ning still clad in her old jacket, Tang Yuan frowned. It's cold outside. You should wear the one we just bought. He stated flatly. Can we not buy it? It's too expensive, Xi Ning whispered. I've already paid for it, and since I've removed the tag, returning it is out of the question. If you refuse to wear it, I'll just throw it away, Tang Yuan replied sternly. Xi Ning hesitated, wanting to protest further. But she knew Tang Yuan well enough to understand he would indeed throw the jacket away if she declined. This stubborn boy was far too domineering. With no other recourse, Xi Ning reluctantly took the jacket back into the fitting room to change. When she stepped out, Tang Yuan took the jacket that still bore her faint warmth and placed it in a bag at the front counter. He himself donned the jacket he had purchased. With the same style, they looked as if they were wearing matching outfits. Xi Ning paused momentarily upon seeing Tang Yuan also dressed in a new jacket. But her simple heart did not dwell on it, and thus there were no unusual thoughts. They exited the mall together. This shopping experience had been delightful, devoid of any misfortune. The sales clerk had not treated them with disdain due to their youth, nor had there been any pretentious displays. Perhaps this was reality. This was the essence of life, was it not? As they strolled along the street, they unintentionally attracted the attention of passers-by. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, undoubtedly a charming couple. They wandered for quite some time without encountering any unruly troublemakers. After all, Longhua is a law-abiding society. The delinquents had turned to live streaming, shouting 666 daily, leaving them no time for mischief. This left Tang Yuan somewhat disappointed. With his system, he possessed mastery in combat. Yet, there was no opportunity to showcase it. In a civilized society, the chance to be a hero saving a beauty had become a rare occurrence. As they continued their leisurely walk, Tang Yuan suddenly noticed the absence of sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Xi Ning standing in place, her face a picture of conflict. What's wrong? Tang Yuan inquired, puzzled. About the clothes you bought for me. I'll pay you back once I've saved enough money. Xi Ning mustered her courage, her teeth clenched. Tang Yuan. This silly girl was still fretting over this matter. Are you foolish? This small amount of money means nothing to me. You're my desk mate. What's wrong with me buying you clothes? Tang Yuan genuinely did not regard this sum of money as significant. If the lottery ticket he purchased today turned out to be as fortuitous as his previous life, he could win at least 500 million. With such wealth, how could he concern himself with this trifling amount? Not to mention, his family owned a company, and money was never an issue. Furthermore, having been given a second chance at life, he had plenty of ways to earn. Thus, although Tang Yuan was just a high school student, his earlier words were not mere bravado. Chapter 24. A kiss on the cheek. No. That's not right. My mother always taught me not to take things from others without returning the favor, so I must repay you for this money. At this moment, Xining exhibited an unwavering resolve. Tang Yuan thought to himself, what a foolish girl. Yet, her foolishness is endearing. He continued, very well. If you wish to repay me, tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I have a request for you. Initially, he intended to convey that he was not just anyone, but rather, he would be her husband in the future. However, he altered his words to preserve her dignity. What request? Xining inquired timidly. You will find out when you come to the Hongyun Hotel on Garden Road tomorrow, Tang Yuan replied. Xining gasped, her eyes reflecting sheer terror as she regarded Tang Yuan. No, I can't, she stammered, her voice quivering with the threat of tears. Tang Yuan was perplexed by her strong reaction, wondering why she was so taken aback. Feeling his gaze upon her, Xining felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She hastily added, we're still young. We can't do that. Do what? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood her implication. It dawned on him that she believed he was inviting her to the hotel for something inappropriate. Unable to contain his laughter, he chuckled, silly girl. How could you think such things? I'm not asking you to go to the Hongyun Hotel to sleep. Rather, I need your help nearby to sell flowers and apples. If you put in some effort and sell a lot, you can easily repay me. Only then did Xining realize her misunderstanding, her face flushing crimson. She began, but Tang Yuan interrupted her. Enough of the is. It's settled then. After school tomorrow, we will go sell flowers and apples. Tang Yuan declared assertively. Xining appeared conflicted. She truly did not wish to go. Oh, by the way, there's a set of clothes in this bag that belongs to you. Consider it your payment for helping me tomorrow, Tang Yuan added. Xining was taken aback. She had noticed the large bag Tang Yuan was carrying, assuming it contained his clothes, but to discover it was for her left her in turmoil. So much money for just helping once. Wasn't that taking advantage of him? Enough, silly girl. Don't overthink it. It's just 2 sets of clothes, not worth much. Your help for one evening will suffice. Tang Yuan reassured her, noticing her lingering apprehension. While the amount was indeed trivial for Tang Yuan, it was still significant for an ordinary high school student. However, he believed Xining deserved to wear nice things. Come on, he said, taking hold of her hand. Xining struggled, but it was futile. The two walked hand in hand down the street. At that moment, an Audi A6 passed by, and a middle-aged man inside observed the scene of the two holding hands. It was Tang Yuan's father, Tang Fei, who wore a puzzled expression. He couldn't help but notice how much the boy resembled his own son. However, the car had already driven past. Shaking his head, he thought he would soon find out when he returned home. If Tang Yuan was not there, it was highly likely that the boy he saw was indeed him. Thus, Tang Fei stepped on the gas, hastily heading home. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, he was about to face an interrogation from his parents upon returning. Meanwhile, he and Xining were leisurely strolling in a nearby park with an artificial lake. Did you enjoy the movie? Tang Yuan asked, seeking conversation. Yes, Xining replied softly. Shall we come again next time? He continued. Xining fell silent. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Tang Yuan suddenly turned to face her. Xining hurriedly lowered her head, the moonlight casting a seductive glow upon her forehead. Unable to resist, Tang Yuan leaned in and pecked her on the lips. What? What are you doing? Xining's head snapped up, startled out of her wits. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, Tang Yuan exclaimed, caught off guard by her reaction. However, Xining's response was beyond his expectations. She pushed him away and turned to leave. Tang Yuan lost his balance and tumbled into the artificial lake with a splash, sending a wave of water crashing around him. Wow! Exclaimed onlookers as they gathered to observe. Fortunately, the lake was shallow, less than a meter deep, and Tang Yuan's life was not in danger. Yet, being drenched in cold water during winter was hardly pleasant. Some youthful spectators jested, "Brother, beware of the sting of the wasp's tail. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Tang Yuan wiped the water from his face and retorted, "Nonsense. This is love like a tide." Si Ning, oblivious to the consequences of her actions, had not anticipated that her push would cause the tall Tang Yuan to plunge into the lake. Turning back to check, she saw him arguing with the onlookers and felt a wave of relief. "Are you all right?" Si Ning squatted by the lakeside, her face filled with guilt. "What do you think?" Tang Yuan replied, surprisingly unperturbed, instead smiling slightly. He extended his hand towards her. Si Ning, momentarily dazed, merely stared at him. "Silly girl. What are you staring at? Hurry up and help me up. It's freezing," Tang Yuan urged, eyeing her impatiently. Oh, please don't be angry with me," Si Ning stammered, her evening filled with extraordinary experiences. Watching a movie, holding hands, being kissed, and pushing someone into a river. Her heart raced, and Tang Yuan's glare nearly brought her to tears. Once Tang Yuan climbed ashore, his drenched clothes clung tightly to his skin, and his hair dripped water. Si Ning stood by, flustered and unsure of what to do. In such a situation, Tang Yuan had little to say, only managing. "All right, let's head back. Why did you react so dramatically over a mere kiss?" Afterward, he hailed a taxi. The driver, noticing his soaked state, suggested that he first buy a change of clothes. Nevertheless, Tang Yuan found it bothersome and offered extra fare for the driver to continue. They soon returned to the school, and after escorting Si Ning to her dormitory, Tang Yuan turned to leave. Si Ning watched him depart, unable to suppress a smile, her worries dissipating like clouds revealing the brilliance of stars. Sadly, Tang Yuan did not witness her joy. Chapter 25. Becoming a billionaire upon graduating from school, Tang Yuan hurriedly hailed a taxi to head home. The winter in Shanghai was exceedingly frigid. Despite his physique having been significantly enhanced through rigorous training, he still trembled from the cold. Approximately half an hour later, Tang Yuan arrived at his doorstep. With a click, he retrieved his key from his bag and unlocked the door. As soon as he entered, he noticed his parents sitting in the living room, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Tang Yuan paused momentarily. Upon seeing her son drenched, Lu Hua's brows furrowed with concern. She quickly rose and approached him, feeling his clothes. "What happened? Did it rain outside? Why are you so soaked? Hurry, go take a hot shower." Noticing his parents seated in silence without the television on, Tang Yuan found it peculiar. Nonetheless, feeling uncomfortable in his wet clothes, he proceeded to the bathroom. "Come to the living room after your shower," he heard his father, Tang Fei, say in a somewhat serious tone. Tang Yuan stiffened. It seemed they had something to discuss. "All right," he replied and headed to take his shower. "Why are you in such a rush? Can't you wait for our son to finish his shower first?" Lu Hua chided Tang Fei. Soon, Tang Yuan emerged from the bathroom, his hair dried. As he entered the living room, Lu Hua handed him a cup of hot tea, saying, "Son, drink this to warm yourself." Tang Yuan took a sip, feeling the warmth envelop his previously chilled body. "If you keep indulging him, something will inevitably go awry," Tang Fei remarked, his tone disapproving. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Tang Yuan realized his parents had something important to discuss. He set down his teacup and quietly asked, "Mom, Dad, what is going on? Is there something you need to tell me?" "Son, why are you back so late? Did you have something going on?" Lu Hua inquired after a moment of contemplation. "Not really. I was just having dinner and shopping with some classmates," Tang Yuan casually replied. After hearing his response, Tang Fei exchanged a glance with Lu Hua. Noticing her silence, he pressed on, "Were you playing at the park in Shanghai?" Yes." "How did you know?" Tang Yuan asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "You were with a girl, weren't you?" Tang Fei said knowingly, casting a meaningful look at his son. Yes. She is a girl. Is there a problem with that?" Tang Yuan retorted, unflinching in his admission. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua and Tang Fei exchanged another glance, both nodding slightly. "Son, your mother understands that you are growing up and going through adolescence. It is perfectly natural to like girls. However, didn't you previously mention that you liked a girl from your class? Why are you now spending time with another girl? One must not be fickle. Moreover, with the college entrance exams approaching next semester, I hope you prioritize your studies and not let such matters distract you," Lu Hua advised earnestly. Tang Yuan, albeit somewhat slow on the uptake, quickly deduced that his father must have seen him out with Si Ning. "Mom." He grasped Lu Hua's hand, smiling as he reassured her. "The girl I was shopping with is the one I mentioned liking before, and we're not officially in a relationship yet. It won't affect my studies. So please, don't worry. I know how to keep things in balance." Hearing this, Lu Hua finally smiled, relieved that her son was sensible. If it was the same girl, then there was no cause for alarm. But you must prioritize your studies, understood? She reiterated. All right, Mom, I understand, Tang Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. I won't date her until after the exams. You can rest easy. Fearing further admonitions, he raised his hand in a mock oath, declaring, I promise, Ms. Lu Hua. I will keep my word. Lu Hua chuckled at his antics, choosing to say no more. Tang Fei, however, maintained a stern demeanor. Stop your banter. If you don't achieve good grades, I'll send you to the military. Huh. You'd better wait for me to quit smoking and drinking first. Tang Yuan said confidently, meeting his father's gaze. Mom and Dad, it's still early. I'm going to my room to study, he added, seeking an escape from the conversation. All right, go ahead. I'll cut some fruit for you and bring it later, Lu Hua said with a smile. Thanks, Mom. Love you. Tang Yuan replied before retreating to his room. Old Tang, I've always said our son isn't the type to be fickle, but you insisted he was a flirt. Oh, by the way, have you seen our son's girlfriend? What does she look like? Lu Hua asked her husband as soon as Tang Yuan entered his room. Tang Fei rolled his eyes at Lu Hua, exasperated. Just now, you reminded our son not to let anything interfere with his studies. And now you're already referring to her as his girlfriend before they've even started dating. Lu Hua, what is it to you? Just tell me. What does the girl look like? As Tang Yuan closed the door, he could still faintly hear his parents' conversation in the living room, prompting him to shake his head in bemusement. Returning to his room, he sat at his desk, preparing to read, but suddenly recalled the lottery ticket he had purchased earlier. Would the $1,000 ticket yield 500 million, or be a wasted effort? The answer would soon be revealed. With a self-deprecating smile, he pulled out the ticket from his wallet. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was now 10 o'clock in the evening. He remembered the draw was scheduled for 8:30. Thus, the results must have already been announced. Tang Yuan opened his phone to check the winning numbers. He quickly found the information regarding the lottery draw and opened it, discovering the winning numbers displayed on the screen. He meticulously compared each number on his ticket. The first matched, the second matched, the third matched, all matched. Before long, every single number was confirmed. He had indeed won the jackpot. Today was, without a doubt, the day that Wang Guangming had triumphed in his previous life. How fortunate he was. Had he remembered tomorrow, he would have missed out on 500 million. Tang Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. That small piece of paper in his hand was now worth 500 million. As for how he knew it was 500 million, it was because the official prize amount had yet to be announced. However, if the minimum prize was 5 million and he had purchased 100 tickets, it would undoubtedly amount to 500 million. Had he truly become a billionaire overnight? For a fleeting moment, Tang Yuan felt as if this were merely a dream. Chapter 26. The pilgrimage of lottery enthusiast. Tang Yuan now commutes to school by bus or taxi, which proves to be somewhat inconvenient. After winning the lottery, he yearns to purchase a vehicle for himself. What kind of car should he acquire? After pondering for a while, he realizes his knowledge of automobiles is rather limited. Thus, he finds an automotive magazine to peruse. Cars priced below 1 million do not even capture his attention. Having come into wealth, he believes he should invest in something more luxurious. Quality is of little concern. It simply needs to be expensive. After all, who could blame him for suddenly possessing such a fortune? This mindset is likely common among many newly affluent individuals. Ultimately, Tang Yuan's gaze settles upon a Range Rover. In his previous life, before his family's decline, his father had promised him a Range Rover, but fate intervened when his father's company declared bankruptcy. As a result, Tang Yuan has never had the chance to drive a Range Rover. This is it. I must rectify the regrets of my past life, he murmurs to himself. At that moment, he recalls that he has yet to obtain a driver's license in this life. Just as he begins to feel distressed, a voice from the system resonates in his mind. Ding. Having read automotive literature for over 10 minutes, you are rewarded with driving proficiency and a driver's license. Tang Yuan is momentarily bewildered, but soon exuberance overtakes him. The system is incredible, he exclaims aloud. This is akin to receiving a pillow just as one begins to feel drowsy. Ding. System notification. The host's driver's license is temporarily stored in the system space. Would you like to retrieve it? You have 10 minutes remaining to claim it. Note. The driver's license has been processed by the system and is officially registered with the Ministry of Transportation in Longhua, fully legal and compliant. The host may use it with confidence. Impressive, as expected of the system, Tang Yuan marvels, then replies, claim it. A flash of golden light appears in his hand, revealing a driver's license. Tang Yuan is no stranger to extraordinary occurrences. Upon inspecting the license, he finds it identical to the one he possessed in his previous life. The system is truly remarkable. He is now thoroughly convinced, and previously, he had found the system's voice somewhat grating. Now, he finds it rather pleasant. With the license secured, he can begin car shopping in the coming days. Satisfied, Tang Yuan resolves to rest well in order to rise early the next day. One might wonder why. With the system at his disposal, he still attends school. Indeed, with a fortune of 500 million and the capabilities of the system, he could forego education. However, as one navigates through life, not attending school at this age would inevitably leave a tinge of regret. Having been reborn, he is determined to amend past regrets and minimize future ones. Moreover, his current education is no longer tied to future employment. Thus, he should indulge in the beautiful moments of student life. This is one of the reasons Tang Yuan continues to enthusiastically attend school. The biggest reason, however, is his desire to see Si Ning. As Tang Yuan closes his eyes, it is the second day of his rebirth, and everything is unfolding in a wonderfully positive direction. Meanwhile, Si Ning is not as carefree as Tang Yuan. In her dormitory, she tosses and turns, unable to sleep. She has come to realize that the clothes Tang Yuan purchased for her were not merely 100 or so yuan. Upon returning to her dormitory, her roommate had looked at her with envy and mentioned that it was the latest down jacket, costing over 1,000 yuan. Though Si Ning is innocent, she is not naive. Her roommate's words made everything clear to her. Tang Yuan's deception was merely to spare her feelings. The more she thinks about it, the more conflicted she feels. The expensive clothes weigh heavily on her conscience. Why did he buy her such costly garments? While she harbors no ill feelings towards Tang Yuan, she believes it is too soon to consider him her boyfriend. Additionally, she wishes to focus on her studies and earn a living to support her mother in the future. Therefore, she does not wish to rush into a relationship, let alone marriage, which feels far too distant. Thus, Si Ning spends the night lost in thought. The next morning, Tang Yuan awakens, opening his eyes to the familiar surroundings. He exhales softly, relieved. At times, he fears he is merely dreaming. He worries that upon waking, his parents and Si Ning may be gone. Thankfully, everything remains as it should be. He checks his phone and sees it is nearly 7 o'clock. After stretching, he rises to wash up. Afterward, he finds a piece of bread and a bottle of milk in the refrigerator to eat. After finishing, he realizes his parents are still asleep. He refrains from waking them, as weekends are precious opportunities for them to sleep in. Instead of seeking Si Ning at school, he decides to visit the 4S dealership to look at cars. Afterward, he plans to buy some flowers and apples, as he had promised Si Ning he would do so. Otherwise, she might hesitate to wear the clothes he gifted her. Tang Yuan hails a taxi and heads directly to the largest 4S dealership in Shanghai City. About an hour later, the taxi arrives at the entrance of the expansive dealership. He pays the fare and quickly exits the vehicle. Welcome. Upon entering the dealership, he is greeted by a stylish saleswoman clad in business attire. Meanwhile, news of the 500 million lottery jackpot being won in Shanghai City floods the media. Major television stations and local newspapers vie to cover the story, as the tax revenue from such a windfall would be substantial for the city. This news causes a tremendous stir in Shanghai City. Countless individuals are not only curious about the identity of the winner, but also consumed by envy. 500 million. Such wealth is the dream of many. To have it so easily obtained by someone is astonishing. Reporters flock to the lottery store where the winning ticket was sold for interviews. As the reports unfold, it is revealed that 2 winning tickets were sold at the store, one for 5 million and another for over 500 million. The store owner is ecstatic when interviewed, hardly daring to believe such fortune could occur in his establishment. When asked if he knows the identity of the winner, the owner shakes his head vigorously, claiming ignorance. However, he is well aware that the 5 million winner is a regular customer named Wang Guangming, while the over 500 million winner is a young boy who appears to be a high school student. Understanding that revealing this information could lead to unnecessary complications, the astute owner chooses to remain silent, stating only that the individual who won over 500 million was a first-time lottery player. Upon hearing this, the crowd is astonished, speculating how many monsters he must have vanquished in a past life to possess such extraordinary luck. Consequently, the lottery store becomes a pilgrimage site for lottery enthusiasts. People flock to purchase tickets, hoping to share in the good fortune. After all, they are all adults, and while they maintain a sense of rationality, they approach the lottery with a mindset of simply trying their luck. Treating lottery tickets as a shortcut to wealth would surely lead to disappointment. Chapter 27. Frightening Miss Black Silk at the 4S dealership. Tang Yuan was admiring the latest Ferrari under the guidance of a saleswoman. Several enthusiastic sales representatives had approached him, but he ultimately chose this particular lady, captivated by her alluring black stockings. She was keen to promote the new Ferrari sports car, yet he shook his head. After contemplating for a while, he inquired about the Land Rover Range Rover. The saleswoman was taken aback by Tang Yuan's disinterest in sports cars, but her eyes lit up at the mention of the Range Rover. It was an expensive vehicle, and a successful sale would yield a significant commission for her. She eagerly led the way. Arriving at the showroom, they were greeted by a striking black Range Rover. Its bold lines and dark exterior instantly captured attention. "Mr. Tang, this is the Range Rover. You have excellent taste. I've always believed that men should drive a Range Rover. It exudes power." She complimented him before elaborating on the vehicle's history. The Range Rover has long maintained a close partnership with the British royal family. In 1992, it introduced the long wheelbase version, the Range Rover LSE, which boasts an additional 8 inches in length, enhancing its luxurious sedan demeanor. The LSE was the personal vehicle of the late Queen Elizabeth, with its ardent green exterior reminiscent of the rich resinous aroma of the Arden forest. In 1999, Land Rover unveiled the most luxurious model to date, the limited edition Range Rover Linely, with only 10 units produced worldwide, priced at $100,000. Each required 100 hours of meticulous craftsmanship, showcasing the epitome of British elegance. The Linely edition was adorned in piano black throughout, with a delicate lambskin carpet underfoot, exuding warmth and supreme luxury. "All right, that's enough. I would like to take it for a test drive," Tang Yuan interjected, having already researched the vehicle's specifications the previous night, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. "Certainly." The saleswoman beamed upon sensing Tang Yuan's intent to purchase, swiftly opening the car door for him. He settled into the seat, appreciating its comfort without any discomfort. The saleswoman adeptly took her place in the passenger seat, ready to accompany him on the drive. With a smile, she leaned forward, offering him a bottle of water. "No, thank you," Tang Yuan replied, his gaze shifting away from the saleswoman, who was almost revealing too much, as he focused intently ahead. His fondness for her black stockings did not equate to an appreciation for other aspects of her appearance. These were entirely different matters. With a swift acceleration, the engine roared to life, and the car surged forward like a bullet. The immense force pressed him back into the seat. How exhilarating! The sound was thrilling, and the vehicle looked impressive. Possessing adept driving skills, he maneuvered the car with ease. Upon reaching the road, he observed a lack of traffic and decided to push the accelerator further. The exhilarating speed and strong pushback elicited screams of delight from the saleswoman in the passenger seat. Whether intentional or not, Tang Yuan remained unfazed by her pleas to decelerate, reveling in the thrill of the drive. He took her on several laps, and thankfully, the area was nearly deserted. Otherwise, bewildered onlookers might have called for assistance, given the peculiar nature of her cries. After indulging in the excitement, he finally slowed down and returned to the dealership. The overall impression of the vehicle was favorable, ample power and comfortable seating. At this point, the saleswoman was visibly shaken, her legs weak from the experience. She dared not express anger, casting a forlorn look at Tang Yuan, feeling quite aggrieved by his apparent lack of consideration. After approximately 10 minutes, she regained her composure and exited the passenger seat. As she silently chastised Tang Yuan in her thoughts, he noticed a nearby off-road vehicle. "Is that a Toyota Land Cruiser from Japan?" he inquired. He had seen many people from Longwood driving it in his previous life, and it seemed to sell quite well. "Ah, yes, that is a vehicle that has recently gained popularity for its affordability and off-road capabilities, beloved by many in the country. However, it pales in comparison to the Range Rover. After all, they belong to entirely different categories," the saleswoman explained. "Mr. Tang, would you like to test drive that one?" she asked with a professional smile. "Never mind. I have a strong aversion to vehicles produced in Japan," he replied dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "Ah, yes. I share your sentiments," the saleswoman responded with an awkward yet polite smile. Shaking his head, Tang Yuan chose not to elaborate further. They made their way to the reception area, where the saleswoman offered him a glass of water. "What is the price for the Range Rover?" he inquired. "The vehicle you just test drove is the base model, priced at $1.3 million. However, we only have the mid-range and high-end models available, priced at $2.3 million and $3.2 million, respectively. These figures represent the on-the-road price," she explained with utmost respect. "3.2 million, huh? Very well," Tang Yuan acknowledged softly. The saleswoman's face lit up with joy at the prospect of selling such an expensive vehicle, knowing her commission would be substantial. Do you currently have a top-tier model in stock? He inquired. Unfortunately, we do not have the top-tier Range Rover available at the moment. It will take about 2 weeks for delivery, she replied promptly, her smile betraying her concern that he might reconsider his purchase due to the wait. 2 weeks isn't too long. Please place an order for me, Tang Yuan decided after a moment's thought. The timing was perfect, as he would be on winter break. And the vehicle would arrive just in time. Excellent, Mr. Tang. Please come with me to select the color and any special requests for the vehicle, she cheerfully invited. Tang Yuan followed her to discuss the vehicle's color and additional customization options. Half an hour later, he exited the dealership. Feeling his pockets, he had less than 2,000 yuan left, his entire remaining fortune. He had just paid a 50,000 yuan deposit, which comprised all the pocket money he had saved before turning 18. Now, it was all gone. However, this was of no consequence. He was set to receive a substantial prize on Monday, transforming him into a billionaire, rendering this amount utterly insignificant. Chapter 28. Borrowing a Jaguar to buy flowers. Tang Yuan gazed up at the sun-drenched sky, his spirits soaring. It was the perfect moment to procure some fresh flowers. With 2,000 yuan still at his disposal, he believed that purchasing flowers and apples would be more than sufficient. He hailed a taxi and soon arrived at a nearby flower shop. After a brief discussion with the owner, he bought a substantial bouquet at wholesale prices, spending over 1,000 yuan. However, after acquiring the flowers, he suddenly realized he had no vehicle. This predicament left him utterly vexed. He still needed to buy apples. What was he to do with all these items? As he pondered this dilemma, a brilliant idea struck him, his close friend Tang Yuan. He recalled that Tang Yuan's family possessed several idle vehicles, so he could borrow one for his needs. As for his father's Audi, he decided against it. His parents were unaware that he had a driver's license, and he did not wish to endure their inquiries. With determination, Tang Yuan pulled out his phone and called Tang Yuan. As soon as the call connected, he heard Tang Yuan's languorous voice. Yuan, good. Why are you calling so early? Are you not sleeping in? It seemed Tang Yuan had not yet roused from slumber. Get up, fatty. I need your help with something. Also, don't you have a spare car at home? Could I possibly borrow one? Tang Yuan inquired. What's the matter? Sure, you can borrow the car. But Yuan Gu, what do you need it for? Do you have a license? If not, we should just take a taxi. Driving without a license is illegal, and we are law-abiding citizens. Tang Yuan replied. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare to drive without a license. Get up. I'll take a taxi to your place now. I'll need your assistance shortly. See you in a bit. Tang Yuan concluded, abruptly ending the call. Tang Yuan sighed. He had been watching movies until the early hours of the morning and now had to rise early, which was quite the ordeal. However, knowing that Tang Yuan needed his assistance, he did not linger in bed. After all, he considered Tang Yuan a good brother. Tang Yuan informed the flower shop owner to hold the flowers for him until he returned with a vehicle, to which the owner readily agreed, pleased with the substantial purchase. After confirming the arrangement, Tang Yuan hailed another taxi to Tang Yuan's residence. Within half an hour, he arrived at Tang Yuan's doorstep. He rang the doorbell, and the doors swung open to reveal Tang Yuan's slightly cherubic face. Yuan Gu, come in. Let us grab a bite first. Tang Yuan greeted, holding a sandwich in hand. I'll pass, you eat. Tang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. All right, just wait a moment. I'll finish this, and then we can head out for the car. But Yuan Gu, when did you get your driver's license? I had no idea. Tang Yuan asked suspiciously. I got it when I found some time. You weren't 18 yet, so I didn't mention it. Tang Yuan casually fabricated an excuse. To assuage Tang Yuan's doubts, he even showed him his driver's license. Oh, fine. You really pulled it off, Tang Yuan remarked upon seeing the authentic license. Relinquishing any further questioning, he quickly finished his sandwich and grabbed the keys to lead Tang Yuan to the garage. Well, here are the cars. Yuan, good. Choose whichever you like. Tang Yuan gestured to the available vehicles. Let us go with that Jaguar. Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Are you sure? That's the least expensive one here, Tang Yuan queried in surprise. It's not for impressing anyone. There is no need for an extravagant car, Tang Yuan retorted. All right then. Tang Yuan handed over the keys, and Tang Yuan deftly unlocked the vehicle. Once they were both inside, he started the engine and drove off. With a roar, the car sped out of the garage. Yuan Gu, impressive. Your driving skills are remarkable, Tang Yuan exclaimed from the passenger seat, astonished that Tang Yuan, a new license holder, exhibited such confidence on the road. Tang Yuan merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. The driving proficiency bestowed upon him by the system was no trivial matter. His skills had reached a rather formidable level. He was confident that even professional racers would fall short against him. The power of the system was indeed extraordinary. Before long, they arrived at the flower market. After greeting the owner, Tang Yuan prepared to load the roses into the vehicle. "Hey, fatty, can you help me load these flowers into the car?" he requested. Qin Yun, staring at the mound of roses, was left speechless. "Yuan Gu, why do you need so many flowers? Are you planning to give them to that girl, Xining?" "No, I intend to sell them," Tang Yuan clarified. "Sell them?" Qin Yun exclaimed, perplexed. "If you're short on cash, just tell me. Is there something wrong at home? Have you run out of pocket money? You don't need to sell flowers. I can help you." Tang Yuan. It seems this fatty has misunderstood my intentions. Yet, this misunderstanding warmed his heart. "My family is fine. Don't ask too many questions. I'm not in need of money, but these flowers must be sold," he replied curtly. "Oh, all right." Qin Yun nodded, deciding not to press further, and began to assist with the flowers. Soon, they had loaded all the flowers into the trunk. Tang Yuan had chosen beautifully packaged roses, which, while slightly more expensive than unwrapped ones, would save him considerable effort. As a billionaire, he was unconcerned about such trivial expenses. His primary motive was to assist Xining. However, he was uncertain whether she would accept his goodwill. But for now, he could not dwell on that. He would act and see what transpired. If he could sell them, it would be up to Xining whether she wanted them or not. Tang Yuan was a rather assertive individual. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Qin Yun returned to the car, where Qin Yun had just purchased 2 cups of milk tea. And they began sipping on them. "Yuan Gu, are you really selling all those flowers?" Qin Yun asked after taking a sip. "Indeed. We still need to head to the fruit wholesale market to buy apples," Tang Yuan affirmed. "What? Are you selling apples too?" Qin Yun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Chapter 29. The beauty of Xining left Qin Yun stunned. "What? Apples?" Qin Yun was utterly perplexed. His mind was consumed by games and novels, completely oblivious to the fact that today was Christmas Eve. If one were to discuss topics of mature women or Baijia, he could engage in conversation until the end of time. But Christmas Eve? That was beyond him. Moreover, it was said that this holiday had been imported from abroad to Long Country. It was quite astonishing that this festival had gained such popularity in a foreign land. In reality, it was merely the youth of Long Country seeking to create a romantic atmosphere, with the added influence of unscrupulous merchants. It was hardly surprising that Christmas Eve had become a sensation. At this moment, Tang Yuan had already finished packing an entire box of apples with Qin Yun. He had purchased both the apples and gift boxes from a nearby supermarket. They were simply waiting for the evening to set up their stall. "Brother Yuan, can I join you in selling tonight?" Qin Yun casually suggested. After a day of busyness, he found the idea of setting up a stall rather intriguing. After all, as a single dog on Christmas Eve, he had nothing else to do. "Sure, but first, we need to go to the school and pick up Xining," Tang Yuan replied with a smile. Qin Yun was left speechless. Damn it, he knew things wouldn't be that simple. If they were going to pick up Xining, that meant there would be 3 of them. Wouldn't he just become a glaring third wheel in the midst of their romance? The more pressing issue was the incessant dog food being shoved into his mouth. Who could endure that? At that moment, Qin Yun was regretting his earlier words. He should never have said he wanted to tag along. This was truly digging his own grave. "I deserve this," he thought bitterly. Tang Yuan, noticing the expression on Qin Yun's face, could easily guess what was on his mind. Yet, he feigned ignorance and continued to look at his phone. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. If they went to pick up Xining now, they could grab a meal together before getting to work. "Let us go, fatty. We're heading to pick up Xining, and I'll treat you both to dinner," Tang Yuan said. "Oh, do you still have money? Or should I treat?" Qin Yun replied with a rather pained expression. "I have a bit left, but it doesn't matter who treats. Let us go," Tang Yuan insisted. Turning the car towards Shanghai High School, the two arrived at the entrance of Shanghai High School without any issues. The security guard, seeing them drive a Jaguar, merely performed a quick registration before allowing them to pass. It suddenly struck Tang Yuan that Xining, the silly girl, still didn't have a mobile phone. This was quite an inconvenience. He would need to find some time to buy her a phone. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they couldn't get in touch. However, he soon smiled at the thought. At this time, the silly girl Xining would likely be in the classroom reading. So he drove to the foot of the teaching building. Once they got out of the car, they headed straight for the classroom. As they approached the door, Tang Yuan spotted Xining wearing that old down jacket of his. At that moment, there were only a few students in the classroom. Those who could still study on a weekend were usually from less fortunate backgrounds. Xining was deeply engrossed in her book, and she hadn't even noticed Tang Yuan approaching her. "Hey, silly girl," Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. "Ah?" Xining was startled by the unexpected voice. She looked up at Tang Yuan in surprise, and in that moment, her stunning beauty caught the eye of Qin Yun, who stood beside Tang Yuan. "Damn, damn, damn," Qin Yun exclaimed, his mouth agape as he let out 3 exclamations of astonishment. These words echoed like bombs in the depths of the sea, startling the students who had been quietly studying. Their gazes naturally shifted towards the commotion. Xining, noticing this, quickly lowered her head. Yet Qin Yun remained in disbelief. Tang Yuan frowned and nudged Qin Yun with his shoulder, saying, "Fatty, why are you shouting? You're making a scene. What a guy. Why was he so unreliable?" Tang Yuan thought helplessly. At that moment, Qin Yun also realized that everyone was staring at him and felt a bit embarrassed. Nothing to see here. Just keep studying," he said awkwardly to the other students. Seeing that there was nothing amiss, the students resumed their studies, returning their focus to their books. Meanwhile, Qin Yun leaned closer to Tang Yuan and whispered, "Brother Yuan, I didn't know Xining was this beautiful." Tang Yuan instantly became wary, realizing the implications of Qin Yun's words. It seemed he was also taken aback by Xining's beauty. "Just don't let this get around," Tang Yuan replied coolly. Oh, sure." Qin Yun was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded in agreement. Damn, no wonder Brother Yuan had his eyes on Xining. Everyone believed Xining was not worthy of him, but they had no idea that her beauty was truly rare in this world. Such beauty was rooted in reality, yet transcended it. After all, in all his life, Qin Yun had never encountered a woman more stunning than Xining. The so-called campus beauty was nothing compared to her. Wow, Brother Yuan truly was impressive, Qin Yun mused to himself, marveling at how Xining's fleeting glance had genuinely taken his breath away. He understood Tang Yuan's request for discretion. Such a beautiful girl was best kept as a cherished secret. But what if one day Xining's beauty became known to all? Now that would be exciting. Qin Yun thought darkly, eagerly anticipating that day. Chapter 30. We are professionals at feeding dog food. Stop reading and come with me, Tang Yuan said to Xining. Oh. Xining responded softly, suddenly remembering that she needed to help Tang Yuan sell flowers today. She hurriedly gathered her belongings, ready to accompany him. However, Tang Yuan noticed that she was not wearing the down jacket he had bought for her the previous night. "Why aren't you wearing the down jacket I bought for you?" Tang Yuan asked, frowning. I just don't want to wear it," Xining mumbled, lowering her head, afraid to meet his gaze lest he become angry. "I'll take you back to the dormitory first. You need to change into it," Tang Yuan commanded authoritatively. "No, it's fine. The clothes are right here." Xining pointed to a bag beside her desk. Following her gesture, Tang Yuan's brows furrowed even more upon seeing 2 bags on the floor. What did this silly girl mean by bringing 2 sets of clothes? "Come with me," Tang Yuan said flatly, intending to have a serious conversation with Xining away from the crowded classroom. He stepped out first, and Xining, sensing his potential anger, felt a twinge of fear. She dared not protest and followed obediently. As they reached the end of the corridor, Tang Yuan confronted her. "Speak. What's the deal with those clothes? What do you intend to do?" They said the clothes were too expensive. "I can't accept them," Xining replied timidly, still looking down. Tang Yuan clenched his teeth and sighed. "Who told you those clothes were expensive? They are quite affordable for me. If you don't want them, fine, I'll just throw them away. I wouldn't want them back anyway," Xining retorted. A hint of defiance in her tone. Tang Yuan's frustration grew, his words sharp. "You should just accept the clothes. If you change into them, we can still be good friends. Please don't be angry. I'll wear them," Xining stammered, genuinely afraid of his reaction. "Good. Go change into the down jacket now. And you must wear the other set on Monday for class, understood?" Tang Yuan's tone remained firm, devoid of any softness. It was that Tang Yuan enjoyed being angry or bullying Xining. He simply knew that if he didn't assert himself, she wouldn't listen. This silly girl was far more stubborn than most. "Okay, just don't be harsh with me. I'll go now," Xining said. Looking quite pitiful, Tang Yuan merely watched her in silence, the meaning clear. She should hurry and change. With no other option, Xining returned to the classroom, quickly donning the down jacket. Since it was just an outer garment, there was no need to avoid it. Meanwhile, Qin Yun waited in the classroom, utterly bewildered. When had his friend become so close to Xining? Had he already won her over? Upon seeing her change, Tang Yuan placed the old jacket into a bag. Xining stood there, dumbfounded, not daring to speak. After packing up, Tang Yuan called out to Qin Yun from the classroom door. "Let us go." "Okay." Qin Yun immediately rushed over, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Si Ning in her new attire. Although her hair obscured her delicate features, he already knew her true beauty and found her stunning nonetheless. Suddenly, Qin Yun noticed something amiss. He realized that the down jacket Tang Yuan wore was the same style as Si Ning's current one. Wait, are they wearing matching outfits? He was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had been hit by a whirlwind of dog food, utterly unprepared, as Tang Yuan cared little for Qin Yun's feelings regarding the dog food. He simply focused on feeding it. Once Qin Yun emerged, Tang Yuan took Si Ning's hand and led her down the stairs. Si Ning felt 1,000 objections within her but knew that resisting was futile. After a brief struggle, she resigned herself to his grip. This scene left Qin Yun, who followed behind, in a daze. Before knowing Si Ning's true appearance, he had thought Tang Yuan's taste peculiar, but now he no longer questioned his friend's choice in partners. They were a handsome couple, perfectly matched in every way. Yet, why did his stomach feel so full? Qin Yun rubbed his belly, feeling utterly helpless. Once the three descended the academic building, Tang Yuan opened the car door. Qin Yun instinctively headed for the passenger seat. "Hey, move aside." Tang Yuan shot him a glare, muttering under his breath. Reluctantly, Qin Yun slinked away to the back seat. With Qin Yun now settled, Tang Yuan turned his attention back to Si Ning, opening the passenger door for her. As Si Ning got in, she felt a rush of nerves. She was surprised that Tang Yuan had driven himself to school. Although she didn't know much about cars, she sensed that this one was rather expensive. It was her first time in such a nice vehicle, as she usually took the bus or a coach, making her feel somewhat out of place. Tang Yuan noticed her unease. "Don't worry. It's the least expensive car in Qin Yun's family. If anything happens to it, it's no big deal," he assured her with a smile. Si Ning's eyes widened at his words. "You're right. This car is indeed the least expensive. My dad hasn't used it in years. We can drive it freely." Qin Yun chimed in, noticing her discomfort. Si Ning nodded slightly, feeling a bit more relaxed. Just then, Tang Yuan leaned closer to her, causing her to tense up. "Relax. Silly girl." Tang Yuan smiled. "I just want to help you fasten your seatbelt." He gently secured the strap for her, leaving Qin Yun in the back seat feeling as if he had been struck by 1,000,000 tons of emotional weight. He gaped at the scene before him, despairing inwardly. "Oh no, I shouldn't be in the car. I belong under it." Qin Yun lamented silently. Chapter 31. Tempting the sister-in-law. A grave taboo in the Jianghu at this moment. Si Ning, seated in the passenger seat, had her face flushed and her head bowed, unable to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. Observing her bashful demeanor, a subtle smile crept onto Tang Yuan's lips. Fortunately, apart from Qin Yun, no other girls witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have gone wild, as Tang Yuan's profile was not inferior to that of any handsome idol. That irresistible charm of his, where to put it? Qin Yun thought to himself. Vroom. Tang Yuan revved the car, the engine roaring to life. The tires screeched against the pavement as the sleek Jaguar shot forward like a bullet, leaving behind a trail of tire marks and rising dust. Soon enough, the trio arrived at a nearby restaurant. After parking, Tang Yuan kindly unbuckled Si Ning's seatbelt, and the three of them entered the establishment together. Throughout the journey, Si Ning kept her head down, uttering not a single word. Aside from a few casual exchanges between Qin Yun and Tang Yuan, the atmosphere remained quiet. Si Ning was not fond of speaking, and Tang Yuan did not press her. Considering Si Ning's shyness, he opted for a private room. Once inside the room, Tang Yuan naturally settled beside Si Ning, which sent a ripple of unease through Qin Yun. He felt as though he was about to be drowned in dog food. Though nervous, Si Ning quickly regained her composure upon Tang Yuan taking a seat beside her. After all, they had held hands, shared kisses, and embraced. Sitting together in class was also a norm for them, so she adapted swiftly. "Dear guests, what would you like to order?" the waitress cheerfully inquired. "You order, buddy. Go ahead and choose whatever you like." Tang Yuan pushed the menu towards Qin Yun. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Yun thought it was typically the girls who ordered. Why was he being singled out? With a sheepish smile, he turned to Si Ning and said, "Classmate Si Ning, why don't you order? I'm not picky. I can eat anything." He then nudged the menu towards her. I don't know what to order." Si Ning hastily waved her hands, her voice barely above a whisper. "How about we get a lamb hot pot? It's quite chilly, and hot pot sounds perfect." Qin Yun finally understood why Tang Yuan had pushed the responsibility onto him. He knew Si Ning well enough to realize that if left to her, they might be waiting for ages. "Yes, hot pot sounds great." Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. Although they had indulged in hot pot the previous evening, he had no intention of rejecting Qin Yun's suggestion. Eating hot pot in winter was simply delightful, never tiresome. Seeing Si Ning nod in agreement, the trio settled on lamb hot pot. Let us go mix the dipping sauce first, Tang Yuan softly said to Si Ning, who nodded obediently. Tang Yuan and Qin Yun then stood up to prepare the sauce. At the sauce station, Qin Yun leaned in closer to Tang Yuan and whispered, "Brother, are you serious about winning her over?" Tang Yuan shot him a glance. "When did you become so nosy?" "Not yet. With the college entrance exams approaching, I plan to wait until after they're over to make my move." But he turned to glance at Si Ning, who was still shyly looking down, and added with a smile, "Si Ning is mine. No one can take her away." Qin Yun was taken aback, having never seen Tang Yuan so earnest before, so he chose not to press further. Before long, they returned to their seats with the prepared sauces. Tang Yuan placed Si Ning's sauce in front of her. "Thank you," Si Ning said softly, her cheeks flushed. Noticing she was still looking down, her hair obscuring her exquisite features, Tang Yuan took a hairpin from his pocket and handed it to her. Si Ning was bewildered, unsure of why Tang Yuan was offering her a hairpin. "Clip your hair back," he instructed. He had noticed the inconvenience of her hair blocking her face during dinner the previous night, prompting him to bring a hairpin from his mother's room. "Oh," Si Ning replied, but did not take the hairpin. Tang Yuan frowned, contemplating pretending to be upset to tease her. Upon seeing his expression, Si Ning quickly waved her hands, saying, "I brought some elastics. Your hairpin might not be useful." She pulled out a few small elastics from her pocket and tied her hair back. Coughing awkwardly, Tang Yuan felt embarrassed, thinking she was rejecting his hairpin. "Even if you have elastics, you should still take this," he stated flatly. Si Ning sighed, "Fine. I'll take it." She accepted the hairpin, placing it in her pocket, her expression one of mild grievance. Across from them, Qin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Si Ning tie her hair back. Although he had briefly glimpsed her beauty in class, that moment had been fleeting. Now, she was fully revealed before him, unobscured. Good heavens! That beauty! Qin Yun racked his brain, searching for a contemporary star whose beauty could rival Si Ning's. After a lengthy search, he was shocked to find that none could compare. In contrast, the beauty of all the stars seemed utterly insignificant next to her. He had never encountered a girl so uniquely exquisite. She was simply perfect. Feeling Qin Yun's intense gaze, Si Ning grew embarrassed and lowered her head. Tang Yuan also furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with his friend. Could it be that he was smitten too? "Fatty, do you want me to gouge your eyes out?" Tempting the sister-in-law is a serious taboo in the Jianghu. You should know that. Tang Yuan was aware of Qin Yun's feelings for Si Ning, recognizing it as merely a natural reaction of a man to beauty. He knew Qin Yun harbored no improper thoughts about Si Ning, so he jested, realizing his lapse. Qin Yun snapped back to reality, feeling quite embarrassed. "Hiki, Brother Yuan, don't say such things. I'm not that kind of person. It's just that sister-in-law is too beautiful. I was merely surprised. I never knew there were truly extraordinary girls in this world." As Tang Yuan and Qin Yun kept referring to her as sister-in-law, Si Ning's face turned crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. "This rascal is utterly shameless. I never agreed to marry you." Si Ning felt flustered. Chapter 32. The Abandoned Singleton. Don't worry. There's no need for you to feel shy. At that moment, Tang Yuan gently grasped her hand beneath the table, smiling as he spoke. This caused Si Ning to stiffen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Across from them, Qin Yun was overwhelmed with awkwardness, wishing he could sink into the ground and weep profusely. Yet, a thought flitted through his mind. Should I also find a girlfriend? That girl in the game wants to meet up. Perhaps I should take that plunge. Otherwise, being surrounded by Tang Yuan and the others will bury me in dog food. Before long, the hot pot and dishes were served. As the pot began to boil, Qin Yun quickly threw in the meat and started to eat. He suddenly realized that dining could serve as a splendid remedy for his discomfort. Moreover, he needed to fill his stomach quickly, otherwise, he would be inundated with more dog food later. The next scene confirmed Qin Yun's foresight. Si Ning, as per usual, remained shy and hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Observing this, Tang Yuan, just like the previous evening, placed the cooked meat into her bowl. Qin Yun thought to himself, could you not show a bit of public spirit? Have some consideration for the single dog's feelings. A singleton is still a dog. Are you not afraid of upsetting animal lovers with such cruelty? Qin Yun silently lamented. Tang Yuan, unfazed by these thoughts, continued to serve Si Ning. Noticing a morsel on her lips, he tenderly wiped it away with a napkin. Thank you. That's enough. This is plenty, Ning softly murmured, her face aglow. All right. Tang Yuan finally paused, then cooked more meat, placing it into his own bowl to devour heartily. An hour later, the trio concluded their dinner, their stomachs feeling somewhat full, with Tang Yuan feeling especially so, having not only consumed meat, but also an overwhelming amount of dog food. After settling the bill, they exited the restaurant. Tang Yuan, having learned his lesson, promptly seated himself in the back. Tang Yuan, ever the gentleman, opened the door for Ning and fastened her seatbelt. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan found himself once again on the receiving end of relentless jabs. As a beleaguered singleton, he could only recline in the back seat, pondering how to escape his single status. The night had darkened, the streetlights casting a golden glow. As they passed People's Square, Tang Yuan said to Tang Yuan, "Hey, could you grab a few bottles of water?" "Sure thing, Yuan go." Tang Yuan swiftly exited the car and closed the door behind him. Then, Virum. The car roared to life, leaving him standing alone in the wind, feeling utterly disheveled. As he gazed at the speeding vehicle, a phrase sprang to mind that he was unsure whether to voice. Am I really just a laborer today, enduring this onslaught of dog food? And the outcome is abandonment. Boo-hoo. You all bully the single dog. You heartless man, prioritizing romance over friendship. Beast. What a scoundrel. Tang Yuan exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. But soon, a smile crept onto his face as he reconsidered. Well, perhaps this isn't so bad after all. At least I won't have to consume any more dog food. Fine. I shall summon my sweetheart in the Summoner's Canyon, he muttered to himself, promptly seeking out a nearby internet CAF to game. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan and Ning had arrived near the Shanghai Hotel. After parking, Tang Yuan unloaded the roses and apples from the trunk. They were headed to a bustling commercial street, their intended destination. Seeing Tang Yuan carry the items alone, Ning hurried to assist. Ning started, but Tang Yuan interrupted. Just stay back and watch. We can't let thieves make off with our things. Ning understood that thieves wouldn't be interested in such meager items, especially in this busy area where theft would be nearly impossible. Tang Yuan's insistence was merely to spare her from exertion. A warmth spread through her, mingled with a touch of disappointment. She was capable of helping. However, Tang Yuan was oblivious to her feelings, determined not to let his beloved woman suffer any burden. Soon, he had transported all the flowers and apples, and they chose a busy spot to set up their stall. The flower-selling duo was officially in business. As they arranged their stand, they garnered countless glances, simply because of their striking appearances. Attractive individuals are always a sight to behold, drawing attention wherever they go. Before long, a throng of young couples surrounded their stall, eager to purchase flowers and apples. The business was so bustling that they hardly had a moment to exchange words. Despite the hustle, both felt an undeniable joy in their labor. 2 hours later, their stall was left with only a few less than perfect roses and apples. Tang Yuan checked the time on his phone, realizing it was already 9:30. Ning, drenched in sweat from the exertion, drew his concern. Foolish girl. Just stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll fetch you a cup of milk tea, Tang Yuan said with a smile. Ning, this scoundrel always calls me foolish. Yet, she said nothing more. Let him call her what he wished. After all, she was terrified of this rogue. Spotting a milk tea shop nearby, Tang Yuan turned to buy a drink. Shortly after he left, 3 couples approached the stall. Hello, how much for these flowers and apples? One of the boys inquired. Ning, hearing him, quickly lifted her head. The moment she did, she stunned the trio before her. The boys unconsciously swallowed hard, captivated by Ning's breathtaking beauty. Had their girlfriends not been present, they might have boldly approached her. Roses are 88, apples are 9. Ning replied softly. The price is set by Tang Yuan and maintained since. Noticing the boys' lingering gazes, she quickly lowered her head. Just then, the girls beside them pinched their waist fiercely. Ouch! They cried out in surprise, realizing they had been caught staring. Returning to their senses, they averted their eyes, albeit still awestruck by Ning's allure. Glancing at their own girlfriends, who bore blemishes and fierce expressions, they exchanged looks rife with disdain. Yet, in public, they refrained from arguing. Can we pay with our phones? One boy asked gently, only to be pinched again by his girlfriend, who simmered with jealousy. How come you've never spoken to me like that? She thought. Chapter 33. The ruthless side of Tang Yuan. Stop pinching me. It hurts. The young man, despite appearing wronged, felt no real grievance. He secretly reveled in his cleverness, knowing that his partner's pinch was not unjustified. He intended to use this as an excuse to later claim he had no money. so he could add Ning on QQ and flirt with her. With this thought, the pain in his waist seemed to dissipate, and he felt a surge of delight, oblivious to the fact that the fierce woman beside him had misjudged the situation. Huh? Ning was momentarily taken aback when she heard the suggestion of mobile payment. She had no phone, and with Tang Yuan absent, she found herself in a predicament. Can you pay in cash? She hesitantly inquired. Her timid demeanor left the three boys utterly powerless, utterly captivated by her extraordinary beauty. They realized then that some women could enchant with just a glance. The boys, driven by a strong will to survive, quickly regained their composure. I don't have any cash on me. If you don't have a phone, that could be troublesome. One of them feigned seriousness. Then we won't buy. If mobile payment isn't an option, let's go elsewhere, the girlfriends chimed in. As women, they had already sensed their partners were utterly entranced by Ning. The three boys remained stubborn, unwilling to leave. Let's just buy here. Going elsewhere is too tiring. We've been shopping all day. Just then, Tang Yuan returned with milk tea in hand. He approached Ning and handed her a warm cup. The moment she saw him, her earlier anxiety melted away. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a reliance on him. With Tang Yuan by her side, she felt invincible. Of course, this dependence was still in its infancy. Is everything all right? Tang Yuan asked the group after Ning accepted the drink. His sudden appearance startled the boys, who regarded him with hostility. Tang Yuan's striking good looks made him seem like a character straight from a novel, leaving the boys feeling inadequate in his presence. The girlfriends of the three boys brightened at the sight of Tang Yuan, smiles spreading across their faces, tinged with a hint of pink, expressions of infatuation. Oh, how I wish you were my boyfriend, they thought, hearts racing at the sight of him. Handsome. We want to buy your flowers and apples. But we don't have cash, so can we pay with our phones? One girl blushed and spoke softly. Tang Yuan, however, did not even glance her way. His expression cold as he replied, I'm sorry, I only accept cash. His demeanor was frosty, for he had just seen Ning's troubled expression and the lecherous gazes of the three boys directed at her. Did they trouble you? He asked Ning, turning to her. No. They just wanted to pay with a phone, but I don't have one. And you weren't here, she murmured. Her gaze lowered. Tang Yuan felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't bothered her. He wouldn't have let them off the hook otherwise. Ning was his beloved, and no one was permitted to harm her. Good. As long as you're fine, he said. Seeing her look so vulnerable made him want to comfort her, and he tenderly patted her head. This display of affection evoked envy and resentment from the onlookers. Men envied Tang Yuan, while women envied Ning. Noticing the boys still lingering, Tang Yuan, irritated, declared, I'm not selling these flowers and apples anymore. You should go buy elsewhere. He dismissed them, unwilling to waste another word. The boys were left in a state of bewilderment. This guy is utterly domineering. They felt humiliated, especially before Ning, who would not tolerate Tang Yuan's arrogance. Exchanging glances, they silently agreed on their shared indignation. One stepped forward. Hey, kid, what do you mean by that? He accused, pointing at Tang Yuan. As Tang Yuan packed his items, he turned to face the boy. I don't need to explain myself to you, he stated, his indifference igniting the boy's anger. Hey, you little brat, are you in business? Is this how you conduct it? We want to buy your stuff, and you're closing up shop? Go eat dirt. The boy puffed out his chest defiantly. You'll be the one eating dirt if you don't apologize. Tang Yuan retorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge their presence. Seeing Tang Yuan disregard them entirely shattered the boy's composure. The atmosphere became charged with tension. How dare you? One boy cursed, wanting to confront Tang Yuan. But as he took a step forward, he froze, meeting Tang Yuan's piercing gaze. The ferocity in Tang Yuan's eyes gave him the distinct impression that should he act recklessly, he would meet a grim fate. Feeling humiliated but paralyzed by fear, he hesitated. Ning was also startled by the escalating situation. She quickly stood and moved behind Tang Yuan, tugging at his sleeve for reassurance. Tang Yuan noticed her movement and turned to her, the fierce look in his eyes softening into a gentle smile. Don't worry, it's nothing. Just a few flies that flew out of the latrine. He comforted her, then turned back to the boys, the cold ferocity returning to his gaze. Leave, he commanded. His authoritative shout sent a shiver down the spines of the boys. Sensing the escalating tension, the girlfriends quickly urged their partners to leave. We're sorry, we'll leave right away. They hadn't expected such a chilling aura from such a handsome young man. Three boys reluctantly allowed themselves to be dragged away. Pa, what are you pretending for? You're just a poor loser. Stupid farmer. I was driving a Malibu at 18. What about you? One hot-tempered boy turned back to hurl insults at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, however, merely listened to the insults. Chapter 34. How hilarious. The morning love clan. Thus, Tang Yuan contemplated confronting the chubby boy. Yet Si Ning grasped his sleeve, her eyes pleading. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Observing the worry and fear etched on Si Ning's face, his anger dissipated like smoke. After tidying up their belongings, Tang Yuan carried a box and swiftly approached a nearby parking space. He retrieved his keys from his pocket and unlocked the car's trunk. This scene caught the attention of the three couples lingering nearby. Is that a Jaguar? The boy who had just mocked Tang Yuan for being poor turned crimson, embarrassment written all over his face. He had just boasted about driving a Malibu at 18. But here was Tang Yuan, who had been driving a Jaguar at the same age. It was a blatant slap in the face. If someone who could afford a Jaguar was considered poor, then he was nothing more than a refugee. The fool was me. This was a true reflection of the boy's inner turmoil, his face alternating between shades of green and red, overwhelmed with shame. Ultimately, he hastily pulled his girlfriend away from the scene. Tang Yuan, oblivious to this, would have dismissed them even if he had known. He had never regarded these fools seriously. Had Si Ning not intervened, the three boys would likely be lying on the ground, begging for mercy. Thankfully, Qin Yun was not present. Otherwise, given the chubby boy's temperament, that brazen lad would probably be in the ICU by now. After arranging their things, Tang Yuan dutifully fastened Si Ning's seatbelt. At that moment, Si Ning lowered her head. Sorry. She suddenly looked up at Tang Yuan, her face filled with regret. Huh? Tang Yuan was puzzled by her sudden apology. His expression a mix of confusion. Silly girl, what's wrong? Why are you apologizing so seriously? It was my fault earlier, Si Ning spoke softly. Tang Yuan realized that this silly girl was taking all the blame for what had just occurred, believing it was her fault. You're mistaken. What happened earlier had nothing to do with you. It was just those brainless idiots, all right? It's fine. Tang Yuan couldn't help but ruffle Si Ning's hair. Smiling as he comforted her, Si Ning shrank her head, blushing, and then said, but there are still some that haven't been sold. She felt guilty for the unsold items, attributing the blame to herself. There isn't much left. If we don't sell it, I can take it home and give it to my mom, Tang Yuan replied casually. Let us go find the chubby one. He said he was playing games at an internet CAF. Let us head over there now, Tang Yuan added, starting the car and speeding away. At that moment, in an internet CAF within Shanghai Park, Qin Yun was engrossed in a heated game when someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. Damn it, you scoundrel, selling me out again. He cursed, thinking it was Tang Yuan, but turned to find a stranger instead. The individual was shifty, his hair dyed in a chaotic array of colors. Clearly not a good person. What do you want? Who are you looking for? Qin Yun was already furious from being scammed in the game. The stranger, however, wore a grin. My apologies, brother. I mistook you for someone else. Please continue playing. Baffled, Qin Yun muttered under his breath and turned away, but suddenly leapt from his seat. Where's my phone? Damn it. Don't run. He immediately realized his phone had vanished from the table, connecting the dots to the earlier encounter with the eclectic youth. That youth, startled by Qin Yun's call, bolted for the exit. His reaction confirmed Qin Yun's suspicions. Without hesitation, Qin Yun tossed aside his headphones and chased after him. You think you can steal from me and get away with it? If I catch you, I'll break your hands. Outside the CAF, the youth was met by several similarly styled companions, all with vibrant hair. Upon seeing their friend being chased by a high school student, they erupted in laughter. Black boy, being chased by a high schooler? You've brought disgrace to our morning love clan. One teased, his bangs obscuring his face. Indeed, black boy, I, representing the morning love clan, condemn you. If this happens again, you'll be expelled from the clan. Another chimed in. How pathetic, black boy, scared of a high schooler. The rest joined in the mockery. The youth's face darkened at his friend's jibes. Earlier, he had been flirting while another had snatched the phone. Being called out by Qin Yun left him feeling guilty and intimidated, especially considering Qin Yun's robust physique. However, upon seeing his friends, he regained some confidence. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be embarrassed. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Not everyone can be provoked. The youth, known as Black Boy, halted, hands on hips, disdainfully eyeing Qin Yun. Why have you stopped? Come at me. Tang Yuan, having caught up, also halted in front of the troublemaker, gasping for breath as he shouted, You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Don't you see I have someone with me? Black Boy bellowed. Today, I will teach you a lesson, you ungrateful brat. Qin Yun then noticed several similar ruffians standing behind Black Boy, their hair dyed in outrageous styles. Morning Love Clan? Qin Yun suppressed a laugh. Upon hearing Tang Yuan recognize their name, pride swelled on their faces. Kid, you have good eyes. Indeed, we are the Morning Love Clan. Qin Yun thought to himself how these individuals resembled grotesque caricatures, ridiculed by society. If you kneel and apologize, and buy us a few packs of cigarettes, we'll let this slide. What do you say? The members of the Morning Love Clan jested. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Si Ning arrived, witnessing the scene unfold. Tang Yuan heard their exchange, and his eyes lit up, a knowing smile creeping across his face. Fatty, your brother Yuan is here. Chapter 35, Punishment. Yuan Gu, you have arrived. Qin Yun turned towards the source of the voice and spotted Tang Yuan and Si Ning not far to his right. Yes, I am here. Tang Yuan patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and smiled. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Yun replied with a smile. His expression relaxed. The Zhang AI family began to feel a twinge of anxiety upon seeing Qin Yun's companions. But their demeanor shifted back to arrogance upon realizing they were merely a boy and a girl. The gaze of several ruffians first fell upon the downcast Si Ning, but they paid little heed as her beauty remained hidden. They then turned their attention to Tang Yuan. At that moment, Si Ning was terrified. Before them stood the disgraceful Zhang AI family. It was said that these individuals had twisted personalities and were capable of anything. Tang Yuan gently ruffled Si Ning's hair, signaling her to remain calm. As he did so, Si Ning's previously tense and rigid body relaxed. Brothers, I am his sibling, and my brother is still young and naive. Could you possibly spare him this time? Please, let bygones be bygones. Tang Yuan pointed at Qin Yun, addressing the Zhang AI family. They delighted in Tang Yuan's words, chuckling. Of course, we can let it go. However, we are a bit short on cash lately, hehehe. They exchanged glances, their sinister laughter echoing. They relished Tang Yuan's submissive demeanor. Had he shown a more defiant attitude, they might have thought twice about their arrogance. Qin Yun found Tang Yuan's words to be utterly incredulous and infuriating. Yuan Ge, they stole my phone. He could not swallow this indignity. If you are afraid, you may stand aside and watch. I will not implicate you. Qin Yun was furious, having expected his elder brother to assist him, only to find him submitting to the ruffians, which left him quite dissatisfied. Do you not trust me? Tang Yuan gazed intently at Qin Yun. Under Tang Yuan's penetrating stare, Qin Yun felt his anger diminish. Do not speak. I shall handle this matter, and you will find the outcome agreeable. Tang Yuan whispered into Qin Yun's ear. Very well. I await your demonstration. Trusting Tang Yuan, he refrained from further protest, curious about the scheme his elder brother was concocting. At that moment, the group of ruffians had encircled Tang Yuan and the others, each bearing a smug smile. Brothers, we are out of money for cigarettes. Will you treat us to a few packs? Punishment. Such punishment. Tang Yuan declared, producing several thousand yuan. Take this to buy your cigarettes. In this life, civility breeds wealth. My brother is young and ignorant. Let us not hold it against him. Such a sum. One of the ruffians, upon seeing Tang Yuan's cash, displayed a look of sheer delight, swiftly snatching the money, fearful that Tang Yuan might retract his offer. Kid, considering your willingness to cooperate, we shall let this matter rest today. The Zhang AI family members chuckled, waving their hands dismissively. Brothers, let us head to Tianshan Rinqian. Just minutes after the Zhang AI members departed, Tang Yuan pulled out his phone. Hello, is this 110? I have been robbed. Yes, at the internet CAF entrance. Yes. There are surveillance cameras. The suspects are currently at Tianshan Rinqian nightclub. Qin Yun. Si Ning. Yuan Ge, I am impressed. Qin Yun exclaimed, giving Tang Yuan a thumbs up. He had not anticipated such cunning from his elder brother. Submitting to the ruffians and offering them money had been a deliberate ploy. This revelation completely altered his perception of Tang Yuan. Si Ning's face broke into a radiant smile, one that could captivate any heart. Although she said nothing, she was quite pleased with Tang Yuan's handling of the situation. This rogue was not foolish after all. She mused inwardly. In fact, in the previous life, the legal awareness among citizens in Longhua had significantly increased. High-cost crimes such as robbery and brawling had nearly vanished. Victors in fights often found themselves imprisoned, while their wives and children were likely to be claimed by others. Conversely, the vanquished faced the consequences of hospitalization. Due to irrefutable evidence, the police swiftly apprehended the suspects. During the questioning, Tang Yuan and his companions unanimously claimed they had been coerced by the ruffians into handing over the money. With the surveillance footage and the testimonies of Tang Yuan and the others, the police determined that the members of the Zhang AI family were implicated in robbery. They were legally transferred to a detention center, awaiting prosecution by the public prosecutor's office. They faced a prison sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. After recording the incident, the police returned Qin Yun's phone and Tang Yuan's money to them. By the time they exited the police station, it was already 10:30 in the evening. After escorting Qin Yun home, Tang Yuan accompanied Si Ning back to school. At the foot of the girls' dormitory at Shanghai High School, Tang Yuan presented Si Ning with a bouquet of roses. "Silly girl, take this." Si Ning, I cannot accept this." She blushed. Her gaze lowered as she spoke softly, afraid to meet Tang Yuan's eyes lest he become angry. "Haha, I was just teasing you. Do not be so nervous." Tang Yuan found her anxious demeanor amusing. He was merely jesting with Si Ning, as they were not yet in a romantic relationship, and presenting roses was indeed somewhat excessive. Naturally, he would not force her to accept them. While the roses could be disregarded, the apples could not. After all, this silly girl was usually frugal and would undoubtedly hesitate to buy fruit. Since there were some leftover apples, he decided to give them all to her. "Then you can take the apples upstairs," Tang Yuan suggested. I cannot." Si Ning began, but was interrupted by Tang Yuan. "Choose between the flowers and the apples. Will you take the flowers or the apples?" Tang Yuan inquired with keen interest. Si Ning. She was truly at a loss for words. How could this rogue be so domineering? I will take the apples," Si Ning whispered. If she accepted Tang Yuan's flowers, she would be at a loss for how to deal with her dorm mate's incessant gossip, given her social anxiety. "Then let me help you carry them upstairs." Tang Yuan knew Si Ning lived on the 4th floor, and the school dormitory lacked an elevator. He feared she might tire from lifting a box of apples. You cannot go in. The dormitory supervisor will not allow you," Si Ning said. Her cheeks flushed. "But I can manage it." She often helped her mother with heavy chores at home. With that, Si Ning squatted down and effortlessly lifted a box of apples. Tang Yuan. He chuckled at Si Ning's earnestness. The box contained only a dozen or so apples. Any adult could lift it. Yet, girls often feigned delicacy, particularly in front of boys, with some even struggling to open a bottle cap. But Si Ning, "Silly girl, I truly appreciate your authenticity, free from pretense," Tang Yuan thought, watching her retreating figure, a charming smile gracing his lips. Chapter 36. The system grew impatient upon entering the community. Tang Yuan parked his vehicle and retrieved a bouquet of flowers along with 2 apples from the trunk. These were intentionally left for his parents. Although the older generation does not celebrate the foreign holiday of Christmas Eve, he believed that gifting his parents was a gesture of goodwill, a token of auspiciousness. With his offerings in hand, Tang Yuan ascended to his home. With a click, he opened the door to find his parents engrossed in a television program. Their expressions turned to one of curiosity as they noticed Tang Yuan entering with the flowers and apples. Lu Hua, puzzled, inquired, "Son, why did you buy flowers?" Meanwhile, Tang Fei grumbled, "You little rascal, always wasting money." "Mom, today is Christmas Eve, and I bought these flowers for you," Tang Yuan replied with a smile, extending the roses towards Lu Hua. "Oh dear, we don't really indulge in this," she protested, though the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth revealed her delight. Receiving flowers from her son brought her immense joy. After Lu Hua accepted the flowers, Tang Yuan handed the 2 apples to his father. "Father, these are for you," Tang Yuan said, looking at his dad. "Little rascal, we have plenty of apples at home. Are these any better?" Tang Fei grumbled as he took the apple from his son, wiped it with a napkin, and took a bite. "Well, your apples are indeed different. They seem sweeter," he thought to himself, though his face remained dismissive. "Humph, I expected something special. They're much milder than the ones I buy. Who would waste money on such ordinary apples?" "Go on, if you don't want to eat it, spit it out," Lu Hua interjected, unable to tolerate her husband's stubbornness. Deep down, she knew Tang Fei was secretly pleased. Parents, upon receiving gifts from their children, regardless of their value or necessity, experience a singular emotion, happiness. "How can you say that about our son? How long has it been since you bought me flowers?" Lu Hua suddenly scolded her husband, her expression darkening. Tang Fei was taken aback, not expecting Lu Hua to confront him on this matter. He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Cat got your tongue? You were quite vocal while berating our son just now. Why the silence now? Ask yourself how long it's been since you gifted me flowers or presents," Lu Hua continued, growing increasingly agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Fei. Tang Yuan, witnessing his mother defending him while simultaneously venting her frustrations, sensed the situation turning unfavorable. He quietly retreated to his room. Tang Fei shot a glare at Tang Yuan, his eyes clearly expressing, "This is all your fault." Feeling a chill run down his spine from his father's glare, Tang Yuan closed the door to his room, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he shut the door, he could still hear his mother chastising his father. This scene filled him with warmth. He understood both his parents well. Despite their occasional bickering, their bond was profound and would not be affected by trivial arguments. In fact, it seemed that their quarrels only deepened their affection for one another. Once in his room, Tang Yuan immersed himself in reading. With the reading strengthening system at his disposal, he absorbed knowledge at a rate far exceeding that of an average person. His enthusiasm for reading was high. He had already mastered subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and even the arts. Therefore, he decided to delve into a fantasy novel, curious about what skills the system might reward him with. An hour passed, then two. What the heck? Normally, I receive rewards after reading for just 10 minutes. Why have I read for 2 hours now without any reward? He questioned the system, but there was no response. Something felt amiss. Perhaps the fantasy genre was indeed more complex, making rewards harder to obtain. He thought it might be due to insufficient reading time. As he contemplated this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Hearing this sound, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had previously attempted to communicate with the system, which had ignored him until now. System, what's going on? I've been reading for quite a while. Why haven't I received a reward? He eagerly inquired. Ding! The abilities within the content of fantasy novels surpass the rules of this world significantly. Thus, the system is unable to provide rewards to the host. Huh? Why is that? Tang Yuan still struggled to grasp the situation and asked again. The system, seemingly exasperated, responded, Ding. The host currently resides in a low martial world, while fantasy novels belong to a high martial realm. If the system were to reward the host with skills from the high martial category, it would disrupt the balance of this dimension. Therefore, this system cannot grant rewards to the host. Do you understand? The emotionless voice of the system resonated in Tang Yuan's mind, looping incessantly. Okay, I understand, Tang Yuan replied, feeling slightly dazed. The system's tone suggested it was growing impatient. With this distraction, Tang Yuan lost the motivation to continue reading. Lying down, he thought of Si Ning. If only he had a mobile phone now, he could chat with her. Determined, he resolved to buy a phone for the silly girl, Si Ning, the following day. It was simply too difficult to reach out to her when he missed her. Besides, he still had the money from selling flowers. Initially, he intended to give it directly to Si Ning. However, he understood her personality well enough to know she might refuse. Thus, buying her a phone seemed a more suitable approach. Once gifted, he was confident she would accept it. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Tang Yuan opened it to find his mother standing there with a glass of milk. Son, it's getting late. After your shower, have a glass of milk and get some rest. Don't read too late. Balance is key, Lu Hua said, placing the milk on the table before leaving. Thank you, Mom. Tang Yuan felt a wave of warmth. Having lost his parents early in his previous life, he cherished every expression of love in this one. Each moment of care left him deeply moved. After showering, Tang Yuan enjoyed a restful sleep. The next morning, he awoke early, ready to buy a phone for Si Ning. However, before attending to that, he needed to resolve the matter of breakfast for her. After freshening up, he drove his Jaguar to school to find Si Ning. Chapter 37. Si Ning turns out to be a spicy girl. Upon arriving near the school, Tang Yuan purchased 2 servings of rice noodles before entering the premises. After parking his vehicle, he made his way directly to the classroom. As a diligent student, Si Ning was undoubtedly engrossed in her studies within. He hoped no one would notice. Once outside the classroom, Tang Yuan spotted Si Ning seated quietly with her head bent over a book. She was wearing the down jacket he had gifted her, clearly concerned that if she did not wear it, he would be displeased. Without hesitation, he entered the classroom. Upon hearing the commotion, Si Ning looked up towards the door and, upon recognizing Tang Yuan, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of connection. Approaching his desk, Tang Yuan opened the container of rice noodles. Have you been here long? Are you hungry? Start with these rice noodles. I specifically bought them for you. With extra chili, he softly remarked. Si Ning's cheeks flushed, yet this time she remained composed, clearing her desk to create space for their breakfast. At that moment, she retrieved a jar of pickled chili from under her desk. After unscrewing the lid, she poured a handful into her noodles. I've added chili already, Tang Yuan gently reminded her. Hearing this, Si Ning's face reddened further. Would you care for a bit? I made this myself. The ones from the noodle shop aren't spicy enough. She murmured shyly. Wow, you made it yourself? I must try some. Please pass me a few. Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Since it was crafted by the sweet girl, he simply had to taste it. Xining nodded, presenting the jar to him. My chopsticks have been used already, so you can use your own. Xining said bashfully, her face a portrait of embarrassment. Tang Yuan, instead of taking the jar, simply gazed at her intently. Thus unfolded a scene where Xining held a jar of pickled chili, staring at Tang Yuan, who was quietly observing her. Neither moved. Eventually, Xining succumbed, using her own chopsticks to serve him several pieces of the pickled chili. Does this count as a second-hand kiss? Xining's heart raced, her face growing even warmer. As Tang Yuan bit into a piece, he exclaimed, Wow, this is incredibly spicy. He quickly raised his bowl to sip some broth, attempting to quell the heat in his throat. Meanwhile, Xining relished the pickled chili, crunching them delightfully as if they were cucumbers. You silly girl, I knew you could handle spice, but I had no idea you could manage it so well. Tang Yuan exclaimed, fanning his mouth. Xining, witnessing his comical struggle, felt a twinge of shyness. Are you okay? She asked softly. Don't you find it spicy? He inquired, voicing his thoughts. Not at all. It's sweet, she replied casually. Tang Yuan was taken aback. All right then. You truly are impressive. He had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Xining would turn out to be such a spicy girl. After a while, as the spiciness began to dissipate for Tang Yuan, he lowered his head to continue eating. If I don't hurry, the noodles will dry out. After finishing their meal, Xining pulled out a handkerchief from her bag to wipe her mouth. She then noticed Tang Yuan watching her again, prompting her to offer him a tissue. However, he brushed it aside, instead picking up her used handkerchief from the table and wiping his mouth with it. Xining was taken aback, her face turning crimson. This rascal had used the handkerchief she had just used. She was both embarrassed and furious, yet felt powerless to voice her feelings. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, appeared completely at ease, smiling as if nothing was amiss. Shameless rogue, Xining thought, as she stood up, head down, to tidy up the leftover takeout boxes. Watching her dutifully clean up, Tang Yuan was suddenly struck by a feeling reminiscent of a newlywed couple, with the wife tidying up while the husband gazed at her tenderly. Once she finished, Xining looked up and met Tang Yuan's gentle gaze. Their eyes locked, and she quickly averted her own, feeling her heart race at the intensity of his stare. Not wishing to linger, she turned and hurriedly disposed of the trash. Tang Yuan observed her retreating figure with a triumphant smile. Silly girl, you can't escape my grasp. When Xining returned from discarding the garbage, her complexion had returned to normal, and Tang Yuan refrained from teasing her further. They sat quietly together in the classroom, absorbed in their studies. The atmosphere was serene, with the sound of a pin dropping audible in the silence. At that moment, Tang Yuan realized he had no need to study further. Yet he relished the tranquility of being beside Xining. Time gradually slipped away. He checked his phone and noted that it was already 10:30. By now, a few students had trickled into the classroom to review their studies. Gently, Tang Yuan poked Xining, who was deeply engrossed in her reading. Startled, she looked at him with wide eyes. I need to step out for a moment. Will you wait for me here? He asked. Okay, she nodded, feeling shy and refraining from asking where he was headed or what he intended to do. After her response, she returned her focus to her book. Tang Yuan exited the classroom and made his way to the parking lot not far from the teaching building. Once in his car, he drove out of the school with determination, pressing the accelerator to head towards the city's electronic mall. Indeed, Tang Yuan was off to buy a phone for Xining. It was unbearable to think of her at home every night without the means to chat with her. If she had a phone, that concern would be alleviated. As for money, he reassured himself that tomorrow was Monday, and with his winnings, he would soon be a millionaire. With financial constraints lifted, he also planned to visit Xining's home to improve her living conditions. Moreover, her gambling father needed help to escape his vices. Although it would be a daunting task to help him quit, Tang Yuan was resolute in his commitment. For Xining, I would do anything, he thought as he drove. Chapter 38. The main quest of the system soon. Tang Yuan arrived at the electronic mall in the heart of Shanghai City, the largest electronic trading market in the area, boasting a plethora of diverse electronic brands. After parking his vehicle, he made his way directly to the mobile phone specialty store on the second floor. The variety of brand-name phones left him somewhat dazzled. Compared to what he remembered from his previous life, these devices were truly inferior. He recalled that in his former life, Domestic brands like Huawei had surpassed many foreign counterparts in both technology and quality. However, in 2009, the standards of domestic phones were still lacking. Thus, he proceeded straight to a store selling South Korean phones, where Samsung was not yet notorious for its malfunctions. These phones were significantly better than the typical domestic options available at the time. Tang Yuan's decision on the brand simplified matters immensely. Upon entering the store, he promptly purchased the latest model of a Samsung phone, completing the transaction without a hint of hesitation. The entire shopping experience was astonishingly swift, leaving the sales assistant utterly speechless, as this model was not inexpensive, costing several thousand yuan. It was only after he departed that she regained her composure, pondering if this was the reality of the affluent, where haggling over such a price was simply unheard of. Having acquired the phone, Tang Yuan took the opportunity to visit a nearby Unicom service center to procure a SIM card, which at that time did not require real name registration, allowing for easy purchase. After completing these tasks, he returned to his car and eagerly unboxed his new device. He knew that leaving it sealed would only reveal to others that it was freshly purchased. After removing the packaging, he applied the protective film that came with the phone and inserted the SIM card, making it ready for use. Cradling the phone, he felt something was amiss. A quick inspection revealed he had yet to attach the phone case that came with it. However, using the case straight away would make it appear too new. So, he decided to remove his own phone case and fit it onto the new device. Once done, the phone no longer looked brand new, achieving a perfect balance. With everything completed, Tang Yuan was satisfied as he revved the engine of his car. The roar filled the air as he accelerated out of the parking lot. At that moment, Xining was in her classroom, deeply engrossed in her studies. Suddenly, her dorm mate, Lu Xiaowei, approached her with an expression of surprise. "Xining, I just saw in the class group that you signed up to perform at the New Year's party," she exclaimed. Xining was known for her reclusive nature, and the idea of her participating in such a public event was as unbelievable as claiming that Kai Shukuan was a tough guy. "What?" Xining replied, confusion evident on her face. She had not signed up at all. Her low-key and somewhat self-deprecating personality would never allow her to engage in such a spotlight. "I didn't," she murmured softly. Lu Xiaowei frowned in confusion, stating, "That's strange. I just saw the program list posted by the homeroom teacher in the class group, and your name was on it. I couldn't have misread it." Xining remained silent, her mind swirling with uncertainty and bewilderment. At that moment, Tang Yuan appeared at the classroom door, his gaze immediately locking onto the distressed expression of the woman he cherished. As he approached her, Lu Xiaowei nodded gently in greeting, sensing the connection between them was deeper than mere classmates. "What is going on?" Tang Yuan asked Xining. She glanced up at him but remained silent. Lu Xiaowei interjected, "I just saw the program list from the homeroom teacher in the class group, and Xining's name was included. I thought it was odd, so I came to ask her." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The image of Xining's helpless and pitiful demeanor from his previous life resurfaced in his mind. He had altered some events, yet there were still circumstances that were unavoidable. Seeing Xining's face filled with anxiety and fear, he understood she did not wish to participate in the New Year's performance. "Don't worry, it's just a program. If you don't want to perform, leave it to me. You don't need to concern yourself with it. I'll handle it," he assured her. Lu Xiaowei, sensing the romantic undertones, discreetly excused herself, fully aware that Tang Yuan and Xining shared a bond that transcended mere friendship. "I don't want to participate," Xining murmured, her head bowed. "All right, if that's the case, I'll take care of it," Tang Yuan replied with a smile, patting his chest in reassurance. Xining, witnessing his earnest demeanor, couldn't help but stifle a giggle, her laughter radiating beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers. Tang Yuan, unable to resist, reached out to ruffle her hair, only to be met with her shy protest. "We're in class. What if someone sees us?" Overjoyed, Tang Yuan thought, if no one sees, then it's not. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Main quest activated. To protect Xining from ridicule and preserve her self-esteem, please substitute for Xining in the New Year's performance. Mission requirement: achieve first place in the performance. Mission reward: 2 universal antidote pills. Note: the universal antidote can cure any poison in this realm, including terminal illnesses like cancer. Note 2. This mission is a main quest from the system. It is advised that the host does not refuse or face the consequences. Tang Yuan was left speechless, suspecting that the last sentence was the system's attempt at humor. He had intended to prevent Xining from participating in the event, so how could he possibly refuse the system's task? Furthermore, upon completion, there were rewards to be gained. Those were universal antidote pills capable of curing cancer, given that he had already mastered songwriting and singing. Securing first place at the New Year's performance would undoubtedly be a walk in the park. Chapter 39. Xining, you hurt me, accept the task. Tang Yuan communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. The main mission has been accepted and is currently in progress. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Yuan understood that the matter was settled. What are you thinking? Xining asked curiously as she noticed Tang Yuan lost in thought. Tang Yuan snapped back to reality, meeting Xining's gaze. Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating the evening event, nothing serious. He smiled, then absent-mindedly patted Xining's head. This time, Xining didn't turn away but allowed him to stroke her hair. By the way, here, take this. Tang Yuan suddenly recalled something, withdrawing his hand from his pocket to present Xining with the phone he had just purchased. Xining's eyes widened as she saw the phone, momentarily taken aback. I can't accept it. She quickly waved her hands, feeling anxious. She was not the type to casually accept favors from others. A phone worth several thousand yuan was far too extravagant for her. She had already felt guilty for accepting Tang Yuan's clothing. Now, taking his phone felt like an insurmountable hurdle. Just take it. It's merely an old phone. I've had it lying around for 2 years. You can have it. Otherwise, I'll be anxious tonight if I can't find you when I get home. Tang Yuan insisted with a stern expression. He had rehearsed these lines in his mind several times, delivering them with confidence. Seeing Tang Yuan's seemingly angry demeanor, Xining panicked. However, she still didn't want to accept his phone. She lowered her head in silence. Tang Yuan knew that if he didn't assert himself a bit, this foolish girl would certainly refuse the phone. Consequently, he grasped her hand and forcefully placed the phone in her palm. Here, it's yours now. If you don't want it, then please throw it in the garbage for me, he said, visibly annoyed. Xining's face was a picture of conflict. How could this stubborn boy be so domineering? He always resorted to this tactic. Yet, she found herself unable to resist, because she knew Tang Yuan was not joking. If she insisted on refusing, he really would toss the phone away. This thought made her feel small, wronged, and helpless. Her sense of injustice stemmed from Tang Yuan being stern with her again. The conflict arose from her genuine desire not to accept more of his gifts. She already owed him too much. Who knows if, like other couples, he would later demand she sleep with him. Countless thoughts raced through Xining's mind, and tears began to well in her eyes. Although she didn't dislike him, in fact, she might even say she was fond of him, but she was still a student. She needed to focus on her studies, find a good job, and earn money to support her mother. Stealing a glance at the intimidating Tang Yuan beside her, she noticed his expression darkening further. She felt even more lost. Xining timidly lifted her head and cautiously tugged at Tang Yuan's sleeve. You. She began, feeling pitiful, but Tang Yuan interrupted her. What do you want? Either take it or leave it. No need to be so melodramatic. Tang Yuan still wore a look of impatience. I'll take it then. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Please, don't scold me. Tang Yuan initially intended to ignore her, but seeing her pitiful, distressed expression melted his heart. This foolish girl truly leaves me defenseless, he mused. He couldn't help but pinch Xining's soft cheek. To his surprise, her face was quite plump. Ouch, you hurt me, Xining softly protested. Tang Yuan paused. Silly girl, I haven't even hurt you yet, he replied with a knowing smile, deliberately elongating the word hurt. Xining. At that moment, she realized her wording was ambiguous. Her face flushed crimson. You know I didn't mean it that way, she murmured, her gaze lowered. Oh, Tang Yuan's smile broadened, teasing her further. Then do enlighten me about what you didn't mean. Xining. What a bothersome boy. I could die of embarrassment. She silently cursed, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, leaving her feeling wronged. Seeing her discomfort, Tang Yuan decided to cease his teasing. He didn't want her to be so flustered that she might fall ill. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just keep the phone safe. No more refusals. Also, you must carry it with you wherever you go. I've saved my number in your contacts, so you can call me anytime. Okay. Xining obediently nodded. You can also save my home number. If my phone is unreachable, you can call my landline. Tang Yuan proposed after a moment's thought. Can I not save your home number? Xining asked timidly. Why not? Tang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Xining explained bashfully. I don't know how to use a phone. If I save too many numbers, I might lose track of yours. Huh. Ahem. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. He covered his mouth, pretending to cough before replying. All right, just remember my number then. What an adorably naive girl. Tang Yuan reflected. Thankfully, it's me. I shudder to think how this foolish girl would fare with someone else. After all, there are plenty of unscrupulous men in this world. The examples of wolves in sheep's clothing are countless. Some even deceive women into selling themselves for their benefit. Here. This is the user manual for the phone. You can read it to learn how to use it. After dinner tonight, I'll help you set up a QQ account. And you can chat online without sending texts. Tang Yuan suggested thoughtfully. Oh, okay. Xining nodded obediently. She wasn't particularly interested, but since Tang Yuan mentioned it, she complied. She didn't dare provoke his anger. Alas, this foolish girl's character is inherently timid, especially towards Tang Yuan, even more so. By now, several students in the classroom were engrossed in their studies. They had grown accustomed to Tang Yuan and Xining's interactions. Ever since Tang Yuan publicly confessed to Xining, everyone understood the situation. Meanwhile, the class beauty, Yihui, was absent from the classroom. Had she been present to witness this scene, she would likely be in tears again. Chapter 40. Tang Yuan choked on a steamed bun. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was noon. Tang Yuan's stomach growled in protest. Silly girl, let us go eat, he exclaimed to Xining. I'm not a silly girl, Xining replied softly. Ha ha. Tang Yuan couldn't help but laugh at Xining's pitiful expression. He then stood up and walked to the classroom door. Realizing she had no choice but to follow, Xining gathered her books and trailed behind Tang Yuan as they exited the classroom. This sight filled their classmates, who remained engrossed in their studies with envy and jealousy. What would you like to eat today? Tang Yuan inquired warmly. I don't know, Xining said, visibly conflicted. If she were alone, she would settle for a steamed bun with pickles. Let us eat out. There's a restaurant that serves authentic roast duck, Tang Yuan suggested with a smile. Xining halted, her small hands clenched and relaxed, her face a canvas of indecision. See, can we eat at the school cafeteria? She mustered the courage to say, I want to treat you. But I'm afraid I won't have enough money if we eat out. Tang Yuan thought to himself, this silly girl is truly endearing. She expressed such sentiments without a hint of embarrassment, only concern over her finances. It was only someone with an exceptionally pure heart who could speak so candidly. Initially, Tang Yuan had found the cafeteria's offerings unpalatable, but seeing Xining's hopeful demeanor, he could not bring himself to refuse. All right, let us eat at the cafeteria. The food there is quite good, he replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Xining's face lit up with a rare smile. Her laughter filled the winter air with warmth, dispelling any chill. Thankfully, this moment went unnoticed by others. Otherwise, their astonishment would have been palpable. Silly girl, your smile is beautiful, like a flower. You should smile more often, Tang Yuan remarked casually. Oh, Xining nodded, her expression reverting to her usual innocent demeanor. They walked side by side towards the cafeteria, this time with Xining leading the way. Upon arriving, they found the cafeteria relatively empty due to the weekend. Xining found a seat for Tang Yuan and went to fetch their meal. Since she was treating, Tang Yuan patiently waited at the table without rushing to get food himself. Before long, Xining returned with a plate heaped with dishes and a small portion of greens. Tang Yuan recognized that the meat was for him, while the small serving of vegetables was for her. After placing the food down, Xining turned to serve Tang Yuan a bowl of rice. Noticing she had only taken one bowl, his brow furrowed slightly. What about yours? Aren't you eating? He asked. I can manage with this, Xining replied, pulling out a hard steamed bun from her bag. Seeing the tough bun, Tang Yuan frowned even deeper. Give it to me, he commanded. Xining, a bit frightened, hurriedly handed over the bun. Tang Yuan took it and pushed his bowl of rice towards her. I want to taste the bun. You eat the rice, he stated calmly. Xining was taken aback. You don't have to do this. Just let me eat the bun. You have the rice, she insisted. However, Tang Yuan merely regarded her with a steady gaze before taking a bite of the bun. The crunch echoed as if he were biting into steel. A sudden pain shot through his teeth, leaving his face slightly pale. Yet, determined not to show discomfort, he forced down a small piece of the bun. So this is what it tastes like, he thought, lamenting internally, feeling as if he were consuming wax. It was nearly impossible to swallow. He wondered how this silly girl managed to eat it regularly. Seeing her look at him with a complex expression, he snapped. Why are you staring at me? Hurry and eat. Oh, Xining, afraid of Tang Yuan's displeasure, promptly lowered her head to eat. Coughing, Tang Yuan choked on the bun as he spoke, and Xining quickly jumped up to fetch a bowl of clear soup from the free water station. Hurry, Drink some soup, she urged. Worry etched across her face. The soup was remarkably clear. If anything, it resembled plain boiled water more than soup. There wasn't a single vegetable leaf to be found. Perhaps it was merely the remnants of washing pots. At this moment, however, Tang Yuan couldn't care less. He grabbed the bowl of broth and gulped it down, nearly finishing half in one go to dislodge the bun that had lodged in his throat. Setting the bowl down, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had always heard tales of ancient people choking on steamed buns, which he dismissed as mere humor. But now he realized the possibility was indeed real. Looking down at the remaining half of the bun in his hand, he felt a bitter taste of defeat. Are you all right now? Xining asked, her face filled with concern after witnessing the earlier incident. I'm fine, Tang Yuan forced a smile. I'll go get you another serving, Xining said as she began to rise. Tang Yuan quickly grasped her small hand. No need, it's fine. I'm okay, he replied, a bit shyly. Still feeling uneasy, Xining pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we share? I can't finish this much food alone anyway. Her head bowed, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. She hesitated to let Tang Yuan eat the bun again, for the sight of him struggling to swallow had pained her heart. Tang Yuan glanced at the generous portion of rice before nodding in agreement. Xining fetched an empty bowl, divided her rice, and transferred half to Tang Yuan, keeping the rest for herself. Watching her actions, a warm current surged through Tang Yuan's heart. This silly girl always prioritized others before herself. From now on, I will ensure you never suffer again, he vowed silently. Chapter 41. Displaying affection in the class group. Thus, a bowl of rice was divided into 2 portions, and the 2 quickly finished their meal. During this time, Xining focused on the vegetables, allowing all the meat to be consumed by Tang Yuan. He said nothing about it, understanding that only by eating more would Xining feel at ease. Otherwise, this silly girl would always believe she owed him too much. Tang Yuan hastened his eating, and by the time he finished, there was still plenty of meat left on his plate. This was intentional, as he knew that only by avoiding waste would Xining be compelled to eat the remaining meat. He patted his stomach and cheerfully exclaimed, I'm so full. You must finish the rest. No wasting. It's everyone's responsibility to clean their plates. Xining, she paused for a moment, nodded, and began to serve herself some meat. While waiting, Tang Yuan took Xining's phone to download the QQ app, making it easier for them to communicate in the future. After completing the download, he planned to teach her how to use it once she finished her meal. Otherwise, she might take ages figuring it out herself. Given her focus on studies and the likelihood of her seldom using her phone, Tang Yuan suddenly remembered that Xining had previously not owned a phone, and thus, she was not part of their class's QQ group. He promptly added her to the class group. After a moment of thought, he changed her username to Silly and Innocent, and his own to Clumsy and Adorably Awkward. Perfect. Upon completing this mischievous act, a triumphant smile spread across Tang Yuan's face. Xining, who was still eating, sensed something amiss and glanced at Tang Yuan, wanting to inquire about the reason behind his seemingly malevolent grin, yet she hesitated to ask further. At that moment, Tang Yuan noticed her gaze upon him. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he said, Ahem, Xining, I've registered a QQ account for you and added you to the class group. Oh. Xining nodded blankly, utterly clueless about the implications. Well, once we return to the classroom, I'll teach you how to use it. From now on, you can message me, Tang Yuan continued. Okay. Xining obediently nodded. At that moment, she had no independent thoughts. She simply agreed with whatever Tang Yuan said, recognizing that even if she disagreed, resisting would be futile. Thus, she decided to let him lead. Xining's current state resembled the words of a certain great person. Life is like a torrential downpour. If you cannot avoid it, then embrace and enjoy it. After finishing their meal and disposing of their utensils, they returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, at the instant Tang Yuan added Xining to the class group, the chat erupted with excitement. Clumsy and Adorably Awkward has invited Silly and Innocent to join the chat. Upon clicking on the profile, they realized it was Tang Yuan who had changed his username. But who was this Silly and Innocent? Was she from class 1 of the senior year? Everyone in their class was already in the group, so it was peculiar for Tang Yuan to add an unfamiliar person. Xining was typically quite low profile, making it normal for her to be overlooked by her classmates. This was not entirely their fault, as she rarely spoke and seldom lifted her head. Most of her clothing was worn and inexpensive, and her appearance was quite ordinary, which deterred her classmates from approaching her. Naturally, they believed her to be plain, but that was merely their misguided perception. Soon, someone made a connection. Silly and Innocent. clumsy and adorably awkward. Isn't that an obvious couple's name? How bold these kids are. The group leader, their homeroom teacher, Tang Yuan, was overseeing this display of affection right under his nose. One couldn't help but admire their audacity. Quickly, someone pointed out that there was one person absent from the group chat, Xining, who had always seemed like a mere afterthought. This led to a realization. Could it be that they were truly together? I had thought Tang Yuan's earlier comments were a joke. After all, Tang Yuan was the epitome of a school heartthrob, while Xining was just an unassuming girl. How could that be possible? Surely, he had lost his mind to fancy her. What are you all saying? Love sometimes needs no reason. The classmates engaged in fervent discussions about the pair. Meanwhile, at home, Yihui felt her appetite wane upon seeing these messages. She abruptly tossed her chopsticks aside, blinking furiously, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her mind, she questioned herself. Why? Why is it that despite my excellence, he won't even spare me a glance? Why does he prefer that clumsy Xining? Why? Why is he so cruel to me? Yihui sobbed, her tears flowing freely. Fortunately, she was alone at home. Had her family witnessed such an outburst, they might have rushed her to the hospital for a checkup. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Xining remained oblivious to the commotion, making their way back to the classroom. Upon entering, they resumed their respective seats. Hand me your phone. I'll show you how to use QQ. Tang Yuan smiled. Okay. Xining nodded obediently, handing him her phone, leaning slightly towards her. Tang Yuan ensured she could see the screen as he patiently explained how to use QQ. Before long, Xining grasped the application with ease. Indeed, her prowess as a top student was evident. Though she might appear a bit foolish at times, her intellect was sharper than most. Time passed in silence until dinner time arrived. Once again, they dined in the cafeteria, but this time, Tang Yuan did not let Xining treat him. Xining dared not object and complied. After their meal, Tang Yuan, feeling disinclined to study, requested Xining to accompany him for a walk. She had no choice but to acquiesce, and the two drove to Shanghai Park. After parking, they stepped out of the car. Although it wasn't snowing in Shanghai City, the chilly weather was enough to make one shiver. Tang Yuan instinctively tightened his coat and looked at Xining with concern. Asking, "Are you cold?" Xining, with her head down, quietly replied, "No, I'm not cold." Tang Yuan nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. They leaned against the railing by the artificial lake, enveloped in silence. Tang Yuan recalled that night when the silly girl had pushed him into the water. Stealing a glance at Xining, he noticed her gaze lost in the distant city lights, seemingly in a daze. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Yuan suddenly asked. I miss my mom a little," Xining confessed. "Missing home?" Tang Yuan said, "I wonder how my mother is doing. It's so cold, and I can't help but worry about her work situation." Xining lowered her head and murmured softly. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Chapter 42. A public incident involving gun violence. Xining's mother remains in the countryside. Ever since Xining entered high school, she returns home only once every month or two. It is not that she does not wish to visit, but rather that the distance from home to school is considerable, and the fare is somewhat steep. Her mother has always reassured her that everything is well at home, urging Xining to focus solely on her studies without worry. However, Xining is acutely aware of the nature of her father, a gambling addict, casting doubt on the notion that all is well. Each time she is at school, her thoughts are consumed with concern for her mother, who, in turn, worries about Xining's finances, her nourishment, and her well-being. This mutual concern embodies the purest form of familial affection. Tang Yuan fell silent for a moment before producing a tissue and offering it to Xining. He then spoke slowly, suggesting that after the New Year's Eve celebration, there would be a 3-day holiday, during which he could accompany her home for a visit. What? Xining accepted the tissue, startled by his proposal. She looked up at him, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of panic and a hint of inexplicable emotion. "And no, that's unnecessary," she quietly declined. "Then it's settled. I'll drive you back, and you can save on transportation costs," Tang Yuan declared decisively. "You can use that money to treat me to a meal instead." Xining felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She did not wish for Tang Yuan to visit her home. It was not out of embarrassment regarding her family's financial situation. Xining had never looked down upon her upbringing. Her mother had worked tirelessly to raise her, and now the two relied on one another. How could she possibly resent her mother? As for her father, Xining believed that one day he would come to his senses. If she studied diligently and graduated from university, surely their circumstances would improve. Hope remained as long as she persevered. Xining was introverted by nature, yet her inner strength and optimism shone brightly. Her reluctance to have Tang Yuan visit stemmed only from a desire to avoid imposing upon him. Sensing his unwavering resolve, she felt a twinge of unfairness. She knew that once Tang Yuan made up his mind, there would be no changing it. How can this stubborn fellow be so domineering? She thought, her inner turmoil forcing her to lower her head in silence. Thus, a heavy silence enveloped them, and the sky, as if in tune with their mood, began to drizzle lightly. It's raining. Let's sit in the car for a while. Tang Yuan broke the silence, taking her hand and leading her towards the vehicle. Once inside, Tang Yuan turned on the heater, gradually warming his stiffened body. Meanwhile, Si Ning remained silent, her gaze cast downward. You silly girl, don't keep your head down. Only by looking up can you appreciate the beauty of the world, Tang Yuan remarked. Si Ning was taken aback. She had not expected such philosophical wisdom from him. Suddenly, this seemingly mischievous boy appeared to possess a touch of artistic flair. Her gaze towards him became rather complex. Tang Yuan noticed her odd expression and felt a bit uneasy. What are you staring at? He asked. And nothing. I just think that when you're serious. You don't seem so bad after all, Si Ning replied, her cheeks flushing. Am I a bad person in your eyes? He chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. Silly girl. You will come to understand that to you. I am the best person in the world, and I truly believe I can be that for you. Tang Yuan smiled. Then suggested, let us go watch a movie. That night, I noticed how captivated you were. Let us experience it again. And no, that's not necessary. I want to return to school to study, Si Ning murmured, allowing him to tousle her hair. While I too would love to accompany you back to school for some studying, first, you must join me for a movie. No objections accepted, he declared with a grin. Si Ning felt defeated, unable to protest any further. She lowered her head once more, enveloped in silence. When she was with Tang Yuan, she often felt as if he were steering her life. Whatever he desired, she found herself unable to refuse, as though he were her destiny's guiding force. Before long, they arrived at a large shopping center in the city center and ascended to the 4th floor where the cinema was located. After purchasing 2 tickets, Tang Yuan acquired 2 cups of hot drinks and a large bucket of freshly popped popcorn, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Even Si Ning, who usually maintained her composure, could not resist inhaling the sweet scent. As luck would have it, they had arrived just in time for the screening. Together, they entered the theater, where the dim lighting required Si Ning to tread cautiously, recalling her previous fall in this very spot. Tang Yuan, amused, urged her to quicken her pace and took her hand, leading her up the stairs. Blushing, Si Ning did not resist, allowing him to guide her. Once seated, Tang Yuan released her hand, noting the pleasant warmth and softness of her grip. Soon, the film began, while other couples around them were preoccupied with their meals. Leaving the theater relatively empty, Si Ning immersed herself in the movie, while Tang Yuan savored the sight of her concentrated expression. There was something captivating about how people radiated beauty when they were genuinely engrossed in an activity. Si Ning, already a stunning girl, appeared even more enchanting as she became absorbed in the film. However, just as Tang Yuan was mesmerized by Si Ning's beauty, strange noises began to emanate from behind them, urgent, suppressed breaths. Frowning, Tang Yuan's pleasant mood was quickly disrupted as he recognized the sound all too well. He recalled having seen similar scenes in videos on a friend's computer. Seated in a relatively central position, he had not anticipated encountering such a shocking spectacle during his cinematic outings. It became evident that these couples had fallen prey to the allure of certain films. The scenario bore an uncanny resemblance, a plotline reminiscent of the infamous genre from a particular country. Were they unable to afford a hotel? No, they merely sought the atmosphere. They could afford movie tickets but not a room. How absurd. Tang Yuan shook his head in resignation, pondering how Si Ning, this innocent girl from the countryside, would never engage in such behavior. Initially, he attempted to endure the distraction, but the noises intensified, accompanied by an increasingly unpleasant odor that made his expression darken. It is utterly abhorrent to inflict harm upon others with a firearm in a public setting. Chapter 43. Tang Yuan. The program changed to mind. Tang Yuan could no longer endure the situation and nudged Si Ning beside him. Si Ning, immersed in the movie, looked at Tang Yuan with a puzzled expression, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Let us go. Let us go. We can come back another time, Tang Yuan said with a frown. Not understanding the reason for Tang Yuan's displeasure, Si Ning cautiously asked, Did I do something wrong? Not at all. The movie is about to end anyway. Let us not watch it, Tang Yuan replied casually. Oh. Although Si Ning remained oblivious to the circumstances, she obediently nodded. The two then gathered their belongings and made their exit. As they passed the back row, Indistinct sounds emanated from a dark corner of the cinema. Tang Yuan felt a surge of exasperation. They certainly knew how to choose their spot. He had previously noticed this phenomenon. There always seemed to be one or two couples in the desolate corners of the cinema. While he had once puzzled over their preference for those secluded positions, he now comprehended their reasoning. At that moment, Xining also heard the peculiar noises, her innocent face displaying confusion. Tang Yuan took her hand and hurried out of the cinema. He wished to shield her from such matters. Otherwise, if she were left with a negative impression, it would be troublesome if she were reluctant to visit cinemas in the future. The instant they stepped outside the cinema, Tang Yuan inhaled deeply. The air outside was still quite refreshing. Xining noticed Tang Yuan's odd demeanor. "Are you all right?" she quietly inquired. "Nothing. It was just too stuffy in there," Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of disclosing the events to Xining. "All right, let us head back to school. We will have plenty of opportunities to watch movies in the future." Xining nodded slightly. In truth, she was indifferent to whether they watched the film or not. If it weren't for Tang Yuan insisting she come, she would not have done so. Soon enough, Tang Yuan returned Xining to her dormitory. Initially, he intended to return the car to Qin Yun. Although their relationship was close, it felt inappropriate to keep borrowing his vehicle. However, upon calling Qin Yun, the hefty fellow assured him there was no rush and told Tang Yuan to keep it for now, as it was simply sitting idle at home. It would be more convenient for both of them during their commutes. Tang Yuan chuckled, realizing that this portly friend wanted him to be the designated driver. Nevertheless, he soon considered that the weather in Shanghai sure had turned quite cold, and having a car for school certainly offered a great deal of convenience, especially since his own vehicle would not arrive for another fortnight. Thus, he resolved to continue using Qin Yun's car for the time being. Driving back to his residential complex, Tang Yuan parked the car and ascended to his apartment. As he opened the door, he immediately spotted his parents seated on the sofa, engrossed in a melodramatic Korean soap opera. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," he greeted while slipping off his shoes. "You little rascal, returning so late. Where have you been playing?" Tang Fei, still harboring resentment from the last time Tang Yuan brought home flowers and faced his wife's reprimand, seized the opportunity to scold his son. I was at school studying." Tang Yuan responded casually, perplexed at his father's sudden irritation. Had he consumed something bitter? Was he returning home late a common occurrence for him in the past? "Studying? You?" Tang Fei clearly did not believe him. Yet he lacked any evidence to contradict Tang Yuan's claim. Thus, he could only glare at his son. Lu Hua, hearing her son claim he was studying at school, accepted it without question and felt delighted. Seeing her husband reprimanding their son, she immediately defended Tang Yuan. "How can you speak to him like that? Is it not perfectly normal for our son to study at school?" Tang Fei, speechless, realized that with Lu Hua defending Tang Yuan, he could not press the matter further without incurring his own misfortune. "Did you eat yet?" He shifted the topic, noting his father's defeat. Tang Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment but decided to let it go. Although he had indeed been at school, it was not for studying, but rather for courting girls. His father's suspicions were not unfounded. I ate out. It's getting late, so I'll head to my room now," Tang Yuan said with a bright smile. Before retreating to his room, he placed his backpack down, glanced at the clock, and noted it was already 9:30. Opening QQ. He sent Xining a message. "What are you doing?" After waiting a while with his phone in hand, Tang Yuan noticed that Xining had not replied. Meanwhile, he saw classmates in the group chat discussing the upcoming New Year's Eve party. He needed to address this matter promptly. After contemplating for a moment, he dialed his homeroom teacher, Tan Wenhua. "Hello, who is this?" came Tan Wenhua's voice on the other end. "Hello, teacher, this is Tang Yuan," he responded into the phone. "Oh, it's you. What is up? Speak quickly, what do you need?" Tan Wenhua replied, slightly taken aback. After a brief pause, Tang Yuan continued. "I'm calling to request a leave of absence. I have something to attend to at home tomorrow and need to take half a day off. I wanted to inform you and hope you can approve it." "Oh, I see. That is fine, but make sure to handle your affairs and come back to class promptly. Do you understand? If you take half a day off and don't show up for the entire day, that will count as truancy," Tan Wenhua cautioned. "Okay." Tang Yuan thought for a moment and added, "Teacher, there is something else I would like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Tan Wenhua inquired. "It's about the New Year's Eve party. I saw Xining's name on the list you posted in the class group, but she didn't sign up. It's likely a mistake. Could you please change her name to mine? I've already spoken with her, and she said she doesn't want to perform, so she is fine with me taking her place." Tang Yuan conveyed this in one breath. Tan Wenhua pondered for a moment, recognizing that given Xining's introverted nature, It was indeed unlikely for her to volunteer for a performance. After a brief silence, he replied, "All right, I'll change her name to yours. Just don't mess this up for me. Also, you're about to face the college entrance exams. So you'd better behave and focus on your studies rather than getting involved in all sorts of things." Tang Wenhua finally consented to change Si Ning's name to Tang Yuan's, while also reminding him not to cause any trouble. Clearly, recent events had left Tang Wenhua with some residual apprehension. "Got it, old Tan. Why do you sound just like my mom? Always nagging," Tang Yuan blurted out, accidentally using a familiar term for his teacher. Realizing his rudeness immediately after, he felt somewhat embarrassed. However, it was of little concern. Everyone knew old Tan was the type to be soft-hearted and forgiving. Tang Wenhua was taken aback. Tang Yuan was the first student to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, he did not feel anger, but rather a sense of gratification. Who asserts that the relationship between teachers and students should be solely founded on fear? The most wholesome connection ought to be that during classes they are teacher and student, while outside of them, they are friends. Between friends, playful banter is quite natural, is it not? Well then, you rascal, make sure to rest well, Tang Wenhua said with a subtle smile. Certainly, Comrade Tan, you ought to do the same. If you neglect your rest, your hairline may suffer consequences, Tang Yuan jested deliberately. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving no opportunity for Tang Wenhua to respond. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end of the line, Tang Wenhua listened to the incessant tone, touched his receding hairline, and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 44, at the Miaoren Feng. Inside the girls' dormitory of Shanghai High School, having just finished her shower, Si Ning emerged from the bathroom clad in a zebra-striped nightgown. With her head bowed, she continuously ran her fingers through her damp hair. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a result of her skin warming from the cold winter water. In the depths of winter, Si Ning had actually taken a cold shower. To save money, she opted for cold baths except during her menstrual period when she would indulge in hot water. Thus, when she once told Tang Yuan that she was unafraid of the cold, she was not fibbing. After drying her hair, she moved to her bed to don her worn-down down jacket. At that moment, she noticed a message pop up on her phone. Tang Yuan had previously taught her how to navigate it, so she quickly opened the QQ interface. Very silly and naive Tang Yuan, what are you up to? Upon seeing this message, Si Ning felt perplexed. After pondering, she clumsily typed a reply. Very silly and naive Si Ning. Hello, who are you? At that time, Tang Yuan was using his phone to search for the location of the lottery center and the materials required for claiming a prize. Suddenly, his phone emitted a sound. Si Ning's QQ message had appeared. Upon opening the chat interface, Tang Yuan nearly choked on his drink. Hello, who are you? Did he not remember writing a note for her? This silly girl truly baffled him. Did she not see such a large note? After some thought, Tang Yuan decided to tease this foolish girl. Very silly and naive. I am Miaoren Feng. Just as Si Ning was about to put down her phone, it rang again. She had no choice but to pick it up and reopen the QQ chat. Miaoren Feng? The confusion on her face deepened. She did not recall knowing anyone by that name. Moreover, the name sounded a bit odd. However, the innocent Si Ning was unaware of what made it peculiar. After a moment's thought, she typed another response. Very silly and naive. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Tang Yuan, at home, couldn't help but laugh. This silly girl. Her response was so quintessentially Si Ning. Only she could respond so earnestly. She was oblivious to the joke and would not even check the notes. His beloved woman could be adorably dense at times. Thus, Tang Yuan initiated a video call. Do. Si Ning, having just set her phone down, was startled by the ringing. In a flurry, she picked up her phone and fumbled before connecting the call. As soon as it connected, Tang Yuan's handsome face appeared on her screen. Si Ning was momentarily taken aback. This was her first time using the QQ video feature. Tang Yuan, seeing Si Ning in her tattered down jacket, was also momentarily stunned. Noticing the towel in her hands, it seemed she was either about to shower or had just finished. Silly girl, what are you up to? Tang Yuan casually inquired. I just finished showering, Si Ning replied softly, her face flushed. Luckily, she was alone in her dorm. Otherwise, her embarrassment would have intensified. How could you not recognize me? I sent you a message on QQ just now. I had saved you in my contacts. Why didn't you check? Tang Yuan said, somewhat exasperated. Si Ning was genuinely surprised. She had not noticed the note. I didn't pay attention, she admitted, her face burning. You clearly knew it was me yet said you were Miaoren Feng. Why would you say that? Si Ning was puzzled. Well, how could she know who Miaoren Feng was if she had never watched the show? Therefore, She was utterly oblivious to the joke Tang Yuan had made. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you, Xi Ning timidly confessed. Tang Yuan shook his head in resignation. He was not truly angry with Xi Ning. He just found her adorably foolish. Now that you've showered, why don't you lie down in bed? Tang Yuan asked. I'm not cold. I just took a cold shower, and now I feel warm. Xi Ning replied in a soft voice. Tang Yuan. The lowest temperature in Shanghai had already plummeted to 1 degree. In such frigid conditions, this silly girl still opted for cold showers. Do you always take cold showers? Tang Yuan asked, his heart aching. Not always. I occasionally take hot showers too. Xi Ning nodded in response. Tang Yuan. At that moment, Tang Yuan's thoughts were tumultuous, mostly filled with concern. He realized that Xi Ning might be taking cold showers to save money. While many advocate for winter swimming, Tang Yuan disagreed. For the average person, the risks outweigh the benefits, especially for women who could easily be invaded by cold air. Young people might manage fine, but as one ages, the chances of developing cold-related illnesses increase. Xi Ning, you must not take cold showers anymore. I'll help you pay for hot water tomorrow. Do you understand? Tang Yuan stated flatly. No, that's unnecessary. I'm fine with cold showers. Xi Ning hurriedly protested. Tang Yuan was too kind to her, which made her feel burdened. I'm not asking you. This is an order. Do you understand? Tang Yuan asserted, his tone unyielding. He was genuinely concerned. This silly girl had endured too much hardship. The woman he adored, he would cherish and protect. From now on, he would ensure she never suffered again. Initially, Tang Yuan planned to claim the prize the following afternoon, but he changed his mind. He would go first thing in the morning to collect the money. The sooner it was in hand, the better. He did not want Xi Ning to compromise herself for the sake of money. As Tang Yuan's thoughts raced, Xi Ning wore a troubled expression. Deep down, she did not wish to trouble Tang Yuan with anything further, yet she feared his anger if she outright refused. She was terrified of making him angry, so she remained silent, her head bowed. Silly girl, you must obey. This time, you cannot refuse. From tomorrow onward, you shall not take cold showers. Do not even think about agreeing on the surface while secretly continuing to take cold showers. I will inquire with the others in your dormitory, Tang Yuan said sternly, looking at Xi Ning. Xi Ning. She truly had no way to handle Tang Yuan. In resignation, she nodded. Seeing Xi Ning acquiesce, Tang Yuan's expression softened slightly. Chapter 45. No more please approve. After chatting for a while, Xi Ning's roommate returned. Since much of the conversation was dominated by Tang Yuan, he seized the opportunity to end the call. However, before hanging up, Tang Yuan instructed Xi Ning to send him a message before she fell asleep. Xi Ning merely nodded in response. Once their conversation concluded, she sat on her bed, diligently working on a cross-stitch project, revealing a partially completed pillowcase. Judging by its design, it was clearly intended for a male. This was the pillowcase she had begun stitching yesterday. Over the past few days, Tang Yuan had gifted her numerous items, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty. She wished to present him with something in return, but with limited funds, purchasing a gift was not feasible. Fortunately, having learned the art of embroidery from her mother since childhood, she resolved to create a pillowcase for Tang Yuan herself. Now, the project was more than halfway finished, and it seemed she intended to complete it before retiring for the night. If only Tang Yuan knew of her efforts, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of heartache. After ending the call, Tang Yuan lay down on his bed. After a brief glance at his phone, he realized that the New Year's Eve party was set for Wednesday. This meant he only needed to attend classes for 2 days this week before the holiday commenced. He had previously mentioned to Xi Ning that he would take her back to her hometown after the break. Naturally, he couldn't go empty-handed for his first visit to her family home. That would be rather thoughtless. Thus, he searched online for suggestions on appropriate gifts for visiting one's future in-laws. The responses he found were quite disappointing, leaving him uncertain about what to buy. Eventually, he decided to carry several thousand yuan in cash to leave for Xi Ning's mother when he departed. This was a secret he felt compelled to keep from Xi Ning. Knowing she would likely refuse any monetary gift, he resolved to leave it discreetly behind, embracing the role of an anonymous benefactor. His ultimate aim was to improve Xi Ning's family circumstances, rendering her awareness of his actions irrelevant. Once their relationship solidified, he envisioned purchasing a villa for her, inviting her parents to move in as well. However, that was a distant prospect, as their current relationship remained delicate, still in its infancy. Such a significant gesture would undoubtedly be met with resistance from Xi Ning, given her strong-willed nature. Tang Yuan recognized that while Xi Ning appeared delicate on the surface, Her inner strength surpassed that of many. He had no desire to rush their relationship, nor to define it prematurely. For now, his primary concern was to ensure she could peacefully prepare for the upcoming midterm exams. Although Si Ning might not pursue higher education, he possessed the means to provide her with a life of comfort. Yet, attending university represented a crucial stage in one's life, and missing that opportunity would surely be a regret. His rebirth was meant to rectify such regrets, and he was determined that neither he nor Si Ning would experience any in their lives. Oh, there was another pressing matter, the New Year's Eve party. With Wednesday fast approaching, he was expected to perform on stage. He would likely need to submit the program list tomorrow. What should he perform? After some contemplation, he decided on a solo singing act. Given his mastery of songwriting and singing, he was confident in his abilities, capable of competing with the finest vocalists. It could be said that the main task assigned to him by the system was merely a formality. Achieving the top performance in the school's showcase was but a matter of time. With this realization, Tang Yuan felt a sense of calm wash over him. As for the song selection, he could decide that tomorrow. For now, he simply needed a good night's rest. A night devoid of dreams passed swiftly, and upon awakening, he discovered it was already 8:30 in the morning. The late rise was due to his decision to turn off all alarms before sleeping. With no school to attend and the lottery center not operating so early, he felt entitled to indulge in a leisurely morning. His parents, believing he had already left for school, remained oblivious to his late slumber, accustomed as they were to his routine. After finally getting out of bed, Tang Yuan washed up and hastily consumed a piece of bread and a bottle of milk before heading out. He retrieved his car from the parking lot and made his way to the lottery center. Upon arriving at the Lottery Redemption Center, it was already 10:30 in the morning. After parking, he walked into the hall of the lottery center, following the signs to the redemption counter, where he informed the staff of his intention to claim his winnings. The attendant led him to a dedicated redemption office equipped with cameras connected to alarm systems, ensuring that any fraudulent activities would be swiftly addressed. The representative assisting Tang Yuan was a young woman clad in business attire. While her beauty was modest, her outfit and oversized glasses elevated her overall presence. He would rate her an impressive 8.5 out of 10. "Sir, are you here to claim your prize?" she inquired, her voice pleasant and infused with professionalism. "Yes," Tang Yuan replied, nodding as he produced the winning lottery ticket from his pocket and handed it to her. "Please hold on for a moment while I verify the authenticity of the ticket and the winnings," she responded, scanning the barcode with the device. The screen displayed a staggering winning amount, causing her to gasp in disbelief. She removed her glasses, rubbed her eyes, and, upon putting them back on, examined the screen once more, still unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Having worked in this capacity for several years, she had only ever encountered winnings in the tens of millions. A prize of this magnitude was unprecedented. Her breath quickened, and in a moment of excitement, she seized Tang Yuan's hand, pressing it against her face for a brief moment. Startled, he instinctively withdrew his hand, regarding her with caution. "What does it feel like?" she asked, her excitement palpable. Your face is quite warm," he replied, bemused. She laughed, "Haha, then it's not a dream. Your sensation is accurate. It's truly real." Tang Yuan found himself at a loss for words as he observed her slightly disoriented demeanor. After all, it was he who had won, not her. Why was she so exuberant? "No, handsome. I'm just thrilled. A prize of this magnitude coming from me. All right. Let us get back to business. I have other matters to attend to," Tang Yuan interjected, maintaining a stoic expression. She quickly regained her composure and began tallying the zeros on her computer screen. The total is 568,472,000. "Wow, that is a lot of money," she exclaimed, momentarily stunned. 10 minutes later, she reluctantly escorted Tang Yuan out of the lottery center. Throughout their interaction, she leaned towards him, though he deftly avoided her advances. "Can I add you on QQ?" she asked, gazing at him earnestly as he entered his car. "Unfortunately, I have a girlfriend," he replied with a smile. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car roared away in a cacophony of sound. The office lady, her face etched with frustration, stomped her foot in dismay. How infuriating. All her efforts were in vain. Oh dear. Chapter 46. The little JK girl. Before long, Tang Yuan arrived at the school. After parking his car in the designated area, he stepped out. It was the noon dismissal time, and students were bustling about in every direction. As Tang Yuan exited the vehicle, he caught the attention of several female classmates, who were taken aback by his arrival. After all, being high school students, it was their first time witnessing a peer drive to school. Tang Yuan, in high spirits, reveled in the sudden wealth he had acquired. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Indeed, the adage rings true. Wealth alleviates worries. Often, one's confidence is intricately tied to their financial status. The wealthier one becomes, the more self-assured they feel. Take, for instance, the affluent Mr. Ma, who, despite a lackluster appearance, exudes a different aura with his riches. Who would dare to label him unattractive? Many online even refer to him as daddy. Such is the allure of money. At present, Tang Yuan remained relatively modest. His personally purchased Range Rover had yet to arrive. The vehicle he was currently driving was borrowed from Tang Yuan, a Jaguar. With a radiant smile, he bounced towards the classroom. Was that just now? Was that Tang Yuan? A bespectacled girl inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. It's him. I can't be mistaken. I dream of that handsome face every day, asserted another girl with short hair, confident in her recognition. Wow, Tang Yuan actually drove himself to school. Is his family wealthy? Another girl marveled. I thought only that chubby Tang Yuan was a rich kid. To their astonishment, they realized that Tang Yuan, who had previously been rather low-key, was also among the affluent. The three girls exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming in unison, wait, what is up with Tang Yuan's outfit? Their eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. It's a couple's outfit. He and Xining are wearing matching clothes. As their realization dawned upon them, they felt a mix of surprise, envy, and a hint of jealousy. By this time, Tang Yuan had arrived at the entrance of Class 1 of the senior year. Most students had already left, with only a few diligent ones remaining, engrossed in their studies. Outside the classroom, Tang Yuan instantly spotted Xining, who was diligently working on her exercises. Clad in the couple's outfit he had gifted her, a soft blue ensemble that matched his own perfectly. Approaching Xining, he lightly tapped her desk. Knock, knock, knock. The sound startled her, and she looked up, her eyes flashing with a momentary delight before returning to her usual composure. Let us go have lunch. Put your books away for now, Tang Yuan suggested. Oh, okay. Xining nodded obediently. After tidying her things, she followed Tang Yuan outside. Once they exited, the remaining students began to gossip. Wow, these two are impressive, one remarked. Indeed, they're openly flaunting their couple's outfit. Aren't they worried about the teacher's reprimand? Another chimed in. I can't believe they're actually together. This is like a real-life Cinderella and Prince Charming. Another girl laughed. Poor Hui, though. I wonder how she'll react when she finds out they're wearing matching outfits. She has totally been outdone by Xining. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan and Xining, their classmates were buzzing with speculation. Tang Yuan led Xining to the car. Are we not heading to the cafeteria? She asked. Puzzled, Tang Yuan ruffled her hair playfully and smiled. Today, I'm in a good mood, so let us go out for a nice meal. Xining paused, sensing Tang Yuan's genuine happiness. Why are you so cheerful? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you won the lottery. She teased, her mood lifting as she saw his beaming face. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Xining had been so relaxed around him. Perhaps, he mused, if he refrained from being stern with her, she wouldn't feel so constrained. However, to his surprise, her playful remark turned out to be prophetic. He indeed had struck the jackpot. Enough chatter, get in the car? Tang Yuan laughed heartily. He opened the door for Xining and gently fastened her seatbelt, causing her cheeks to flush, even if it wasn't her first time. Before starting the car, Tang Yuan called Xinyun, eager to share his joy. After all, happiness is best when shared. Hey, Yuan Ge, what is up? Xinyun's voice came through, lively amidst the surrounding noise. Why is it so noisy? Where are you? Tang Yuan inquired. I'm at the usual internet CAF. I'm meeting someone today. Xinyun replied, sounding cheerful. Who? Why not just say you're meeting me? Why say you're meeting someone? Suddenly, a sweet, feminine voice chimed in from the other end, catching Tang Yuan off guard. Yuan Ge. Hee. I can't keep it a secret anymore. I'm meeting my online girlfriend. Xinyun confessed. Tang Yuan was taken aback. The chubby guy had found a girlfriend through online dating? Although surprised, he thought it was about time Xinyun found someone, saving them from the incessant sharing of relationship woes. All right, I'll come pick you up so we can all have dinner together. Bring your girlfriend, Tang Yuan proposed. Sure thing, Yuan Ge. Xinyun responded enthusiastically. After hanging up, Tang Yuan drove towards the internet CAF. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance, where Xinyun was already waiting. Beside him stood a petite girl, around 14 years old, dressed in a JK uniform. She was slender and about 1.55 meters tall. Cute in appearance, yet still developing. In contrast, Xinyun towered at 1.80 meters, slightly plump, creating a striking visual disparity. Yuan, go over here. Qin Yun waved as soon as the car stopped. Without exiting the vehicle, Tang Yuan called out, come here. Qin Yun took the little girl's hand, leading her to the car, and gallantly opened the door for her before sliding into the seat himself. Hey, aren't you going to introduce us? Tang Yuan inquired as they drove to the restaurant. Ah, this is Ai Hong, Qin Yun said, his cheeks tinged with shyness. Is she of age? Tang Yuan pressed, eager to know. If she were underage, that could pose a serious issue. He certainly didn't want Qin Yun to make any hasty decisions at such a young age. Chapter 47. Young boys must protect themselves outside. Do I really look that small? Before Qin Yun could respond, Ai Hong chirped in with a sweet tone. That leaves Tang Yuan at a loss for words. He thought to himself, you can't have any inkling of your own size? No, I just think you seem quite tender. Tang Yuan replied, is that so? Don't all men prefer the tender kind? Ai Hong said, her small face adorned with a charming smile. Tang Yuan, Qin Yun, Si Ning. They were all taken aback by how openly the seemingly innocent JK girl spoke, especially Si Ning, whose face flushed crimson upon hearing Ai Hong's remark. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Shanghai High School, the school's higher-ups had gathered. A group encircled a young man, approximately 28 years of age. A red banner hung in the office, proclaiming, welcome, alumni Chenli, back to alma mater. Chenli, a rising star in the Dragon Nation's music scene, renowned for her folk music, was celebrated as the pinnacle of folk singers. She debuted at 16 and reached her peak immediately. With a few original songs and solid vocal skills, she quickly gained fame across the continent. However, in recent years, she had somewhat lost her spark, failing to release a new album. Indeed, she was also a local of Shanghai, having attended this very school during her high school years. Today, she came in response to her alma mater's invitation to participate in this year's New Year's Eve gala. Her visit was exceedingly low-key. Not even the students were aware, let alone the ever-watchful paparazzi. The secrecy was intentional, as she wished to avoid any opportunistic publicity. Although her fame had waned, her pride remained unyielding. If she were to regain her status through sensational headlines, she would scorn herself. Moreover, this was a sacred campus, undeserving of any tarnish. After exchanging pleasantries with the school leaders, Chun-Li took her seat. Initially, her manager intended to decline the school's invitation, but Chun-Li insisted on attending. Acknowledging her creative stagnation, she felt unable to produce songs that surpassed her previous works, while everyone deemed her a genius, even calling her a musical sorceress who truly comprehended her struggles. Only she understood her limitations, and the realization of her creative plateau filled her with despair. Accepting her alma mater's invitation was also a means to reconnect with her roots. Many remarkable songs had originated in this very place. Perhaps rediscovering her initial passion could lead to a breakthrough? After a brief discussion, the plan was solidified. Chun-Li would serve as a special guest judge and a mysterious performer for the New Year's Eve gala. Naturally, this would not be announced immediately. The school intended to reveal it at the start of the event to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Yuan Go, I heard you're performing on behalf of your sister. Is it true? Qin Yun inquired with a smile at the dinner table. Xining's face turned bright red, her embarrassment causing her to lower her head, unable to eat. Tang Yuan, noticing, shot a disapproving glance at Qin Yun. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Just eat your meal. He feigned reprimand while gently patting Xining's thigh, whispering, silly girl, Qin Yun is just joking. Don't be shy, lift your head and eat. When Tang Yuan's hand brushed against Xining's thigh, she stiffened. You scoundrel, taking advantage again. Deep down, Xining felt wronged, yet feared that if she didn't look up to eat, Tang Yuan would be upset. So, blushing, she raised her head. Ai Hong laughed at the sight. Sister has such thin skin. She then playfully pinched Qin Yun's thigh. Ouch, that hurts. Qin Yun's face contorted in pain, clearly feeling the pinch. Will you still bully my sister? Ai Hong said, smirking at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, rubbing his bruised thigh, he lamented, I won't. Then you should apologize to my sister, Ai Hong insisted. Looking at Si Ning, Qin Yun prepared to apologize. No need, Si Ning timidly replied. Yes, we're all just brothers and sisters. It's merely a joke, Tang Yuan interjected, frowning slightly as he observed Qin Yun's distressed expression. Ai Hong's outgoing personality was generally endearing, yet for some reason, Tang Yuan felt there was more to her than met the eye. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Tang Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest of wearing couple outfits with Si Ning. Reward, 70 shares of Phylong Media Development Company, Limited. The contract is stored in the system space. Please claim it within the valid period. Stunned by the system's announcement, Tang Yuan was taken aback by the generous reward. Phylong Media was one of the largest film and media companies in the Dragon Nation. With a 70 stake, wouldn't he become the major shareholder? Noticing Tang Yuan's dazed expression, Qin Yuan asked, Yuan Ge, I'm not joking. Do you have confidence in performing on stage for Xining? As his best friend, Qin Yuan had never witnessed any particular talent from him. Snapping back to reality, Tang Yuan confidently declared, of course. A man cannot say he cannot do something, right? Just wait and see how I will dazzle you all. Qin Yuan. After finishing their meal, Qin Yuan chose not to return with Tang Yuan and Xining, but rather took a leave to accompany Ni Hong. Tang Yuan patted Qin Yuan's shoulder, hesitating briefly before whispering in his ear, boys must protect themselves outside. Qin Yuan. He had expected Yuan Ge to impart some romantic advice, but was met with a playful jest instead. Forget you, I'm leaving, Qin Yuan retorted, pulling Ni Hong's hand as they departed. In the afternoon, Tang Yuan and Xining returned to class. Upon entering the classroom, their couple outfits instantly ignited a stir. Everyone was astonished by their audacity in displaying affection so openly in school. Did they not know the saying, public displays of affection lead to swift demise? Upon seeing them in matching outfits, the class beauty, Yi Hui's expression darkened immediately, her mind racing with 100 questions. Yet, due to the crowd, she struggled to suppress her emotions, rushing out of the classroom. As she exited, her tears streamed forth uncontrollably, like a dam bursting. This scene was witnessed by Luo Feiyang, the class representative sitting near the door. His heart ached with a profound pain. Chapter 48, The Dilemma of Choice and Love. Why? Why is the woman I hold dear perpetually harmed by that scoundrel? What does he possess, beyond a fleeting charm, that surpasses my worth? Luo Feiyang cursed inwardly. Observing Tang Yuan clad in matching outfits with Xining, capturing the attention of onlookers, jealousy consumed him. How infuriating. Once again, that rogue has outshone me. At that moment, Tang Yuan inadvertently glanced his way, igniting a surge of anger within Luo Feiyang. He perceived disdain in Tang Yuan's gaze, feeling belittled and increasingly agitated. The more he pondered, the more his frustration deepened, culminating in a burning resentment. He believed Tang Yuan had long been intent on undermining him, stealing the limelight and even winning over the woman he adored, capturing her heart entirely. Determined to exact revenge, Luo Feiyang's eyes fell upon the notice for the New Year's Eve gala written on the blackboard, and a wicked idea flickered in his mind. A sly smile crept upon his lips. Tang Yuan, your days of ease are numbered. I shall ensure you become the subject of ridicule before the entire school. And let us see how you dare to vie for Yi Hui then, he mused darkly. 2 days passed swiftly, and the day of the New Year's Eve gala arrived. Luo Feiyang observed Tang Yuan engaged in discussion with the class monitor. And when the class beauty, Yi Hui, joined them, his resolve to execute his plan solidified. If successful, Tang Yuan would undoubtedly be reduced to a laughingstock among the students. He could already envision the disgrace Tang Yuan would endure. As the time drew nearer, an insidious smile formed on his lips. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the approaching peril. Over the past 2 days, aside from attending classes, he had been involved in rehearsals, which were merely to confirm the order of appearances. As for the students' performances, they were largely superficial. After all, without genuine talent, few would dare to perform. At 5:30 in the evening, a festive atmosphere enveloped Shanghai High School as the much-anticipated New Year's Eve gala was set to commence. It was an exhilarating moment. Though the weather was quite chilly, the female performers still donned revealing attire for their dances. The sight of their fair legs, usually a summer delight, was a rare treat for the boys, igniting fervor in their hearts. For those male students with performances, excitement coursed through them. A successful display would grant them a semblance of priority in matters of romance. No, it was a priority in choosing partners. At this juncture, Tang Yuan was whisked backstage by the class's artistic committee member, Su Lixian, for makeup. Naturally, Tang Yuan refused. As a man, he abhorred the notion of makeup. The thought of those effeminate young men from his previous life made him feel nauseated. He had no desire to resemble a hardened version of Kai Shuquan or Lu Han. Thus, makeup was out of the question. He would rely solely on his striking looks to make an impression. Despite Su Lixian's persistent pleas, Tang Yuan remained resolute, leading her to eventually concede. Given your handsome features, I suppose it matters little whether you wear makeup or not, Su Lixian sighed. Tang Yuan smiled slightly, expressing his gratitude. As the clock struck 7, the New Year's Eve gala commenced in earnest. The hosts, a young lady and gentleman, introduced the special guest of the evening, Chenli, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the venue. Wow, Chenli, am I dreaming? The folk music sensation, Chenli, I might faint from sheer happiness. Chapter 49. The New Year's Eve gala commences. The appearance of Chenli took all the students by surprise. Regardless of gender, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Chenli, Chenli, I love you. Will you be my wife? The boys shouted enthusiastically, amplifying the electrifying ambience once again. Amidst the fervor, a figure stealthily slipped into the backstage studio. The studio was currently deserted, as everyone had rushed out to catch a glimpse of the star. The newcomer quickly retrieved the accompaniment CD inscribed with Tang Yuan's name and discreetly made their exit. Once the crowd had slightly settled down, the hosts announced the official commencement of the New Year's Eve gala. The first performance featured the senior girls, clad in revealing attire, delivering an energetic dance. The opening act was explosive, propelling the entire venue into another peak of excitement. The performance ignited a fervor among all the boys. Ultimately, the show concluded with the girls striking a dramatic split. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, accompanied by howls of admiration. Wow, incredible! Senior girls are the best. The boys exclaimed enthusiastically, captivated by the stunning display of talent and grace. The hosts, seamlessly coordinating with each other, directed the microphone toward the audience, inviting their reactions. Amazing. Electrifying. Senior girls are the best. The crowd responded in unison, their excitement palpable. Jessen, what did you think of the senior girls' performance? The male host asked his co-host with a smile. It was impressive. The level of performance was exceptionally high. It truly stirred the audience's emotions. I felt compelled to dance along with them, the female host humorously replied, even giving her hips a playful wiggle, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Let us once again extend our applause to the talented girls from Class 10 of the senior year. The male host declared loudly. The audience responded with a resounding wave of applause that echoed like thunder. Now, without further ado, let us welcome the Peach Pink boy band from Class 1 of the freshman year to present their choral performance. Follow my right hand in slow motion. Let us give them a warm welcome. The host announced, his voice resonating through the hall. Meager applause followed as the student council staff swiftly prepared the stage. The three boys from Class 1 took their places, ready to sing. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, guided by the student council members, awaited his turn beside the stage, having been scheduled to perform third. He felt no trace of anxiety. Having lived 2 lives, he had faced death itself. This minor event was hardly a cause for concern. Feeling rather bored, he attempted to catch a glimpse of Ning in the crowd through the curtain's gap, but soon realized it was too far and too crowded to see clearly. He soon abandoned that notion. At that moment, he noticed Luo Feiyang sneaking about, looking flustered as he hurried past the studio. Tang Yuan found it peculiar that Luo Feiyang, with no performance scheduled, was present there but chose not to dwell on it. Before long, the second performance concluded. Unfortunately, the boys' band did not leave a significant impression, leading to merely polite applause from the audience. Next up was Tang Yuan's turn. However, the student council staff responsible for the studio soon discovered that the accompaniment CD for Tang Yuan's song was missing. Panic ensued as they searched the studio thoroughly. Yet the CD remained elusive. Upon hearing the commotion, the student council president rushed to the studio, equally frantic. She joined the search party, but despite their efforts, they could not locate the CD. On stage, the three boys were preparing to exit backstage, and chaos ensued among the staff. There was no time to procure another CD before Tang Yuan's performance. While Tang Yuan waited, the arts committee member, Su Lixian, rushed in, visibly anxious. Tang Yuan, it's bad news, she exclaimed, breathless. Noticing her distress, Tang Yuan chuckled lightly, offering her a bottle of water. Have a sip. Speak slowly. What is the matter? I can't drink water now. I'm about to burst with anxiety. The accompaniment CD for your song is missing. The student council is deliberating on what to do. You're up soon, Su Lixian said, her urgency apparent as she declined the water. Tang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as Luo Feiyang's furtive figure flashed through his mind. How could such a predicament arise just before his performance? A cold smile crept across his face as his expression darkened. Don't worry, let us head to the studio and see how the student council plans to handle this. Noticing Tang Yuan's unusual demeanor, Su Lixian assumed he was angry and quickly reassured him. All right, let us go, Tang Yuan replied after a moment's contemplation, his expression returning to normal. They hurried toward the studio. Meanwhile, a student council member discreetly informed the host of the unfolding crisis. Upon hearing the news, The host's expressions shifted dramatically. With so many school leaders and the esteemed star, Chun-Li, present, any public revelation of this mishap would be detrimental. If the school leaders were displeased, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall on the student council responsible for the event. Their only recourse was to buy time. A clever student suggested, "Why not let the next act go on first?" However, the program schedule was in the hands of the school leaders, and the order had been rehearsed meticulously. Any last-minute changes could lead to disastrous consequences. Unless no other solutions could be found, altering the program order was a last resort. Left with no other option, the two hosts donned smiles, pretending as if nothing was amiss while engaging with the audience, who remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Chapter 50. The young lady's wit shines brightly as the two hosts on stage engaged in light-hearted banter to buy time. Si Ning was intently fixated on the curtain, knowing that Tang Yuan was about to make his entrance. Beside her, the class beauty, Yi Hui, was equally absorbed. Today, she had meticulously applied her makeup and donned what she believed to be the most exquisite outfit. Her intention was to present flowers to Tang Yuan. She eagerly anticipated his arrival, wishing for the moment to come swiftly. "Yi Hui, Tang Yuan is coming out next, right?" Lu Yi asked, sitting beside her. "Yes, indeed. He will be performing The First Snow of 2002 by Dao Lang," Yi Hui replied with a sweet smile. "Really? I heard you secretly attended Tang Yuan's rehearsal. How did he sound? If he is handsome and can sing well, that would be quite unfair." Lu Yi inquired curiously. "Well, during the rehearsal, he only sang a few lines. But those few lines were incredibly beautiful. I had no idea he could sing so well, even better than the original artist," Yi Hui responded with a smile. At this, the others exchanged skeptical glances, believing Yi Hui was merely exaggerating due to her infatuation with Tang Yuan. After all, love often blinds one's judgment. The beloved can do no wrong in the eyes of their admirer. "Hey, Yi Hui, are those flowers for Tang Yuan?" Lu Yi asked knowingly. "Yes, I bought them this afternoon," Yi Hui stated openly, unashamed of her feelings for Tang Yuan. "Ah, but it's winter now," Lu Yi teased with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Hui furrowed her brow, confused by Lu Yi's comment. "What is wrong with winter?" She replied coolly. "Spring isn't here yet, and you're already daydreaming. When you go on stage, make sure to keep your composure. Don't lose your virtue," one girl half joked, half insinuated. Upon hearing this, Yi Hui's face flushed with anger. "That is not funny," she said, her expression serious. The others fell silent, redirecting their focus to the stage. In the distance, Si Ning, overhearing their conversation, cast a furtive glance their way before lowering her head. After a moment, she lifted her gaze back to the stage. The audience began to sense a delay. "Why is there so much idle chatter from the hosts? When will the next program start?" murmured some students. Yet, the host's charm and skill kept the audience entertained, eliciting laughter from the male students. Meanwhile, in the studio, Tang Yuan and Su Li listened as the student council president and members discussed the situation. "President, time is running out. We've searched the entire studio and haven't found it," one member said urgently. "We might as well postpone the program. I can run out to buy a new CD in time." "Out there, that host has already delayed for nearly 10 minutes. She looks parched," another chimed in. "President, please make a decision." The student council president, Xia Yin, wore a conflicted expression. She understood the urgency but felt guilty as the delay was due to the council's oversight. She glanced apologetically at Tang Yuan, who appeared troubled. In truth, whether he performed or not was of little consequence to him. His heart belonged solely to Si Ning, and he had no need for the so-called preferential treatment in selecting a partner. However, he had accepted a mainline task from the system, and failure to complete it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, he coveted the system's rewards, notably the universal antidote capable of curing even cancer, something he could not afford to forego. Tang Yuan, what if Xian hesitated, looking apologetically at him? "Perhaps we could move your performance to the end? We'll arrange for someone to buy a new accompaniment CD." Though Tang Yuan was displeased, he recognized that it was unnecessary to vent his frustration on the student council. As he glanced at Xia Yin, he noticed a piano behind her. An idea sparked in his mind. Seeing Tang Yuan fall silent, the others assumed he was upset, yet they dared not speak further on the matter. "Can that piano be used?" Tang Yuan suddenly pointed at the instrument. Xia Yin turned to look, then responded, "Yes, it's functional. I arranged for it to be brought when the school was established. Then we need to postpone my performance. Since there is no accompaniment, I'll play myself." Tang Yuan stated calmly. He approached the piano, tested its keys, and nodded in satisfaction. "What are we waiting for? Quickly bring the piano on stage. Also, inform the host outside to announce my performance, without mentioning the song title. And don't forget to bring out the chair as well. Tang Yuan efficiently assigned tasks, recalling that the system had rewarded him with various skills, including proficiency in musical instruments. It would be a simple matter for him to perform a song while accompanying himself. Xia Yin, though puzzled, had no choice but to trust Tang Yuan. She promptly relayed his instructions, and the student council members sprang into action. The host, drenched in sweat, felt she could no longer endure the pressure. Just then, they received word from the student council. The show could finally proceed. The host wiped her brow, revealing a relieved smile. Chapter 51. Step aside. I am about to shine. The student council members exerted tremendous effort to position the piano at the center of the stage. The audience below was taken aback by the sight. Goodness, how impressive. It's a piano. Is the next performance going to be a piano piece? This is rather sophisticated. Isn't it? Who could it be? No wonder there was such a delay. It turns out the prop is a piano. Among the crowd, Yihui looked equally perplexed. She had secretly witnessed Tang Yuan's rehearsal and was aware of the song he intended to sing, but what was the piano doing there? Xining, too, wore a puzzled expression, for Tang Yuan had previously shared his song choice with her. What on earth was happening? A sense of unease washed over Xining as her gaze remained fixed on the stage. The appearance of the piano led the students to speculate on the reasons for the delay in the performance, relieving some of the tension for the two hosts. Jia Xian, do you know who the next performer is? The male host teased, deliberately withholding the information. I can't guess. Jia Xian replied. Come on. Everyone has been waiting for so long. Just tell me. Share it with the audience. The two bantered back and forth, chuckling. All right. No more teasing. Now, let us welcome Senior Tang Yuan from Class 1 of the 3rd year at Shanghai High School to perform a self-composed and self-sung piece. Let us give him a warm round of applause. The moment the host finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. It's Tang Yuan, the charming heartthrob of the school. He can even play the piano. Many girls couldn't help but squeal with excitement, their enthusiasm surpassing that of encountering a celebrity. Once the hosts exited the stage, the lights dimmed instantly. Tang Yuan approached the piano and took a seat. Suddenly, the spotlight illuminated the stage. The lights cascaded down. Although Tang Yuan was not dressed in formal attire, his graceful demeanor and strikingly handsome features elevated his charm to an extraordinary level. Even the most illustrious of actors would feel overshadowed in his presence. My word, how could he be so handsome? Tang Yuan is everlasting, shouted a familiar voice among those who knew him. Is there really such a handsome boy in our school? How come I never noticed before? His name is Tang Yuan, right? Wow, he is actually a smidgen more attractive than I am. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd turned to look at the speaker. A dark-skinned boy with a face full of acne, who was glaring at Tang Yuan with envy. Ugh, the audience nearly retched. How could someone with such a complexion dare to utter such words? One must possess self-awareness, but unfortunately that boy seemed devoid of it. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves, unwilling to sit nearby. Among the throng, Xining quietly observed Tang Yuan, lost in her thoughts, while the class flower, Yihui, gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, her eyes radiating desire. Meanwhile, Luo Feiyang wore a smug expression as he watched Tang Yuan on stage. A piano? Can you really play? How dare you pretend to be impressive? This event has both Chenli and the school leaders in attendance. It will surely be recorded and posted online. Tang Yuan will be humiliated. The thought made Luo Feiyang's face contort into a sinister grin. This scene did not go unnoticed by the girl seated next to him. Why is he so creepy? She thought, casting a disdainful glance in his direction before discreetly shifting her seat away from him, wanting to keep her distance from what she deemed a potentially disturbing individual. On stage, Tang Yuan spotted Xining in the crowd. A gentle smile graced his face. Oh, I can't take it anymore. That irresistible male charisma. Tang Yuan's subtle smile sent the girls in the audience into a frenzy. Wow, so handsome. He is so charming. Some girls even turned to their boyfriends, exclaiming, if only you were as handsome as him, I'd definitely be your devoted admirer. The girls were utterly captivated. This spectacle left the other boys feeling quite discontented, shaking their heads in disbelief. Goodness. These girls seem as if they've never seen a man before. Yet, the fellow on stage was undeniably handsome. They wondered if he was available. Darn it. They felt utterly overshadowed by him. Hey, this fellow named Tang Yuan is quite popular, commented Chenli to the school leaders seated beside her. Well, young people tend to favor handsome faces. His popularity is certainly tied to his looks. After all, Today's youth are enamored with good looks, replied one of the leaders, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Yet, he remembered Tang Yuan's name, having recently witnessed him apologize in front of the entire school. At that moment, Tang Yuan was ready. He composed himself and spoke clearly. Esteemed school leaders, fellow students, good evening. I believe you are all curious about the song I will perform. The audience, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of confusion, as they did not grasp the meaning behind them. Here is the situation. I initially planned to sing a classic piece. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, I have chosen to perform a different song on the spur of the moment, and I will accompany myself on the piano. Please do not be surprised that the song differs from the program schedule. Tang Yuan explained in a calm manner. Upon hearing his explanation, the audience finally understood. The school leaders exchanged glances, slightly furrowing their brows. But since the situation had reached this point, they could not voice their concerns. Meanwhile, Luo Feiyong's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Tang Yuan's words. This guy can actually play the piano? He truly can? A last-minute change in song? Wasn't he that ruining his plans? How infuriating! His face flickered between shades of green and red, utterly displeased. The girl seated nearby noticed his grim transformation and was filled with alarm. Oh my goodness! This creepy boy is terrifying. She was from another class and did not recognize Luo Feiyong, but she was genuinely frightened now. On stage, Tang Yuan continued. Now, I will perform a self-composed and self-sung song, A Little Luck. This song is dedicated to everyone here and to someone very special to me. With that, Tang Yuan gracefully began playing the introduction. Have you all heard of A Little Luck? What song is that? I don't recall it. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Even Chun Li at the judges' table wore a puzzled expression, for she too was unfamiliar with the song. Ding! As the piano prelude resonated, the entire venue fell silent. The entire venue resonated with Tang Yuan's piano prelude. The introduction was so sweet, so melodious. Tang Yuan closed his eyes, reminiscing about the lyrics of the song. Then, he gently parted his lips, and his voice flowed softly. I heard the raindrops falling upon the verdant grass. I heard the distant school bell ringing. When I fell in love with you, I didn't understand the essence of emotions. It was only in parting that I realized how profoundly it etched itself into my heart. The moment Tang Yuan began to sing, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 52. Could he be Mr. 91? Tang Yuan's melodious voice reverberated throughout the venue, leaving the audience utterly mesmerized by the enchanting tune. Coupled with his pristine and magnetic vocal quality, the entire song enveloped listeners in a profound sense of comfort. His singing seemed to narrate a tale, transporting everyone back to the innocent and beautiful days of youth, that unforgettable and naive period of life. Who among us has not encountered a person during their youth, someone who lacked the courage to voice their affection? A simple greeting or a beautiful smile from a beloved could spark joy that lingered for an entire day. Young girls, regardless of their genuine understanding or affection for basketball, would cheer passionately at the court simply because their crush was playing. Youth, in all its essence, magnifies every joy and sorrow, rendering words capable of evoking seismic emotions. Yet, not all youths are marred by heartbreak, betrayal, or meaningless lamentation. There is a reluctance to label these feelings as love. For love carries a weight that seems only justified after traversing the complexities of life. To simply like someone is just right. A mere greeting could render one's cheeks crimson. And before you draw near, one would dare only to observe from a distance, never to approach directly. Even if the person who stirred one's heart fades away along the journey of growth, looking back reveals that beauty remains intact. The song continued. With everyone immersed in Tang Yuan's performance, each lost in their own vivid memories. Even Chun Li, seated among the judges, wore an expression of astonishment as she fixated on Tang Yuan, her fingers instinctively tapping along to the rhythm on the table. As the music reached its crescendo, the audience's emotions surged. You were the luck I wished to hold on to. We were once so close to love. Those moments of defiance against the world, those shared reigns. Every scene was you, radiating pure sincerity. Tang Yuan's crystalline voice pierced through hearts, enveloping all in an inexplicable emotional tide. The melodies fluctuated between tender and fervent, as if confiding in a beloved the pain of parting and the depth of love. May you spread your wings in the unseen horizon. Encountering your destined one, how fortunate she will be. Tang Yuan infused his own emotions into the song, memories crashing like waves within him, spilling forth through the melody. The audience, eyes closed, savored this auditory feast, awakening the softest corners of their hearts. Only Si Ning, with her eyes wide open, gazed tenderly at Tang Yuan, lost in her own thoughts. As the final lyric concluded, the audience remained entranced by the lingering bittersweet emotions, caught in a web of longing and nostalgia. Soft sobs erupted among the girls, the poignant beauty of the song igniting their feelings. In this moment, even those who had just complained about their boyfriend's appearances found solace in their embrace, tearfully declaring, "I love you, darling. Even if you're not handsome, I still love you." After a prolonged silence, Tang Yuan gradually emerged from his emotional reverie, bowing slightly to his classmates. "Thank you," he uttered sincerely. The crowd erupted into applause, a thunderous ovation that resonated throughout the venue. 5 minutes later, at the host's signal, the clapping subsided. At this moment, every girl in the school gazed at Tang Yuan with admiration, particularly Yi Hui, who was overwhelmed with pride for the man she adored. Indeed, her discernment was commendable. However, not all were pleased. Luo Feiyang clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he seethed at the spotlight shining on Tang Yuan, who had unexpectedly outshone his scheme to humiliate him. Why does he get all the glory? Why does no one notice me? The frustration boiled within him, culminating in a surge of anger that left him breathless. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his rage palpable. Meanwhile, a girl who had been cautiously observing Luo Feiyang recognized his jealousy towards the man on stage. What history lay between them? Driven by her curiosity, her investigative instincts kicked in, and she discreetly watched him. In the midst of his agitation, a small object fell from his pocket, startling him. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, a CD in his hand. With her keen eyes, the girl noted the object, realizing it was a CD. Given Luo Feiyang's odd behavior, she speculated about a hidden agenda. Was he perhaps a voyeur, recording illicit footage to save her at home? Her imagination ran wild, concocting various scenarios. Although she appeared innocent, her lack of sexual education had led her to seek knowledge online, where she had stumbled upon infamous sites notorious for such acts. Was Luo Feiyang one of those deviant individuals? Trembling at the thought, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had retreated backstage amidst the cheers and applause. Awaiting him were Su Li and the student council president, anxious due to the sudden change in the program to a solo piano performance. They had been apprehensive about his capabilities, but Tang Yuan had proven himself through his talent. They found the song delightful but had never heard it before, leading them to suspect it was an original composition. If so, Tang Yuan would indeed be remarkable. After all, Chun-Li had once stirred the folk music scene with her original songs during her high school years. As Tang Yuan entered, he saw them gathered. "What are you all doing?" he inquired, puzzled. They stammered, feeling embarrassed. They couldn't confess they were waiting to comfort him in case he faltered. Noticing their hesitation, Tang Yuan dismissed them, striding away and leaving behind a striking silhouette. Chapter 53. The heartbroken are easily wise at this moment. Yi Hui realized that she had been so engrossed in the performance that she had forgotten to go on stage to present flowers to Tang Yuan. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself for missing such a wonderful opportunity. However, she quickly regained her composure, deciding to present the flowers to him once he arrived. Although the effect of the grand moment was diminished, it sufficed for her to convey her feelings through the flowers. Tang Yuan had already approached the area of his class, and upon seeing him, his classmates gazed at him with admiration. "Incredible! Tang Yuan, we never knew you had such talent. After tonight, our perception of you has been completely transformed." Many classmates rushed over to flatter him. Tang Yuan simply smiled in response, not saying much. Curiously, he noticed that Qin, the chubby fellow, was absent this evening. He wondered how things were progressing between him and the JK little girl. At that moment, Xining spotted Tang Yuan surrounded by admirers. She wished to congratulate him on his outstanding performance, but felt too shy to approach him. Ultimately, she lowered her head and remained silent. Tang Yuan, not wanting to engage too deeply with his other classmates, casually exchanged a few words before making his way towards Xining. Soon, he reached her side, and her dormitory mate, sensing the moment, discreetly stepped away. After casting a grateful glance at her, Tang Yuan sat beside Xining. "Hey, silly girl," he said casually. What's wrong?" Xining replied timidly. "How did I sing just now?" It was quite good," Xining murmured, glancing at him. Tang Yuan slightly furrowed his brow and deliberately huffed. "What? Just quite good? I thought it would be spectacular." With that, he exaggeratedly sighed. "And no, that's not it. It was spectacular." Xining quickly waved her hands, her expression anxious. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Tang Yuan squinted and chuckled, unable to resist gently ruffling her hair. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Don't be scared. He then leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Silly girl, do you know the meaning of this song?" Xining's cheeks flushed a deep red. As his warm breath brushed against her ear, shivers coursed through her body. Xining was about to respond when a figure appeared before them. Tang Yuan paused, glancing up to find Yi Hui standing in front of him, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing Yi Hui, Xining averted her gaze, not daring to speak. "Is there something you need?" Tang Yuan asked Yi Hui coldly. "Tang Yuan, your singing was truly beautiful. I was captivated," Yi Hui exclaimed, smiling as she extended the bouquet toward him. "Hee, if only you were the only one who thought so. If receiving flowers for a good performance means being buried in them, I'd rather not," Tang Yuan replied, his tone icy. As Yi Hui approached, Xining lowered her head. Tang Yuan noticed her despondent expression and intentionally spoke to Yi Hui in such a manner. He was not naive. He knew Yi Hui had designs on him. Yet, as a devoted man, he could not entertain such notions. Perhaps his approach was a bit harsh, for Yi Hui's affection for him was not a fault, and he need not be so unfeeling in his words. However, he understood that unless he made his intentions clear, leaving Yi Hui with lingering hopes would only lead to greater torment. Most importantly, Xining was beside him. Yi Hui stammered, feeling embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were allergic to flowers." She quickly concealed the bouquet behind her back, her expression apologetic. "It's nothing serious, just a mild allergy. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you for the flowers," Tang Yuan said, finally donning a polite smile. "And no, it's my fault. I shouldn't have brought flowers." Yi Hui hurriedly replied. Is there anything else?" Tang Yuan asked casually, casting a glance at Xining. "Oh, and no, that's all," Yi Hui stammered, sensing Tang Yuan's cold demeanor and his deliberate attention on Xining. She realized what he meant. At that moment, her heart ached. With that, Yi Hui turned and walked away, tears glistening in her eyes, carried off by the wind. Of course, Tang Yuan was oblivious to this. "Hey, silly girl, you didn't finish your sentence earlier. Lift your head," Tang Yuan teased. I don't know, but why did you lie?" "You're not allergic to flowers. We used to sell them together," Xining questioned, looking perplexed. "Oh, I just didn't want to accept the flowers. So I made up an excuse," Tang Yuan admitted candidly. "Oh, I see," Xining nodded, refraining from pressing further. "That song I mentioned was for someone important." "Do you know who it is?" Tang Yuan asked again. Xining's face turned crimson. I don't know." "Silly girl," Tang Yuan said, pinching her delicate cheek, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Yi Hui, who had just returned to her seat, wiping her tears. She looked at the flowers in her hand, and tears flowed down her cheeks again, uncontrollably. "That hurts," Xining murmured, looking aggrieved. "Hey, I'm not squeezing you hard. Why are you acting like it hurts?" Tang Yuan rolled his eyes. "I'm not. I really am in pain. And you should stop calling me silly girl," Xining protested, looking pitiful. All right. I apologize. Is that enough?" Tang Yuan said, slightly impatient. "No, you don't need to apologize. Just, don't be fierce with me," Xining replied earnestly. Tang Yuan. This silly girl sometimes appeared foolish. Yet at other times, she was quite astute. It was perplexing. He sighed, realizing that while one could eat recklessly, one should not speak carelessly. The heavens can bear witness. "I, Tang Yuan, have never bullied you nor been fierce with you," he declared solemnly. Xining. This rascal wouldn't let her speak the truth. She fell silent. Chapter 54. A little luck achieves a perfect score. Observing the aggrieved expression on Xining's face, Tang Yuan could no longer tease her. With earnestness, he said to her, "Silly girl, I will pick you up early tomorrow morning. Wait for me at school and pack your belongings." Xining stared at him in bewilderment and meekly inquired, "Why? Didn't I mention that after the New Year's party, I would go home?" Tang Yuan felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that such an important matter had slipped her mind. Annoyed, he flicked her forehead. "Ouch, that hurts." Xining rubbed the spot he had flicked, looking at him with a sense of grievance. "I thought you were joking. I would never jest about something like this." "Silly girl," Tang Yuan replied gently. "I can just take the bus back tomorrow," Xining insisted. "There's no need to trouble you." "Enough of that. I enjoy being a hassle," he retorted, his expression darkening as he perceived her attempt to refuse him. "You need not say more. I am taking you back tomorrow. And that is final. Do not even think about sneaking onto the bus. If you dare to do that, I won't let you off easily." Xining remained silent, realizing that she had indeed contemplated returning on her own, but had not anticipated Tang Yuan uncovering her plan. "What are you daydreaming about? Did you hear what I said?" Tang Yuan asked impatiently. Yes, yes, she replied hastily, fearful of inciting his anger, and nodded vigorously. Seeing her comply, Tang Yuan's demeanor softened. Oh, this silly girl. I can hardly rein her in without resorting to villainy. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, Xining's emotions were quite complex at that moment. She struggled to fathom how to explain her relationship with him to her mother. Classmates? In rural areas, it is uncommon for a girl to bring a male classmate home alone, as the gossip of neighbors would be relentless. Bringing a male friend home would inevitably become fodder for idle chatter, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. Moreover, she was uncertain about the nature of her relationship with Tang Yuan. Friends? More than friends, yet not quite lovers? She was deeply conflicted, noticing Xining's silence. Tang Yuan lapsed into silence himself, turning his attention to the stage and focusing on the performances. Meanwhile, seated among the judges was the popular star Chen Li, who appeared somewhat distracted. She had been pondering the identity of the songwriter behind Tang Yuan's performance of A Little Luck. After exhausting her thoughts, a notion struck her. The song had never been released. In other words, it was original. If that were the case, the composer and lyricist behind it must be exceptionally talented. A person capable of crafting such a song must surely be a genius. Though Tang Yuan's singing was delightful, Chen Li, being a prodigy herself, was more concerned with the songwriters. After all, if there were great composers and lyricists, outstanding singers would be plentiful. Throughout, she never considered that Tang Yuan might have penned the song himself, as he was merely 18 years old. While it was not unusual for someone at that age to write music, she knew from her own experience that her early works had been rather immature, lacking the sophistication and technical prowess of Tang Yuan's A Little Luck. Such maturity in songwriting could not be achieved without over a decade of experience. Hence, she concluded that the true songwriter was someone else, not Tang Yuan. If she could locate this individual and engage in a musical dialogue, it could lead to her own growth. The thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She had not anticipated such unexpected gains from her return to her alma mater. Chen Li pondered how to persuade Tang Yuan to introduce her to this mysterious composer. Lost in her thoughts, she was only jolted back to reality when the principal, seated beside her, called her name twice. Excuse me, were you just speaking to me? I'm sorry, I was lost in thought, Chen Li replied, slightly embarrassed. After all, being inattentive on the judging panel was quite impolite. Not at all. Have you found inspiration? The principal asked with a smile. Chen Li was his protégé, and her rise to stardom was a source of pride for him. Thus, he held a genuine fondness for her. Yes, a bit of inspiration, she said casually. By the way, I'm quite interested in that junior named Tang Yuan. If I wanted to bring him into the entertainment industry, would you allow it? She joked lightly. Oh? The principal was taken aback, surprised that Tang Yuan had captured Chen Li's attention. It was unexpected, as one would assume that a high school student would hardly be noteworthy to someone of her stature. He was aware of Tang Yuan. After all, he had recently made a self-reflection in front of the entire school. Initially, the principal had viewed him as a troublemaker, but now he recognized his musical talent. That you hold him in such high regard is his good fortune. You may have a private conversation with him later. This matter is yours to handle. Regardless of his decisions, they are entirely his own. As for me, I will certainly support him in pursuing a path with you. The entertainment industry can be lucrative, and as long as it creates value for society, I have no objection, the principal stated. Thank you, sir, Chen Li responded gratefully. Time flew by, and soon it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, marking the conclusion of the event. It was time for the scoring segment. After a few minutes, the host approached the center of the stage, holding the judges' scorecards, and began to announce the results. Dear teachers and fellow students, I believe you have been waiting eagerly, the host playfully remarked. Please, no more suspense. Everyone is anxious, including myself. The co-host chimed in. All right, I shall begin the announcement. The final score for the spirited performance of the seniors from Class 10 is 9-5. The score for the first-year Peach Pink group is 8-0. After a series of announcements, it was finally time for Tang Yuan's original song, A Little Luck. The final score for the performance by senior Tang Yuan was a perfect 10. As the host's words resonated throughout the venue, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Chapter 55. One must bear the consequences of their mistakes incredibly. A perfect score. How astonishing. However, the singing was indeed exceptional, and awarding a full mark is certainly justified. The song resonated deeply within the souls of the listeners. Even I contemplated relinquishing my right hand for the prospect of finding a girlfriend. The audience buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's classmates approached him one by one to extend their congratulations. Tang Yuan smiled, greeting each of them with gratitude. Once the host announced the final scores, it was time for the award ceremony. Tang Yuan ascended the stage to receive his certificate of honor and a cash prize of 500 yuan from the principal and Chen Li. You sang remarkably well. I am quite interested in your performance and hope we can discuss it further in the future. Chen Li smiled, shaking Tang Yuan's hand. Thank you. You flatter me, Tang Yuan humbly replied, dismissing Chen Li's suggestion of a future discussion as he had no desire to pursue stardom. After collecting his award and taking a group photo with everyone, Tang Yuan returned to his seat beside Xining. Upon his return, his classmates immediately surrounded him, eager to glimpse the certificate. Tang Yuan smiled as he handed it over without uttering a word. This display ignited jealousy within Luo Feiyang, whose eyes turned red with rage. Fists clenched tightly. Why does this guy always steal the spotlight? I've already tried to sabotage him, yet he faces no consequences. Why? Luo Feiyang's distress did not go unnoticed by a girl who had been observing him. She was now convinced that this peculiar boy must have engaged in some underhanded deeds aimed at the recently awarded Tang Yuan. She resolved to find an opportunity to speak with Tang Yuan about it. As Tang Yuan settled back down, he poked Xining with his finger. She turned to him, looking somewhat feeble. Without saying a word, he handed her the red envelope containing the 1,000 yuan he had just received. Huh? Xining quickly shook her head. I can't accept this. It's yours. Just take it. This prize was earned because of you, Tang Yuan stated matter-of-factly. I don't want it. Xining mustered the courage to refuse. This time, she could not compromise. She truly could not accept the money. Seeing Xining's resolute expression, Tang Yuan pondered for a moment and decided not to press the matter further. Fine. I'll visit your home tomorrow and use it to buy a gift for your mother, Tang Yuan casually remarked. No, Xining attempted to interject but was cruelly interrupted by Tang Yuan. Let us not waste time. I'm not buying it for you. So you have no right to refuse. Xining fell silent, her thoughts caught in a whirlwind as she gazed at Tang Yuan, unsure of how to respond. Just then, the literature committee member, Su Li, approached them. Tang Yuan, may I speak with you for a moment? She said softly. Go ahead, Tang Yuan replied, glancing at her with a disinterested tone. The student council reviewed the surveillance footage from the corridor outside the studio and made some alarming discoveries. Your accompaniment is missing. It appears to have been stolen deliberately, Su Li whispered, looking around cautiously. In that instant, Tang Yuan understood everything. He glanced towards Luo Feiyang's direction and calmly stated, that person must be Luo Feiyang. Su Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. How do you know? She asked, puzzled, as she had only just received the information herself. Meanwhile, Xining watched the exchange with confusion, unable to comprehend their conversation. I saw him lurking around the corridor before my performance, Tang Yuan explained nonchalantly. Well, I also just learned about it. It's truly disgusting that Luo Feiyang, as the class monitor, would engage in such behavior. I can't fathom why he would do this. It's utterly insane. Su Li expressed her disdain. If it weren't for your impromptu decision to perform with the piano, there would have certainly been a mishap. If you were to embarrass yourself, the school would undoubtedly suffer as well. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Who should I ask about this? It's not my responsibility, Tang Yuan smirked, his lips curling into a cold smile. He was well aware of Luo Feiyang's motives. His affection for Yi Hui was hardly a secret. And Yi Hui's interest in Tang Yuan undoubtedly fueled Luo's jealousy, which was all too understandable. The student council had already decided to report this incident to the school. However, Su Li's voice faltered as she added, since he is our classmate, if you choose not to pursue this. She hesitated, wishing to keep Tang Yuan calm. Although Luo was despicable, he was still a classmate, and escalating the issue could lead to awkwardness. Inform the student council that those who commit wrongdoings must face consequences. I refuse to tolerate the presence of such morally corrupt individuals in our school. If they cannot handle it, I am more than willing to take matters into my own hands, Tang Yuan declared, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Su Li realized there was no room for negotiation. Her heart sank as she sensed the chilling resolve in his demeanor. She couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. However, she chose not to speak further. After all, Luo Feiyang's actions were undeniably repugnant. All right. Su Li nodded and turned to leave the throng of classmates. As she gradually disappeared from view, Tang Yuan pondered thoughtfully, casting another glance at Luo Feiyang, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Luo Feiyang remained engulfed in resentment, still lamenting the unfairness of fate. He was unaware that his actions had been exposed. nor did he comprehend the dire consequences awaiting him. Even his uncle, the disciplinary director, would be unable to save him. Tang Yuan had resolved that if the student council proved incapable of addressing the issue, he would take matters into his own hands. After all, he was not lacking in resources. He intended to use his wealth to ensure Luo's expulsion. It was as simple and brutal as that. Who cared if he had recently come into wealth? With money at his disposal, he felt entitled. This was the swift and effective solution Tang Yuan had devised. No matter how he approached it, he had an abundance of methods to earn more. With a system and the experience of living two lives, he was confident in his footing. Chapter 56, Xining, would you like to have my steamed bun? Soon, the evening gathering concluded with the school leader's remarks. Overall, the event was quite successful, aside from the minor incident involving Tang Yuan. After the gathering, the students exited efficiently. However, Tang Yuan did not rush home. With his car at his disposal, returning was a mere convenience. He and Xining strolled aimlessly around the school playground. At that moment, the school was bustling with activity, with some heading home and others to their dormitories. Yet the vast playground had only a few souls left. The atmosphere became tranquil. The weather today was significantly warmer than usual, perhaps influenced by the enthusiasm of the students during the evening. The two ambled quietly around the playground, enveloped in silence, walking round and round. Eventually, it was Tang Yuan who broke the stillness. "Silly girl, are you hungry?" he inquired. I'm not hungry. Are you? Are you hungry?" Xining stammered. I have steamed buns. Would you like one? I can give it to you," she said earnestly, tilting her head at Tang Yuan. "Steamed buns?" Tang Yuan replied, perplexed. "That sounds rather odd. How does it resemble my intention to offer you something below?" Unable to restrain himself, Tang Yuan's gaze wandered to Xining's chest, inciting a blush that spread across her face. What was this rogue thinking? Why was he gazing at her in such a manner? Didn't he misunderstand? Xining bit her lip, looking quite aggrieved. "I meant this steamed bun." With that, she produced 2 fluffy white buns from her bag. I certainly understood you were referring to this steamed bun," Tang Yuan replied with a solemn expression, followed by a teasing look directed at Xining. Xining felt utterly embarrassed. This rascal always picked on her. Her cheeks flushed even more, the yellow glow of the streetlights only making her appear more alluring. Quickly, she lowered her head, unable to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Quite clever, this girl, he thought. To be honest, had Xining dared to maintain eye contact earlier, he truly would have been unable to resist kissing her. In the throes of passion, it mattered little whether they were on the playground or in a secluded forest. He would have acted on it. Yet, with Xining's head bowed, Tang Yuan regained his composure. He gently patted Xining's head and said, "It's getting late. Let me escort you back to your dormitory. You should rest early tonight. I'll come to find you tomorrow morning." "Oh, okay." Xining nodded, pondering what she could say in response. Since resistance was futile, she might as well enjoy it. After escorting Xining back to her dormitory, Tang Yuan headed to the parking lot to drive home. By the time he reached home, it was already 11 in the evening. Having informed his parents about the New Year's gathering at school, they did not inquire further about his late return, merely urging him to wash up and go to bed. Tang Yuan quickly finished his shower. His parents were still seated on the couch, watching television. "Mom, I need to discuss something with you," he said, drying his hair with a towel. What else on your mind?" Lu Hua replied casually. "Well, since we have a few days off for the new year, I'd like to visit a classmate's home for a couple of days," Tang Yuan explained. Visiting a classmate? Is it Qin Yun's house? Staying over? Lu Hua furrowed her brow. "No, it's not Qin Yun. But I want to be gone long, just a day or two," Tang Yuan considered. "All right then. If you wish to go, you may. The holidays are meant for you to enjoy. However, remember to be polite while staying at their home," Lu Hua remarked, recognizing that her son was reluctant to disclose which classmate he intended to visit. During adolescence, children often harbor their own little secrets, she thought. After a moment, she added, "By the way, when you head out tomorrow, take some money from the vase in my room to bring a gift." Tang Fei, sitting behind his wife, immediately made a grimacing gesture towards Tang Yuan. "No need. Mom, I have money." Tang Yuan quickly declined. He indeed had funds, not only from the 500 he earned singing tonight, but also from a prize he had won. The bank had already called to inform him that his winnings would be deposited by noon tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, he would be a millionaire. Really have money? Lu Hua regarded him skeptically. "Mom, rest assured, your son truly has money." Tang Yuan sighed. "Fine. Just be cautious while you're out." Lu Hua reiterated her advice. All right, Mom. I'm not a 3-year-old. Tang Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Okay, go to bed now. If I talk too much, you'll find it bothersome. Lu Hua shot him an exasperated look. Seeing this, Tang Yuan immediately donned a cheerful expression, approached her with an ancient bow, and playfully said, At your service, esteemed mother. He then scampered back to his room. Lu Hua shook her head, a fond smile gracing her lips as she watched him. After Tang Yuan entered his room, Tang Fei, wearing a conciliatory smile, sidled up to his wife. Dear, is your neck sore? Would you like me to give you a massage? Lu Hua chuckled lightly, replying, Oh, I think it's you who has a sore neck. Why don't you use the money in the vase to find a lovely lady for a proper massage? Tang Fei. He thought he had hidden his stash well, only to discover it had been uncovered. Dear, this money is saved for gifts for you. Come, let us return to our room, and I'll hand it over for safekeeping. He took her hand, leading her back into their room. Lu Hua smiled softly, her expression devoid of any irritation. She understood her husband well. His secret savings were merely for purchasing finer things while out smoking. Seeing him so eager to please filled her with happiness. Back in his room, Tang Yuan had scarcely lain down when his phone rang. He picked it up to find it was a call from Qin Yun. This rascal had vanished for an entire day now. Instead of enjoying a romantic evening with the JK girl, he sought Tang Yuan for something. Brother Yuan, I'm in trouble. Can you come over? Bring my family's car. Qin Yun's frantic voice crackled through the line as soon as the call connected. Chapter 57. The Dilemma of the Young JK Girl. What's happening? Where are you now, fatty? Tang Yuan sprang from his bed, frowning as he spoke into the phone. I'm at the usual internet CAF, Brother Yuan. Hurry over. On the other end, Qin Yun's voice sounded somewhat somber, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. It appeared he was surrounded by a considerable crowd. After speaking, Qin Yun hung up, throwing on a jacket. Tang Yuan noticed that his parents had already retreated to their room for the night. He quietly opened the door and dashed to the parking area of the community. Once inside his car, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Jaguar roared as it burst out of the complex. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. And Tang Yuan sped along, arriving at the internet CAF half an hour later. However, upon his arrival, he found no trace of Qin Yun. Just as he was about to dial his number again, someone tapped him on the back. Turning around, he saw a young man with disheveled red hair. You must be Tang Yuan, right? The young man spoke with an air of arrogance, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips. Tang Yuan was perplexed. How could this young man know him? Who are you? He asked, maintaining a neutral expression. Who I am is inconsequential. Come with me. Your friend is in our hands. The red-haired youth declared, turning and heading towards the right side of the main road. What did you say? Tang Yuan's expression darkened immediately. He sprinted after the red-haired youth, swiftly subduing him with a grappling maneuver. Hey, that hurts. Brother, let me go. Let us talk this through. A gentleman speaks rather than fights. The young man had not anticipated that Tang Yuan would strike him, and in his pain, he begged for mercy. First, tell me what has happened between you and my brother. Where is he now? Tang Yuan tightened his grip. The red-haired youth grimaced in agony, howling, You, please let me go. My big brother, your friend's girlfriend owes him money. I'm just the messenger. Please don't make things difficult for me. Also, your brother is fine. He.s. just having tea at Nightshade. My big brother is Sankoin. Just a turn away from Nightshade Health City. Upon hearing that Qin Yun was unharmed, Tang Yuan finally released his hold. The red-haired youth gazed up at him in fear. Stammering, I. What? Hurry and lead the way. Tang Yuan interrupted him. Okay. The red-haired youth, trembling, led the way, with Tang Yuan following closely. Soon, they turned a corner and arrived at the entrance of Nightshade Health City. Although called a health city, it was merely a small storefront. Upon entering, a woman at the front desk smiled brightly. Little Hong, you're back. The red-haired youth's face turned ashen, and his tone was harsh as he replied. Enough chatter, get lost. Is Brother Cohen upstairs? He vented the frustration he had just experienced on the woman. The woman dared not say much, smiling nervously. Little Hong, don't be so angry. Brother Cohen and the others are waiting for you in the office on the second floor. Once this is resolved, I'll help you cool off. The red-haired youth said nothing more and led Tang Yuan upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Tang Yuan immediately spotted Qin Yun seated on the sofa, with the young JK girl, and Ai Hong, nestled in his arms. Tears glistening in her eyes and fear etched across her face. Qin Yun was gently stroking her head, attempting to comfort her. Surrounding Qin Yun sat several unsavory-looking delinquents, while a few more stood behind him. Across from Qin Yun sat a middle-aged man with a square face, leisurely savoring a cup of tea. "Brother Yuan, you're here?" As soon as Qin Yun saw Tang Yuan enter, the tension on his face visibly eased. "Brother Kuan, I've brought the person you asked for. I'll head back to the store now." The red-haired youth hurriedly approached Sang Kuan, grinning. Sang Kuan set down his teacup, glanced at Tang Yuan, and said to the red-haired youth dismissively, "You can go now. Go to the front desk and collect 100 yuan to spend." "Thank you, Brother Kuan." "Thank you, Brother Kuan." The red-haired youth grinned as he retreated. "Are you okay, brother?" Tang Yuan approached Qin Yun, patting him on the shoulder. "It's a bit troublesome, but nothing serious." Qin Yun reassured Tang Yuan with a glance. "All right, it's time to discuss business." Sang Kuan interjected. "I'm his brother. I'll handle this." Tang Yuan took a seat next to Qin Yun, fixing his gaze on Sang Kuan. His demeanor was commanding, causing Sang Kuan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Well, kid, you've got the makings of a gangster. Bring it on." Sang Kuan nodded to a subordinate beside him, indicating, "Bring out the IOU." The subordinate produced a bag and retrieved an IOU from it. "This is an IOU personally signed by N.I. Hong. It clearly states that she owes me a principal amount of 100,000, with the interest accrued over the past few months. The total now stands at 105,870 yuan. Considering your students, I'll waive the 70 cents. Sang Kuan stated. "Is this for real?" Tang Yuan furrowed his brow as he examined the IOU, then turned to N.I. Hong, who was still nestled in Qin Yun's embrace. "Yes, it's true." N.I. Hong replied softly, her head lowered, unable to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. "Brother Yuan, I'll pay off Xiao Hong's debt. Did you bring the car?" "I'll leave it here for them to sell," Qin Yun suggested. "How will you explain selling the car to your parents?" Tang Yuan's expression darkened. With a long sigh, Qin Yun replied helplessly, "I'll keep it hidden for as long as possible. When the truth comes out, I'll just say I lost it gambling and sold it. They spoil me. They only scold me a little." Upon hearing this, N.I. Hong clung tightly to Qin Yun, unable to hold back her sobs. Qin Yun quickly patted her head and smiled. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. It's just a car. You're really foolish," N.I. Hong whispered. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan felt he had little to add. It is only natural to repay debts. The interest Sang Kuan charged was not exorbitant enough to be considered usury, and he saw no need to create a ruckus over 100,000 yuan. Should a brawl ensue, he had the combat skills granted by the system to rely on. But Qin Yun and N.I. Hong were in peril. Thus, Tang Yuan regarded Sang Kuan and proposed, "How about this, Brother Kuan? I am willing to repay you the money, but not now. Tomorrow afternoon, I will return the principal and interest, totaling 111,000. What do you think?" As soon as Tang Yuan finished speaking, every delinquent in the room fixed their gaze on him, astonished. Is this a place for bargaining? Chapter 58. The unyielding warrior. One of the ruffians, unable to tolerate Tang Yuan's arrogant demeanor, pointed at his head and scolded, "You insolent brat! How dare you attempt to negotiate?" He continued, "Let me tell you, if you don't pay up now, you won't be leaving this place." "Is that so?" Tang Yuan replied, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "One of the things I despise most in life is when others speak to me while pointing at my head. You little brat. Bang. Ah." The ruffian stepped forward, intending to slap Tang Yuan and extinguish his haughty spirit. At that moment, Tang Yuan moved. His speed, enhanced by systematic modifications, surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In an instant, a flash was perceived, followed by the sound of shattered porcelain. The ruffian clutched his right hand, wailing in agony. What just happened? A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. How could a shard from a broken bowl pierce his brother's hand? As they turned to look at Tang Yuan, realization dawned upon them. It was he who had struck. Tang Yuan retrieved a tissue from his pocket to wipe the blood from his hand, chuckling softly, "What bad luck." The crowd was taken aback by this cold sight of Tang Yuan, silencing any further dissent. How bold. Sang Kuan, witnessing his subordinate's injury, immediately slammed the table. "You dare to harm my brother? Do you wish to die?" Sang Kuan glared at Tang Yuan with malice. "If I wish to live, you are not in a position to determine my fate," Tang Yuan replied disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Sang Kuan. Sang Kuan was momentarily taken aback. The youth before him possessed an icy gaze, as if he were nothing in Tang Yuan's eyes. A wave of inexplicable fear began to blossom within him, rendering him momentarily hesitant. The surrounding ruffians felt an even greater trepidation. With their leader silent, they dared not move. After all, they followed Sang Kuan merely for a pittance. There was no need to risk their lives. Qin Yun was astonished to see his brother Yuan's impressive skills and ruthlessness. The moment Tang Yuan made his move, he stood up, pulling N.I. Hong behind him, aligning himself with Tang Yuan. Brother Yuan, well done. Though Qin Yun had always been bold, this was the first time he was truly serious. His words came out somewhat clumsily. Just a small matter, Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly. He then addressed the hesitant Sang Kuan. So, Sang Kuan, I present you with two choices. First, we can engage in a direct confrontation, and we shall see who suffers the consequences. Your line of work is hardly noble, and should this escalate, I doubt you would fare well. Tang Yuan fixed his gaze upon Sang Kuan, continuing, Second, let us settle matters amicably. N.I. Hong owes you money, which we will repay. Furthermore, I shall compensate for the injury inflicted upon your subordinate. After that, we shall owe each other nothing. With that, Tang Yuan sat down opposite Sang Kuan with Qin Yun. He was genuinely unafraid. After all, he had ample resources. The insolent ruffian deserved a lesson. If violence was unavoidable, he could always settle matters with money. Such was the privilege of wealth. Sang Kuan's expression was complex. As Tang Yuan aptly pointed out, escalating the situation would benefit him not at all. Thus, he instructed, you all leave. Take the injured one to the hospital. The ruffians, upon hearing this, dared not disobey and carried their wounded comrade away. Once they departed, Sang Kuan finally took a seat. He did not rush to speak, but instead poured several cups of tea, offering them to Tang Yuan and his companions. This gesture left N.I. Hong in astonishment. Just moments ago, she had cursed Tang Yuan in her heart for meddling and seeking attention. Had something happened to her, it would have been entirely his fault. She never expected the notorious Sang Kuan to remain so courteous after Tang Yuan had harmed his subordinate. What on earth was happening? My young brother, you are the most remarkable person I have met in many years. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Sang Kuan exclaimed, giving Tang Yuan a thumbs up. N.I. Hong was even more bewildered, struggling to believe the scene before her. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us discuss the compensation, Tang Yuan stated. Your subordinate's injury is severe, and I am willing to offer 500,000 as restitution. Uft, cough, cough, cough. Sang Kuan nearly choked on his tea upon hearing Tang Yuan's words. 500,000. How could such a sum be uttered so casually by a youth? Qin Yun was equally stunned, gazing at Tang Yuan in disbelief. When did his brother Yuan become so extravagant? He mentioned 500,000 as if it were nothing. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? N.I. Hong was once again speechless. What was wrong with this fool? Did he have an endless supply of money? If he had such wealth, wouldn't he have been more prudent to quietly help her settle her debts and leave? Are you serious? How can I trust you? Sang Kuan, seasoned in the underworld, quickly regained his composure and inquired. Leave your bank account details. I will transfer the funds to you tomorrow afternoon, Tang Yuan replied. Noticing that Tang Yuan dismissed his question, Sang Kuan's brows furrowed. Stop pretending. You chose to trust me when you let your subordinate leave, did you not? Tang Yuan fixed his gaze on Sang Kuan's face. Sang Kuan was taken aback. Is this boy some kind of monster? How does he know exactly what I'm thinking? Well, the moment you made your move, I chose to trust you, for I feared opposing you. Sang Kuan admitted, you are a warrior, and I cannot provoke you. A warrior? Tang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time he had encountered that term. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing it, his right eyelid began to twitch involuntarily. The word stirred an unsettling feeling within him. However, he refrained from questioning further. Soon, Sang Kuan scribbled down a bank account number on a piece of paper. After taking it, Tang Yuan led Qin Yun and the others downstairs. At the front desk, the woman who had been sitting there was replaced by the red-haired youth whom Tang Yuan had previously subdued. Upon seeing Tang Yuan descend, the youth was taken aback. His eyes filled with fear. Just then, a voice emerged from beneath the young man's seat. Hey, Xiao Hong, why have you softened up? As they exited the neon-lit establishment, Tang Yuan and the others climbed into their vehicle. N.I. Hong, how did you incur such debts? Tang Yuan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I. N.I. Hong stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Qin Yun patted her on the head and turned to Tang Yuan, saying, Brother Yuan, that's not the main issue. The real question is, do you have the money? Chapter 59. Exercise caution to avoid tragedy. I have plenty of money. You need not worry. Fatty, be quiet for now. I need to speak with N.I. Hong, Tang Yuan said, his tone irritable as he attempted to divert the conversation away from Qin Yun. Seeing Tang Yuan's serious demeanor, Qin Yun refrained from saying anything further. N.I. Hong, please respond to my earlier question, Tang Yuan prompted. In the back seat, And I Hong grasped Qin Yun's arm and shook it gently, raising her head to cast him a pleading look. It's all right. Just say what you need to. Brother Yuan is not a stranger, Qin Yun reassured her, affectionately patting her head. He was genuinely curious about the situation. Earlier that evening, while gaming at an internet CAF with N.I. Hong, they had been surrounded by a group of thugs. Through a brief conversation, Qin Yun learned that N.I. Hong owed them money, but the details remained unclear. They intended to take her away, and Qin Yun instinctively felt alarmed. She was his first girlfriend. How could he possibly allow her to be taken away? Thus, he followed them until Tang Yuan arrived. Even now, he remained unaware of how N.I. Hong had accrued such a significant debt, especially to individuals with dubious reputations. Realizing there was no escape, N.I. Hong's eyes moistened with tears. Choking on her words, she confessed, I had borrowed money from those people, but it was entirely my doing. My ex-boyfriend took me to borrow it, and I didn't see a single cent of it. As she spoke, tears began to flow freely. Tang Yuan frowned, taken aback by the revelation. Qin Yun's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. N.I. Hong had mentioned her ex-boyfriend. What concern could he possibly have? Qin Yun, do you despise me? N.I. Hong gazed at him, her eyes filled with sorrow. I knew you would think that, she sobbed, her tears flowing anew. This distressed Qin Yun, who felt a pang of anxiety. Despite his initial discomfort regarding her past, he wondered about the depths of her love for her ex-boyfriend to have taken such a risk. However, seeing the vulnerable N.I. Hong before him, his reservations dissipated. He only wished to cherish the girl in front of him. My ex-boyfriend, he not only abused drugs but also gambled, leaving behind a mountain of debt. I had no idea he was that kind of person. After he took me to borrow money, he vanished, and N.I. Hong cried. Please stop the car. Let me go? You must think I'm foolish. You are indeed foolish, but this isn't your fault. The past is the past, Qin Yun replied, pulling her into an embrace. I don't despise you. I love you. N.I. Hong reciprocated the embrace, whispering, I love you too, Qin Yun. Lost in their emotions, they completely forgot Tang Yuan's presence. Observing their growing intimacy through the rearview mirror, Tang Yuan felt speechless. Beep, 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 he hastily pressed the horn several times. I refuse to be fed your dog food, he thought to himself. The blaring horns startled the couple, their hormones retracting back into them as they exchanged bashful glances. Their cheeks flushed. There's a hotel up ahead. I'll drop you off, Tang Yuan announced, steering the car toward the hotel entrance. Here, take this 500 yuan in cash. Use it for now. He handed Qin Yun the prize money he had won that evening. Qin Yun accepted it without hesitation, patting Tang Yuan on the shoulder with a smile. Thanks, Brother Yuan, for tonight. Brother Yuan, is everything truly fine regarding the money? He asked, concern etched on his face. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes. When have I ever deceived you? Rest assured. Leaning closer to Qin Yun, he whispered, make sure to exercise caution. We are still students. Let us not create a life and death situation. With that, he returned to the car, accelerating away. Watching the vehicle vanish from sight, Qin Yun found himself momentarily dazed. He realized his brother was becoming more enigmatic, and he could no longer discern his true self. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside and get a room. N.I. Hong, dressed in her JK uniform, impatiently urged, seeing Qin Yun lost in thought. Oh, coming. Qin Yun chuckled awkwardly, quickly taking her hand and leading her into the hotel. Soon, they had checked into a room. The moment they entered, N.I. Hong leapt onto Qin Yun's back, clinging to him. She leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she murmured, Thank you, Qin Yun. Taken aback by N.I. Hong's playful spirit, Qin Yun momentarily froze. Weighing no more than 75 pounds, her presence felt light against him. The warmth of her breath sent tingles to his ear, causing his face to flush. Why are you thanking me? From now on, you are my girlfriend, Qin Yun responded. Mom, he attempted to continue, but N.I. Hong, from behind, playfully interrupted him, sealing his lips with hers. The fragrant sweetness enveloped him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was driving home, the clock striking 1 in the morning. Just as he was about to lie down to sleep, his phone rang again. Who could it be? So many interruptions tonight, he grumbled. This time, however, the call rang once and then ended. Feeling annoyed, he checked his phone and was immediately filled with confusion. A missed call notification appeared. Foolish girl. Why is she calling me at this hour? Why did she hang up so quickly? Tang Yuan swiftly returned the call, and it was answered almost immediately. But silence greeted him. Foolish girl, is that you? He inquired into the phone. Yes, it's me. Foolish girl, why are you calling me so late? Has something happened? Tang Yuan asked, concern rising in his voice. He knew Si Ning wouldn't call unless it was urgent. Si Ning's voice trembled, tears evident as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Calm down, it's all right. Just take your time. What happened? Tang Yuan spoke softly, trying to comfort her. His heart ached with uncertainty about what was troubling her. After a long silence on the line, she finally spoke. My mother, she is ill. My aunt says it's late-stage cancer. Upon hearing this, Si Ning broke down, her cries echoing through the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the line went dead. Si Ning's family lacked a telephone, and her mother did not own a mobile phone. She had planned to return home the next day, so she called her uncle next door to inform her mother. However, her uncle told her not to worry and advised her to focus on her studies. Feeling a mix of emotions, Si Ning thought, if they don't want me back, then I want to go. After all, we are poor. Just as she was about to hang up, her aunt hurriedly seized the phone from her uncle, revealing that her mother had been bedridden for 2 months. She is in the advanced stages of cancer, on the brink of departing from this world at any moment. Thus, Si Ning must return to care for her mother. Upon receiving this news, Si Ning hastily gathered her belongings and rushed to the bus station in the city. Anxious and distressed, she purchased a ticket for the earliest bus home the following morning. Chapter 60. The universal detox pill. The sound of Si Ning's cries sent Tang Yuan into a state of panic. He hurriedly called her back. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before being answered. Where are you now? Tang Yuan asked directly. I'm at the bus station. Si Ning replied, her voice trembling with tears. Wait for me there. I'll be there shortly, Tang Yuan assured her. Okay. This time, Si Ning nodded without hesitation. Her emotions had shattered several times already. All she longed for was to see her mother as soon as possible. The mere thought of her mother lying in bed while she remained oblivious to the situation caused her heart to ache profoundly. Her uncle had concealed the truth from her in hopes that she would focus on her studies. Going back now would change nothing. Their family lacked the funds to send her mother for treatment. Even if they did, it would be futile, as she was already in the advanced stages of cancer, beyond the reach of current medical capabilities in Long Nation. After ending the call, Tang Yuan rushed out the door, starting his car and flooring the accelerator towards the Shanghai bus station. Half an hour later, his vehicle arrived outside the station. Honking the horn repeatedly, he waited impatiently. Si Ning emerged from the station and, upon spotting Tang Yuan, hurried over. He quickly assisted her in placing her luggage in the trunk and opened the passenger door for her. However, Si Ning appeared dazed, unable to get into the car. Observing this, Tang Yuan gently lifted her into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before returning to the driver's position, preparing to drive. Tell me your home address. I'll navigate there, he instructed Si Ning, who was seated beside him. Oh, it's Naoyang Tun, Poma Town, Dawaxian, she whispered. After setting the destination on the navigation system, Tang Yuan pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life. As they drove along the national road, the car swiftly vanished into the night. The journey from Shanghai to Si Ning's home would take approximately 4 hours, including 3 hours on the highway. Throughout the ride, Si Ning gazed out at the darkened landscape, lost in thought, remaining silent. Tang Yuan understood that her heart was undoubtedly heavy with worry and distress. They had initially planned to return home joyfully the next day, but this unforeseen calamity had altered everything. Hey, silly girl, are you alright? Tang Yuan asked while driving. I'm so scared, Si Ning replied softly. Tang Yuan yearned to comfort her with reassurances about her mother, yet the reality of her late-stage cancer rendered him speechless. Unsure of how to console her, he shifted the topic. You must be tired. Why not take a nap? I'm not sleepy. My heart is so chaotic. She shook her head in response. Tang Yuan, recognizing that anyone in her situation would struggle to find rest, fell silent. Do you know? My mother raised me alone since childhood. My uncle told me that my father disappeared after my mother became pregnant with me. He never cared for her. And during my birth, only a few of my aunts were by her side. My mother said that carrying me was painful, and she often considered terminating the pregnancy. But she couldn't bear to do it. She said I was her only one. Later, my father returned, but I wished he hadn't. He was worthless, contributing nothing but causing her suffering. My mother said I was her only one, and she was mine. Tang Yuan, I'm about to lose my dearest mother. In the future, I want to even have her, the one who loves me most. As Si Ning spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she began to sob quietly. Tang Yuan felt a deep pang of sympathy, handing her a few tissues while gently holding her small, cold hand, feeling the warmth from his grip. Si Ning turned to look at him, her eyes filled with unspoken emotions. They remained silent, their heartbeats synchronizing in that moment. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tang Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has achieved first place in the New Year's Eve Gala. Main quest completed. Reward: 1 universal detox pill. The item is stored in the system space. Would the host like to claim it now? System notification: the storage period for the previously awarded shares and file on media is about to expire. Would the host like to claim those as well? Claim. Tang Yuan responded mentally. Ding! Reward items have been placed in the host's car trunk. Please check. A smile flickered across Tang Yuan's previously solemn face. The universal detox pill had arrived just in time, a miraculous remedy capable of treating cancer. Now, Xining's mother, his future mother-in-law, could be saved. Noticing Tang Yuan's smile, Xining felt a pang of dissatisfaction and quickly withdrew her hand. Tang Yuan, unfazed, focused on driving. After 4 hours on the road, they arrived home at 4:30 a.m. The village was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights. He parked the car at the entrance, and they both stepped out. Xining rushed to open the front door while Tang Yuan opened the trunk to place the detox pill into his pocket before entering the house. Xining's home was a simple, unfinished one-story structure. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eyes was the ancestral shrine. There were 2 rooms, one on each side of the house. Xining dashed towards the left room, where her mother was staying. In the darkness, she stumbled over a stool but quickly regained her footing without uttering a word. Be careful. I'll turn on the lights, Tang Yuan called out from behind. He turned on his phone's flashlight, searching for the light switch, and soon found it. However, upon illuminating the room, he was taken aback. The house was almost barren, with only a table and a few chairs in the central area. They quickly found Xining's mother, who had been bedridden for 2 months. Mom, I'm back. The bed was a raised wooden frame, covered with a cotton quilt, and her mother lay beneath it, her head barely visible. The moment Xining saw her mother, she broke down. Her mother resembled a mummy, ravaged by illness, her spirit shattered, and her flesh consumed. Mom, I'm back. I'm so unfilial, Xining cried. Kneeling by the bed, the thought of her mother suffering alone in this state, without anyone to care for her, made her heart bleed. Chapter 61. I held it in at that moment. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Ninger, how did you return? A middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a dark complexion and a simple, honest face, entered the room. Upon seeing Xining kneeling by the bed, weeping, he swiftly bypassed Tang Yuan and crouched beside her, saying, Child, it is your uncle who has wronged you. Tears glimmered in his eyes as he spoke. Tang Yuan, witnessing this heartfelt scene, felt deeply moved. Such was the purest form of familial affection. However, another series of footsteps approached, accompanied by the loud, boisterous voice of a woman. Shanha, what are you doing up at this hour? You took care of her during the day, why return at night? Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Your brother has abandoned her. Why are you fretting over her? Once she passes, we can take care of her affairs. Wouldn't it be better to let her rest peacefully and spare her from further suffering? If you dare come here again, don't expect to share a bed with me. A middle-aged woman, clad in garish attire, appeared outside the room, looking disdainfully inside. Tang Yuan furrowed his brows and turned to the woman. Oh, who might you be? Ah, Xining, you have finally returned. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, finding Tang Yuan's unfamiliar face quite curious. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Xining beside her husband. She quickly exclaimed, Xining, do you have any idea how much we have suffered these past 2 months? Our own fields remain untended solely because we have been looking after your mother. My previous words may have been harsh, but they stem from truth. At that moment, Xining slowly lifted her head and sat on the bed. She gently pulled back her mother-esque quilt, allowing her to see her mother-esque face clearly. Ninger, do not move. Let your mother rest quietly, Shanha whispered. She has lost consciousness. Even when feeding her, she cannot eat. And we can only prepare a bit of congee to nourish her slowly. Xining remained silent, her gaze fixed on her mother, who had been ravaged by illness, no longer resembling the person she once was. Her heart bled for her. It felt as though something vital had been extracted from her being, and the pain was so profound it dulled her ability to weep. She sat expressionless, accompanying her ailing mother. Enough, since her daughter has returned. Let her fulfill her filial duties. We should take our leave, Xining's mother-in-law said to her husband. Leave? You return on your own. You wretched woman. Who told you to discuss such matters with Xining? I truly wish to strike you. Shanha's face suddenly contorted with anger as he pointed at his wife. What's wrong with telling her? How long can you keep it from her? I may be a wretched woman, but you all are the virtuous ones. Look at the state of our home without my help. You all wish to be seen as good people, But what of our household affairs? As the couple began to quarrel, Si Ning addressed Si Shanha. Uncle, I thank you for taking care of my mother during this time. Please return home. I can look after her from now on. But you still have school. Si Shanha protested. Your mother's greatest wish was for you to attend a good university. When she could still speak, she asked me to conceal the truth from you, wanting you to focus on your studies, not burdened by her plight, for she feels her life is drawing to a close and does not wish to distress you. Upon hearing these words, Si Ning was utterly shattered. Her beloved mother, even in her final moments, thought only of her child. She preferred to suffer alone rather than let her daughter know the truth, fearing it would hinder her studies. Si Ning could no longer bear it. She collapsed, her mind overwhelmed with pain, and fainted. Tang Yuan, who had been watching the situation closely, rushed forward and caught Si Ning before she hit the ground. His heart ached. He could feel her sorrow, perhaps a testament to their deep connection. Ninger, what is the matter? Si Shanha asked anxiously, looking at Si Ning in Tang Yuan's arms. It's all right. She simply fainted from overwhelming sadness. Tang Yuan, recalling a medical tip from his system, remained composed. Uncle, please fetch me a needle. He carried Si Ning out of the room and sat her down in the hall, addressing Si Shanha. Si Shanha, a genuine farmer, was frantic upon seeing Si Ning unconscious. He called out to his wife without hesitation, What are you waiting for? Hurry back and get the needle. Oh, I'm on it. Si Ning's mother-in-law, seeing her daughter-in-law faint, hurried home to retrieve the needle. At that moment, Si Ning's small hands felt icy. Tang Yuan grasped her hands and breathed warmth into them, then employed a unique massage technique to restore their warmth. Just then, Si Ning's mother-in-law returned with the needle, saying, Here you go. She handed the needle to Tang Yuan. Her curiosity piqued. Tang Yuan took the needle, lifted Si Ning's hand, and pressed on her finger to draw the blood towards the tip before inserting the needle. A drop of bright red blood emerged from her fingertip. He quickly placed her finger in his mouth, sucking gently. Si Ning, still unconscious, let out a soft moan as she felt a sharp pain, followed by an overwhelming sense of comfort. She slowly opened her eyes, only to see Tang Yuan sucking on her finger. What are you doing? Si Ning attempted to struggle, but her body felt utterly weak. The result of her overwhelming sorrow. Seeing her regain consciousness, Tang Yuan finally released her finger. Observing the wound, he noted that while it was still visible, the bleeding had stopped. You fainted earlier, and I had to prick you to wake you. Since the needle was unsterilized and we lack any band-aids, I held it in my mouth to prevent infection. Human saliva has healing properties, Tang Yuan explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, both Si Ning and her uncle and aunt looked at him in wonderment. Si Ning needed time to recuperate, and Tang Yuan helped tidy her room before allowing her to rest in bed. He then took his place by her mother's bedside, attending to her care. Despite her overwhelming reluctance, Si Ning found herself utterly powerless, unable even to rise to her feet. Thank you, Tang Yuan, she whispered. After Tang Yuan departed, tears streamed down the corners of Si Ning's eyes. Meanwhile, upon entering Si Ning's mother's room, Tang Yuan hurriedly locked the door, wishing to conceal his actions from prying eyes. He noticed a water heater in the room and quickly heated a bowl of water. Then, he retrieved the universal antidote pill awarded by the system. With great care, he took one pill, mixed it with the warm water, and gently administered it to Si Ning's mother, allowing the liquid to flow slowly down her throat. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Chapter 62. Yu and Si Ning were engaged in an endeavor. Suddenly, Si Ning's mother, once frail, began to radiate an astonishing vitality. Her body seemed to inflate, returning to its former state. Moreover, her metabolism kicked in, and her skin transformed at a remarkable pace, becoming fairer as the wrinkles born from exhaustion gradually receded from her face. The muscles of her visage bloomed with a rosy glow. After approximately half an hour, the once mummified figure of a terminal cancer patient astonishingly morphed into that of an elegant matron of around 30. Tang Yuan, witnessing this scene, was left in awe, as though he were gazing upon the visage of Si Ning 3 decades hence. Their resemblance was striking. He had not anticipated that the miraculous detoxifying elixir would possess such extraordinary powers. Not only could it cure cancer, but it also offered the promise of rejuvenation and beauty. Should my remedy be unveiled to the world, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the scientific understanding of this realm. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively reached into his pocket to touch the pill. I must ensure that this remains a secret. After all, from what I gathered from Sang Kuan, This world harbors a unique group of individuals known as martial artists who possess exceptional skills. If they were to learn of such a treasure, complications would surely ensue. He resolved that this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Curiously, although Xi Ning's mother had regained her health, she did not awaken immediately. Tang Yuan did not rush to rouse her. Instead, he opened the door and seated himself on a nearby stool, keeping vigil by her bedside. Su Qi felt that her life had been plagued by misfortune. During her time working in a distant city, a local employer had taken an interest in her. However, she was preoccupied with thoughts of her rural home and the responsibility of caring for her parents. Moreover, Xi Ning's father, Si Muhi, had fervently pursued her. Consequently, she rejected the employer's advances and chose to return and marry Si Muhi. Little did she know that after their marriage, he would succumb to gambling and undergo a drastic change in temperament. From that point on, she bore the burden of sustaining their family alone, until ultimately, she faltered, not due to the hardships of life, but to the ravages of illness. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Her daughter, whom she had raised with such care, had yet to witness her establish a family of her own. Yet, lamentation was futile. She could feel the essence of life gradually slipping away from her. It was unimaginable that a life filled with toil and suffering would culminate in such an end. Her soul wandered along a path shrouded in darkness, persistently moving forward, enticed by a voice that beckoned her toward the road of the afterlife, where death promised liberation and rebirth. Suddenly, she sensed a force pulling her back. The image of Xi Ning surfaced in her mind. Her daughter, I cannot bear to leave you. Su Qi cried out. In an instant, she sprang up from the bed, her forehead slick with sweat. Auntie, you're awake? Tang Yuan, who had been dozing nearby, was startled by her exclamation. However, upon seeing her consciousness return, a wave of joy washed over him, and he greeted Xi Ning's mother with a smile. Who are you? Where am I? Su Qi awoke in a daze, her memory hazy. She only recalled that she had cancer and was waiting for death at home. Auntie, you were ill. But now you're in your own bed and everything is all right. Stay here. I'll fetch Xi Ning, Tang Yuan said, turning to leave. Before long, he arrived at Xi Ning's room, where he found her lying on the bed, lost in thought as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Foolish girl, haven't you slept at all? Tang Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, noticing her swollen eyes from crying. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Xi Ning immediately struggled to sit up. Tang Yuan, take me to see my mother, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Without uttering a word, Tang Yuan nodded and lifted her into his arms, carrying her to her mother's room. As they entered, Xi Ning froze in astonishment. After a long moment, she finally reacted. Put me down. Her expression was a mix of surprise and disbelief. Xi Ning, you. Xi Ning's mother was equally taken aback, bewildered by the presence of this handsome young man with her daughter. Mom, I thought you were leaving me, Xi Ning exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she leaped onto her mother's bed, embracing her tightly. The two women wept, their tears flowing freely. Tang Yuan observed in silence, bemused by their emotional exchange. Just moments ago, they had seemed devoid of strength, and now their movements were filled with vigor. The mother and daughter, both prone to tears, eventually calmed their emotions as Xi Ning recounted the events of her recent ordeal, causing her mother to gradually regain her memory. Mom, how did your cancer suddenly disappear? You seem younger, Xi Ning remarked incredulously, gazing at her mother's rejuvenated complexion. I don't know, Xi Ning's mother replied, equally bewildered. After sharing a knowing smile, Xi Ning declared, well, since we cannot comprehend it, let us not dwell on it. It is already 6 in the morning. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you. Seeing Xi Ning's smile brought relief to Tang Yuan's heart. He decided to shift the focus of the conversation to avoid any awkward inquiries about the situation. It was then that Xi Ning's mother remembered Tang Yuan's presence and promptly inquired, Ning-er, who is this young man? Mom, he is my desk mate. Tang Yuan. He brought me back, Xi Ning explained, her cheeks flushing at the mention of his name. She recalled how Tang Yuan had carried her to see her mother. This mischievous boy, knowing her mother's health had improved, had deliberately refrained from mentioning it and had carried her here. Ah, so he is Ning-er's desk mate. Xi Ning's mother said, rising from the bed with a warm smile. As a guest, I cannot allow you to prepare breakfast. You and Xi Ning sit. I will handle it. As she turned to leave the room, Tang Yuan's eyes lit up. No, Auntie. You have just recovered. You mustn't exert yourself. Let me take care of it this time, and you can cook next time, all right? Tang Yuan said, his expression earnest and pleading. Xi Ning's mother felt a swell of joy in her heart. This well-mannered young man not only possessed charm, but also demonstrated thoughtfulness. How fortunate her daughter was to have such a deskmate. Chapter 63. Mutual Affection. Wow. What is happening? Uncle Si Ning was utterly astonished. He had intended to visit Si Ning and then procure breakfast for them. However, he was taken aback to find his sister-in-law, who had been on the brink of death, now vibrant and full of life. Observing her rosy complexion, she appeared even healthier than an ordinary person. Ninger, your mother. Ha. After a moment of surprise, Uncle Si Ning burst into laughter, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The illness that had burdened Si Ning's mother for months had left them all breathless. Big brother, I don't know how it happened, but she has inexplicably recovered, Si Ning's mother expressed. Thank you for your care during this time. With that, she offered a slight bow to Uncle Si Ning. Oh, please don't do that. It is our family that has wronged you, my useless brother. Enough of that. What matters is that you are well now. Uncle Si Ning waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a sigh of relief. By the way, where are you headed? Uncle Si Ning inquired. Oh, I was preparing to make breakfast for everyone. Tang Yuan smiled as he replied. Oh, no need for that. Si Ning and your mother can wait at home. I will take this young man out to buy breakfast, he said, patting Tang Yuan on the shoulder. All right, uncle. Tang Yuan agreed, not wishing to argue. The two men exited the house, with Tang Yuan going to retrieve the car. Uncle Si Ning, feeling comfortable, settled into the passenger seat without hesitation. They drove out of the village, and after about 5 minutes, they arrived at a place selling breakfast. Yes, Tang Yuan nodded, slowly starting the car and cautiously navigating the village roads. With Si Ning's elder in the car, he dared not showcase his driving skills. The two men sat in silence for a moment, a slight awkwardness hanging in the air. As they left the village, Uncle Si Ning produced a box of neatly packaged cigarettes from his pocket, withdrawing 2 and offering 1 to Tang Yuan. Care for a smoke? Uncle Si Ning asked. Thank you. Tang Yuan accepted the cigarette. The middle-aged man remained silent. They lit up and took a few puffs, rolling down the window as the brisk morning air rushed in, causing both to shiver slightly. At that moment, Uncle Si Ning spoke up. Before Ninger was born, her father was never home, and upon his return, he wreaked havoc in the household. Thus, she was raised solely by her mother. Although she appears delicate, with a somewhat introverted and self-effacing demeanor, we all know she possesses an inner strength that surpasses that of many. She is a child of hardship, more mature than her peers from a young age. I am unaware of your intentions in approaching her. Young people have their own thoughts and choices. However, as her uncle, I have watched her grow, considering her as my own daughter. Therefore, I cannot permit her to be harmed or deceived. Tang Yuan remained silent, simply inhaling the smoke and slowly exhaling it, as if it could provide him warmth amidst the winter chill. I will not interfere in your affairs. You are free to choose your friends. However, I hope you will treat her well and refrain from causing her any distress. This is my request as her elder. Uncle Si Ning stated, turning to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. Tang Yuan took a deep drag, the crimson ember flickering in the morning mist. He exhaled a long plume of smoke before tossing the cigarette but out of the window. He then pressed the brake, turning to look earnestly at Uncle Si Ning. I understand what I must do, and I can do it, he affirmed. They locked eyes for a moment, and after a while, Uncle Si Ning diverted his gaze to the window. Let us go. The breakfast shop should be open now, he suddenly declared. All right, Tang Yuan nodded, releasing the brake and soon arriving at the now open breakfast shop. Meanwhile, at Si Ning's home, Si Ning and her mother sat side by side on the bed, her mother's hand tightly grasping Si Ning's. Ninger, your classmate seems quite wonderful. He came all this way to bring you back at night. Does he like you? Si Ning's mother suddenly asked. Mom, I don't know. Si Ning stammered, lowering her head. Unbeknownst to me, my Ninger has grown up. Si Ning's mother chuckled softly, intending to express that she too had aged, but realizing she appeared no older than 30, she continued. Ning, do you like that young man? Si Ning's cheeks flushed, caught off guard by her mother's directness, feeling quite shy. I really don't know. Si Ning murmured softly. Do you dislike him? Her mother persisted. No, I don't dislike him, but I really don't know if I like him. Si Ning hurriedly replied. If she were to say she disliked him, that would certainly be untrue. Even though Tang Yuan had embraced her in class and often scolded her, he was simply not the type one could find detestable. Ninger, listen closely to what your mother has to say, Si Ning's mother urged, looking intently at her daughter. Upon hearing this, Si Ning lifted her head, gazing earnestly at her mother. Though I may not have received much formal education, I understand the principles of being a good person. One must first be true to one's own conscience. If you do not like that young man, you must tell him so and not keep him hanging, understand? Si Ning's mother spoke earnestly, holding Si Ning's hands. Mom, I understand, Si Ning nodded. Initially, Si Ning had only wished to devote herself to her studies, aiming to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a good job to support her mother. However, with Tang Yuan's appearance, it seemed as though a new space had opened in her heart, one that belonged to him. Yet, she was still uncertain about the nature of her feelings and what they signified. Moreover, while Tang Yuan had publicly confessed his feelings for her in class, she was unsure if it had been a mere jest or if he was sincere. Being inexperienced in love, she found it difficult to comprehend the intricacies of relationships. What she did not realize was that the seed of love had already been sown in her heart, growing rapidly without her awareness. Thus, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Seeing her daughter's demeanor, Si Ning's mother instantly understood. Her daughter had truly grown up and had entered the phase of romantic exploration. However, regarding love, Si Ning had yet to gain clarity within herself or dared not confront the matter. As for the handsome young man from earlier, he had already begun to occupy a significant place in her heart. Moreover, she could see that Tang Yuan harbored feelings for her daughter, as the tenderness in his gaze towards Si Ning was unmistakably evident. Any adult can discern that this young man is vying for Si Ning's attention. In summary, everything appears to be quite splendid. Mutual affection and a reciprocated pursuit of love are truly the most beautiful. Chapter 64. Si Ning, my mother asked me to take you to a hotel to sleep. The rural breakfast shop was quite modest, merely a converted house by the roadside, offering only a limited selection of noodle dishes. Uncle, how many people are having breakfast at your place? Tang Yuan inquired upon entering the breakfast shop. Oh, hee. Well, everyone at home has already eaten breakfast. You can just pack 3 bowls to take back for Si Ning and her mother, Uncle Si Ning said, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. He hadn't actually had breakfast himself. He had brought Tang Yuan here merely to converse. All right. Tang Yuan, observing Uncle Si Ning's demeanor, had an inkling of the situation and refrained from insisting that Uncle Si Ning pack something for himself. Men sometimes need to maintain their pride. If Tang Yuan were to insist on buying for him, it would have seemed inappropriate. In rural areas, it is uncommon for people to buy breakfast, as they tend to be thrifty. For them, it suffices to whip up something simple at home. While the proprietor prepared the noodles, Tang Yuan noticed cigarettes for sale and bought a pack to stow in the trunk of his car. Soon, the two returned home. After the 3 of them finished their noodles, Uncle Si Ning left with a smile. Word of Tang Yuan's visit spread quickly among the villagers, and many came by to pay their respects, astonished that someone with a terminal illness could recover so miraculously. After managing the villagers' half-hearted inquiries, Si Ning's mother began to tidy up the house. Due to her recent illness, dust had accumulated in many corners. Seizing the moment to lend a hand, Tang Yuan immediately got to work, transforming the space in no time. Although the house remained sparsely furnished, it was no longer desolate. It simply radiated cleanliness. Once the tidying was completed, it was already lunchtime. With no meat available at home, Tang Yuan offered to drive Si Ning to the nearby town to buy some. Why don't you two spend the day at the nearby tourist area? It's such a rare holiday, staying at home would be rather dull, Si Ning's mother suggested as she noticed the pair preparing to venture out. Tang Yuan merely smiled, choosing not to speak, his gaze fixed on Si Ning. The decision to go or not rested solely with her. Si Ning, staring at the ground, remained silent, her little hands twisting the fabric of her clothing, clearly conflicted within. Ah, Tang Yuan, we live in a small place. There isn't much to do. Just let Si Ning take you out for some fun. We are a tourist county, and there are many sights you won't find in the big cities. Si Ning's mother added with a grin. Seeing that Si Ning remained unresponsive, Tang Yuan finally spoke up. Thank you, Auntie. After spending so long in the big city, I sometimes yearn for a glimpse of life in a small county. This opportunity is rather delightful, so I won't hesitate to take it. Si Ning, however, was not entirely willing to take Tang Yuan to the nearby scenic spots, as they all required an entrance fee and her family was currently financially strained. Should they go, it would undoubtedly be Tang Yuan footing the bill, and she did not wish to owe him any more than she already did. Here, take this 300 yuan. Use it to show Tang Yuan the beauty of our small city, Si Ning's mother said, handing her 3 100 yuan bills. This money had been given to her by relatives during her illness. After a moment of hesitation, Si Ning accepted the money. Mom, what about you? What will you do? She asked. I need to visit those who cared for me during my illness. I still have some money left to return to them. Starting tomorrow, I'll work at the brick factory and slowly repay everyone, Si Ning's mother replied with a smile. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Truly. Si Ning's mother was just as strong-willed as her daughter, thinking of working to earn money so soon after recovering from such a serious illness, and even planning to return the gifts she had received during her time of need. Rest assured, future mother-in-law, I shall take good care of you, Tang Yuan silently vowed. In the afternoon, Si Ning took on the role of tour guide, leading Tang Yuan to explore the local tourist attractions. Although she called herself a guide, it was somewhat of a stretch, for she had never visited these places herself, despite their proximity to her home. The absence of her father had robbed her of the chance to experience a complete childhood like other children. The two delightedly embarked on their adventure, and time flew by. As twilight descended, Tang Yuan and Si Ning drove into the heart of the small county town. After enjoying dinner, it was already 8 in the evening. They found themselves sitting on a bench in the park, sharing a comfortable silence, both feeling a bit weary after a full day of exploration. They contemplated resting for a while before heading home. Just then, Si Ning's phone rang. Si Ning, where are you now? Came her mother's voice from the other end of the line. Mom, we're in the park in the county, getting ready to head home, Si Ning replied softly. Your aunt is visiting me. She's staying over tonight. Could you stay out? What? I. Si Ning was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Just stay out for the night. Get 2 rooms. A cheap one will do. Around 30 or 40. Her mother continued. All right, that's it for now. This is your aunt's phone, so I'll hang up now. Si Ning, what happened? Tang Yuan asked playfully, his eyes glinting with amusement as he looked at her. He had caught the conversation, even though she had not put the phone on speaker. The volume of the phone's back then was designed to be loud, making it easy to overhear. Si Ning was speechless. What kind of mother would ask her daughter to take a boy to a hotel? Come on, let us go and get a room, Tang Yuan said with a grin. Standing up and heading towards the parking area, Si Ning, feeling resigned, followed him obediently. Soon, Tang Yuan led Si Ning to the most luxurious hotel in the small county. He was not short on funds, having received a notification from the bank earlier that his lottery winnings had been deposited. Are we staying here? Si Ning asked. Glancing at the only 3-star hotel in the county, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just follow me, Tang Yuan replied, disregarding her hesitation as he took her hand and walked into the hotel. The front desk was manned by a young woman in professional attire, who looked quite pleasant. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, her eyes lit up, captivated by his striking appearance. Ahem. Tang Yuan cleared his throat, noticing the receptionist's lingering gaze. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? She quickly regained her composure, smiling brightly. Yes, I'd like to book 2 luxurious single rooms, Tang Yuan stated. Upon hearing this, Si Ning's heart skipped a beat. Why opt for luxurious single rooms when a standard one would suffice? Isn't it a bit extravagant? The receptionist at the hotel said with a smile. I'm afraid we only have 1 standard single room left. She discreetly cast a glance at Si Ning, her eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Chapter 65. Tang Yuan. I truly cannot see just 1 room will suffice, Tang Yuan declared as he handed over his identification card. He had already checked on his phone, and this hotel was the best option in the small county town. After a day filled with sightseeing and exploration, he felt weary and was not inclined to venture elsewhere. Could we perhaps go to another place? Si Ning tugged at Tang Yuan's sleeve, speaking softly. No. It's this one. Stop complaining, Tang Yuan replied curtly. Si Ning felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. What was this rogue planning? Surely, he did not mean to engage in such activities. But we are still students. How could we possibly do such things? Is it not too early for that? As her thoughts spiraled, her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. After settling the payment, Tang Yuan collected the room key from the receptionist and grasped Si Ning's hand, leading her upstairs. Hurry up. Why are you dragging your feet? He urged, striding ahead while pulling her along. Si Ning hesitated, reluctant to share a room with him. However, fearing Tang Yuan's displeasure, she remained silent, conveying her reluctance through her sluggish steps. All right, I'll sleep on the sofa while you take the bed, Tang Yuan assured her. Fully aware of Si Ning's naive concerns, he knew that unless he addressed it directly, she would refuse to ascend the stairs tonight. Upon hearing his words, Si Ning exhaled in relief and allowed him to guide her upstairs. Soon, they arrived at their room and entered. To their surprise, the room was quite pleasant, featuring a large bed, a tea table, and a sofa. Opposite the bed stood a 29-inch LCD television. Tang Yuan approached the tea table and boiled a kettle of water. Although he had bottled water, he knew it was unwise for a girl to drink cold water in the winter. Xining sat on the sofa, her head bowed, remaining silent. She felt guilty about making Tang Yuan sleep on the sofa. How about I take the sofa instead? Xining suggested, glancing at Tang Yuan, who was busy preparing hot water. Enough with the nonsense. I told you to sleep on the bed, so just do it. If you feel guilty, we can share the bed, Tang Yuan said flatly. Xining, this rogue is so infuriating. With no other choice, she fell silent. You should go take a shower first. By the time you're done, the water will be ready, Tang Yuan said, sitting beside her. Xining nodded silently and rose to head to the bathroom. Tang Yuan stretched out on the sofa, and soon he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. However, the water ceased abruptly. What? Xining showers that quickly? Even without washing her hair, it shouldn't be over so soon, Tang Yuan thought. But soon, he realized he had misjudged the situation. The water has stopped. I still have soap on my head. Xining's voice called from the bathroom. Tang Yuan chuckled and rushed to the bathroom door. Do you need help? There was a brief pause before she replied timidly, Tang Yuan. The water stopped while I was showering, and I can't open my eyes because my head is full of shampoo. Wait a moment. I'll call the front desk to find out what's going on. Tang Yuan hurried to the bedside telephone and dialed the front desk number. I'm sorry, sir. We are currently investigating the cause of the temporary water stoppage, the receptionist informed him. I've explained Xining's situation. Please send up some bottled water, and I'll mix it with hot water for her to use, okay? All right. Please hurry. If my girlfriend catches a cold, I will hold you responsible. Tang Yuan replied with exasperation, realizing there was no other option. Soon, hotel staff delivered 2 bottles of mineral water to their door and left promptly. Meanwhile, the kettle had boiled. Tang Yuan approached the bathroom door. Silly girl, pass me the bottle. I will mix the hot water with the mineral water for you to wash with. I can't see. Xining responded. Then open the door, and I'll come in to grab the bottle, Tang Yuan said. What? No. Wait. Xining panicked, her eyes tightly shut. Her face flushed and alluring. She wiped away the foam from her eyes, but new bubbles cascaded down, preventing her from opening them. She felt frustrated. Why did the water have to stop while she was showering? It was such bad luck. Her heart raced with confusion. Could she really allow Tang Yuan to enter? No, absolutely not. How could that be permissible? In a flurry, she searched for a towel to wipe her face, but the floor was slippery with unwashed foam. As she took her first cautious step, she slipped. Thud. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yuan kicked open the bathroom door and rushed inside. Silly girl, what happened? Are you all right? Xining's heart raced with panic, and she quickly covered her chest with her hands. Get out. Hurry. Don't look. Oh, I'm not looking. I have my eyes closed. Tang Yuan insisted, feigning innocence. Really? Do you not trust me? If you don't believe me, open your eyes and see. I truly have my eyes closed and can see nothing. Tang Yuan's tone did not suggest deceit, and Xining sighed in relief. Yet, she still did not open her eyes, as they were still covered in foam. Towel? Give me the towel? Xining demanded. I can't see. Where's the towel? Tang Yuan asked, looking around. At that moment, Xining felt a wave of relief wash over her. He can't see. Perhaps this rogue isn't so wicked after all. With this thought, Xining spoke. Just don't open your eyes. You're unfamiliar with the layout in here. Help me up, and I'll find it myself. All right, give me your hand. Xining raised one hand, waiting for Tang Yuan to pull her up, but he hesitated and then retracted his hand, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, I can't see, so I grabbed the wrong place. Xining blushed deeply. You should go out. I'll find it myself. The moment he had touched her, she felt a jolt of electricity course through her body. Tang Yuan cast lingering glances at Xining before reluctantly departing. As he stepped out, he looked down at his hand, recalling the softness he had just felt, and inwardly chastised himself. You are truly despicable. Yet, I like it. Chapter 66. Do not weep, my foolish girl. I am here, Clang. A bucket was pushed out from the bathroom. Help me fetch some water. I am cold. Came the weak voice of Xining from within. All right, my foolish girl, it will be done shortly. Tang Yuan dared not delay. If Xining caught a cold, it would be his heart that ached. He took the bucket and filled it with water, testing the temperature, which he deemed just right. He then carried the half-filled bucket to the bathroom door. I've placed the water at the door. You turn around and go over there. Do not come in, Xining instructed. The door is broken from when you kicked it. It cannot close properly. All right, I have turned around. You take the water. Tang Yuan replied before turning his back. Soon, he heard the sound of the door opening, followed by it closing. When he glanced back, the bucket had vanished. A slight crack in the door allowed for the rustling sounds to escape. It seemed Si Ning was busy preparing her bath. She is quite swift. Tang Yuan mused as he settled onto the sofa to scroll through his phone. After a while, Si Ning emerged. Not daring to wrap herself in a towel but instead wearing her clothes, her head bowed as she slowly made her way to the sofa. Get up. Tang Yuan said upon noticing her damp hair. Huh. Si Ning paused, taken aback. What huh? Come with me. He grasped her hand and led her back to the bathroom. He opened the box on the wall containing the hairdryer and took it out to help dry her hair. Si Ning thought to herself. So this rascal brought me in here just to dry my hair. After Tang Yuan dried her hair, they returned to the sofa, where he poured her a cup of hot water. Foolish girl, why didn't you dry your hair before coming out? Is it enjoyable to have wet hair in the dead of winter? Why you mustn't be angry. I didn't know there was a hairdryer in there, Si Ning stammered. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, she was unaware of the hairdryer's presence. Having never stayed in a hotel before, they sat on the sofa chatting casually for a while. Tang Yuan then opened the wardrobe, retrieved a spare blanket, and lay down on the sofa before turning off the lights to sleep. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Tang Yuan awoke early, stretching his sore neck, the joints cracking audibly. Turning to look, he saw Si Ning still asleep, lying quietly on the bed, the blanket concealing her perfect figure but revealing her delicate face. A beam of sunlight filtered through the curtain slits, illuminating Si Ning's face. Perhaps sensing the warmth of the sun or feeling Tang Yuan's gaze upon her, she slowly opened her eyes to find him looking at her with tenderness. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You are awake, she said softly. Awake. The sun is already shining on my backside. How could I still be asleep? Tang Yuan replied with a smile. At this, Si Ning felt shy and quickly got out of bed. You should lie there and take your time. I'll wash up first, and you can get up later. Tang Yuan nodded. I've poured warm water into a cup for you. You can use that to rinse. Si Ning, now feeling composed, climbed out of bed. Thank you, she said as she entered the bathroom. Upon entering, she realized Tang Yuan had not only prepared warm water, but had also squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush. This rascal can be quite attentive at times, she thought, blushing as she began to wash up. After they both finished, they headed downstairs. During checkout, Tang Yuan proactively informed the receptionist about the door he had damaged. The receptionist, unable to handle the situation, called over the hotel manager to negotiate with him. In the end, Tang Yuan compensated the hotel with 1,000 yuan to settle the matter. Although he could have left without reporting it, he felt it would be unethical, especially since he was now a billionaire and did not mind the expense. By the time they finished breakfast, it was already 9:30 in the morning. It was then that Tang Yuan recalled an important task he had yet to complete. He had not transferred the money owed to Sangkuan by Neon. Now that the bank was open, he went there and transferred 610,000 yuan to Sangkuan's bank account, withdrawing an additional 50,000 in cash. After completing these errands, he and Si Ning went to the market to buy some meat and vegetables before finally driving back to her home. As they reached the village entrance, a woman stopped them, appearing anxious as she waved her hands. Tang Yuan pressed the brake and rolled down the window. Si Ning, you shouldn't go home. Why, Aunt Wang? Si Ning asked, sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be that her father had returned? Oh no, that scoundrel of a father of yours is back, Aunt Wang exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Si Ning's expression changed, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Though she quickly regained composure. I am not afraid of him. He can come back if he wishes. This is his home, after all, she replied softly. Tang Yuan could see the helplessness in Si Ning's fear. He reached out and held her hand, instantly relaxing her previously tense muscles. No, Si Ning, listen to Aunt Wang. Your father is not returning alone. He has been brought back by some people. According to them, your father owes $1 million in gambling debts. Good heavens. $1 million. They are all fierce-looking with tattoos all over their bodies. Your father. He seems to have said he would hand your mother over to them as payment for the debt. Your uncle and mother disagreed and were beaten by those people. You must not go back. It will be dangerous. What? Si Ning could no longer hold it together, tears streaming down her face. She could not believe her father had fallen to such depths. She felt utterly shattered. Tang Yuan's expression darkened as well. How could such things still happen in this day and age? Unbelievable. Foolish girl, do not cry. I am here for you, he said firmly, tightening his grip on her hand. To his surprise, Si Ning shook off his hand, unbuckled her seatbelt, and opened the car door to step out. My family matters have nothing to do with you. You should leave. Tell the teacher that I am dropping out. With that, Xi Ning walked toward the village. Unwilling to drag Tang Yuan into her troubles, knowing that her father's debts were insurmountable, Yuan quickly intercepted Xi Ning, saying helplessly, "Foolish girl. You cannot help anything by going back. Go back to school with this young man." "Where are you going?" Tang Yuan exclaimed, hastily exiting the car and shouting after her. I. Xi Ning crumpled to the ground, burying her face in her knees as she wept. Tang Yuan felt a pang in his heart as he approached Xi Ning, crouching down to embrace her from behind. "Silly girl, I am here for you. There is nothing to worry about. Your family is my family, and I shall not allow them to be bullied." Chapter 67. Xi Ning's mother is to be sold by her father. Tang Yuan's words struck like a calming anchor, instantly silencing the panicked Xi Ning. "Foolish girl. Come with me. Trust me, I will protect you." With that, Tang Yuan assisted Xi Ning into the car. For reasons unknown, Xi Ning felt less fearful. With Tang Yuan by her side, she believed that even if the sky were to fall, he would hold it up. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. "Thank you, Tang Yuan," she whispered softly. Tang Yuan smiled, but remained silent as he pressed the accelerator, driving to Xi Ning's home. Upon arrival, he noticed 4 vehicles parked outside. These must belong to the men who had returned to press her father for debt repayment. As they entered the house, the scene that unfolded shattered Xi Ning's composure. Her father and uncle lay motionless on the floor, their bodies stained with blood, their faces swollen and bruised. Meanwhile, her mother, tears streaming down her face, gazed down at a piece of paper on the table, the contract of her sale. Once signed, Xi Ning would be taken away. In the room stood 10 burly men, each adorned with tattoos that peeked from beneath their collars. The leader bore a vicious scar that ran from his left eyelid to his right, giving him a fearsome appearance. This sight ignited a fire of rage within Tang Yuan, his fists clenched tightly. "Mom, Dad, Uncle," Xi Ning cried, rushing to the side of her father and uncle, shaking their shoulders in desperation. But they remained unresponsive, having been rendered unconscious. "Mom, what happened?" she asked, standing beside her mother, tears in her eyes. Her mother, who had been looking down, quickly lifted her head upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her daughter return filled her with despair. You shouldn't have come back, Ninger," she sobbed, embracing Xi Ning. Well, Xi Mu, you scoundrel, how fortunate to have such a beautiful wife and daughter. Perfect collateral for our debts," the scarred man leered at Xi Ning, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Bind them both. If they want to cooperate, we'll use force." "Yes, Scarface," 2 of his henchmen replied, advancing towards Xi Ning and her mother. In broad daylight, they dared to abduct a woman, showing utter disregard for the laws of Long Country. "Stop. If anyone dares to lay a finger on them, I will not let it slide," Tang Yuan roared from the doorway. The 10 thugs turned in unison to see a boy who appeared no older than 18. Anger surged within them. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Get lost. Don't meddle in our business," one of the larger men shouted, advancing toward Tang Yuan, intent on teaching this insolent high schooler a lesson. However, Tang Yuan, skilled in combat, had no trouble dealing with the thugs. As the man lunged to strike, Tang Yuan, agile as a snake, sidestepped, seizing the thug's arm and yanking it forward with force. The man stumbled, crashing to the ground. The onlookers were astonished. How could an 18-year-old so effortlessly take down a brute? The fallen thug writhed on the ground, unable to rise, howling in pain as Tang Yuan had dislocated his shoulder. The thugs were utterly bewildered. The fallen man was a bona fide Taekwondo black belt. "Who are you?" Scarface, the leader, was the first to recover. His gaze fixed on Tang Yuan, filled with menace. "I am her classmate," Tang Yuan replied, indicating Xi Ning. "You disgracefully attempt to abduct a woman in broad daylight, disregarding the laws of Long Country." Scarface laughed menacingly. "In this small county, I am the law. You've hurt my brother. Today, you will pay. Is that so?" "We shall see who truly pays," Tang Yuan retorted, unperturbed. Just as Scarface prepared to confront Tang Yuan, loud voices echoed from outside. "Where are those thugs? They have no regard for the law. Get out of our village, you scoundrels." An elderly man with white hair led over 20 others, all wielding sickles, approaching Xi Ning's home. Among them was Aunt Wang. "Ninger, Anne has brought the village chief to help you." Soon, the villagers surged into Xi Ning's home, driving the thugs away. The thugs, realizing the villagers were armed, were caught off guard. They had never expected the docile farmers to rise against them. "You unruly peasants! Xi Mu owes us money. It is only right for us to collect," Scarface shouted as he retreated to his vehicle. Feeling unsatisfied, he threatened. I do not believe Simu will hide in this village forever. And if any of you villagers dare to enter the city, my people will strike you down on sight. The villagers ignored Scarface's threats, intent only on expelling them. They had no desire for physical conflict, knowing they were outmatched. Scarface was furious. Not only had he failed to collect, but he had also injured a brother. This humiliation would not stand, and he would seek revenge. Amidst the crowd, Tang Yuan smirked at the mention of the Little Knife Society. Later, Si Ning's father and uncle were taken to the town hospital by Tang Yuan. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe. They had merely been knocked unconscious. After receiving some treatment, they would be fine. Uncle, I'm sorry you had to suffer, Si Ning said. Her eyes red as she grasped her uncle's hand. Don't worry, silly girl. It's nothing, her kind-hearted uncle Si Shanha reassured her with a smile. This scene weighed heavily on Si Ning's father, who felt a pang of regret as he observed his daughter. She had not looked at him once, nor spoken a word. Daughter, you have grown, he murmured, watching her silhouette. Si Ning trembled slightly at the sound of her father's voice, but remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Tang Yuan noticed her struggle. She longed for paternal love, but hid her emotions, having been raised by a father who had never regarded her as his daughter. Now, lying in a hospital bed with debts looming, he called for her, and she rightfully questioned the authenticity of such affection. I must ensure this foolish girl has a normal family, for only then can she find true happiness, Tang Yuan resolved silently within himself. Chapter 68. The prodigal son returns. Tang Yuan silently turned away, stepping out of the hospital and lighting a cigarette. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Can a gang called the Knife Club handle it? Money is not an issue. All right, I'll wait for your news. After hanging up, a faint smile creased Tang Yuan's lips. He had no shortage of money. Problems that could be resolved with finances were hardly problems at all. What are you doing here? It's quite chilly, he heard a voice say, turning to see Si Ning's mother carrying several takeout boxes. Just getting some fresh air. Tang Yuan replied with a warm smile, quickly moving to take the boxes from her hands. Once inside, they shared a simple meal. By 5 o'clock, Si Ning's father and uncle were able to stand up from their beds. Both were adamant about not wanting to stay in the hospital, so Tang Yuan drove them home. The atmosphere in the car was peculiar, filled with an uncomfortable silence. Upon arriving home, Si Ning's mother lit a brazier, and the four of them gathered around it. Seeking warmth, Si Ning and her mother leaned against one another, while Tang Yuan sat beside his father. The mood was awkward, with no one willing to break the silence. Eventually, it was Si Mu who spoke first, his voice trembling with emotion. Chi-Chi, Ninger, I am truly sorry. His expression was heavy with guilt. Si Ning lowered her gaze, fiddling with the charcoal in the pot, lost in her thoughts. If only he had considered the consequences earlier. You've racked up so much debt. What are we to do now? If I had known it would come to this, I might as well have perished. Su Chi lamented, her face etched with despair. Though Si Mu had failed in his duties as a husband, the bond formed over a night of marriage was not easily broken. Given the circumstances, Su Chi refrained from further reproach, knowing that scolding would achieve nothing. Oh, what have I done? Si Mu lamented, his eyes reddening as he struck his own face in anguish. Stop. You're still healing. Si Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he extended his hand to strike himself again. Su Chi quickly grasped his hand, preventing any further self-inflicted harm. I was wrong. Chi-Chi, Ninger, can you ever forgive me? Si Mu pleaded, his face awash with hope as he looked at Si Ning and Su Chi. Silence enveloped the room. Si Ning and Su Chi were at a loss for words, tears welling in their eyes. Uncle, the prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. I believe if you truly repent and strive to make amends, Si Ning and her mother will forgive you, Tang Yuan said, his gaze steady on Si Mu. He could see the genuine remorse reflected in the man's expression. Si Mu paused, casting a grateful glance towards Tang Yuan. Si Ning, hearing his words, lifted her head to look at him, but soon lowered it again. It wasn't that she didn't want to forgive her father. She simply didn't know how to voice it after so many years of silence. What are you planning to do? Su Chi asked Si Mu, her voice tinged with concern. I will work to pay off the debts. Before, I was coerced into it, and I was afraid. But now that I've dragged you into this, I will work, Si Mu resolved. I won't burden you any longer. Su Chi choked back her emotions. You have no idea what kind of work those people do. If you work for them, your life will be ruined. Can you live with yourself knowing what it could mean for us? Tears streamed down her face as Si Mu quickly wiped them away. I have no other choice, he replied, tears spilling down his own cheeks. They embraced, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Xining looked up at her parents, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time she had witnessed such affection between them. This was the image of a normal family she had longed for, now slipping away just as she began to grasp it. Her heart ached, painfully so. In that moment, a strong hand rested gently on her thigh, offering comfort. Tang Yuan watched Xining silently, his eyes filled with tenderness. She looked up at him, forcing a faint smile. After a while, Xining's parents regained their composure, their emotions gradually stabilizing. They pulled apart, awkwardness settling in as they remembered their daughter and her friend were present. Tang Yuan observed the family, his heart heavy with empathy. This Na'vi girl, had he not been there, her life would have been much more tragic. Uncle, Auntie, I have an idea. But I'm not sure if I should share it. Tang Yuan suddenly spoke up. Go ahead, Siqi encouraged, her fondness for him evident. Since those people are involved in the underworld, perhaps it would be best for you to hide in Shanghai. They are merely small-time thugs here. And once you're in Shanghai, they won't find you, Tang Yuan suggested. Si Mu and Su Qi exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up momentarily before dimming again. Young man, you don't understand. We lack education and skills. In a big city like Shanghai, we wouldn't find work, Si Mu said, shame evident in his tone. Tang Yuan, sensing their hesitation, smiled reassuringly. I can actually assist with the job situation. Si Mu and Su Qi looked at him in confusion, unable to fathom how a high school student could wield such influence. Noticing their skepticism, Tang Yuan scratched his head, a touch embarrassed to admit, actually. My father runs a factory in Shanghai and is currently looking for help. If you don't mind, you could work for him. Xining cast a discreet glance at Tang Yuan, hesitant to respond. Her parents exchanged silent glances, their hearts filled with joy yet apprehensive about burdening him. It's perfectly fine, Uncle and Auntie. You should go. Xining studies in Shanghai, so you could still visit her on weekends, Tang Yuan encouraged. Well, if that's the case, we will be grateful, Su Qi replied, her eyes shining with appreciation. Tang Yuan waved his hands, thinking to himself, you are my future in-laws. Offering you a job is merely a gesture of respect for your dignity. In truth, with my resources, I could easily provide you with a life of ease. Not at all. It's just mutual assistance. My father is in desperate need of help, he said amicably. This light-hearted banter eased the atmosphere. With the charcoal burning so brightly today, I'll go fetch some sweet potatoes to roast. Chapter 69. Xining has changed soon. Su Qi returned, cradling a bag of sweet potatoes. Tang Yuan promptly stood to receive it. Together, they placed the sweet potatoes into the crackling embers of the fire. Tang Yuan, are your family aware of your presence here? Su Qi suddenly inquired. Yes, they know. I informed them, Tang Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback. Good. It's reassuring that they are aware. I wouldn't want them to worry about you. Su Qi nodded in agreement. Tang Yuan found Su Qi's words somewhat perplexing, as he did not quite grasp the underlying meaning behind her statement. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Xining's voice interrupted him. The sweet potatoes are ready, Xining announced, capturing Tang Yuan's attention. He watched as she poked the potatoes buried in the coals with a stick, checking which ones were thoroughly cooked and which were not. Anyone who has tasted undercooked sweet potatoes knows they can lead to discomfort. Xining selected 3 perfectly cooked ones that appeared particularly appealing. She carefully peeled them, wrapping the unpeeled portions in her handkerchief and offering them to Tang Yuan. This is for you, she said softly. Tang Yuan was momentarily stunned as he accepted them. Xining then peeled the other 2 for her parents before taking a slightly charred sweet potato for herself. Observing the beautifully cooked sweet potatoes in his hands, Tang Yuan felt a wave of admiration. This silly girl always reserved the best for others while keeping the worst for herself. Noticing Tang Yuan's gaze fixed on her charred potato, Xining's cheeks flushed slightly. The slightly burnt ones are the most fragrant. City folks just don't understand. She murmured, a hint of shyness in her voice. Tang Yuan placed the sweet potato he held into Xining's hands and took the charred one from her other hand. Xining hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts as the potato was already in Tang Yuan's possession. Her expression was a complex mix of emotions as she looked at the sweet potato in Tang Yuan's hand. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan took a bite of the charred sweet potato. The moment he tasted it, his brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly composed himself. When he looked up, he found Xining watching him intently. He smiled and said, It is indeed quite fragrant, with that delightful burnt aroma. Tang Yuan, you shouldn't eat the overly burnt ones. They can be harmful to your health. Su Qi interjected, attempting to diffuse the moment. Yes, Auntie, I understand, Tang Yuan replied with a smile, though the corners of his mouth were smeared with black soot, making him appear somewhat comical. Tang Yuan, you've got something on your mouth, Su Qi chuckled. Xining, quickly fetch a clean handkerchief for him. Xining glanced at Tang Yuan and nearly burst into laughter. His appearance was undeniably humorous. Not only was his mouth smeared with soot, but even his front teeth were stained black. It was the first time she had seen Tang Yuan in such a disheveled state, causing her usually reserved demeanor to crack into a smile. Tang Yuan, in turn, was seeing Xining suppress a laugh for the first time, her face a mix of mirth and restraint. This silly girl. How audacious of her to mock me. Humph. Just wait until we return to school. I'll show her how to behave. How to deal with her. Noticing Tang Yuan's slightly intimidating gaze, Xining quickly stood up to fetch a clean handkerchief, sensing the playful glint in his eyes. Tang Yuan, you really ought to discard that burnt sweet potato. We can eat the others once they are ready, Su Qi remarked, her tone tinged with concern for Tang Yuan. Auntie, it's fine. It truly is quite fragrant. Especially since it's from Xining, Tang Yuan replied, grinning as he revealed his blackened teeth. At that moment, Xining returned with the handkerchief and couldn't help but giggle. She approached him with a smile, unable to speak for fear of bursting into laughter. Tang Yuan, bemused by her struggle to contain her mirth, said, if you want to laugh, just let it out. Holding it in is no fun. And no, I wasn't trying to laugh, Xining stammered, forcing out the words. Tang Yuan thought to himself, really? You claim you aren't trying to laugh? Your mouth is practically splitting from holding it in, and a chuckle has already slipped out. Silly girl, you've changed. If it weren't for your parents being here, you'd see how I would deal with you. Humph. At that moment, Xining genuinely didn't want to laugh anymore. She sensed the mischievous gleam in Tang Yuan's eyes and felt a chill run down her spine. What mischief was he plotting? Tang Yuan, meanwhile, took the handkerchief Xining offered and wiped his mouth, both of them lost in their own thoughts. Finally, it was Su Qi who broke the silence. Tang Yuan, tomorrow, let Xining take you up the mountain for some fun. Up the mountain? What could possibly be enjoyable up there at this time? Tang Yuan asked, curiosity evident in his expression. Well, if it doesn't snow, there will be plenty of delightful things to see. If it does snow, then we can only admire the snowfall, Xining replied earnestly. Tang Yuan thought to himself, listening to you is like hearing a riddle. That answer was as good as none at all. Silly girl. Well, let's see if it snows tomorrow. If it doesn't, I suppose we can go take a look. As they continued to roast by the fire, their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a warm and congenial atmosphere. After a few hours, Xining's parents decided it was getting late. Su Qi announced, it's getting late. We should head to bed. You two should also rest early after your baths. With that, they retired to their room and closed the door. Tang Yuan, this house is just a single story, and it seems there are only 2 rooms. Could it be? A knowing smile crept onto Tang Yuan's face as he pieced things together. Xining, observing Tang Yuan's expression, felt a twinge of fear. Did you just mock me? Tang Yuan said, his tone playful yet serious as he eyed Xining by the fire. Xining, feeling embarrassed and flustered. Xining was at a loss for words. This rascal was settling scores. Oh no. Chapter 70. Tang Yuan, silly girl, warm my bed for me. I did not. Xining said weakly. At this moment, her demeanor could be submissive, but she resolutely refused to admit that she had just wanted to laugh at him. Tang Yuan, this silly girl is quite something. She has even learned to speak nonsense with her eyes wide open. I never expected you to be like this, Xining. Say it again. Are you certain you did not want to make a fool of me? Tang Yuan spoke with a mocking expression. No, absolutely not. Xining lowered her head, too timid to meet Tang Yuan's gaze, speaking in a frightened tone. Is that so? If you admit it now, I will not pursue the matter. However, if you stubbornly persist in your lies, I will not be so lenient. Tang Yuan said expressionlessly. His tone rose several notches, causing Xining, who sat beside him, to tremble involuntarily. Xining was too frightened to articulate her thoughts. Observing her pitiful appearance, Tang Yuan could only shake his head helplessly. Oh, I really have no means to deal with you. Fine, I shall not tease you any longer. I will let you off this time. But next time, just wait and see how I discipline. No, how I handle you. Tang Yuan shot her a glare, speaking with irritation. Oh. Xining nodded timidly. All right, it is getting late. You should go take a bath. Tang Yuan instructed. Xining nodded. She then got up to fetch a wooden tub from outside. Xining's home lacked a water heater, so bathing required boiling water in a large pot before filling the tub. After Xining filled the tub, She struggled a bit with the heavy load. Tang Yuan hurriedly approached and took the wooden tub from her hands. "Where's the bathing area?" he asked indifferently. "In the small room at the back of the house," Si Ning replied, leading Tang Yuan there. As Tang Yuan followed her to the back of the house, he found that the so-called small room was merely a tiny mud brick structure with a thatched roof, dimly lit by an old bulb that emitted a feeble glow. Tang Yuan frowned. Si Ning's living conditions were even worse than he had imagined. He had already made a decision in his heart. The day after tomorrow, he would take her whole family to Shanghai City. After placing the tub down, Tang Yuan stepped outside. "Do you still need to fetch cold water?" he turned to ask Si Ning. So Tang Yuan took an empty bucket from Si Ning, went to the water tank, and filled it with cold water to bring back. "In this weather, you shouldn't wash your hair. Hurry and finish up so we can warm by the fire," Tang Yuan said with concern. Oh, Si Ning nodded. She then went to change into fresh clothes. Tang Yuan returned to the fire, poking the embers with a stick. His gaze fixated on the flickering flames, deep in thought. Just then, his phone rang. "Yes, excellent. I will transfer the money tomorrow." After a brief conversation, Tang Yuan hung up, promptly receiving a text message containing bank card information. As for the scarred man, he had vanished from this world. Shortly after, Si Ning emerged from her bath. Seeing her freshly washed face glowing with vitality, Tang Yuan momentarily lost himself in admiration. However, upon looking down, he frowned. Si Ning was clad in a pajama set beneath an old, tattered-down jacket, a quintessential country girl look. Instantly, her enchanting beauty seemed diminished. It seemed he needed to buy this silly girl some new clothes. At that moment, Si Ning noticed Tang Yuan staring at her and mistakenly thought she had upset him somehow, causing her to shyly lower her head and fall silent. Tang Yuan, observing her dazed expression, furrowed his brow even more. "Come and sit down," he instructed, his tone tinged with concern. He feared she might catch a chill, as one could easily become cold after a bath. Oh. Si Ning nodded obediently and sat beside Tang Yuan. "Are you cold?" he asked. "And no, not cold," Si Ning replied timidly. Tomorrow we shall go to the county town to buy some things," Tang Yuan contemplated aloud. Oh. Si Ning nodded dutifully, refraining from asking what he intended to purchase. "All right, I will go take a shower. You tidy up here, then return to your room to sleep," Tang Yuan said. Noting the late hour, he then got up to fetch hot water for his bath. Meanwhile, Si Ning returned to her room and prepared the bedding, quietly arranging everything like a devoted little wife. The blanket was old but appeared clean, likely one Si Ning had used before, still carrying a fresh, youthful fragrance. Due to limited conditions, Tang Yuan merely rinsed himself off. When he returned to the main area, Si Ning was already gone. After warming himself by the fire, he extinguished the coals to prevent waste and avoid any fire hazards. Upon entering Si Ning's room, he noticed the bed was not very large, but the bedding was already neatly arranged, giving it a cozy ambience. Si Ning sat at the edge of the bed, her head lowered in contemplation. "Silly girl, why don't you lie down first? It would be nice for you to warm my bed." Tang Yuan chuckled as he spoke. I'm not going to sleep. I am reading," she replied timidly, glancing up at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan frowned. This girl was reluctant to sleep with him, preferring to stay up all night reading. In this cold weather, staying up late to read was madness. Moreover, their shared sleeping arrangement had received the tacit approval of their elders. Otherwise, they would not be aware that there were only 2 rooms in the house and not seek an alternative place for Tang Yuan to stay. He had no reason to let such a splendid opportunity pass. "Tonight, you will sleep with me," Tang Yuan stated flatly, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Si Ning was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get into bed. You sleep on the inside, and I will take the outside. Don't worry, I won't do anything," Tang Yuan said impatiently, determined not to allow her to stay up reading. In this weather, without the warmth of the fire, one could easily freeze. I don't know if that is appropriate," Si Ning replied softly, her cheeks flushed. "No more excuses. Lie down and sleep. I promise I won't do anything. Even if I took out a gun, it wouldn't penetrate," Tang Yuan retorted, somewhat irately. He was merely trying to frighten Si Ning. He would never stoop to such depths, knowing that if she did not lie down soon, Tang Yuan would surely explode with anger, and coupled with his repeated assurances, Si Ning reluctantly removed her shoes, crawled into bed, and turned her back to him to sleep. Chapter 71. Si Ning is quite impressive. Upon noticing, Tang Yuan also removed his shoes and outerwear, diving into the blankets. "Hey, Silly girl. Why haven't you taken off your coat? He remarked, somewhat exasperated. Xining suddenly realized that in her moment of nervousness, she had forgotten to remove her coat. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Feeling both anxious and shy, she hastily shed her outerwear and quickly burrowed back under the covers. The sudden movement startled Tang Yuan. His silly girl seemed to possess quite the allure. That sway suggested she was at least a C, nearing a D. After all, she was merely 18. With room to grow, reaching an F in the future was not out of the question. A sly smile crept across Tang Yuan's face as he reached out to turn off the light. As darkness enveloped the room, Xining's eyes widened, her heart racing. She felt exceedingly tense, realizing she was sharing a bed with a rogue. What would she do if he misbehaved? This marked her first experience sleeping beside a man, leaving her unable to calm her racing heart. Lying still, she dared not move. Tang Yuan, aware of her trepidation, chose silence. He turned over to adjust the blanket around her. The moment he moved, Xining's heart constricted, her entire body tensing. Was he about to make a move? What should she do? She wasn't ready for that. Tang Yuan. Goodness. Am I the kind of person without principles? Look at how terrified this silly girl is. He shook his head in resignation. Gently tucking Xining's blanket, he lay back down. Realizing Tang Yuan was merely adjusting her blanket, Xining breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yuan turned again, presenting his back to her. This way, the silly girl might feel more at ease. As he had anticipated, with Tang Yuan's back to her, Xining completely relaxed, a warm feeling flooding her heart. She sensed Tang Yuan was considerate of her emotions. Time slipped by, and soon, the fatigue from Tang Yuan's day of driving caught up with him, lulling him into a deep sleep. His steady breathing filled the room. Xining discerned that he was truly asleep. She quietly turned to face him, catching a vague glimpse of his silhouette in the darkness. An indescribable feeling surged within her, a curious sensation, listening to the soft, rhythmic sounds of his snores. Xining couldn't help but smile. This rogue had genuinely fallen asleep. As she reflected on all that Tang Yuan had done for her recently, she could not deny her happiness and gratitude. Yet, why was he willing to do all this for her? This handsome rogue had countless admirers, including the beautiful Yihui, known for her charm, wealth, and affection towards him. Though Xining appeared foolish, she was far from it. She understood everything. That day, he had boldly declared his feelings for her in front of so many people, leaving her utterly stunned and blank-minded. Even now, she struggled to comprehend why Tang Yuan had suddenly developed feelings for her. Gradually, Xining succumbed to her own thoughts and drifted into a dreamless slumber. The following morning, Tang Yuan awoke groggily, blinking as the room filled with light. He reached to rub his eyes, only to find his left hand restrained. Startled, he turned to glance beside him, and there was Xining, her captivating beauty gracing his sight. Tang Yuan shook off the lingering sleep. He had almost forgotten that he was sharing a bed with Xining. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, a strand brushing against her face, adding a touch of chaotic beauty. This silly girl, unadorned, her sleeping visage could still dazzle the world. At that moment, Xining's lips curled into a slight smile. Clutching Tang Yuan's hand, as if lost in a beautiful dream, Tang Yuan couldn't bear to disturb her, simply gazing at her. This treasure of a girl had been the source of his greatest regrets in his past life. He vowed never to lose her in this one. A wave of emotion washed over him. Everything felt surreal, yet undeniably real. Suddenly, Xining murmured softly, extending her tongue to moisten her lips. Tang Yuan. At that moment, he nearly lost control, tempted to steal a kiss. Fortunately, her tongue retracted just as quickly. What kind of dream was this silly girl having? Moments later, Xining's brows twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. In her bleary state, Tang Yuan's handsome, rugged face came into focus. She froze momentarily, their eyes locking. Silly girl, you're finally awake. What kind of dream did you have? Confess. Tang Yuan teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Xining's face turned a deep shade of crimson. No. Nothing. She stumbled over her words. Still sleepy? If not, get up. Tang Yuan gently urged. In no more sleep, Xining stammered, her cheeks aflame. Then, why don't you let go of my hand? Are you reluctant? Tang Yuan quipped with a teasing smile. Xining blinked, suddenly realizing she had been holding on to the rogue throughout the night. Her face flushed deeper as she recalled her dream. In a flurry, she released Tang Yuan's hand and hurriedly sat up, throwing on her worn-out down jacket before rushing out to wash up. Watching her flee in a panic, Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile spread across his face. This silly girl often exuded an irresistible charm. as he felt the lingering warmth she left behind. He buried his face in the blankets, inhaling deeply before reluctantly rising. Waking up on a winter morning always required a tremendous amount of courage. About 10 minutes later, Xining stood before Tang Yuan, fully dressed. Seeing him up and dressed, she obediently tidied the blankets and smoothed out the wrinkled sheets. Observing her demure demeanor, Tang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the life he yearned for. Chapter 72. The first rival appears. Tang Yuan stood quietly to the side, observing Xining as she tidied up the bedding. Once she finished, they stepped outside together. You go wash up first. I've placed the towels and toothbrushes in the room at the back, Xining said softly. Tang Yuan smiled, said nothing, and made his way to the small room at the back to freshen up. Soon, he returned to the living room, where Xining sat on a stool, looking at him. They exchanged a smile, only to notice wisps of smoke rising from the kitchen. They walked over to find Xining's parents cooking noodles. Uncle Andy, why are you up so early? Tang Yuan greeted Xining's parents with a smile. He noticed that Xining's mother appeared much more vibrant than usual, suggesting that the previous night had been anything but tranquil. After all, her husband had returned home after many years away, and one could only imagine the emotions involved. Oh, Xining and Tang Yuan, you're awake, Su Qi exclaimed with a smile. I was just about to call your uncle to wake you for breakfast. Mom, don't bother, let me take over. Xining stepped forward and took the spatula from her mother's hand. All right then, I'll leave it to you. I'd only be in the way, her mother replied with a knowing glance towards her husband, and they both chuckled as they stepped outside. Hey, silly girl, will you be feeding me? Tang Yuan teased, emphasizing the last two words playfully. Xining paused, sensing something amiss, yet after a moment's thought, dismissed it. I don't mind. Do you mind? Don't you like me feeding you? She said innocently, a hint of trepidation in her voice, genuinely fearing she might inadvertently offend him. I like it very much, Tang Yuan responded, feeling slightly awkward in front of Xining's innocence. A crude joke loses its charm if the other party fails to grasp it. Before long, they had finished cooking the noodles. The four of them gathered around the dining table to enjoy the meal. The noodles contained only a few greens and a single egg each. There was no meat to be found. Given that Xining's family did not own a refrigerator, any meat would have been preserved as cured meat, making fresh meat a rarity in their household. Typically, Xining would prepare noodles without even an egg, but this time, in light of Tang Yuan's presence, she made an exception. Eggs were precious. At 50 cents each, they could be sold to provide for Xining's schooling. More often than not, Xining had merely cabbage noodles or steamed buns with pickles. Meat was a luxury they could not afford. Looking down at his bowl of cabbage and egg noodles, Tang Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. He resolved to improve Xining's family's financial situation soon, for such a life was indeed hard to bear. After breakfast, they gathered around the fire, engaging in light conversation. Tang Yuan then suggested going to the county town to buy some supplies. Xining's mother readily agreed. But her father interjected, Tang Yuan, it's not that I don't want you to go out, but I'm just worried about those people from yesterday. I fear they might recognize you. Don't worry, uncle. It's broad daylight. Why would they bother two kids? Besides, it's still early. They're probably still asleep. Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly, though internally he mused that he likely would not encounter those individuals again. Seeing the sense in Tang Yuan's reasoning, Xining's father said no more, only reminding them to be cautious and report any suspicious individuals. They then changed their clothes and set out. Naturally, they wore matching down jackets. Their first stop was Xining's uncle's home. Oh, Tang Yuan and Xining, you're up quite early. Xishan, he was surprised to see them in the yard, while his children were having breakfast in the hall. Uncle, we're heading out to play and thought we'd stop by to see you, Tang Yuan said with a smile. Go on. Just be careful on the way, Xishan, he replied with a nod. He then recalled something and asked, by the way, have you had breakfast yet? Your aunt cooked plenty this morning. There is still some left in the pot. Let me get you some. No need, uncle. We've already eaten, Tang Yuan quickly interjected, pulling Xishan back. Satisfied that they had already eaten, Xishan he did not insist further and returned to the kitchen. At this moment, Xishan he's two children finished their breakfast, and one girl approached Tang Yuan with a bright smile. Good morning, brother Tang Yuan. The girl, around 13 or 14, had sparkling eyes and appeared very adorable. Hello, little sister. I don't know your name yet. What is it? Tang Yuan inquired with a smile. My name is Mei Jing, she replied. Mei Jing, a lovely name, Tang Yuan complimented. Humph. A nearby boy scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yuan. What's wrong? Tang Yuan frowned at him. Hey, you little brat seem to have a problem with me. Tell me your name. Tang Yuan joked with the boy. Humph. The boy huffed, turning his head away in disdain while casting a sideways glance at Tang Yuan. Oh, quite the character you are. Tang Yuan thought to himself. Brother Tang Yuan, my brother's name is Si Liangchun. He dislikes you because you are Si Ning's boyfriend. He is jealous. Si Mei Jing chimed in, inadvertently revealing her brother's feelings. Si Ning couldn't help but pat Mei Jing's head. Good job, little sister. You're quite the talent. Si Liangchun. That name is the same as that famous person from the Yi family. Isn't it? He was quite a sensation online. Tang Yuan couldn't help but remark. His mind was flooded with classic quotes from Yi Liangchun. In this locality, I have 100 ways to make your life miserable if you wish to challenge me. Yes, I am Yi Liangchun. Your actions are truly intolerable. Should you believe you have the strength to contend with me, I have no qualms about accompanying you to the end. Huh. I will ensure you understand that Liangchun never speaks empty words. Do not let me encounter you, if it's on my turf. I have 100 ways to make you unwelcome, yet you would be utterly powerless to resist. Upon hearing Tang Yuan mention how his name had gained fame online, Si Liangchun couldn't help but puff his chest in pride, raising his head with a smug expression. Humph. He then dismissed Tang Yuan with a derisive snort. Something feels off. At this moment, Tang Yuan finally comprehended that the name was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that he was Si Ning's boyfriend. You are but a mere child, and also Si Ning's cousin. What gives you the audacity to feel envious? He mused. Behold the splendid scenery. I am your sister Si Ning's boyfriend. Yet your brother seems to harbor some disdain towards me. What could be the reason for his jealousy? Tang Yuan inquired with a perplexed expression. Chapter 73. The Proficient Sibling. Si Meijing brother Tang Yuan. Let me tell you, it's because of my brother. He really likes sister Si Ning. Si Meijing exclaimed, casting a glance at Tang Yuan. This girl has once more sold out her own brother. As soon as the words left her mouth, Si Liangchun's face flushed crimson. Shut up, Si Meijing. Do you believe I will beat you to a pulp? Si Liangchun retorted, filled with embarrassment and anger. You're so young, yet your tongue is so sharp. I could just. Tang Yuan. Si Ning. The atmosphere instantly shifted into an awkward silence. Tang Yuan glanced at the mortified Si Liangchun, whose face was a deep shade of red, and then at Si Ning, who was blushing and looking down. To his surprise, he found himself with a rival, and this rival happened to be the cousin of the woman he adored. This, a plot twist that novels wouldn't dare to concoct, Tang Yuan mused. Yet, a boy who had not yet reached maturity hardly seemed worthy to be his competitor. He regarded Si Liangchun with a mocking expression. At that moment, Si Meijing mercilessly added, Brother, your face is all red. Ha. You, Si Meijing. If you dare to speak again, I swear I will make it so that even your mother won't recognize you. Si Liangchun gritted his teeth as he glared at his sister. La. Si Meijing made a face at her brother, nearly causing Si Liangchun to choke with rage. Tang Yuan, observing the comical exchanges between the mischievous siblings, though it seemed more like one-sided jabs, found the entire situation amusing. He decided to stoke the flames further and tease Si Liangchun. He reached out and took Si Ning's hand. Huh. Si Ning was startled by Tang Yuan's sudden action, her body tensing up. In an instant, her previously slightly pink cheeks turned a deep crimson, all the way to the nape of her neck. Although it was not the first time Tang Yuan held her hand, doing so in front of her relatives made her feel exceedingly bashful. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, Si Liangchun's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze burning with jealousy as he glared at Tang Yuan, wishing he could devour him whole. The scent of jealousy was palpable, thickening the air to an almost terrifying degree. Tang Yuan remained unfazed. He was simply having fun. He deliberately led Si Ning in a circle in front of Si Liangchun, then looked back at him with a smug expression. Watching Tang Yuan's audacious demeanor, Si Liangchun's blood pressure soared, and he felt a tightness in his chest. This scoundrel, how shameless could he be? Knowing full well that he liked sister Si Ning, he still chose to provoke him. Damn it. Si Liangchun was nearly driven to the brink of madness, internally cursing Tang Yuan in circles. As Tang Yuan reveled in Si Liangchun's fury, Si Shanhe emerged from the kitchen, puzzled by the peculiar scene before him. What had transpired in his brief absence? The atmosphere felt strangely off. Xiaoning, aren't you all heading to the county town? If you are, please buy 2 pounds of tofu for your uncle, he said, handing Si Ning a 10 yuan bill. Okay, uncle. Si Ning replied softly as she accepted the money. Hey, brother Tang Yuan, are you going to the county town? Can you take me with you? Si Meijing suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan hesitated, glancing back at Si Shanha. The implication was clear. It was up to Si Shanha whether to bring her along. Si Shanha nodded. Well, Tang Yuan, if it's not too much trouble, could you take her with you? This girl loves to play, but you know I don't have the time to accompany them. In all my years, I've barely gone to the county town. Si Shanha said. All right then. Meijing, wait for a moment. I'll take you to the county town with me to have some fun, Tang Yuan said, ruffling Si Meijing's hair. Yay, brother Tang Yuan, you're so nice. Si Meijing exclaimed, beaming with happiness. After addressing Meijing, Tang Yuan turned his attention to Si Liangchen, his meaning unmistakable. Do you wish to come? You'll have to beg me. Humph. Si Liangchen scoffed, turning his head disdainfully. The message was clear. He would rather die than beg. Tang Yuan was not angered. In that case, uncle, we shall take our leave. I'll take Meijing to the county town for some fun and return her later. You need not worry about her dinner. We'll eat and then come back, he said. All right, Si Shanha nodded. Though he had not interacted much with Tang Yuan, he was reassured by his character. At that moment, however, Si Liangchen could no longer sit idly by. What? You're only coming back in the evening? What is the reason for such a long absence? What if that pretty boy bullies my sister and cousin? No way. I must go too, he declared, his tone resolute, as if preparing for battle. You want to go too? Si Shanha frowned. Yes, I absolutely must go. I can't let my sister travel far alone, Si Liangchen insisted, using his sister as an excuse. Brother, you don't need to worry. I'll be safe without you. Si Meijing shot back, delivering another verbal jab that pierced Si Liangchen's heart. Si Liangchen, faced with his sister's merciless retort, he felt embarrassed. Fortunately, he had a thick skin. In the next moment, his expression returned to normal. Silly sister. I must keep an eye on you. What if you get lost? He proclaimed with feigned authority. Si Shanha could only cast a pleading glance toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, could you possibly take this troublesome boy along as well? Si Shanha asked, a bit awkwardly. It's fine. Let us all go together. The more, the merrier. Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Then thank you, Si Shanha said gratefully. No problem. However, you two must follow my lead during the journey. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Tang Yuan winked at Si Shanha. Si Shanha immediately understood and turned to his children. You two heard that? Don't run around on the way. You must listen to your brother Tang Yuan. If you don't behave, then you want to go. Dad, I promise I'll listen to brother Tang Yuan. You can rest assured. Si Meijing assured him before glancing at her brother. What about you, brother? Si Liangchen. Upon noticing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, particularly that of Tang Yuan, who wore an expression of mockery, the implication was unmistakable. You foolish boy. You think you can contend with me? You are still quite inexperienced. Although Si Liangchen felt a surge of resentment gnawing at him, the current circumstances compelled him to acquiesce. He sought solace in the notion that this was a sacrifice he made to protect his sister and younger siblings. A true man must possess both the ability to yield and the strength to stand firm. I will be obedient. Si Liangchen lowered his proud head and spoke softly. Little did he realize that by uttering these words, he had already been thoroughly defeated in the ongoing struggle with Tang Yuan, completely and utterly vanquished. Chapter 74. Blue and white porcelain. Upon witnessing Si Liangchen's discomfiture, Tang Yuan nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Meanwhile, Si Ning discreetly cast a glance at Tang Yuan, contemplating how this mischievous fellow possessed such a peculiar sense of humor. Very well. In a spirit of magnanimity, I shall take you along. Let us embark on our journey now. With a grand gesture, Tang Yuan took Si Ning's hand and turned to leave. At that moment, both seemed oblivious to the fact that their hands were still intertwined. Observing Tang Yuan's smug expression from behind, Si Liangchen felt a gnawing resentment. Yet, what could he do? After all, he was still young and lacked the means to purchase a car. Suppressing his discontent, he gradually fell into step with Tang Yuan. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. One day I shall own a car far superior to yours and take sister Si Ning out for a ride, he encouraged himself inwardly. At this moment, Tang Yuan was still holding Si Ning's hand, while two little shadows trailed behind them. The four of them arrived at Tang Yuan's parking spot. It was only then that he realized he had been holding Si Ning's delicate hand all this time. No wonder it feels so soft, Tang Yuan murmured, releasing her hand. He retrieved the car keys from his pocket and unlocked the door. Meijing, you and your brother take the back seat, he instructed Si Meijing. All right. I shall heed brother Tang Yuan's arrangements. Si Meijing cheerfully exclaimed as she pulled her brother Si Liangshun into the back seat. Although somewhat reluctant, Si Liangshun had no choice in the matter. Observing Si Meijing's obedient demeanor, Tang Yuan grew even fonder of the little girl. After opening the front passenger door for Si Ning and fastening her seatbelt, he called out to the two in the back to do the same. Once all was set, Tang Yuan started the car. The roar of the engine reverberated through the air as he turned the vehicle around, and they set off. Brother Tang Yuan, what kind of car is this? Si Meijing inquired, gazing curiously at the interior. It seems far superior to Uncle Wang's Wuling Hongguang, much more comfortable to sit in. Ah, this is a Jaguar, Tang Yuan replied. It certainly surpasses the Wuling Hongguang in comfort, but when it comes to cornering, it cannot compare. After all, that is a legendary vehicle. Wow, a Jaguar. I've never heard of it. Is it very expensive? Si Meijing exclaimed in astonishment. This car belongs to a friend. I'm not entirely sure how much it costs, but I estimate it to be around several $100,000, Tang Yuan mused. Wow, several $100,000. That's incredibly expensive. It's my first time riding in such a costly car. Previously, I've only been in vans and bread trucks, Si Meijing marveled. Haha. A car is merely a means of transportation. Whether expensive or cheap, they serve the same purpose, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. Meijing, if you love cars. Once you come of age and obtain your driver's license, I'll gift you one. Really? Brother Tang Yuan, I will hold you to that promise. If you are merely teasing me, I shall prevent Sister Si Ning from marrying you in the future. Si Meijing said excitedly. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. You need not worry, Tang Yuan chuckled. With his current capabilities, he could easily afford not just one, but even 10 vehicles without issue. Meanwhile, Si Liangshun was utterly astonished. This car was so expensive? Thankfully, it did not belong to this pretty boy. He thought to himself. Brother Tang Yuan, what about your own car? Don't you have one? Why aren't you driving your own? Si Meijing asked again. Oh, I do have one. However, I just bought it, and it hasn't arrived yet. Tang Yuan casually replied. The Range Rover he ordered had indeed not yet arrived, but it should be arriving soon. Wow. Brother Tang Yuan, what kind of car did you buy? Is it more expensive than this one? Si Meijing pressed for details. At that moment, she transformed into a curious child, her mind swirling with questions. Well, I purchased a Range Rover, and its price is only slightly higher than this one. You could say it's equivalent to 3 or 4 of these cars, Tang Yuan mentioned nonchalantly. Si Meijing, Si Liangshun, Si Ning. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy with silence as they processed this information. What on earth? Is that what you call slightly more expensive? That must be over $1 million. They thought in disbelief. The subtle display of wealth was utterly disheartening. Even for the proud Si Liangshun. How could he compete with this handsome fellow for Sister Si Ning's affection? A wave of despair washed over him. Noticing the silence among the group, Tang Yuan remained oblivious to their inner turmoil and focused on driving. The stillness became somewhat unnerving, with only the faint sound of tire noise breaking the quiet. To alleviate the discomfort, he turned on the music, casually selecting a song. The melody resonated throughout the vehicle, blue and white porcelain. The brushstrokes deepened and lightened, the bottle adorned with peonies, reminiscent of your first makeup. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my heart as secrets. The rice paper bears the ink, paused halfway. The hues of the lady's portrait concealed in elegance. And your smile, blooming like a bud, your beauty, a whisper carried to places I cannot reach. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The smoke rises delicately, separating us by 1,000 miles. At the bottle's base, I inscribed the graceful Han script. Let this be the prelude to our encounter. This was a song by Jay Cho, one that Tang Yuan frequently listened to in his previous life. Jay Cho was one of the few artists he held in high regard, admired for his vocal prowess, songwriting ability, and character. The music enveloped the car, and everyone fell into a tranquil silence, creating a soothing atmosphere. Before long, the vehicle exited the village road and merged onto the national highway. With a gentle press of the accelerator, the car surged forward like a bullet. The warmth of the heater and the music made it easy for passengers to doze off. Soon, Si Meijing succumbed to slumber, while Si Liangshun gazed out the window, a frown etched on his face, lost in his own thoughts. Tang Yuan cast a glance at Si Ning, who appeared lost in contemplation. Silly girl, if you feel tired, you can take a nap. I will wake you when we arrive. By the way, your seat can be adjusted. Just press the button under the right side of the seat, he said while driving. I'm not tired, Si Ning replied softly. In truth, After hearing Tang Yuan's earlier words, a peculiar emotion stirred within her, leaving her heart in turmoil. Chapter 75. Tang Yuan. You are my future wife. Si Ning felt somewhat bewildered. She sensed that she and Tang Yuan belonged to entirely different worlds. In terms of personal circumstances and family background, Tang Yuan far surpassed her. The thought made her somewhat anxious. Could two individuals with such a glaring disparity truly endure together until the end? At that moment, Tang Yuan remained oblivious to Si Ning's inner turmoil. Were he to grasp her thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in frustration, "Silly girl, my rebirth is all because of you. Everything I possess is yours." Alas, he was unaware of her sentiments. As the vehicle sped forward, half an hour later, apart from Tang Yuan and Si Ning, the two siblings had already fallen into a deep slumber. Glancing at the fuel gauge and noting its low level, Tang Yuan sought out a nearby gas station to refuel. He awakened the two little ones in the back seat, inquiring whether they needed to use the restroom. They eagerly hopped out of the car. The gas station, being modest in size and located near a county town, posed no risk of them getting lost, so Tang Yuan opened the door for them to venture out independently. "Silly girl, aren't you going to the restroom?" Tang Yuan asked when he noticed Si Ning remaining still. "No, I'm fine," she replied absent-mindedly, not wanting to press further. Tang Yuan instructed the gas station attendant to fill up the tank. He then proceeded to the convenience store to purchase 4 bottles of Assam tea. Upon his return, the fuel tank was full. After completing the payment, he parked the car aside to await the return of the two children. "Here you go," he said, handing a bottle of Assam tea to Si Ning. She paused momentarily, then responded, "Oh, thank you." Noticing her unusual demeanor, Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him. "Silly girl, what's wrong? You look rather glum. Are you unwilling to be out with me?" he queried. No, it's just that Si Ning stammered, waving her hands nervously before lowering her gaze. "Come on, if something's bothering you, just say it. It's hard to believe you're perfectly fine," he insisted. Si Ning found it impossible to fabricate a lie. Even Tang Yuan, typically so oblivious, could perceive her discomfort. I, she hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "What do you mean, I? Speak your mind. Is it really necessary to be so evasive with me?" Tang Yuan pressed, visibly vexed. "I just promise you won't be angry when I say this," Si Ning timidly replied. "Enough with the hesitation, just get on with it," he urged, maintaining a stern expression. "Please don't be harsh with me." I'll tell you," she said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Tang Yuan regarded her in silence, awaiting her confession. I suddenly feel like we come from completely different worlds," Si Ning finally confessed after a moment of deliberation. Tang Yuan was taken aback. So that was what troubled her. What era are we in? Are we still adhering to the old notions of social standing? "What on earth are you thinking?" he exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead and shaking his head in exasperation. You know my family situation, and you," Si Ning continued. Just as Tang Yuan was about to enlighten this Navi girl, the two little ones returned, compelling him to shelve the conversation. He opened the car door, allowing them to climb back in. "Hey, are our little adventurers awake?" he joked once they were settled, aiming to lighten the mood. "That's mean, Tang Yuan. You're teasing us," Si Mei Jing pouted. "Of course I'm awake. Otherwise, how would I have gone to the restroom? Did you think I was sleepwalking?" she added playfully. Chuckling, Tang Yuan refrained from teasing her further. Who could resist the charms of a 13 or 14-year-old girl? Si Ning, however, merely glanced at him, choosing silence. "Let us head to the city. I'll treat you to some delicious snacks. Take whatever you can carry," he declared grandly, accelerating the car toward the city. "Yay, that's amazing. Tang Yuan, you're so generous." Si Mei Jing squealed with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. Soon, they arrived at the largest shopping mall in the city. After parking in the underground garage, they took the elevator to the ground floor. "Go on and pick out what you want. Si Ning and I will wait for you here," Tang Yuan instructed the two children. Si Liang Chun, somewhat dissatisfied, pouted as if to voice his discontent, but was pulled along by Si Mei Jing, who obediently went to select snacks. Once the children were occupied, Tang Yuan led Si Ning to a nearby resting area. It was time to address her concerns properly. Upon reaching the lounge, Tang Yuan pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Silly girl, can you please tell me what occupies your thoughts so frequently?" he inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke. I'm not thinking about anything," Si Ning replied softly. "Really? Then what did you mean just now? What do you mean we're from different worlds? Do you think the disparity between our families is too vast?" He probed further. "Let me clarify. My family is well off. But everything I have now has nothing to do with them. I earn my own money. Please, stop overthinking things, he stated candidly. All right. Winning the lottery is still earning. Isn't it? He thought shamelessly. Xining looked up at him, astonished. How did you acquire so much money at such a young age? You're just a student like me. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? What kind of look is that? Do you not believe me or think I'm boasting? Tang Yuan retorted, giving her a pointed look. Regardless, my money is your money. You are to be my future wife, so don't overthink it, he declared boldly. As soon as he uttered those words, Xining's face flushed a deep crimson. His statement left her feeling both flustered and shy. How could he speak so casually about her being his future wife when they hadn't even established a romantic relationship yet? It felt overwhelmingly fast and somewhat embarrassing. Lowering her head, she fell silent. Observing her reaction, Tang Yuan continued to smoke quietly, refraining from further conversation. Coughing abruptly, he was suddenly choked by the smoke, leading to a fit of intense coughing. Chapter 76. Tang Yuan, I do not love money, are you, all right? Xining gently patted Tang Yuan's back, her expression filled with concern. Tang Yuan turned to her with a smile. I'm fine, silly girl. What brand of shower gel do you use? It smells delightful. Didn't you know when I took a shower last night? Xining replied, somewhat flustered. Their eyes met, and Xining's heart raced. She was puzzled by Tang Yuan's sudden inquiry, feeling both nervous and bewildered. Really? I only saw the safeguard soap, not the shower gel. I'm just curious why I don't smell as pleasant as you do, Tang Yuan said, leaning closer to Xining, their faces mere centimeters apart. Their breaths could caress each other's skin. What does this rascal intend to do? Xining felt an urge to retreat, but her body froze in tension. Moreover, she could sense Tang Yuan's masculine scent, which inexplicably brought her a sense of delight. How embarrassing. Why do I feel this way? Xining's face turned crimson, and she averted her gaze, retreating into her own thoughts. The two little ones approached, their arms laden with an abundance of snacks, piling them in front of Tang Yuan. Si Liangshan's eyes darted between Tang Yuan and Xining, sensing an unusual atmosphere. What transpired during my brief absence? Si Liangshan wondered suspiciously. However, for the sake of the snacks, he decided to hold back his confrontation with Tang Yuan. Sister Xining, why are you looking down? My brother was worried about you when he was getting snacks. He was concerned that brother Tang Yuan would bully you, huh? Si Meijing, ever the mischief maker, gleefully sold her brother out. What? Si Liangshan, lost in thought, nearly choked on his own anger upon hearing his sister's words. Si Meijing, what nonsense are you spouting? You're so young, yet you're such a gossip. You'll be the village gossip queen one day, he retorted, fuming. Ha. Tang Yuan chuckled at Si Meijing's antics. Truly, these two were siblings. Ha. Meijing, your brother cares for sister Xining too much to ever bully her. Tang Yuan teased, looking at Si Liangshan with amusement. Right? Why is my brother so foolish? Why would he even think that? Did a donkey kick his brain? Si Meijing added, delivering another playful jab. Si Liangshan. This sister of mine must have been a promotional gift. Not only does she not help me, but she also keeps making things worse. How infuriating. However, he refrained from retaliating against Si Meijing. After all, no matter how rebellious she was still his sister. After paying for the two little one snacks, Tang Yuan turned to Xining. Silly girl, how about I take you both shopping for some clothes? I don't need any clothes. Xining replied meekly. We? Do I get to join, brother Tang Yuan? Si Meijing blinked, looking up at him eagerly. Yes, Tang Yuan nodded. Then looked at Xining with a mischievous smile. However, you must buy for them, sister Xining. If you don't, they can't either. The young must learn from the old. Xining, deep down, she truly did not wish to buy more clothes. She had already purchased a set this year, which was more than enough. Previously, she would only buy new clothes every 2 or 3 years. But with Tang Yuan's words, she found herself in a dilemma. Si Meijing giggled, giving Tang Yuan an approving thumbs up. Being clever, she understood Tang Yuan's intent. She promptly tugged at Xining's arm, pleading, Sister Xining, let us just buy a few outfits. Look at me. I haven't bought any new clothes this year. Brother Tang Yuan is a good person and wants to help us. After all, you're his girlfriend and will eventually be his wife, so it's only natural for him to buy us a few things. Sister Xining, don't feel embarrassed. Besides, brother Tang Yuan just said he would buy me a car when I turn 18, so a few outfits are nothing. Si Meijing was determined to persuade Xining, her little mouth eloquently making her case. After her speech, she looked proudly at Tang Yuan, as if to say, what do you think? Am I quite the orator? Si Ning, Si Liangchun, Tang Yuan. They all realized that Si Meijing undoubtedly had a flair for socializing. Si Ning was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by Si Meijing's argument. All right, just this once, listen to me. Silly girl, I truly am not short on funds. To be frank, I have achieved financial independence. Money is merely a number to me, and I find joy in spending it on you too, Tang Yuan stated earnestly. Si Ning. She wanted to respond, but Tang Yuan firmly interrupted. No arguments today. You're following my lead. He then grasped her hand, leading her toward the clothing section. With a rush, Si Ning's cheeks flushed again, her face adorably rosy, overwhelmed with shyness. She could only obediently let Tang Yuan guide her along. Si Meijing bounced excitedly behind them, while Si Liangchun, carrying a large bag of snacks, wore a frown as he watched their retreating figures. After a short while, they entered a clothing store. Upon stepping inside, Si Meijing was immediately captivated by a stylish outfit, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, women of all ages have an irresistible attraction to clothing. Meijing, feel free to look around and buy as much as you desire. You can even clear this store out, Tang Yuan generously declared, observing Si Meijing's gleaming eyes. Yay, thank you, brother Tang Yuan, Si Meijing exclaimed joyfully. The shop assistant, hearing Tang Yuan's words, was equally enthused, approaching them with a bright smile. Welcome. What type of clothing are you looking for today? Please take my brother and sister to try on a few outfits, Tang Yuan instructed the shop assistant casually. The shop assistant, quick-witted, recognized that despite Si Meijing and Si Liangchun's ordinary attire, Tang Yuan surely exuded an air of affluence. After all, who else would suggest clearing out the store? Chapter 77. Is my wife someone you can gaze upon casually? Very well, sir. The sales assistant first nodded respectfully at Tang Yuan, then turned to Si Meijing with a smile, saying, Come with me, young lady. Over there, you'll find many outfits that suit you perfectly. All right, Tang Yuan gidge. I'm heading over. Si Meijing grinned widely, her laughter resonating as she followed the sales assistant to choose clothing. Meanwhile, Si Liangchun trailed behind Si Ning and Tang Yuan. His expression darkened with frustration. He too wished to purchase garments. Alas, this was a women's clothing store. Furthermore, the thought of buying something for himself had not even crossed his mind. As a proud Si Liangchun, he could not possibly stoop to asking others to buy him clothes. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, he sulked, following Si Ning and Tang Yuan like a shadow. Tang Yuan was naturally aware of Si Liangchun's mood. He was not a petty person and certainly would not deny him the opportunity to shop. At present, he was merely teasing Si Liangchun, hoping to temper his inexplicable pride. Once Si Ning and Si Meijing had chosen their outfits, he would then procure something for Liangchun. For a young man, buying clothes was rather straightforward. He would opt for athletic brands and wouldn't take long to decide. There was no rush. Come, silly girl, let us go check out the clothes over there, Tang Yuan said, taking Si Ning's hand as they moved toward the women's winter apparel section. Oh, upon realizing she could not change Tang Yuan's mind about buying clothes for them, Si Ning nodded and followed suit. Meanwhile, Si Liangchun, trailing behind, wore a face as if he had just eaten something bitter. Not only am I not getting new clothes, but I'm also being fed dog food. This is infuriating. This shameless pretty boy. At that moment, Si Liangchun regretted his decision to accompany them to the county town. Why not just enjoy sweet potatoes at home? Nevertheless, he understood that it was his own attachment that led him here, so he buried his grievances deep within. Seeing Tang Yuan and Si Ning gradually walking away, he hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. Soon, Tang Yuan had selected several outfits for Si Ning to try on. Instinctively, Si Ning wanted to decline. But upon seeing Tang Yuan's expression, she dared not say anything further. She reluctantly took the chosen outfits into the fitting room. Noticing this obedient response from the silly girl, Tang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a smile breaking across his face. His gaze then landed on the sullen Si Liangchun standing nearby. Ah, Liangchun, fancy seeing you here. Tang Yuan feigned casual surprise. Ugh, you must be doing this on purpose, Si Liangchun retorted, his face darkening. I want to call you brother. I'm younger. You're the brother here. You have no chance of claiming my friendship. Feeling quite clever, Si Liangchun smirked slightly. Oh, is that so? But once I marry your sister Si Ning, you will have to call me brother-in-law, Tang Yuan said with a teasing smile. Si Liangchun's temper flared at this impudent remark. This shameless pretty boy was pushing his luck. He cursed inwardly, yet he refrained from confronting Tang Yuan directly, as he still hoped for a ride home. Should their relationship sour, the detestable fellow might refuse to take him back, leaving him in quite the predicament. Thus, Si Liangshan suppressed all his anger. Patience is a virtue. He consoled himself, reminding himself that even great figures like Godrin endured humiliation in silence. His grievances felt trivial in comparison. Stay calm, Liangshan. You are formidable, he mentally encouraged himself. If Tang Yuan knew of Si Liangshan's internal turmoil, he would likely be doubled over with laughter. This was precisely the spirit that Mr. Zhou Shuren spoke of. This lad had truly grasped its essence. Humph, Si Liangshan scoffed, turning his gaze elsewhere, dismissing Tang Yuan. Seeing that Si Liangshan managed to suppress his irritation and refrain from arguing, Tang Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. Ah, what a remarkable display of restraint, especially for a typical 13 or 14-year-old. He mused, recognizing a hint of maturity in Liangshan. At that moment, Si Ning emerged from the fitting room, and both Tang Yuan and Si Liangshan were immediately captivated. Indeed, one's appearance can dramatically transform with the right attire. Clad in a stylish new outfit, Si Ning appeared almost unrecognizable, her figure accentuated beautifully. No wonder she was his treasured girl. Tang Yuan's approving gaze roamed over her. Nodding with satisfaction, Si Ning, feeling the intensity of his stare, became slightly flustered, a rosy hue blossoming on her delicate face, enhancing her allure. Wow, is this really my sister Si Ning? How can she be so stunning? She surpasses those actresses on television by leaps and bounds. Si Liangshan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in awe. All his life, he had never realized how breathtaking Si Ning could be. Tang Yuan overheard Liangshan's murmurs. Shoo shoo. What would a little brat like you know? Go play elsewhere. My future wife is not someone you can gaze upon casually, he said, glaring at Si Liangshan and pushing him away to find his sister instead. Indeed, Tang Yuan was quite possessive when it came to Si Ning, his beloved. Anyone who dared to harbor even the slightest thoughts about her would be treated as an adversary. If Liangshan were not merely a child and Si Ning's cousin, he would have dealt with such insolence much more severely. After dismissing the reluctant Si Liangshan, Tang Yuan returned to Si Ning, who was blushing furiously. Still affected by his earlier remark about her being someone he would not allow others to gaze upon. This looks wonderful, we shall buy it, Tang Yuan declared with a nod of approval. Chapter 78. May I be your girlfriend? Si Ning felt a flutter of anxiety as Tang Yuan's gaze lingered upon her heart. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Tang Yuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. All right, go ahead and try on the remaining outfits, he said with a serious tone. Oh, Si Ning replied. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded in agreement, then swiftly retreated to the fitting room. Watching her flee like a startled rabbit, Tang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. What a silly girl. At that moment, Si Meijing joyfully bounded over from a distance, her face radiating happiness. Tang Yuan Gij, she called out while jumping, completely disregarding the scowling Si Liangshan behind her. Si Liangshan sighed in exasperation, feeling like a mere invisible presence wherever he went. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Yuan turned to see Si Meijing, who was clad in a new outfit, presumably just chosen. Hey, Meijing, don't run too fast. Be careful. If you fall, it won't be good, Tang Yuan shouted. Just then, Si Meijing stood before him, breathless yet beaming. Tang Yuan Gij, do you think this outfit looks good on me? She asked, spinning around to showcase the ensemble. Yes, it's quite lovely. But then again, it's not solely the outfit. It's primarily your innate beauty that shines through, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. Hee. Tang Yuan Gij, are you speaking from the heart? Si Meijing asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, Tang Yuan nodded. Then who is prettier? Me or Si Ning Jijia? Si Meijing inquired with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, I must say that both of your beauties are exceptional in their own right. Tang Yuan responded ambiguously, glancing back towards the fitting room, hoping Si Ning hadn't overheard. Then Tang Yuan Gij, can I and Si Ning Jijia both be your girlfriends? Si Meijing said, a rare blush gracing her cheeks as she earnestly gazed at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was momentarily speechless, staring incredulously at the little girl before him. Goodness, little sister, you are putting your brother in a predicament. I'm not Wu Qian, I don't share such interests. This is a matter that could lead to serious consequences, but if no one knows, No. He quickly quelled his dark thoughts. Meijing, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. If your father finds out, I might as well be dismembered, Tang Yuan said with a helpless expression. But Tang Yuan Gij, wouldn't it be fine if I don't tell my father? Si Meijing replied innocently. At that moment, Si Liangshan, following closely behind, overheard his sister's words. He looked on in shock at both his sister and Tang Yuan. What the hell? Not only did you steal my Si Ning Jiejia, but now you're also eyeing my underage sister. His face was a mask of fury, ready to explode. What of it? It was your sister's words, not mine. Tang Yuan shot back, glaring at Si Liangchen. Can I, Tang Yuan Gij? Can I be your girlfriend along with Si Ning Jiejia? Si Meijing persisted, ignoring her brother's anger. This girl probably doesn't even know what love is. Just nonsense. Meijing, don't be silly. You're still young. You don't understand romance. Besides, I'm not the kind of man you can easily captivate, Tang Yuan said, gently ruffling her hair, feeling a twinge of anxiety about potentially hurting her innocent feelings. Then Tang Yuan Gij, can I be your girlfriend when I grow up? Si Meijing asked earnestly once more. Tang Yuan was left speechless, gazing at Si Meijing's innocent expression and then at Si Liangchen, who looked ready to explode. What on earth is happening here? Tang Yuan Gij, please. You said I was innately beautiful. You wouldn't dislike me, would you? Si Meijing pleaded, pulling at Tang Yuan's hand with a playful charm. Meijing, this is still a bit early. Let us discuss it when you're older, all right? Tang Yuan felt an unusual sense of embarrassment, his usually bold demeanor turning slightly flushed. Okay, then it's settled. Let us make a promise. Si Meijing declared earnestly, linking her pinky with Tang Yuan's. Once we make a promise, you can't go back on it. Tang Yuan Gij. Tang Yuan was at a loss for words, taken aback by her boldness. Is this really a 13-year-old girl? Meanwhile, Si Liangchen could no longer contain himself. You bastard! He shouted, pointing angrily at Tang Yuan. He wanted to strike him, but quickly realized he couldn't win. So instead, he turned to his sister. Si Meijing, be quiet. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Mom and Dad when we get home. He admonished her loudly. Goodness, today I've lost both Si Ning and now my sister. Just then, Si Ning emerged from the fitting room. Sensing the tension in the air, seeing her, Tang Yuan quickly liberated himself from Si Meijing's chubby little hand and approached Si Ning. This outfit looks quite nice too. By the way, have you tried all the other ones? He swiftly changed the subject. I tried them all on inside, and they fit pretty well. It's just that the front is a bit tight, Si Ning confessed, her cheeks turning crimson. The reason for the tightness was all too clear to her. Tang Yuan instantly understood, glancing at her chest. Well, that could indeed be a bit snug. Let us just go with a larger size. We'll take all these outfits, he declared. What? All of them? That seems like too many, Si Ning exclaimed, about to refuse, but Tang Yuan quickly interjected. Today, everything goes according to my wishes. You have no right to refuse. Si Ning, Chapter 79. Innocent words. After Xiling and Simi Jing changed their clothes, the group proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. Although Simi Jing possessed an impressive social prowess, she was well aware of the situation. It was merely a single outfit. In contrast, Xiling, with Tang Yuan's assistance in selecting her attire, ended up with an astounding total of 8 complete sets. Yes, sets, not just individual pieces. Tang Yuan had meticulously curated entire ensembles for Xiling. Without his intervention, this Navi girl might have taken an eternity to purchase even one outfit. The total cost amounted to a staggering 8,800. This price left both Xiling and Simi Jing utterly astonished. Even Si Liangchen, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief. How could a mere handful of outfits be so exorbitantly priced? Such an amount could easily cover their family's living expenses for an entire year. Xiling tugged at Tang Yuan's sleeve, whispering in his ear, how about? We don't buy them after all. Don't worry. Spending this much on clothing is quite normal. To me, it's still a bargain. If we were in Shanghai City, I would have taken you to buy outfits costing tens of thousands. Tang Yuan replied earnestly. I have wealth beyond your imagination. I am not fond of money. I simply enjoy spending it. Xiling appeared conflicted as she softly responded, I actually have plenty of clothes already. Perhaps I should just buy one set. The pain of spending such a sum weighed heavily upon her. It's perfectly fine. Let us proceed as planned, Tang Yuan said dismissively. He then retrieved a bank card from his bag and handed it to the cashier. Hello, beautiful, please charge it to this card. Certainly, handsome. Just a moment. The cashier replied with a smile, her demeanor respectful. Witnessing Tang Yuan's willingness to spend on her, Xiling felt a twinge of guilt. Although this amount was trivial for him, she could not shake the feeling of indebtedness. Sir, here is your card, the cashier said, handing Tang Yuan 2 cards with a smile. This one is our store's membership card. Next time you visit, you'll receive a 20% discount on the entire store. Tang Yuan accepted the cards with a nod. Thank you, he replied coolly. The group then turned to leave, burdened with their numerous purchases. Tang Yuan instinctively took Siling's hand, and they exited the clothing store amidst the cheerful farewells of the staff. Once outside, both Siling and Simi Jing exhibited unusual emotions. Akin to children who had misbehaved, Tang Yuan understood that they likely felt guilty for having him spend so much. Hey, Simi Jing, aren't you happy that your brother bought you new clothes? Tang Yuan asked, exasperated. Brother Tang Yuan, I had no idea clothes could be so expensive. My father used to buy me 2 outfits for around 100 yuan. I shouldn't have let you spend so much, Simi Jing replied. Her brow furrowed. Oh, it's nothing. This amount is insignificant to your brother. Remember? When you turn 18, I plan to gift you a car. So, clothing is truly no big deal, alright? If your father asks, just say the outfits cost around a few dozen yuan to avoid his nagging, Tang Yuan said smoothly. Brother Tang Yuan, I still feel guilty, Simi Jing insisted. Enough. Simi Jing, be good. It really isn't a problem. Your brother has little besides an abundance of money, Tang Yuan reassured her. Si Liangchen thought to himself, just an abundance of money. Is that even something a person should say? How infuriating. Well, thank you, Brother Tang Yuan. When I grow up, I'll definitely be your girlfriend along with Sister Siling. Simi Jing declared earnestly. Tang Yuan was taken aback, rendered speechless by her unexpected proclamation. He hadn't anticipated her to bring up such a topic. Was this little girl truly serious? What if, years down the line, she approached him, claiming she wanted to be his girlfriend? That would be quite the predicament. Shaking his head, he hastily dispelled the frightening thought. Upon regaining his composure, Tang Yuan noticed Siling regarding him with a complex expression. Well, Simi Jing is just a child, unaware of her words. Children often speak without restraint. Tang Yuan managed to chuckle awkwardly. Siling, though puzzled, nodded and chose not to pursue the matter further. Relieved that Siling did not press the issue, Tang Yuan swiftly changed the subject. Let us head over to that store specializing in clothing for middle-aged individuals to find suitable outfits for your parents. Since we're here, we cannot neglect our elders, he suggested, eager to divert their attention. Siling began but was interrupted by Tang Yuan, who anticipated her refusal. Enough. Today, you will follow my lead. Besides, these aren't for you, so you have no right to decline. Come on. You'll help me select the appropriate sizes, Tang Yuan asserted with an air of authority. Siling recognized that her protest would be futile against his stubbornness. This bully was so domineering. He had clearly made up his mind yet still sought her opinion, which left her feeling exasperated. The group soon arrived at a store specializing in clothing for middle-aged individuals, where they selected several suitable outfits for Siling's parents. The checkout total exceeded 3,000, further deepening Siling's sense of guilt. At this moment, Tang Yuan was laden with numerous shopping bags. Observing her sister and younger sister acquiring new outfits while she remained empty-handed left, Si Liangchen feeling quite dissatisfied, stirring within him an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Tang Yuan, noticing the shift in Si Liangchen's mood, decided to address it. Liangchen, let us go. I'll take you to buy some nice clothes, he offered, patting Si Liangchen on the shoulder. I don't want to, Si Liangchen retorted, shaking Tang Yuan's hand off, unwilling to engage. Oh, quite the proud one. Aren't we? I had planned to buy myself a few casual outfits and get you something as well. Since you refuse, I suppose I shall only purchase for myself. Tang Yuan remarked, a knowing smile on his face. Si Liangchen remained silent. Chapter 80. Si Liangchen finally turns the tide upon hearing Tang Yuan's words. Si Liangchen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang Yuan had initially intended to buy clothes for him, yet here he was, insisting he did not want any. At that moment, Si Liangchen felt a pang of regret for his hasty refusal. Observing the shifts in Si Liangchen's expression, Tang Yuan could discern the turmoil within him. Certainly, he was filled with regret and indecision. All right, there's no need for you to sulk. Come on, let us visit that sportswear store over there. If you find something you fancy, I shall purchase a few pieces for you, Tang Yuan stated earnestly. Leading the way toward the nearby sportswear shop, the others followed suit. As Si Liangchen watched Tang Yuan's retreating figure, a complex array of emotions swirled within him. After having clashed with Tang Yuan for so long, it seemed he had consistently been at a disadvantage, feeling utterly outmatched by this dandy. The ongoing subtle confrontations had left him feeling thoroughly defeated. With a disgruntled expression, he trailed behind the group. Upon arriving at the clothing store, Tang Yuan instructed a sales assistant to assist Si Liangchen in selecting clothes. while he himself browsed through several couple sportswear sets, clearly intended for himself and Si Ning. Knowing Si Ning's size, he purchased without further inquiry. After a brief span of time, Tang Yuan found his hands laden with several large bags, and even Si Lianshan carried a few, filled with the clothes Tang Yuan had purchased for him. The once proud youth began to experience a slight shift in his attitude toward Tang Yuan. Perhaps this dandy wasn't so detestable after all. He was perplexed by this newfound sentiment, attributing it to the age-old adage about being indebted to another. At this moment, Si Lianshan had completely lost the will to contend with Tang Yuan. Hey, proud youth, why the long face? You've got new clothes, so why the discontent? Tang Yuan remarked, addressing him with a teasing tone. Tang Yuan Gidge, I believe my brother feels remorseful toward you, considering how he had been so antagonistic earlier, Si Meijing. The sibling adept at delivering verbal jabs unabashedly exposed her brother's internal conflict. Truly, she was a remarkable little sister, any less familial bond. And she might have been met with a far harsher response. Tang Yuan chuckled inwardly at the revelation. Well, proud youth, if you feel awkward, you could call me brother-in-law. That way, we would be relatives, and you wouldn't feel embarrassed, he said with a playful smile. Si Lianshan. This scoundrel is deliberately mocking me, he thought, his frustration simmering. However, he quickly reconsidered. Hadn't his sister just proclaimed her intent to become Tang Yuan's girlfriend? Should that come to pass, he would find himself as the brother-in-law to this scoundrel. This thought brought a faint smile of triumph to Si Lianshan's face. After enduring the humiliation of constant defeat against Tang Yuan, he finally had a chance to revel in a moment of victory, though it seemed the cost was rather steep. You want me to call you brother-in-law? What about my sister? If she becomes your girlfriend, then logically, you would be my brother-in-law, and I should be addressed as big brother-in-law. Si Lianshan declared with an air of self-satisfaction. Tang Yuan. Si Ning. Si Meijing. Yay. Brother, you've agreed to my relationship with Tang Yuan Gidge. You're the best. Si Meijing exclaimed, momentarily stunned before recognizing that her brother, who had just opposed her, had now given his approval, causing her to leap with joy. Si Ning gazed at Tang Yuan with a complex expression, remaining silent. Tang Yuan, feeling utterly awkward, was mortified. What did she mean by saying her brother approved of their relationship? Was there any relationship at all? Could a 13-year-old truly grasp the concept of affection? Seeing Tang Yuan's discomfort, Si Lianshan finally felt he had regained some ground. Silly girl, don't take her words to heart. She speaks without understanding. Tang Yuan said to Si Ning. Si Ning nodded, but said nothing. In her heart, she believed it was merely the childish prattle of her siblings. Observing Si Ning's understanding nature, Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, while casting a disapproving glance at Si Lianshan. Seriously, to gain a verbal advantage over me. You sold your sister out. Are you even human? If I were Wu, and signed that perverse contract, wouldn't your sister? Tang Yuan shook his head, dismissing such convoluted thoughts. Let's go grab a bite. First, let us stow these bags in the car, he suggested, changing the subject. They all nodded in agreement, saying little. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Tang Yuan opened the trunk and tossed in all the clothes. Once everything was stowed, he turned to Si Ning. Silly girl, what would you like to eat? Hot pot, stir-fried dishes, or KFC? He inquired. I'm fine with anything, Si Ning replied softly. I want hot pot, Si Meijing chimed in without hesitation. All right, then hot pot it is. After all, hot pot and winter are a match made in heaven. Tang Yuan concluded after a moment's thought. Yay, hot pot it is, Si Meijing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, Si Lianshan maintained a calm demeanor, still wearing his proud expression. Tang Yuan took out his phone to search for nearby hot pot restaurants and discovered one on the 5th floor of the mall. So they headed straight for the elevator. After a short walk upon exiting the elevator, they found the hot pot restaurant. Welcome. Would you like to have hot pot? A staff member greeted them enthusiastically as they approached. Do you have private rooms? Tang Yuan casually inquired. Yes, we do. Please follow me. The staff member responded with a smile. The group was led to a private room, and once seated, the staff presented them with menus. So, Meijing, feel free to order whatever you like, Tang Yuan said, handing the menu to Si Meijing with a flourish. Okay. Hiki. Si Meijing replied excitedly. However, once she received the menu, a look of indecision crossed her face. Stricken by choice paralysis, she hesitated and eventually returned the menu to Tang Yuan. Brother Tang Yuan, I'll just randomly pick a couple of items. You all can order the rest. I have a hard time deciding, she admitted sheepishly. All right, I shall order then. Si Ning, who had a penchant for spicy food, suggested a Inyang hot pot base. After selecting an array of meat dishes, Tang Yuan handed the menu back to Si Ning. "That's already quite a lot. Enough to eat," she murmured. Tang Yuan considered her words. Indeed. With over 20 dishes already ordered for 4 people, it seemed ample. "All right then, that will be all." Tang Yuan addressed the waiter. "Certainly, sir. I shall prepare that for you immediately," the waiter responded respectfully. Tang Yuan nodded, returning the menu to the waiter. Chapter 81. Tang Yuan's little calculations. Half an hour later, all the dishes had been served. "Sir, all the dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal," the waiter respectfully announced. "Thank you," Tang Yuan replied calmly. The waiter then exited the private room. "What a beautiful sight. Eat more, there's still plenty of time. After we finish, I'll take you all to the amusement park," Tang Yuan said with a smile. "Wow, an amusement park. I've never been to one in my life," Si Meijing exclaimed excitedly. This little girl was unaware that Tang Yuan's true intention was not just to take her, but to spend time with Si Ning. Yes. We'll go once you're full," Tang Yuan replied with a grin. "All right, I'm going to dig in," Si Meijing said with a beaming smile. The group then began to eat. During the meal, Tang Yuan noticed Si Ning was eating vegetables. He frowned slightly. This silly girl always did this, even when there was plenty of meat available. She chose to eat vegetables first, leaving the meat for others. So, as he had done in the past, Tang Yuan prepared a plate of meat for her. "Eat more meat," he admonished her lightly. "Oh, okay." Si Ning nodded timidly. "Brother Tang Yuan, I want you to help me cook some meat too." Si Meijing pouted and pleaded. Seeing Tang Yuan cooking meat for Si Ning, Si Meijing felt an inexplicable discomfort and insisted that Tang Yuan assist her as well. Fine. I'll prepare some fish slices for you. Children need to replenish their protein. Fish has the most protein, Tang Yuan said helplessly. This little girl was indeed quite clingy. He wondered which man would eventually be lucky enough to win her over. Once Tang Yuan cooked the meat for Si Ning, Si Meijing finally looked satisfied and began to eat heartily. Si Ning merely glanced at her without saying much. Meanwhile, Si Liangchen silently consumed his food, choosing to ignore his little sister's infatuation, as he knew it would be futile to comment. Girls were peculiar creatures. The meal lasted for at least an hour. Because they had ordered too many dishes and were reluctant to waste, everyone ended up feeling quite stuffed. Si Meijing slumped in her seat, stretching out her hand to pat her plump belly. "Oh dear, I'm stuffed. Brother Tang Yuan, Sister Si Ning, I'm so full. I feel like I can't move," she said helplessly. "Haha, with that little belly of yours, who told you to eat so much at once?" Tang Yuan said with a mock glare. I couldn't help it. The hot pot here is just too delicious," Si Meijing said with a pitiful expression. "All right, let us take a break, and we'll go to the amusement park once you can stand up," Tang Yuan said with a smile. He regarded Si Meijing as a sister and was always quite tolerant of her. After all, half an hour later, the group decided to leave. After Tang Yuan settled the bill at the front desk, they drove down to the underground parking garage and headed to the amusement park. Upon arrival, Tang Yuan bought tickets for all the attractions at the amusement park, holding a thick stack of tickets in his hands. "So, Liangchen, take these tickets and have fun with your sister. We'll meet back here later," Tang Yuan said, dividing the tickets in half for Si Liangchen, allowing them to explore on their own. After all, they were already 13 and 14 years old. They should be capable enough not to get lost. Si Liangchen accepted the tickets from Tang Yuan, casting a deep glance at him before nodding. He still chose not to speak. He didn't want to engage with Tang Yuan, not even a word, even though he no longer disliked him. However, the next scene left him a bit frustrated. His sister Si Meijing actually rejected him, insisting she wouldn't part from Tang Yuan. "You, Si Meijing, come here, we'll go play on our own," Si Liangchen said, gritting his teeth in annoyance. "No, I don't want to play with you. I want to be with brother Tang Yuan." Si Meijing shot her brother a glare and attempted to cling to Tang Yuan, only to be pulled back by her brother. Haraha. Watching this amusing sibling dynamic, Tang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Turning around, he found Si Ning staring intently at him. Tang Yuan felt a bit awkward. "Ahem. Now that those two little ones have gone, shall we go play as well?" he said, pretending to clear his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. It seems Meijing really likes you," Si Ning suddenly said softly. "Tang Yuan, why did this silly girl say that? Could she be misunderstanding him? I'm just a normal man. How could I have thoughts about a little girl?" Tang Yuan grimaced, wanting to explain but unsure where to begin. Seeing the troubled expression on Tang Yuan's face, Si Ning smiled gently and said, "That's not what I meant. I meant, Meijing might genuinely like you, but she is still young and doesn't understand what that feeling represents. Right? What do children at that age understand? She probably sees me as a father figure, Tang Yuan said casually. Well, shall we go play over there? After saying this, Tang Yuan took Xining's hand and walked forward. He genuinely did not wish to continue discussing this awkward topic. Xining said nothing, merely nodding and allowing Tang Yuan to hold her hand. Soon, they came across a haunted house, and Tang Yuan immediately had a thought. Hey, aren't T-girls typically afraid of ghosts? So let's choose the haunted house as our first attraction. It is well known that terror and opportunities often arise together. Once the female enters the haunted house, regardless of whether the fright is genuine or feigned, the accompanying male generally has a chance to enjoy a little closeness. Xining, blissfully unaware of Tang Yuan's innocent intentions, only realized they were entering a haunted house once they reached the entrance. She had never experienced such an attraction before and had no idea what awaited them inside. After they passed the ticket check, they entered the haunted house. As soon as they stepped inside, the dim yellow lights and eerie sound effects filled the air. A chilling scream echoed, instantly amplifying the terrifying atmosphere. Xining, who had never been in such a place, was startled, her entire body tensing. What is this? Why is it so scary? Can we go out? Xining stammered, trembling. Unbeknownst to her, her hands had tightly grasped Tang Yuan's. It's just a haunted house. It's all fake. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tang Yuan gently comforted Xining with a soft voice, though internally, he was overjoyed. Chapter 82. The boyfriend of others. Xining was aware that it was all a fade, yet she had never experienced anything like it before, leaving her feeling quite apprehensive. Tang Yuan had not anticipated Xining's level of fear. It exceeded his expectations and was, in fact, far more advantageous for him. As long as Xining was frightened, the opportunities for physical contact between them would surely increase. Do not be afraid. Just follow closely behind me, Tang Yuan reassured, gripping Xining's hand as they ventured forward. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them around a corner. Xining gasped, her pupils dilating in sheer terror. She let out a shriek and instinctively hurled herself into Tang Yuan's embrace. Whoa! Tang Yuan stumbled back a couple of steps from the impact. The warmth enveloped him. Fortunately, Tang Yuan's body had been enhanced by the system. Otherwise, the force of Xining's fright might have toppled him over. It was evident that she was genuinely startled. All right, it's okay. It's all just an act, performed by the staff, Tang Yuan soothed, gently patting her back, which soon relaxed her rigid frame. Let me take you outside. Seeing Xining so frightened, he couldn't bear to let her stay any longer. Xining nodded silently, struggling to extricate herself from his hold. However, her legs gave way, and she toppled to the side. In a flash, Tang Yuan caught her. Phew. Tang Yuan exhaled with relief. Can you walk? I feel weak in the knees, Xining shyly admitted, a hint of fear still evident in her voice. Tang Yuan nodded in understanding and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Xining was startled by this sudden gesture. She instinctively screamed, her face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. Burying her face in Tang Yuan's chest, she felt utterly bashful. Thankfully, there were no other people around. Otherwise, Xining would have been mortified. This silly girl, though she seemed lightweight, was surprisingly heavy. Tang Yuan mused internally. Wrap your arms around my neck. He gently instructed Xining. She softly replied, tightening her grip around his neck. Tang Yuan noted her firm embrace and swiftly made his way toward the exit. Fortunately, his augmented physique enabled him to carry her with relative ease. Though it still required effort, he maintained a steady rhythm in his breathing, clearly finding it manageable. Meanwhile, nestled in Tang Yuan's arms, Xining's face reddened even further. So close to him, she could distinctly hear his breathing and heartbeat, as well as the masculine scent that emanated from him. It wasn't particularly fragrant, yet she found herself inhaling it involuntarily. For many girls, the scent of a man holds a certain allure. She discreetly lifted her gaze to steal a glance at Tang Yuan. This rogue truly could look quite handsome at times. Xining's mind wandered. The dim lighting of the haunted house made Tang Yuan vigilant as he carried Xining, mindful of any potential hazards that might cause her to stumble. This focus prevented him from noticing her subtle movements. Soon, a bright light appeared ahead, signaling the exit. Tang Yuan realized he was not yet ready to set her down. Reluctantly, he slowed his pace. Noticing his sudden deceleration, Xining bashfully lowered her head, too shy to continue her furtive glances at him. The exit is just ahead. Silly girl, there's no need to be afraid. Tang Yuan spoke softly to her. Si Ning was momentarily taken aback by his gentle tone. This mischievous boy, who usually scolded her, was behaving quite differently today. She shyly nodded. Could you, let me down now? Si Ning murmured. All right. Tang Yuan nodded, but showed no intention of putting her down. Don't rush. Let us exit first, Tang Yuan casually replied. If I set you down now, what if something strange appears? He spoke with a serious demeanor. Those who had experienced haunted houses knew that once reaching the end, the staff would no longer be there to frighten them. Tang Yuan was merely teasing Si Ning's ignorance. The mere thought of the shadow they had encountered earlier made Si Ning tremble slightly. She obediently nodded. Thus, Tang Yuan continued to carry Si Ning towards the exit. This scene left the staff stationed at the door utterly astonished. Wow, is this how it's played? One staff member exclaimed. At that moment, Si Ning became aware that onlookers were fixated on her and Tang Yuan. Wow, that guy is so handsome. How romantic. Is this what other people's boyfriends are like? A chorus of murmurs erupted among the crowd. Among them, a young couple who had just exited the haunted house began to argue. The boyfriend had abandoned his partner in fear, leaving her feeling neglected and upset. In stark contrast, Tang Yuan exemplified the epitome of a supportive boyfriend. As Si Ning noticed the attention on her and Tang Yuan, her cheeks flamed with embarrassment. Why you should let me down? She meekly urged. Sure. Tang Yuan understood that Si Ning was bashful, and if he didn't set her down in front of so many people, she might just combust from embarrassment. Once Si Ning was on her feet, she kept her head down, too shy to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. Let us go, he said naturally, taking her small hand in his as they navigated through the crowd. Si Ning kept her head lowered, allowing Tang Yuan to lead her away. They found a secluded spot to rest. It was all just pretend. You needn't be afraid, Tang Yuan said. Fully aware that Si Ning had moved beyond fear and into shyness, yet he feigned ignorance. Si Ning merely nodded, not offering any further response. Tang Yuan noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead, realizing she was genuinely nervous. He rummaged through his pockets, but found no tissues. So he gently lifted his hand and used his sleeve to wipe away the perspiration on her brow. Tang Yuan's action left Si Ning flustered and uncertain. Chapter 83. Mistaken for a star-foolish girl. Wait for me here. I shall fetch you a bottle of water, Tang Yuan said with a smile. Si Ning, still dazed from the earlier shock, nodded absent-mindedly. At that moment, Tang Yuan had already walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Si Ning's heart was awash with complex emotions. A blend of anxiety and uncertainty. She remained unclear about the nature of her relationship with Tang Yuan. Were they classmates? Friends? Lovers? None of these labels seemed quite right. Their interaction felt more akin to that of long-acquainted individuals, with feelings that undoubtedly surpassed mere friendship, yet did not quite reach the realm of romance. Was this what they termed friendship above, yet love unfulfilled? As she spiraled into her musings, Tang Yuan returned, having purchased the water. This time, he had also brought along 2 packets of tissues, as venturing out without them could often prove inconvenient. Observing Si Ning lost in thought, he found it somewhat puzzling. Foolish girl, he called gently. Si Ning snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned, and glanced at him. What are you thinking about so intently? Tang Yuan inquired as he handed her the bottle of water. She accepted it, nodding softly. Thank you. I wasn't thinking about anything. She laughed awkwardly, unsure of how to articulate her current thoughts to him. She had grown accustomed to Tang Yuan's gestures of kindness and no longer resisted them as she once had. Perhaps it was the realization that her refusals were futile, especially given Tang Yuan's assertive nature. In any case, she felt the distance between them had diminished. Are you truly not thinking about anything? Tang Yuan asked with a playful smile, easily discerning the weight of her thoughts. Really, it's nothing, Si Ning replied timidly. Her gaze lowered. Tang Yuan opened the bottle and took a sip, noticing her reluctance to share and opting not to press her further. I've already loosened the cap for you. You just need to twist it open a little, he pointed out. Thank you. I'm not thirsty, Si Ning replied softly. So, have you rested enough? If so, shall we go ride the Ferris wheel over there? Tang Yuan suggested. No. I'm not tired, Si Ning whispered back. Great. Let's go ride the Ferris wheel then, he exclaimed, standing up and extending his left hand toward her. Si Ning, bewildered by his gesture, stared at him in confusion. Do you want my bottle of water? She asked, immediately offering him the water bottle in her hand. Tang Yuan shook his head in exasperation. This silly girl was adorably naive. I meant for you to hold my hand, he said, rolling his eyes at her. Flustered, Si Ning's cheeks flushed at his straightforwardness. Hurry and take my hand. If not, I fear you might get lost, and that would be troublesome, he continued earnestly. Si Ning, feeling unable to oppose his wishes, acquiesced. Oh, okay. Just don't be mean to me. I'll hold it. She shyly extended her small hand into his, feeling the softness of her palm. Tang Yuan could not help but smile. Hand in hand, they made their way to the Ferris wheel, with Si Ning clutching the water bottle in her left hand. They walked like a couple in love, their striking appearances drawing many admiring glances. Si Ning's face was flushed the entire way, while Tang Yuan, with a demeanor as unyielding as a fortress, remained oblivious to the attention, effortlessly ignoring the gazes of passers-by. Before long, they arrived at the Ferris wheel. After checking in, Tang Yuan led Si Ning to the queue, where they stood silently, waiting for their turn. Ideally, the Ferris wheel was best enjoyed at night, but circumstances dictated they make do with the present moment. Nearby, several girls awaited their turn as well. Wow, that guy is so handsome. He looks familiar. Oh, I remember now, it's Wu Yanzu. One girl exclaimed, her thick glasses sliding down her nose. Her friends turned to look at Tang Yuan again. You know, now that you mention it, he really does look like him. But why does he seem so much younger than on TV? Is he really Wu Yanzu? Should I go ask him? Go for it. If he is, you can ask for an autograph. If not, chatting with such a handsome guy is still a win. Encouraged by her friends, the bespectacled girl shyly approached Tang Yuan and asked, excuse me, are you Wu Yanzu? Tang Yuan, somewhat bemused by the infatuated girl before him, could only smile politely. Meanwhile, Si Ning had lowered her head, lost in her own thoughts. No, I'm not. He replied, but you look just like him, the girl said, blushing with embarrassment as she realized their resemblance. This is so awkward. But as my friend said, speaking with such a handsome guy is still a win. I'm sorry, I thought you were Wu Yanzu. You're just too handsome, she apologized. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried back to her friends. Being too handsome comes with its own troubles, Tang Yuan lamented internally. After the glasses girl left, Si Ning stole a glance at Tang Yuan, thinking to herself how this rascal was popular with girls wherever he went. Tang Yuan noticed her gaze and smiled, asking, Do you think I'm handsome? Caught off guard, Si Ning jumped, her cheeks reddening as if she had been caught in an embarrassing act. And no, I wasn't. Looking, she stammered, desperate to deny it. Mortified, she wished she could disappear into the ground. Just then, the staff announced that everyone was ready to board the Ferris wheel. Wow. The crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement. Chapter 84. A Kiss for Eternity. Tang Yuan, naturally, did not dwell on the fact that Si Ning had just stolen glances at him. He took her hand effortlessly, and together they joined the queue for the Ferris wheel amidst the crowd. A sigh of relief escaped Si Ning's lips as she thought that had the previous topic continued, she might have succumbed to sheer embarrassment. Soon, it was their turn. Holding Si Ning's hand, Tang Yuan guided her into a cabin. Given that it was daytime and the crowd was sparse, there were plenty of empty cabins, and no unwelcome third wheel intruded upon their intimate world. Settling into their seats, they awaited the Ferris wheel's gentle ascent. Before long, the ride began. The cabin quivered slightly as it lifted slowly into the sky. Si Ning appeared somewhat anxious and tense. This was her first experience on a Ferris wheel. Gazing down at the ground receding beneath them, she felt a pang of panic, but soon enough, she began to acclimate. At that moment, Tang Yuan stood and approached the transparent wall of the cabin, peering down at the shrinking crowd below. Come here, silly girl, he called to Si Ning, who was still feeling a bit apprehensive. I can't, she replied softly, her cheeks flushed, although her initial fear had subsided. The sight of the transparent wall still stirred a sense of dread within her. There's nothing to fear. I'm right here. Come to my side. The view is better from here, Tang Yuan reassured her gently. Si Ning hesitated, torn between her desire to join him and her lingering fear. Noticing her struggle, Tang Yuan stepped beside her and took her hand. Don't be afraid, follow me, he said with a soothing demeanor, for reasons she could not quite fathom. The moment Tang Yuan held her hand, her fear dissipated. With a quivering resolve, she followed him to the transparent wall. If you're scared, try not to look down at your feet. Focus straight ahead, and it won't feel so daunting, Tang Yuan advised softly. Okay, I understand, Si Ning replied, encouraged by his words, nodding obediently. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage to gaze into the distance. Wow, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment. Standing high above, the view was truly breathtaking, offering a unique experience that stirred something profound within her heart. Did you know? There are many enchanting legends about Ferris wheels. Tang Yuan suddenly began. Huh. Xi Ning tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. With a gentle smile, Tang Yuan continued. It is said that lovers who ride the Ferris wheel together ultimately part ways, but if they kiss at the highest point, they will remain together forever. Each cabin is said to be filled with happiness. When we gaze at the Ferris wheel, we are looking upon happiness itself. The height of happiness is mirrored by the height of the Ferris wheel. When we yearn for happiness yet find it elusive, we should ride the Ferris wheel, waiting for it to rise until we reach the pinnacle, where we can survey all below. Happiness is often simple. From that vantage, we see how small everything is. I believe that despite the vastness of the world, there is always a simple happiness meant for us. So when we feel unhappy, we should try riding the Ferris wheel, awaiting our moment of happiness. Tang Yuan's voice was soft, like an angel serenading Xi Ning. She listened intently, her entire being enveloped in the tale he wove. Her eyes sparkled like stars, glimmering with an ethereal light. Observing her, Tang Yuan recalled a line of poetry. An inch of autumn waves, 1,000 pearls feel insufficient. He knew it might come off as overly sentimental, yet he genuinely believed that her eyes outshone the vastness of the sea and stars. Your eyes, he remarked suddenly, are far more beautiful than the stars and the ocean. In an instant, Xi Ning snapped back to reality, her mind racing. Yet, the next moment, a deep blush spread across her exquisitely delicate face. Tang Yuan could no longer discern whether the rosy hue was due to the setting sun or Xi Ning's natural complexion. Her flushed cheeks were irresistibly captivating, and at that moment, the Ferris wheel reached its zenith. The thought that kissing a lover at the peak would lead them to remain together forever surged through his mind, compelling him to lean towards Xi Ning. Caught in a daze, Xi Ning was utterly unprepared, her body rigid and unable to evade Tang Yuan's lips. Their soft mouths met, but Xi Ning, with her lips firmly sealed, rendered the encounter merely a fleeting brush, devoid of deeper communion. This moment became the most beautiful scene in the sky. Meanwhile, the two single men in the adjacent cabin watched the tender exchange with a mix of disbelief and envy. Oh my, what have I done to deserve this? Why must a mere ride on the Ferris wheel turn into a buffet of dog food? They lamented, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their shared sorrow. After a long while, Xi Ning finally processed what had transpired. Under the broad daylight, they had shared a kiss. This rogue was utterly audacious. Embarrassed and furious, she mustered her strength to push Tang Yuan away. Tang Yuan, momentarily taken aback, felt a jolt of realization. What did I just do? How bold of me. Yet, that was exhilarating. Xi Ning, after pushing him away, kept her head bowed, her face ablaze with a crimson hue. Acknowledging his misstep, Tang Yuan knew that words would be futile at this moment. He sat beside her, and they lapsed into silence. As evening descended, the sunset bathed them in a serene glow, rendering the moment both tranquil and beautiful. Hey, silly girl, do you have any thoughts about your future? Tang Yuan finally broke the silence, seeking a change in topic. Xi Ning lifted her head, looking at him in confusion. I meant to ask what plans or dreams you have for your future, Tang Yuan clarified. Seeing her still bewildered, he continued, let me rephrase that. With the college entrance exam approaching next semester, which university do you plan to apply to? In her previous life, Xi Ning had altered her college entrance exam choices for her own sake. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Xi Ning finally comprehended his intent. She bowed her head in contemplation for a moment, then gently spoke. I wish to casually apply to Kyoto University or Shanghai University. However, my parents are currently at home, and I do not wish to be so far away from them. Therefore, I'm still rather uncertain at this point. Xi Ning raised her head and gazed earnestly at Tang Yuan as she expressed her thoughts. Chapter 85. The harmonious couple. Xi Ning is a treasure of a girl. Seemingly delicate on the outside, yet possessing a kind heart, always prioritizing others before herself. This is the first time she has engaged in a heartfelt conversation with someone. Typically, this naive girl conceals her emotions, silently enduring her struggles. It is also the first occasion that Xi Ning has expressed her innermost thoughts to anyone. Well, you can go to Kyoto or Shanghai. It's entirely up to you. I will make arrangements for your parents, so rest assured, Tang Yuan said, contemplating for a moment before speaking with utmost seriousness. Xi Ning hesitated, unsure of what to articulate. Thus, she fell silent once more. After a while, she lifted her gaze to meet Tang Yuan's. And what about you? Her eyes were filled with sincerity. Huh? Tang Yuan was somewhat taken aback by Xi Ning's sudden inquiry. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask about him. Observing her earnest expression, A gentle smile crept onto Tang Yuan's lips. As for me, I shall follow my wife, he replied tenderly. Xining's cheeks flushed, and it seemed as though a weight had been lifted from her heart. A joyful, bashful smile graced her face. Xining nodded vigorously, her face beaming with delight. Tang Yuan also wore a blissful smile as he gazed at her. She truly looked enchanting when she smiled. Under the setting sun, both of their faces radiated joy as they exchanged glances. Naive girl. Tang Yuan playfully pinched Xining's slightly plump cheek. Ouch, 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 Xining pouted, reverting to her previous innocent demeanor. Who wouldn't adore such a treasure of a girl? A radiant smile returned to Tang Yuan's face. The two stood together before the glass cabin, leaning against each other as they took in the view. Xining had completely relaxed, her mind free of any thoughts. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. The Ferris wheel slowly descended and ultimately came to a halt. Both knew their time was up. Xining took a deep breath, realizing that this moment on the Ferris wheel was the happiest of her life. This memory would undoubtedly become an everlasting cherished recollection. As the Ferris wheel landed, the staff opened the cabin door and they stepped out. Xining suddenly turned back to gaze earnestly at the Ferris wheel they had just ridden, as if she wanted to etch its image deeply into her mind. Tang Yuan stood quietly beside her, sharing in her contemplation. Xining wished to remember this moment. Did he not desire the same? After a moment, Xining reluctantly turned back. Let us ride it again sometime, okay? She said softly. Of course, Tang Yuan replied gently. He checked the time on his phone, realizing it was almost time for dinner before heading back to Xining's home. The hour was late, so he took her hand and, seizing the last moments, they played through the amusement park's attractions. While on the roller coaster, Xining's face turned pale from fright, her screams echoing through the air. It was hard to imagine that the usually quiet Xining could scream so wildly, her allure magnified by the stark contrast. Would she be just as fervent in bed? Tang Yuan mischievously pondered. After the roller coaster, Xining was utterly drained and unwilling to partake in any further activities. Tang Yuan glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late, and chose not to pressure her into anything else. They found a place to rest, and he noted that it was already 6 in the evening. It was time to conclude their day of fun. Moreover, he had yet to find Si Meijing and Si Liangchen, who were likely waiting for them. Let us head to the entrance to wait for Meijing and the others. We'll grab a quick bite and then return home, Tang Yuan suggested to Xining, who sat beside him. Xining nodded, eager to return home. Upon arriving at the amusement park entrance, Tang Yuan spotted Si Meijing squatting on the ground, intently observing something, while Si Liangchen appeared anxious, scanning the area as if searching for something. Given Si Liangchen's expression, it seemed they had been waiting for quite a while. After a brief moment, he took Xining's hand and hurried to the two children. Si Liangchen's face lit up momentarily upon seeing them, but it fell when he noticed Tang Yuan holding Xining's hand. Tang Yuan observed this, but chose not to acknowledge Si Liangchen's reaction. Xining, still squatting, was oblivious to their approach as she remained focused on whatever had captured her attention. Meijing, what are you doing? Tang Yuan inquired, addressing the little girl on the ground. I'm watching ants move their home, Si Meijing exclaimed, looking up with squinty eyes and a smile. However, her expression quickly shifted to one of disappointment, the joy fading from her eyes. Tang Yuan, where have you two been for so long? I thought you didn't want us anymore. She pouted. Of course not. Meijing, why would you think that? Tang Yuan replied, feeling a bit awkward as he sought to comfort her. You're too adorable for me to ever leave you behind. I was just riding the roller coaster with your sister Xining, which is why we took a bit longer. Now get up, and I'll take you to eat something delicious. Tang Yuan released Xining's hand and scooped up Si Meijing. Yay, let us go eat something good. Si Meijing cheered, her face lighting up with excitement as she hugged Tang Yuan tightly. Tang Yuan shook his head in exasperation, unable to resist the charms of this quirky little girl. He then led everyone towards the parking lot outside the amusement park. Once in the car, Tang Yuan instinctively leaned over to fasten Xining's seatbelt. This action darkened Si Liangchen's expression further from the back seat. He felt despondent, realizing that his romantic aspirations had ended before they even began. Choosing silence, he turned his head toward the car window, avoiding another glance at the pair. What do you want to eat, Meijing? Tang Yuan asked while securing the seatbelt. I'm not sure, but as long as it's delicious, I'm happy, Xining replied, her eyes crinkling into joyful crescents. Haha, you really are a true foodie. Tang Yuan chuckled as he shook his head. I heard there's a local specialty called roast suckling pig. Shall we go try it? Roast suckling pig? Si Mei Jing's eyes sparkled with delight. Although it was a local delicacy, she had only seen it on television and had never tasted it. Just the thought of the golden brown roasted pig made her mouth water. Yay, let us go eat roast suckling pig, Si Mei Jing exclaimed, her hands dancing in excitement. All right, let us commence our journey. Roar. Tang Yuan ignited the engine, and the vehicle surged forward amidst a symphony of engine growls. Chapter 86. Return to Si Ning's home. The group swiftly arrived at the most renowned specialty restaurant in the area. After parking the car, they entered the establishment. Welcome. How many are in your party, sir? Upon noticing Tang Yuan and his companions, the attendant greeted them with a bright smile. 4. Do you have private rooms available? Tang Yuan inquired nonchalantly. He preferred dining in a private room for a more tranquil atmosphere. Indeed, sir. Please follow me. The attendant replied with a friendly demeanor as she led them to a private room. Once seated, the attendant asked, What would you like to order? Our specialty roasted suckling pig is quite exceptional. Would you care to try it? She handed the menu to Tang Yuan, who glanced over it and was taken aback by the price. 500 yuan for a 20-pound piglet. Is your roasted suckling pig truly that delectable? The price seems rather steep. Tang Yuan remarked, intrigued rather than concerned about the cost. He sought to understand the justification behind such an exorbitant price. To his surprise, the attendant, rather confidently, responded, I won't elaborate too much. Our roasted suckling pig is famous nationwide. Try it, and if you find it lacking, I shall cover the bill. Ah, quite self-assured. Aren't we? Tang Yuan nodded, satisfied. Very well, bring me one, whole, please. I wish to see just how delicious it truly is. Certainly, the attendant affirmed, then continued. Aside from the roasted suckling pig, would you like to order anything else? Yes, let us have 2 additional vegetable dishes, Tang Yuan replied as he returned the menu. The attendant took the menu and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Tang Yuan remembered to order drinks. Oh, could you also bring me 4 bottles of orange juice? Of course, sir, the attendant smiled, closing the door behind her as she exited. Half an hour later, the roasted suckling pig was brought to the table, and its enticing aroma filled the room. Upon seeing the golden piglet, Si Mei Jing could not help but swallow hard. Mei Jing, you must be starving. Dig in. Tang Yuan chuckled at her eagerness. I'm not that hungry, just a bit tempted, Si Mei Jing admitted bashfully. Scratching her head. All right, brother Tang Yuan, I shall begin. Go ahead. You truly are a glutton. Tang Yuan teased. With sparkling eyes, Si Mei Jing tore off a leg and began to devour it. Slow down, don't choke. No one is competing with you, Tang Yuan cautioned, observing her hasty consumption. I'm fine. You all eat too. No need to worry about me, she mumbled with her mouth full. Seeing she was all right, Tang Yuan said nothing further. He donned a transparent plastic glove and gently tore off a piece of meat, offering it to Si Ning. Here you go, have some. Judging by Mei Jing's enthusiasm, this roasted suckling pig must be quite delicious. Si Ning nodded, accepting the meat and savoring it in small bites. The meal lasted about 20 minutes. I've never tasted such delectable meat in my life. Although I'm full, I still wish to eat more, Si Mei Jing exclaimed, patting her full belly. Brother Tang Yuan, I'm so stuffed. You ate so much and so quickly. What were you worried about? No one was rushing you, Tang Yuan replied, exasperated. Thankfully, being young, Si Mei Jing would likely digest it soon. However, he still wanted to advise against overeating, as it would be unfortunate for someone so young to develop stomach issues. I know I was wrong, brother Tang Yuan, she said with a pitiful expression. But this roasted suckling pig is genuinely delicious. Tang Yuan thought to himself. This girl is undoubtedly a colossal foodie. After waiting for Si Mei Jing to recover, the group rose and exited the restaurant. It was time to head home. Once in the car, Tang Yuan drove swiftly yet steadily towards Si Ning's village. The sun began to set, and he turned on the car's music, advancing quickly to the melodious sounds. After more than an hour, they entered the Pama town area. A few minutes later, the car came to a slow halt in front of Si Ning's home. After turning off the engine, Tang Yuan glanced at the back seat and saw that the 2 little ones had fallen asleep. He shook his head in resignation before waking them. Mei Jing, Liang Chun. Wake up. We've arrived home, he called out while gently shaking them. Ugh, huh. The siblings slowly opened their eyes. Brother Tang Yuan, is it time to eat? Si Mei Jing asked groggily. Tang Yuan thought, how insatiable can one be? It seemed she had dreamt of food. He silently worried for her future husband. Oh, we're home already? Si Mei Jing finally roused herself and hopped out of the car. Tang Yuan opened the trunk and retrieved the clothes he had bought for them. Just then, Si Ning's parents and uncle emerged from the house, drawn by the commotion. Uncle, Auntie, greetings. Tang Yuan smiled and bowed politely. He was always respectful in front of his elders. Dad, we're back. Si Mei Jing exclaimed joyfully as she skipped over to her father. Si Shan, he nodded, noticing the bags in Si Mei Jing's and Si Liangchen's hands. His brows furrowing immediately. What are those? He inquired, pointing at the bags. Dad, this is the clothing brother Tang Yuan bought for us, Si Mei Jing replied timidly. Upon hearing this, Si Shan He's displeasure was palpable. Just a few pieces of clothing, and they're not expensive. They had a great time today and found some clothes at a stall, so I thought I'd let them try a few. Tang Yuan quickly interjected. Si Shan, he was ready to express his anger, but was momentarily silenced by Tang Yuan's words. Tang Yuan, you shouldn't spoil them like this. If you keep buying them things, they'll expect you to buy more and more, he said with a resigned shake of his head. Since it made them happy, let this go. Tang Yuan then shifted the topic. Uncle, could you come with me for a moment? Si Shan, he followed him to the trunk, where Tang Yuan pulled out a box of 95 Supreme cigarettes and handed it to him. Uncle, these are for you, bought in town today. I would have forgotten had I not seen you. They're not expensive, Tang Yuan stated casually. This. Si Shan, he felt awkward. While he would refuse something more expensive, he could not decline this. Seeing Si Shan, he accept the cigarettes, Tang Yuan suggested, it's getting dark, let us head inside. No. You go on in. Si Ning is waiting for you. Si Shan, he chuckled heartily. Tang Yuan raised his head and glanced towards the entrance of Si Ning's home, where he spotted the silly girl waiting for him. Her demeanor resembled that of a young bride eagerly anticipating her husband's return. He chuckled softly and made his way over. Chapter 87. Hurry and warm my bed. Upon entering the house, Si Ning's parents immediately donned an expression of embarrassment. Tang Yuan, look at you, buying so many clothes. We feel quite undeserving. Su Qi said, her face flushed with awkwardness. It's quite all right, Auntie, these clothes were very inexpensive. Just ask Si Ning. Tang Yuan reassured her. Oh, indeed, they are quite affordable. Si Ning momentarily froze before realizing that Tang Yuan was winking at her. Understanding his implication, she played along and told a little white lie. After speaking, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. Oh my goodness, I just lied to my parents. Have I, in the end, been led astray by this rascal? Si Ning lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak further. Hearing their daughter's admission, Su Qi and her husband felt somewhat relieved. Ninger, you must be tired. Go take a bath, Su Qi suddenly said to Si Ning. Si Ning nodded, said nothing, and went to fetch her clothes, preparing for her bath. As she left, Su Qi turned to Tang Yuan and said, we do not wish to burden you. We can manage the work ourselves at home. Yes, Tang Yuan, you are Ning's classmate. As long as you take good care of her, we will be at ease. Simu, he added. Uncle, Auntie, if you are at home, Si Ning won't be able to relax. Moreover, moving bricks is labor-intensive and hardly profitable. You should come to Shanghai. If you feel awkward about troubling my parents, then come work at my company. I've started one there, Tang Yuan said nonchalantly. What? You started a company? Su Qi and her husband exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the revelation. Well, the system granted me 70% of shares in Phylong Media. Although it was a gift from the system, it can still be considered my company, Tang Yuan thought to himself. Aware of Si Ning's parents' concerns, he urged them repeatedly until they finally agreed to accompany him to Shanghai the next day. Just as they concluded their discussion, Si Ning emerged from her bath. Tang Yuan, you all continue your conversation. It's getting late, so we'll rest now. After you finish bathing, make sure to rest early too, Su Qi said, retreating to her room with Si Ning's father. I'm heading to take a bath, Tang Yuan told Si Ning. Go ahead. I'll wait for you to return. Si Ning replied softly, her head lowered. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, expecting Si Ning to rest first in her room. He had anticipated that this silly girl would say she would wait for him. All right, I'll be just a moment, he thought, feeling a surge of joy at Si Ning's increasingly warm demeanor towards him. 20 minutes later, he walked over to the fireplace, towel in hand, to dry his hair. He casually draped the towel over the back of a chair and looked at Si Ning. Silly girl, are you curious about something? Si Ning nodded. Are you wondering what I discussed with your parents? Tang Yuan continued. Si Ning nodded again. I suggested they work in Shanghai and join my company there. I'll help them find a place to stay. That's all there is to it, Tang Yuan stated nonchalantly. After he spoke, he turned to Si Ning. who was already teary-eyed. "Thank you," she choked out. "Why are you crying at such an age?" "No more tears." Tang Yuan playfully pinched Si Ning's nose, feigning a stern expression. He meant to say this to prevent her from crying. He adored Si Ning dearly and couldn't bear to see her in tears. "I've shared everything with you. Do you have any other questions?" Tang Yuan asked. "No, none at all." Si Ning waved her hand dismissively. "Then hurry and help me warm my bed," Tang Yuan said with a mischievous smile. Si Ning. She recalled their previous night together, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Would something happen tonight? Would this rascal tease her? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Si Ning obediently entered her room. Chapter 88. A shot fired at Si Ning just as Tang Yuan was about to enter. His phone rang from his pocket. Upon taking it out, he saw it was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom. What's the matter calling so late?" Tang Yuan answered after pressing the accept button. "What's wrong? You sound rather impatient," Lu Hua replied with a hint of annoyance on the other end. "Not at all, Mom. How could I be impatient? I've been missing you." Tang Yuan chuckled. "Humph. If you truly missed me, you wouldn't have gone 2 days without calling home," Lu Hua complained. Upon hearing his mother's words, Tang Yuan realized how much she worried about him. "Mom, I'm perfectly fine. I've just been having too much fun at my friend's house and got a bit carried away," he reassured her, feeling warmth in his heart. "Well, as long as you're enjoying yourself, come back tomorrow. Bring your friend over. I'll cook for you both," Lu Hua suddenly said. Tang Yuan was taken aback, glancing around the room. If he brought Si Ning home, could he say he was bringing his girlfriend? Noticing her son's silence, Lu Hua added, "You're able to visit her house, so your relationship must be quite good. I'd like to meet your friend and see what she's like." Tang Yuan. His mother was oblivious to the fact that he was at Si Ning's house. She thought it was just a normal classmate's place. However, bringing Si Ning home didn't seem like a bad idea after all. He then replied, "All right, Mom, I'll bring this classmate home for you to meet tomorrow." After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call. Upon entering the room, Tang Yuan found Si Ning had already made the bed. However, she didn't immediately lie down. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed, waiting. "Silly girl, why aren't you sleeping after making the bed?" Tang Yuan said with a teasing smile. I. Si Ning's face flushed red, unable to find her words. The earlier comment from Tang Yuan about warming the bed made her feel incredibly shy. If she fell asleep first, wouldn't that mean she was warming the bed for this rascal? The mere thought made her feel embarrassed. "All right," Tang Yuan said as he approached Si Ning, gently ruffling her hair. He then took off his shoes and jacket, jumping into the bed directly under the covers. "Well then, since you want to warm the bed for me, I'll warm it for you," he said, poking his head out with a grin. Si Ning. Her face turned even redder, yet she obediently took off her jacket and climbed into bed, carefully stepping over Tang Yuan to get to the inner side. However, she accidentally stepped on Tang Yuan's slightly exposed hand. Sorry," Si Ning stammered, glancing at Tang Yuan as she slowly lay down. Tang Yuan was startled. When Si Ning stepped on his hand, it felt like being pricked by icy needles, the coldness making him frown. Why were this silly girl's feet so cold? He reached out and grabbed her little foot. You," Si Ning shrieked, her face filled with fear. What was this rascal doing? Why was he grabbing her foot? Did he have some strange hobby? Just as she was about to struggle, she felt a rush of warmth flow through her foot. This warmth instantly transformed her previously cold foot into a cozy sensation. She fell silent, overwhelmed by the comfort. "Silly girl, is it nice?" Tang Yuan smiled at Si Ning. At that moment, her feet were pressed tightly against his belly, the warmth emanating from him. Si Ning. She merely nodded, unable to utter a word. Unexpectedly, this rascal was so considerate, and her gaze towards Tang Yuan now held a hint of gratitude. Seeing her nod, Tang Yuan said nothing more and turned off the light. Si Ning attempted to retract her foot, but Tang Yuan held it firmly. "Silly girl, let us sleep. Your feet are too cold. You'll likely be freezing at night. Tonight, your feet are mine to keep warm. You can't take them back," Tang Yuan declared with a hint of authority. Thank you," Si Ning murmured softly. After the lights were turned off, she didn't close her eyes but turned to look at Tang Yuan. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could see the outline of his face. She quietly watched him in the dark. Tang Yuan turned over in the darkness, causing Si Ning to tense up, her feet instinctively moving. Tang Yuan thought she was about to pull her foot back and opened his eyes. They were now face to face, merely 10 centimeters apart, their breaths brushing against each other's faces. The atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. What to do? Would this rascal take the opportunity to kiss her and do something inappropriate? Ning was extremely anxious at that moment. Silly girl, what are you staring at? Tang Yuan noticed Ning was still awake and was momentarily taken aback before speaking gently. Ning was utterly embarrassed, her entire body tense. Tang Yuan, aware of her state, refrained from teasing her further. He naturally reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Silly girl, stop overthinking and rest well. You've played all day, you must be tired. Tang Yuan said softly. Aside from holding Ning, he made no other move. Ning curled up in his arms like a lobster being roasted, the position somewhat awkward yet incredibly comfortable. She immediately relaxed, feeling an unprecedented sense of security in his embrace. Before long, she fell asleep with a sweet smile. Noticing Ning's even breathing, Tang Yuan realized this silly girl had truly fallen asleep. But what about him? With a beauty in his arms, claiming he felt nothing would be a lie. His body was beginning to react, and despite closing his eyes and trying to sleep, he found it impossible. Helpless. Tang Yuan resorted to thinking about other matters to distract himself. If he allowed his wicked thoughts to linger, he feared he would truly lose control and act upon them. With a wry smile, he thought of his company. It seemed that Sina Media Company Limited was doing quite well, as the largest shareholder. Sending Ning as parents to take on some menial roles shouldn't be a problem, right? Just delivering documents or running errands would suffice. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Beep. The employees of the host company have been waiting for you to report. Please find a time to go to the company. Do I really have to report? Tang Yuan mentally asked the system. Not necessarily, but your subordinates are unaware of who the new boss is, and they are quite anxious. It would be wise for you to report in. If the morale of your subordinates falters and the company encounters operational issues leading to bankruptcy, you could be in trouble, as your name is currently on the company's legal documents. Chapter 89, The Bond of Brotherhood. Tang Yuan, lost in thought, glanced down at Ning, who was peacefully drifting into slumber with a gentle smile. Regardless of the circumstances, having you by my side is enough, he mused quietly. He then closed his eyes, emptying his mind to avoid the awkwardness of sleeplessness. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the day's activities, Tang Yuan swiftly succumbed to sleep, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Ning was the first to awaken. She fluttered her eyelashes and let out a soft hum as she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she did, she was met with the striking visage of Tang Yuan, his handsome face mere centimeters from her own, their lips almost touching. Perhaps she had unconsciously leaned in while asleep. Ning froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. It dawned on her that not only were their faces so close, but her body was also pressed tightly against Tang Yuan's. A memory from the previous night flashed through her mind. They had spent the night in each other's embrace. Embarrassment washed over her, intensifying her blush. Seeing that Tang Yuan remained asleep, she cautiously attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. However, the moment she moved, Tang Yuan's eyes slowly fluttered open. Their gazes locked, and an awkward silence enveloped them, as if time had come to a standstill. Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks aflame as she struggled for words. Tang Yuan, noticing her flustered demeanor, found her utterly endearing. Silly girl, you're awake. Good morning, he said with a warm smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness as he opened his eyes to see the girl he cherished right before him. Could there be a greater joy than this? Good morning, Ning stammered, her face still flushed. Are we getting up? Tang Yuan inquired. MHM. She nodded, still shy. My alarm hasn't gone off yet. Let us sleep a little longer, he suggested, pulling her back into his embrace. Ning gasped in surprise, caught off guard by a sudden move. She lay there, bewildered, as Tang Yuan gently patted her head. A slight shiver coursed through her body, but she soon relaxed, deciding to enjoy the moment since resistance was futile. They remained in each other's arms in a serene silence, their hearts intertwined. I should get up and make breakfast for Mom and Dad. We have to go to school after eating. Ning eventually spoke up, sensing an odd tension. She felt Tang Yuan's body radiating warmth, and something else was pressing against her, causing her discomfort. All right, you go ahead, Tang Yuan replied with a slight smile, releasing her. The unusual sensation she felt was merely a natural reaction, a typical physiological response for him in the morning. Tang Yuan harbored no inappropriate thoughts or intentions. They both got up, but during the process, Ning dared not meet Tang Yuan's gaze. She hurriedly dressed and rushed off to freshen up. After they had both completed their morning routines, it was 7:30, and Si Ning's parents were still asleep. Si Ning entered the kitchen, with Tang Yuan trailing behind. They busied themselves and soon prepared a simple meal of vegetable and egg noodles. After calling for her parents to wake up, they gathered around the table to eat. Tang Yuan noticed 2 eggs in his bowl, while Si Ning's contained none, just a few floating grains. This silly girl gave me her eggs, he thought, slightly furrowing his brow. I don't really like eggs. You should have them, he said suddenly, unceremoniously transferring his eggs into Si Ning's bowl. No, I don't need them, she quickly protested, waving her hands in refusal. Eat up. Once we're done, we'll pack up and head back to Shanghai, sure, he urged, disregarding her objections. Oh, fine. Si Ning relented, knowing well that refusing would only irritate him. She obediently ate the eggs he had given her. Si Ning's parents exchanged knowing smiles. Aware that Tang Yuan didn't genuinely dislike eggs, he simply wished to ensure their daughter had enough to eat. They finished breakfast in a warm atmosphere, and Si Shanha, knowing Si Ning was heading to Shanghai, sure, had come early to visit his children. Tang Yuan Gij, Si Meijing exclaimed as she rushed towards him upon arriving at the door. Hey, Meijing, don't run so fast. Be careful not to fall, Tang Yuan cautioned. As if to mock his warning, Si Meijing tripped and fell with a thud. This is so embarrassing, he thought, realizing his words had seemingly conjured her misfortune. Everyone was startled by the sudden commotion. Tang Yuan quickly rushed over and scooped her up. Meijing, are you all right? Let me check if you're hurt, he said, concern etched on his face. Hee. Si Meijing clung to his neck, grinning sheepishly. Which eased Tang Yuan's worry, indicating she hadn't sustained any serious injury. Let me see if you've scraped your leg, he insisted, still a bit anxious. Wanting to lift her pant leg, Si Meijing's face turned crimson. Tang Yuan Gij, I'm fine, but it really hurts. She pouted. You're not a little kid anymore. Be more careful. If you hurt your face, how will you ever get married? Tang Yuan chided gently. It's fine. I'm not marrying anyone else. When I grow up, I'll just follow you, Tang Yuan Gij. Didn't we make a pinky promise? When I'm older, I'll... Tang Yuan's expression shifted instantly, and he quickly covered her mouth, interrupting her. He feared that if she continued, he would be labeled a pervert. To avoid social embarrassment, he swiftly changed the subject. If you're all right, I'll put you down now. Oh, okay. Si Meijing nodded, her attention diverted. The others were oblivious to the underlying tension, except for Si Liangchen, who glared at Tang Yuan and Si Meijing, knowing precisely what she was about to say. After their arrival, everyone gathered around the fire to chat. Si Ning, take this. Uncle doesn't have much to give you, but here's 50. Buy some snacks for school, Si Shanha said, handing a crisp 50 yuan note to Si Ning. No, I cannot accept. Uncle, please leave it for Liangchen and Meijing. Si Ning hastily waved her hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the past, whenever she returned home and prepared to go to school, her uncle would similarly offer her money, yet she was acutely aware of the financial difficulties her uncle faced. With 2 children of his own still in school. You stubborn girl. Just take it. When you previously refused, out of consideration for your pride, I entrusted it to your mother. Now that your father has returned, you are no different from anyone else. This is just a small token of affection from your uncle. So accept it. Si Ning, take it. Thank you. Uncle, Su Qi interjected at that moment. During the days when your father was absent, your uncle quietly helped our family a great deal. Thank you, uncle. As Si Ning accepted the cash, tears could no longer be restrained, streaming down her cheeks. Si Muhi also felt a pang of emotion. Looking at Si Shanhe, he said, Elder brother, I was wrong. I have troubled you over the years. Haha. What is there between brothers? The fact that you have returned to the right path is worth more than anything. Si Shanhe comfortingly patted Si Muhi's shoulder. The profound bond of brotherhood moved everyone present deeply. Chapter 90. Bringing Si Ning's family back to Shanghai time was of the essence, and the group swiftly packed their belongings in preparation for departure. Si Meijing tugged at Tang Yuan's sleeve, her voice laced with a hint of grievance. Brother Tang Yuan, are you really leaving already? Yes, I will be heading back to school with your sister Si Ning shortly, he replied. Isn't the New Year's holiday coming to an end? Meijing, you have classes tomorrow too, right? Tang Yuan smiled at Si Meijing as he spoke. Do we have to go back to school tomorrow? Si Meijing exclaimed, her expression one of surprise as she glanced at her brother, Si Liangchen. Si Liangchen replied, You just realized that? You haven't even touched your holiday homework. Si Meijing fell silent, her anxiety evident. She had completely lost track of time while playing in recent days. How could it be that school was starting again so soon? Observing her bewildered expression, Tang Yuan shook his head in mild exasperation. Brother Tang Yuan, but Mei Jing doesn't want you to go, she protested, her small face drooping as tears shimmered in her eyes. It was clear she was genuinely reluctant to part with him. Well, there's nothing I can do. I have to go to school too, he replied. How about this? I will come to visit during my holidays, and we can play together then, all right? Tang Yuan gently patted her head, offering comfort. Okay, fine, Mei Jing said, though disappointment lingered in her voice. She understood the situation was unavoidable and nodded reluctantly. Brother Tang Yuan, is Shanghai sure fun? Mei Jing suddenly inquired. Well, it's quite enjoyable. Next time I have the chance, I will take you to have some fun for a few days, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. Really? Mei Jing's eyes sparkled with delight. Absolutely. I promise to take you next time. It's far more entertaining than the county town we visited yesterday, he assured her. However, I do have one request. You must study diligently, or I won't take you with me. He found Mei Jing's innocence endearing and playfully pinched her cheek. All right. I will study hard so I can go play with Brother Tang Yuan, she declared earnestly, her serious demeanor eliciting laughter from everyone present. After loading all the luggage into the trunk, Tang Yuan pressed the accelerator, driving Ning's family towards Shanghai. Finally, after a journey of over 2 hours, they exited the highway and Tang Yuan drove into the urban area of Qiqing. The first order of business was to settle his future in-laws. He found an apartment near Xinlong Media, renting a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room residence for them. Initially, Ning's parents felt the space was excessive for just the two of them, deeming it a waste of money. Tang Yuan explained that Ning would visit during her holidays and would stay there, which assuaged their concerns. The rent for the apartment was $4,500 a month, and he paid for an entire year up front. When Ning's parents inquired about the monthly cost, Tang Yuan fibbed, saying it was only $400 to $500, putting their minds at ease. Although the elderly couple harbored doubts about the truth of his statement, they chose not to press the matter further. After settling them in, Tang Yuan mentioned he would take them to his company the following day. The couple nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. After a simple dinner, he drove Ning back to Shanghai High School. Silly girl, when you get to the dormitory, come home with me for a bit, Tang Yuan said as he drove. Ning was taken aback, startled by his words. Was he really suggesting she go to his home? Was this a precursor to meeting his parents? She suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty, noticing her silence. Tang Yuan glanced at her. What does your silence mean? He asked, slightly irritated. Go to your house? Ning stammered. Yes, my mom mentioned it last night. But I kept forgetting to tell you. Do you want to go? If you don't, just say so now. My mom probably hasn't gone grocery shopping yet. If you choose not to come, I won't let her cook for you. Tang Yuan spoke nonchalantly. Ning felt nervous, her hands fidgeting between open and clenched. What do you mean, Just say it plainly. Is going to my house that difficult for you? Tang Yuan pressed, impatience creeping into his tone. You, please don't be harsh with me. I will go, Ning replied quietly, her expression one of mild distress. Hey, that wasn't me being harsh. Don't misinterpret my words, Tang Yuan retorted, slightly exasperated. Ning remained silent, her head downcast, looking rather pitiful. Tang Yuan drove all the way to Shanghai High School. Since he frequently visited, the security guard recognized him and allowed him entry without hesitation. He drove up to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Here we are, he said matter-of-factly. Okay. Ning nodded. Tang Yuan then exited the car to help her retrieve her luggage from the trunk. He intended to assist her in carrying it upstairs, but was stopped by the dormitory supervisor at the entrance. Young man, don't think that just because you're handsome I will let you up. You boys just want to go up to see the long legs, right? I know all your little schemes, the supervisor said, her words leaving Tang Yuan feeling quite embarrassed. He truly only wished to help the silly girl with her luggage. Chapter 91. Daydreams inspired by Little Tiger Teeth. Silly girl, I am willing but powerless. Tang Yuan helplessly waved his hand and said, I'll wait for you here. Ning nodded and then struggled to carry her suitcase upstairs. The dormitory matron kept a vigilant eye on Tang Yuan, fearing he might sneak in when her attention wavered. The scrutiny from the matron sent a chill down Tang Yuan's spine. Standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory was indeed not an ideal situation. Thus, he moved beside his car, patiently awaiting Ning. Once the matron saw Tang Yuan step away, she slowly shifted her gaze. It appears that good looks are not universally effective. At least the matron seemed immune to Tang Yuan's charm. What could possibly intrigue older women? Is it appearance or something else? Tang Yuan pondered, feeling quite bored, and thus pulled out a cigarette to light up. taking a deep drag. He let the smoke swirl in his chest before exhaling slowly. Smoking is truly a fascinating phenomenon. One might argue it is harmful, yet it offers solace to many lonely souls. The thought of his bet with his father made him chuckle. He had urged his father to quit smoking while he himself indulged. Though his habit was neither frequent nor excessive, a smoke was still a smoke. There was no helping it. Having experienced the lows of life in his past existence, only cigarettes and alcohol had kept him company. However, since he was granted a second chance, he resolved to indulge less in such vices. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another. Some time later, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. At that moment, Xining emerged from the dormitory. She had changed into a new outfit and tidied her hair. After all, she was visiting Tang Yuan's home and felt the need to present herself well. Of course, to others, her efforts might seem negligible, yet this was precisely what set Xining apart. Unpretentious and natural. Her only skincare product was a bottle of basic lotion. When Tang Yuan saw Xining in her new attire, he paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips, though he chose not to comment. Instead, he opened the car door, allowing Xining to enter. Once inside, he kindly fastened her seatbelt, an endearing gesture to which Xining had long since grown accustomed. However, Xining furrowed her brow and inhaled sharply, looking at Tang Yuan. "Did you smoke again?" she asked softly. "Huh." Tang Yuan was taken aback, but nodded. "Just a little." Xining persisted. "You should smoke less." "Ah, all right. Let us set off." Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. For some reason, a warmth enveloped his heart. Xining's concern for him was a testament to her feelings. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's declaration to depart, Xining's heart raced, her excitement palpable. She was about to meet his parents. What are your parents like?" Xining hesitated before asking. Tang Yuan was momentarily surprised. "Are you planning to buy a gift for my parents?" he inquired. Xining nodded, fiddling with her pocket. "Haha, silly girl." Tang Yuan couldn't help but pat Xining's head, laughing. "My parents want for nothing. You needn't buy them gifts. There's no need to waste money, understood?" "But Xining struggled to find her words, feeling uncertain. It would be somewhat awkward to meet elders empty-handed for the first time. "All right. Don't feel nervous or embarrassed. My parents are the best in the world. There's nothing to fear. Besides, I'll be there with you." Tang Yuan reassured her softly. "But Xining mumbled, lowering her head. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if a thought struck her. "You. Wait for me a moment. I'll grab something from my dorm." With that, she unbuckled her seatbelt, flung open the car door, and dashed back upstairs. Her swift movement left Tang Yuan momentarily stunned. This silly girl truly runs quickly. It would be a shame if she didn't pursue sprinting as a sport. After waiting for a while, without seeing Xining return, Tang Yuan grew restless. He stepped out of the car to glance towards the girls' dormitory entrance. Could this silly girl be having second thoughts? He mused inwardly. Just then, Xining appeared at the entrance, jogging toward him, carrying a large bag. His curiosity piqued. "What do you have there?" Tang Yuan asked, noticing she was out of breath and feeling a pang of sympathy. He took some tissue from the car and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Silly girl, why the rush? I'm not going anywhere." "There's no need to hurry," Tang Yuan remarked, slightly exasperated. I was afraid you would get upset waiting," Xining admitted, looking down shyly. Tang Yuan paused, then asked, "Silly girl, are you afraid I might scold you?" Xining remained silent, her head bowed. "All right. You needn't worry about such things in the future. I won't scold you, I promise," Tang Yuan said, attempting to alleviate her worries. Xining's eyes brightened. Lifting her gaze to meet his, a smile unconsciously surfacing on her face. Tang Yuan, is it truly that joyous? Besides, I've never genuinely scolded you, have I? You're really such a silly girl. Does this rascal have no self-awareness? Does he not realize how he treats Xining? How shameless. Oh, silly girl. It turns out you have 2 little tiger teeth like Meijing. Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise, as if discovering a new continent. He had never noticed Xining's little tiger teeth before, primarily because she often kept her head down and seldom smiled, and when she did, it was without revealing her teeth. Hearing Tang Yuan's words, Xining shyly lowered her head. "Hey, you have 2 little tiger teeth. How adorable. However, if I ever want you to hold something, will you scratch me?" Tang Yuan mused aloud. Then he reconsidered. As long as he was careful, there would be no harm done. It'll be fine, he reassured himself. Xining, however, looked at him with a puzzled expression, completely oblivious to the implications of his words. How strange and mysterious, she thought. Tang Yuan, noticing Si Ning's bewildered gaze, quickly shifted the topic. Ahem, silly girl. What's in that bag of yours? Chapter 92. Bringing Si Ning home to meet the parent's eye. Si Ning was at a loss for words and directly opened the bag for Tang Yuan to see. Inside, there was a cross-stitch pillowcase and 2 knitted scarves. At the very bottom of the bag, there was a tightly wrapped black bag, the contents of which were unknown. What are these? Tang Yuan inquired, his expression one of confusion. The pillowcase is for you. The scarves are for my uncle and aunt. I knitted them myself. And these are pickled vegetables made by my uncle's family. I'm not sure if they will like them. Si Ning mumbled. Her head bowed and cheeks flushed. The pillowcase and scarves were of a neutral style and color, but given Tang Yuan's affluent family, she was uncertain whether they would appreciate such gifts. The pickled vegetables were a last-minute addition from her uncle that morning, intended to accompany steamed buns for meals. Although the gifts were modest, they represented the best she could offer. Despite their simplicity, the sincerity behind them was profound. Tang Yuan gazed at the naive girl before him, a warm current flowing through his heart. How could he not love such a silly girl? He gently caressed Si Ning's cheek and reassured her, "Don't worry. My parents will surely adore them." Do you like them? Si Ning asked shyly. Tang Yuan paused, then smiled. "I like them, of course. Especially because they come from you." Upon hearing his words, Si Ning's face turned even redder. Though it wasn't the first time Tang Yuan had expressed his affection for her, the words still made her feel bashful and elated. Si Ning nodded obediently. The first snowfall of 2002 arrived later than usual. At that moment, Tang Yuan's phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and saw that it was his mother calling. "Son, have you come back yet? Your mother has prepared the meals," came the voice of Lu Hua, Tang Yuan's mother. "Mom, I'm at school. I'm heading home with my classmates right now, so hurry up with dinner." Tang Yuan replied cheerfully into the phone. "All right then, I'll make something delicious for you. Come back soon," Lu Hua said with a smile. "Okay, Mom. I'm on my way back now, so I have to hang up. I'll be home shortly," Tang Yuan said before ending the call. "You heard that, right? My mom is already preparing dinner. We should hurry home," Tang Yuan said, looking at Si Ning after putting down his phone. Si Ning glanced at Tang Yuan, her cheeks still flushed. Her heart raced once more. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Tang Yuan smiled slightly. The two then got into the car, and with a roar, the engine came to life as Tang Yuan slowly drove out of the school. Approximately half an hour later, he parked in the lot of his residential complex. "All right, let's go," Tang Yuan said to Si Ning, who sat beside him. Si Ning replied, visibly tense, her hands clutching her sleeves. We've arrived, so get out and come with me. Even an unattractive bride must meet her in-laws, right?" Tang Yuan teased casually. Si Ning's face turned crimson. I'm scared. And I'm not an unattractive bride. I'm not even your bride yet," she said, feeling both anxious and wronged. I didn't mean you were truly unattractive. It was just a figure of speech, not a derogatory term." Tang Yuan shot her a look, slightly annoyed. "But I'm still scared. What should I do?" Si Ning's brow furrowed as she spoke. "All right, why be so nervous? My parents are really nice. You can rest assured. They are more understanding than most elders, so you really needn't worry," Tang Yuan comforted her, ruffling her hair gently. "Please, don't mess up my hair. I made an effort to style it," Si Ning said pitifully. Tang Yuan thought, are all women like this? Once they have to meet someone important, they become particularly concerned about their appearance. Even someone like Si Ning, who usually paid little attention to such matters, was not exempt. "All right, be a good girl. Quickly get out of the car. Don't keep my mom waiting," he said helplessly. "Oh." Si Ning felt frightened. But there was no turning back now. She nodded and exited the vehicle. Tang Yuan opened the trunk to retrieve his luggage, then took Si Ning's gift bag as they entered the elevator together. Inside the elevator, Si Ning kept her gaze fixed on her feet, revealing her extreme nervousness. "It's really all right. I'm not nervous when I visit your home. You should be like me," Tang Yuan said, holding her hand to provide comfort. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Tang Yuan let her out. After a few steps, they reached the entrance to his home. "Could you please let go of my hand?" Si Ning weakly requested. She felt it inappropriate to hold hands in front of Tang Yuan's parents. "Sure." Tang Yuan nodded, releasing her hand. Si Ning took a deep breath. Click. Tang Yuan pulled out his key to unlock the door. As he pushed it open, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air. "Mom, I'm home," Tang Yuan called out as soon as he entered. "Oh, why are you shouting? I knew you were back." Lu Hua's voice came from the kitchen. Ning looked at Tang Yuan, astonished by the casualness of his interaction with his parents, as if they were friends. Mom, I brought a classmate home, Tang Yuan said again. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Hua, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Mom, this is my classmate and deskmate, Ning, he introduced, pulling her closer. Lu Hua's eyes lit up upon seeing the beautiful girl. She had expected Tang Yuan to bring home a boy, not such a lovely young lady. Hello, hello. Lu Hua greeted warmly with a smile. Son, take your Ningyo to the sofa and watch some TV. Dinner will be ready soon, Lu Hua instructed as she returned to the kitchen, a cheerful expression on her face. Seeing his mother's delight, Tang Yuan shook his head in exasperation. Let us sit on the sofa for a bit, he suggested to the still-dazed Ning. Okay. Ning nodded absent-mindedly. Tang Yuan's mother's words had warmed her heart. She had called her Ningyo upon their first meeting. The two then settled on the sofa, and Tang Yuan took out his phone to call his father. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Spit it out quickly. I'm in a meeting, came the impatient voice of Tang Fei, his father. Dad, I'm back. Mom wants you to join us for dinner, Tang Yuan replied, feeling resigned. Well, I want to be coming home for dinner tonight. You all can eat first, Tang Fei remarked from the other end of the line. Father, I brought a classmate home. She's a girl, Tang Yuan casually added. What, a girl? I'm heading home right now, so please wait for me. Tang Fei immediately responded. Soon after, Tang Yuan heard the sounds of a meeting concluding, followed by the busy signal of the phone. Tang Yuan thought to himself, how swiftly his father's mood had shifted. Chapter 93. Ning steals a glance at Tang Yuan's little secret. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yuan let out a helpless smile. Ning's delicate face was slightly flushed, clearly indicating her nervousness. Silly girl, my dad will be back soon, he reassured her. Yes. Ning nodded. Do not worry, they are very kind and caring. Just don't be afraid. Tang Yuan continued to comfort her. Shall I take you to see my room? Noticing Ning's shyness, Tang Yuan decided to divert her attention. Without waiting for a reply, he took her hand and led her into his room. Once inside, he asked her to sit down while he went out to fetch the pillowcase Ning had given him. Curiously, Ning examined Tang Yuan's room. This was her first time entering a boy's room. Besides the bed, wardrobe, desk, and computer, the decor was minimalistic. Boys' rooms are usually like this, she thought. They tend not to be overly extravagant. Then, Ning noticed a picture frame beside the computer. Inside was a family photo, featuring a young Tang Yuan. She approached it, intrigued, and picked it up. In the photo, he looked like a baby, wearing only a diaper. Little chick, so tiny, the head isn't even showing. Ning couldn't help but smile at the sight. At that moment, Tang Yuan returned. Upon seeing Ning holding his childhood family photo with a smile on her face, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, she has seen me at my most vulnerable. He panicked internally. If she thought he was truly that small, what would happen? Is it beautiful? He asked, his face darkening. Ning, lost in her thoughts, was startled by his sudden voice, almost dropping the frame. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. I didn't see anything, she stammered. Tang Yuan, bemused, thought, this silly girl is quite bold. What more does she want to see? He decided to tease her. If you are so curious, perhaps I should show you something more current, he joked. Ning felt a wave of embarrassment and fear wash over her. No, I don't want to see, she protested weakly. Casting a timid glance at him, with a mischievous grin, Tang Yuan stepped closer to her, their proximity increasing. Ning lowered her gaze, her fair skin blushing like a rose, her heart racing. At such close quarters, Tang Yuan could see the minute pores on her face, their breaths mingling in the air, creating a tingling sensation. Please, don't come any closer, she whispered, her voice trembling. Are you inviting me over? He teased, pretending not to hear her plea. And no, she replied, her palms sweaty, her body tense. Tang Yuan felt a surge of desire, but restrained himself. Yet, he still wanted to provoke her a little. He wrapped his arms around her, lifting her and gently placing her on the bed, positioning himself above her. Realizing she could not resist, Ning shut her eyes in fear, her mind going blank. Just then, they were interrupted by the voice of Tang Yuan's mother, Lu Hua, from the doorway. Son, dinner is ready. You too. Her voice trailed off in shock. Tang Yuan turned to see his mother's wide-eyed stare, her mouth agape in disbelief. Ning opened her eyes, realizing Lu Hua was standing at the entrance. Her face turned an even darker shade of red, akin to a ripe shrimp, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Sorry to interrupt, you two carry on. Just ensure everything is safe, Lu Hua managed to say, awkwardly smiling as she retreated, closing the door behind her. Mom, it's not what you think. We are not, Tang Yuan called after her. But Lu Hua had already hurried to the living room. What did she mean by carry on? What did she mean by ensure safety? Tang Yuan sighed in exasperation. Once in the living room, Lu Hua released a sigh of relief, taking a deep breath to collect herself. The scene she had just witnessed was shocking. What had that girl's name been? Ah, Xining. Wasn't she the girl Tang Yuan had mentioned he wouldn't be disturbed during exam preparations? Now, they seem to have progressed quite far. Men, regardless of age, seem to have a knack for deception. She mused. It was important to make a good impression on Xining, especially since it was her first visit. Time truly flies. Her son was growing up so fast. Perhaps in a few years, she might even hold a grandchild. She chuckled to herself, feeling a sense of fondness for Xining, viewing her as the delicate kind of girl that would inspire a protective instinct in men. Meanwhile, in Tang Yuan's room, the atmosphere was awkwardly silent as they remained in their previous positions. A few minutes later, Tang Yuan finally collected himself, rising from Xining and sitting on the bed. It seems we've been misunderstood, or rather, my mom has misunderstood, he said, glancing at Xining with a helpless expression. If he had known they would be misunderstood, he would not have teased her. What should I do now? Xining looked pitiful, on the verge of tears. Chapter 94. Where's your girlfriend, you rascal? Don't worry, silly girl. I'll step outside and explain everything to my mom in a moment. They are quite understanding, so you can be at ease, Tang Yuan reassured her. I suppose that's all we can do, Xining replied, her face twisted in distress. She felt a tumult of emotions, half of her embarrassment and shame, and the other half a fear that Tang Yuan's mother would harbor a negative impression of her, deeming her an unrefined girl. All right, it's fine. Let us go outside now. Otherwise, my mother might think we were up to no good in here, Tang Yuan whispered to Xining. Considering his words, Xining nodded in agreement. The two then made their way to the living room, where Lu Hua had just finished a call with Tang Fei. Mom, about what just happened? Tang Yuan began, but was interrupted by his mother, who looked bewildered. What happened? Was there something going on? Tang Yuan could see through her attempt to mask her concern about the awkwardness between Xining and himself. Listen, Mom, it's really not what you think. I was just teasing Xining inside. We weren't doing anything inappropriate. You've misunderstood us, he explained, feeling helpless. Is that so? Well, I suppose I trust you both, Lu Hua said after a moment of contemplation, finally nodding. Tang Yuan felt exasperated, recognizing that his mother didn't truly believe him. What could possibly be going through her mind? Even if he wanted to be with Xining, he would at least have the decency to close and lock the door. Mom, please don't look at me like you don't believe me, he said, a touch of anger creeping into his voice. So I really did misunderstand you? Lu Hua asked, uncertainty evident in her tone. Yes, you misunderstood, Tang Yuan affirmed, nodding emphatically. Seeing Xining sitting next to him with a face so flushed it could rival a ripe tomato, Lu Hua decided to drop the subject. Xining, my apologies. It was Annie's fault for misunderstanding you both, she said kindly. Auntie, it's nothing, Xining hurriedly replied. Now, son, please tidy up the table and bring the dishes from the kitchen. Your father will be home soon, and we'll be having dinner shortly, Lu Hua instructed Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of bitterness. Why should he be the one to work while Xining sat idly? Was the favoritism really that blatant? He sighed, knowing he had no choice but to comply with the wishes of both women, one being his mother and the other, his future wife. With a resigned heart, Tang Yuan stood up to clear the dining table, gathering dishes and utensils. Meanwhile, Xining and Lu Hua had taken a seat together. Xining sat upright, her small hands fidgeting nervously on her lap, betraying her anxious state. Xining, how old are you this year? You must be about the same age as my son, Lu Hua inquired, holding Xining's hand with a warm smile. Auntie, I'm 18 this year, Xining replied shyly, her cheeks flushed. That is wonderful. My son is also 18. You share the same birth year. By the way, which month were you born in? Lu Hua continued to engage her. Auntie, I was born in July, Xining answered obediently. Oh, how coincidental. My son was also born in July. Haha, what a delightful fate. Lu Hua chuckled. Tang Yuan, who had been busy in the background, couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he overheard their conversation. Mom, could you please refrain from interrogating her like that? It's scaring Xining. She might never want to visit our home again, he complained to his mother. Go on, you child. What kind of talk is that? I'm just chatting with Xining, do you really think you can interrupt? Lu Hua shot back, annoyed. Mom, I'm not trying to criticize you. It's just that your questions are making Si Ning nervous. Look at her poor, anxious face. Tang Yuan insisted, determined to stand his ground. Lu Hua realized her son had a point, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Si Ning, did I truly frighten you? I apologize if I came off too strong. Please don't hold it against me, she said softly to Si Ning. No, not at all. I really enjoyed chatting with you. Si Ning quickly waved her hands, eager to reassure. Is that true? I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to get to know you better. Please, don't be afraid or anxious. Just consider this place your home, Lu Hua said warmly. Upon hearing this, Si Ning felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and her tension began to dissipate significantly. Thank you, Auntie. Si Ning smiled at Lu Hua. Silly child, there is no need for thanks. We will all be family from now on, so there is no need for such formalities, Lu Hua responded with a wide smile. Both Tang Yuan and Si Ning were momentarily taken aback by this statement. Si Ning's cheeks flushed anew, while Lu Hua realized she may have spoken too freely. Although she held that sentiment, her words carried a different implication. What I meant was, you should feel at home here, and that makes us family. So there's no need to be so formal. Lu Hua awkwardly corrected herself. Okay, understood, Si Ning nodded obediently. Just then, the front door swung open. Dear, you mentioned earlier that Tang Yuan brought his girlfriend home. Where is she? Tang Yuan's father, Tang Fei, asked as he entered. The room fell silent, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Particularly Si Ning, whose face turned as red as a cooked lobster. Tang Yuan and Lu Hua exchanged glances, both feeling the awkwardness of the moment. Ahem. Tang Yuan coughed, unable to suppress his discomfort, and turned to his father. Dad. Hey, you rascal, there you are. So, where's your little girlfriend? Tang Fei asked with a broad smile. Tang Yuan felt a wave of annoyance. Little girlfriend? It sounded as if he had a grand romantic partner. How could his parents be so oblivious regarding their future daughter-in-law? He glanced at Si Ning, who was shyly staring at the floor, her face still flushed. Dad, she's just my classmate. Please don't say things like that, Tang Yuan said, feeling exasperated. Tang Fei responded with a bemused silence. Chapter 95, The Transformation of Tang Yuan. Tang Fei was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? You little rascal, your mother just told me you brought home a daughter-in-law. Where is she? Where is my daughter-in-law? Tang Fei inquired again. Oh, you silly man. You haven't even had a drink. Why are you talking nonsense all the time? When did I ever mention such things to you? This is our son's classmate, Si Ning. Stop standing there. Hurry up and greet her. Lu Hua hurriedly spoke to avoid putting Si Ning in an awkward position, not giving Tang Fei a chance to respond. While it was true that she had spoken those words earlier, under the current circumstances, Tang Fei had to bear the brunt of it. After all, as a husband, helping his wife shoulder the blame was not too much to ask, right? Lu Hua reassured herself internally. Tang Fei. He was at a loss for words. Truly at a loss. What was going on? Seeing the situation, Si Ning stood up and timidly greeted Tang Fei. Hello, uncle. I am Si Ning, Tang Yuan's deskmate. Oh. Hello. Please have a seat. Tang Fei awkwardly smiled and invited Si Ning to sit down. He was filled with confusion, finding the name Si Ning quite familiar. After pondering for a while, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't she the girl his son had confessed to? Had he brought her home? Did that mean the confession was successful? Tang Fei couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Si Ning, nodding in satisfaction. In terms of both temperament and appearance, Si Ning was indeed an exceptional girl. He felt a sense of pride knowing his son had managed to win over such a remarkable young lady. This boy had a good eye, just like his father. A smile involuntarily crept onto Tang Fei's lips. However, upon witnessing his father's demeanor, Tang Yuan could only shake his head in resignation, knowing it could only lead to trouble. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward for a moment. Now that everyone is here, let us get up and eat, Lu Hua announced. Son, have you brought out all the dishes? Yes, everything is ready. We just need to serve the rice, Tang Yuan replied. All right, then let us head to the dining table. With that, she took Si Ning by the hand and walked towards the table, followed by Tang Yuan and his father. As everyone settled down, the dinner spread was quite sumptuous, featuring Tang Yuan's favorite braised fish and dompa pork among other delicacies. Concerned that Si Ning might be too shy to serve herself, Tang Yuan deliberately sat next to her. Si Ning, all these dishes are what my son likes to eat. I wonder what you enjoy, Lu Hua said apologetically. If I had known you were coming, I would have asked you what you wanted to eat. I like everything. I'm not picky. Ning replied softly. As she surveyed the array of dishes, Ning felt astonished. Such meals were rarely available even during the new year at her home. Yet here they were, mere home-cooked fare. Well, as long as you don't mind. Come, try my cooking, how is it? Lu Hua said with a smile, serving a piece of braised pork into Ning's bowl. Thank you. Wow, this is delicious. It's the best braised pork I've ever had. Ning expressed her gratitude, savoring a small piece and praising Lu Hua's culinary skills. Haha, this child has such a sweet tongue. I like that. If it's delicious, eat as much as you like. Lu Hua beamed with joy. Thank you, Auntie. Ning nodded obediently. Oh dear, why are you being so polite? I told you to treat this place like your own home. Lu Hua playfully chided. Ning, feeling shy, could only nod her head. Lu Hua found Ning's delicate demeanor increasingly endearing. She realized that such well-mannered and innocent girls were hard to come by these days. She couldn't fathom how her son had managed to meet someone like her. In her heart, Ning had already become her top choice for a daughter-in-law. As Tang Fei enjoyed his meal, he discreetly observed Ning and felt quite satisfied with her. If he were 20 years younger, he would undoubtedly choose a girl like Ning. Thus, the group finished their dinner in a warm atmosphere. As Lu Hua began to clear the table, Ning felt she should lend a hand. Auntie, please go rest. I can clean up the table, she offered. Your cooking was so delicious tonight. Even better than at a restaurant. Haha. Ninger, you really know how to flatter. If you enjoyed it, come over more often on weekends with my son. No need to help. Just sit on the couch. I'll have him wash an apple for you. Lu Hua said with a smile. Turning to Tang Yuan, she instructed. Son, take Ninger over to rest and wash her an apple. An apple after dinner aids digestion. Tang Yuan turned to look and said, Ning, come here. Let my mom handle the cleanup. And no, I can't let Annie do all the work, Ning replied, unusually direct. Tang Yuan was taken aback and walked over to pat her head. All right, Mom, you take Ning over and wash her an apple. I'll handle the cleanup here. He then snatched the cloth from Lu Hua's hands and began wiping the table. Lu Hua couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, son, you never did chores before. Who knew you'd become so diligent just for your classmate? Not bad, not bad. You're quite considerate. She felt pleased with her son's actions. She led Ning to the couch and then cut an apple for her, handing it over. Thank you, Auntie, Ning said, accepting the apple and nodding obediently. She couldn't help but glance at Tang Yuan, who was tidying up. At that moment, a warm sensation flowed through her heart, a feeling she recognized as being touched. While wiping the table, Tang Yuan caught Ning looking at him and made a silly face, causing her cheeks to flush. This rascal can be quite amusing at times, Ning thought, her heart fluttering with delight. Ning, where's your home? Tang Fei, satisfied with his future daughter-in-law, asked. I live in Liangtuan, Pama Town. Ning replied timidly. Oh, that place. It's quite far from here. When I was young, I visited there once. I can't recall why. But it was a nice area, Tang Fei remarked. Upon hearing her husband's words, Lu Hua shot him a glance. You've been there? I suspect that was your first time hearing about it. But it's good that you can say that. It was well known that Pama Town belonged to Masan County, the only county in Shanghai City that had not yet escaped poverty. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a remote and impoverished area. Chapter 96. The gift from Ning. After a pleasant exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Half an hour later, Tang Yuan finally completed his tasks. He observed Ning engaging in delightful conversation with his parents, her face occasionally graced with sweet smiles. It was the first time he had seen so much joy radiating from her. As he approached, he said to his parents, Mom, Dad, Ning has prepared gifts for you. Allow me to fetch them. With that, he turned to find the items Ning had brought. Gifts? Tang Fei and Lu Hua exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual excitement. It was indeed a present from their future daughter-in-law. Who wouldn't cherish that? Oh, Ning, your presence alone brings us immense joy. There's no need for gifts. You're still a student. Why would you buy presents for us old folks? Lu Hua remarked playfully, though anyone could see the genuine delight on her face. She was truly happy. Auntie, I made these myself. They didn't cost anything. Ning replied softly with a smile. At that moment, Tang Yuan returned, carrying the gifts Ning had prepared. Tang Fei and Lu Hua instinctively turned their attention to the bag in his hands. Tang Yuan settled onto the sofa, placing the items before his parents. Mom, Dad. These are scarves hand-knitted by Ning, he announced, draping one around his mother's neck. Lu Hua's face lit up with joy. She felt utterly blessed. He then adorned his father with another scarf. Xining, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This scarf surpasses anything available in stores, Lu Hua exclaimed with a smile. Yes, Uncle and Auntie, I knitted this myself, and I hope you like it, Xining said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Of course, Annie would love it. With this scarf. I wonder if you feel cold this winter, Lu Hua replied. Xining, it's unexpected that not only are you beautiful, but you also possess such knitting skills. You are truly a gem in today's society. There are hardly any young women who knit anymore. Your uncle and I are immensely grateful for your thoughtful gift. Lu Hua grasped Xining's hand, beaming with delight. Indeed, the scarf is wonderful. Uncle and Auntie genuinely appreciate it, Tang Fei added, nodding in agreement. I'm glad you like it. There's no need for thanks, Xining responded, waving her hands dismissively. Noticing Tang Yuan reaching into the bag for another item, Lu Hua inquired curiously, oh, what other treasures are hidden within? This is homemade pickled vegetables from Xining's family. She specifically brought it for you to try. Tang Yuan explained. I've tasted it at Xining's home, and it's quite delicious. His tone was respectful, clearly indicating this was a heartfelt gesture from Xining, and he had already sampled it and found it delightful. The subtext was clear, please do not be offended. Tang Yuan's parents, being perceptive individuals, understood their son's intentions. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded, then shifted their focus to the jar of pickles. Tang Yuan opened it, allowing his parents to inspect the contents. Wow, these pickles look absolutely scrumptious. Look at that golden color. You can't find this kind of pickle outside. It would surely enhance the flavor of porridge in the morning, Lu Hua remarked. Xining, you're so considerate. Your uncle and I truly enjoy this. Lu Hua spoke with sincere warmth, making it impossible for anyone to feel uncomfortable. Although she personally did not eat pickled vegetables, nor did the Tang family, they would not waste Xining's thoughtful gift. They would certainly enjoy it, though the gift may not have been extravagant. The sentiment behind it was palpable. When giving gifts, it is often the thoughtfulness that matters most, rather than the material value. Auntie, Uncle, please don't feel obliged. I don't have much, just this, so I wanted you to try it, Xining said earnestly. Yes, yes. Annie is very pleased, Lu Hua replied kindly. After Tang Yuan carefully stored the items away, the group continued their conversation. As the clock on the wall ticked towards 8 in the evening, Tang Yuan realized it was getting late, and they had classes the following day. After a long day, he hoped to send Xining back to school to rest. Mom, Dad, I'll take Xining back to school now. We have classes tomorrow, he announced. What? Lu Hua exclaimed, glancing at the clock in surprise. Well, it's already 8 o'clock. It is indeed late. Well, in that case, let your father drive Xining back to school, Lu Hua suggested casually. Right. It's troublesome to take a taxi now. I'll drive Xining back, Tang Fei added with a smile. Parents, it's unnecessary. I can take Xining back myself, Tang Yuan insisted, declining their offer. Lu Hua assumed her son was concerned for Xining's comfort and suggested. Why don't you go with your father? This way, you both can chat on the way back, and it won't be too dull. Tang Fei nodded, echoing her sentiment. Mom, I'll drive Xining back myself. I have my own car, Tang Yuan replied, rolling his eyes at his parents. Huh? Drive? Tang Fei and Lu Hua exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with confusion. What was their son up to? Could he even drive? Did he have a license? Son, you're saying you will drive? Lu Hua asked incredulously. Yes, indeed, Tang Yuan replied, shrugging with a smile. At this point, I don't wish to keep it from you any longer. I've obtained my driver's license, and I have a car, currently borrowing one from the Qin family. My own will arrive in a few days. Seeing the puzzled looks on his parents' faces deepen, he knew he couldn't explain everything right away. Don't look at me like that. I'll explain when I return. Just rest easy, for now. I'm taking Xining back to school, he said in one breath, cutting off any chance for his parents to interject. Tang Fei and Lu Hua were left speechless. Chapter 97. You must accept that Xining quietly observed everything unfolding around her. Her heart filled with confusion as to why Tang Yuan's parents were unaware of his ability to drive. Yet, she refrained from voicing her questions. Mom and Dad. We are leaving now, Tang Yuan said, pulling Xining toward the door. Auntie, Uncle, I'll head back to school first. Xining nodded at Tang Yuan's parents. Subsequently, she was led away by Tang Yuan. Hey, wait a moment, son. Lu Hua called out hurriedly from behind. As they reached the doorway, Tang Yuan turned back, puzzled, to look at his mother. Please wait a few minutes. I have something for Xining, Lu Hua said with a smile before swiftly returning to her bedroom. Tang Yuan, unsure of his mother's intentions, cast a questioning glance at his father. What are you looking at me for? I have no idea what your mother is up to, Tang Yuan's father shrugged, responding, just wait. You'll find out soon enough. Before long, Lu Hua emerged from her room. She approached Si Ning with a warm smile. Ninger, since this is your first visit, I don't have much to offer, but please accept this red envelope as a token. Lu Hua produced a plump red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Si Ning, who was taken aback by this gesture. This, I can't accept it. Si Ning stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, she quickly regained her composure and shyly said, Auntie, I really cannot take this. Seeing Si Ning's reluctance, Lu Hua gently explained, Ninger, you must accept this red envelope. It's customary in our culture. When a younger person visits for the first time, the elders are expected to bestow a red envelope as a sign of goodwill. If you refuse, it implies dissatisfaction with our family. Si Ning was momentarily at a loss. Not expecting such a peculiar tradition, she held a favorable view of Tang Yuan's family, yet accepting the red envelope felt profoundly embarrassing, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Tang Yuan, noticing Si Ning's distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Silly girl, just take it. It's a gift from the elders, and one should not refuse. He encouraged her. Si Ning glanced at him, realizing he was serious, and reluctantly accepted the envelope. Thank you, Auntie, she said, her gaze lowered in shyness. That's a good child. No need to thank me. It's only proper. Do make sure to visit often. And if that rascal Tang Yuan dares to bully you at school, just let me know, and I'll take care of him, Lu Hua said, warmly grasping Si Ning's hand. Si Ning diverted her gaze to Tang Yuan, who stood by looking disinterested, then returned her attention to Lu Hua. I understand, Auntie. I'll be going now. Goodbye, Annie and Uncle. She nodded, repeating her farewell. Tang Yuan took Si Ning's hand, and they departed. Meanwhile, back at Tang Yuan's home, Tang Fei and Lu Hua were sitting on the sofa, exchanging bewildered glances. You don't even know when your son got his driver's license? And he borrowed old Qin's car without your knowledge? He just mentioned he bought a car, and you didn't know that either? Lu Hua bombarded her husband with questions. Tang Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I'm at the office every day. How could I possibly know all this? You don't even know what's happening at home, yet you turn around and question me? Isn't that absurd? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. How would I know? That rascal has so many secrets. Tang Fei replied, exasperated. How can you be so oblivious? Is this how a father should behave? Lu Hua glared at him, reprimanding him loudly. Tang Fei sighed inwardly, realizing he had no ground to argue. I can't believe I'm not even allowed to speak about my own son. He lamented internally. In this household, he discovered he held the least authority. I'm supposedly the pillar of this family, he thought, feeling a deep sense of despair. At this moment, Tang Yuan and Si Ning had already entered the car. Tang Yuan tenderly fastened Si Ning's seatbelt for her. Having grown accustomed to his attentiveness, Si Ning no longer blushed at such gestures. She held the heavy red envelope that Tang Yuan's mother had given her, the weight of it pressing heavily on her conscience. I can't accept this, she said weakly, extending the envelope back towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? He asked, observing Si Ning with a serious expression. I cannot take this red envelope, she murmured, her eyes cast downward. Why can't you take it? It's a gift from my mom. Just accept it. Besides, didn't she say it's a custom here? Tang Yuan replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. I understand, but I feel embarrassed accepting it. It seems unfair. Si Ning looked up earnestly at Tang Yuan. You must accept the red envelope. There is no room for negotiation, Tang Yuan stated flatly. Why? Si Ning's face reflected her confusion. Do you even know what this custom signifies? He asked. No, Si Ning shook her head, bewildered. Tang Yuan, unable to scold this naive girl, softened his tone and explained, this tradition has existed for ages. When a future daughter-in-law visits for the first time, if the parents of the son are pleased with her, they offer a red envelope as a sign of acceptance and blessing. Chapter 98. The transformation of Si Ning. Will you accept this red envelope or not? Tang Yuan inquired, gazing intently at Si Ning, articulating each word deliberately. At his words, Si Ning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Their proximity allowed Tang Yuan to discern the delicate blush that graced her neck, exuding an irresistibly alluring aura. He found himself nearly overcome with the urge to draw nearer and steal a kiss. An unexpected thought flickered through his mind. What if he planted strawberries on Si Ning? Si Ning, overwhelmed with shyness, lowered her gaze. Observing her demeanor, Tang Yuan decided it prudent to refrain from mentioning the red envelope again. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the car sped away from the neighborhood, racing towards the school. May I ask you something? Xining broke her usual silence during their journey. Tang Yuan paused, a smile breaking across his face. Of course, feel free to ask. After a moment's hesitation, Xining ventured. Why do Annie and Uncle seem unaware that you can drive and possess a license? Her inquiry stemmed from concern, fearing Tang Yuan might be driving without a license. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. However, upon reflection, a sense of joy welled up within him. Xining's willingness to ask such a question suggested she no longer regarded him as a stranger. He could sense her palpable concern. Well, you see, I am somewhat headstrong and tend to keep things from them. It's only natural they remain unaware. You are the first to know about my driving skills and my business, Tang Yuan explained as he maneuvered the vehicle. I'm the first to know, Xining murmured, repeating his words softly. I'll inform my parents tonight. They ought to know what kind of person their son is, Tang Yuan continued. Oh, Xining nodded, her expression brightening. Since you are aware now, could you promise me something? He asked. What is it? Xining replied, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Could you perhaps refrain from being so frugal in the future? Tang Yuan said, exasperation evident in his tone. Xining lowered her head, visibly flustered. What do you mean, It's unnecessary for you to be so stingy. I'm not short of money. Just spend freely. I need a spendthrift by my side. By the way, you must take a hot shower when you return tonight, understood? He said with utmost seriousness. Xining was taken aback by such peculiar demands. This rogue actually wants a spendthrift companion? She lamented inwardly, feeling utterly incapable of complying. Oh, I understand, she replied, her face a picture of grievance. Please, don't be harsh with me in the future. Hey, you're wronging me. When have I ever been harsh with you? Tang Yuan retorted, shooting her an incredulous look. Watch the road. Drive safely. Xining exclaimed, startled by his distraction as he turned to face her. Tang Yuan redirected his attention to the road. You mustn't claim I'm harsh. If my mother hears that, she'll surely scold me. Xining pondered, realizing that this fellow actually feared her mother. But you mustn't be harsh with me anymore, she said softly. Fine. He conceded, amused by her newfound assertiveness. Once upon a time, she would have been too timid to speak so boldly. It was amusing to see her challenge him now, despite his not having been harsh at all. However, as he glanced at her delicate visage, any lingering annoyance dissipated. All right, don't look so pitiful. I won't be harsh with you anymore, he promised. Xining's expression brightened, her previously furrowed brow now relaxed, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Tang Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment at how increasingly elusive Xining was becoming. It seemed he was on the verge of being ensnared by her charms. Before long, they arrived at Shanghai High School. The familiar old doorman greeted them with a cheerful smile, immediately opening the gate upon seeing Tang Yuan. He exchanged warm pleasantries with the doorman, contemplating bringing him a couple of cigarettes on his way back, as he still had a few packs of the finest in the car. Soon, Tang Yuan parked at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. We've arrived, silly girl, he stated casually. I'll head back now, Xining replied obediently, preparing to exit the vehicle. Wait. He pressed down on her shoulder gently. Xining jumped, her face turning a deep shade of red. How could this silly girl blush so easily? Tang Yuan leaned closer, and Xining felt a rush of nervousness, her heart pounding audibly in the confined space. As he unbuckled her seatbelt, he chided, You can't just jump out of the car without unfastening your seatbelt. Oh, thank you. Xining's face was flushed with embarrassment. Moments ago, she had thought he intended to engage in something inappropriate within the confines of the car, something that would cause it to shake. But now, she realized his intentions were simply to assist her in freeing herself from the seatbelt. She had misjudged him once again. I should head back now, Xining murmured softly, eager to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Can't you wait just a bit longer? Why the rush? Tang Yuan replied. Xining, uncertain of his intentions, complied and settled back into the passenger seat. Such a silly girl. Tang Yuan observed her with a teasing smile. Xining turned to meet his gaze, her heart racing. As their eyes locked, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, unable to maintain eye contact with him. Her gaze drifting away. Today, when my parents inquired about your family, please don't take it to heart. They were merely expressing their concern. It's common for elders to do so, Tang Yuan explained, hoping to assuage any potential negative impressions Xining might have of his parents. I understand. Auntie and uncle are very kind. I can sense their genuine concern. Xining nodded, her cheeks still flushed as she spoke softly. Tang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him and could not resist reaching out to gently pat Xining's head. She remained compliant, not pulling away or stiffening. It was evident she had begun to acclimate to his affectionate gestures. Chapter 99, Not intentionally taking advantage of you after a moment. Tang Yuan withdrew his hand and gently clasped Xining's small hand. Although her hand was soft, it felt icy cold. Why is it so cold? Are you feeling chilly? Tang Yuan frowned as he spoke. He recalled how, when he had slept at Xining's house, her little feet had also been extraordinarily cold. What could be the reason for this? Xining looked quite healthy and certainly did not appear to be ill. I'm not cold. I've always been like this since childhood. Xining replied softly, her cheeks flushed. Well then, let me warm your hands, Tang Yuan said, decisively holding her hand, bringing it to his lips and exhaling gently upon it. He then began to rub it lightly. Xining felt a rush of warmth and her shyness deepened. She lowered her head, remaining silent. Silly girl, don't get any wrong ideas. I am a man of integrity, not intentionally taking advantage of you. My sole intention is to help warm your hands, Tang Yuan said with a mischievous grin. Xining thought, this rogue is just trying to clear his name. It seems that a rogue is still a rogue. Just because he claims he isn't taking advantage of me doesn't mean he isn't. The more she pondered, the more her cheeks flushed, her head bowing even lower. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, having relished the moment, felt quite pleased within his heart. The two remained quietly together, neither speaking. After several minutes, Tang Yuan finally broke the silence. All right, silly girl, you should head back. Remember, you must take warm showers, not cold ones, understood? He withdrew his hand and addressed Xining earnestly. I understand. Xining nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Then you should go. Tang Yuan smiled. Then I shall take my leave. Drive carefully on your way back. Don't go too fast. Xining stood by the car door, looking at Tang Yuan with concern. Okay, Tang Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback, then agreed. Xining was increasingly resembling a devoted wife. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Seeing Tang Yuan acquiesce brought genuine joy to Xining's heart, and a gentle smile unconsciously graced her face. Tang Yuan watched as Xining entered the girl's dormitory before finally averting his gaze and driving home. The moment Tang Yuan's gaze shifted, Xining glanced back at the direction he had departed. Only after his car had vanished from sight did she turn and walk back to her dormitory. Tang Yuan drove to the school entrance, retrieving 2 boxes of cigarettes from his car and stopping at the gate. Old Wang, he called out to the security guard. The window of the security booth opened, and Old Wang poked his head out. Isn't this little Tang? What brings you here? Didn't I leave the gate open for you? Old Wang asked, bewildered. Yes, I know. That's not what I wanted to discuss. Here, Old Wang. I found these cigarettes that are particularly enjoyable. I've brought you 2 boxes, Tang Yuan said as he handed over the prepared cigarettes. Old Wang hesitated for a moment. Though he had never smoked the brand, he was aware of its price, 100 yuan per pack. A conflicted expression spread across his aged face as he pondered whether to accept them. Come on, Old Wang, don't be polite. Just take them. I have something to attend to, so I'll be on my way, Tang Yuan urged, noticing Old Wang's internal struggle. Reluctantly, Old Wang accepted with a smile. Thank you, little Tang. After receiving the cigarettes, his face brightened with joy. It's nothing. Just a small token. I'll be off now. Tang Yuan replied with a grin. All right, drive slowly, you rascal. Old Wang laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. As Tang Yuan waved goodbye and drove away, Old Wang mused. This kid may be a rich second generation, but he is quite a decent fellow. Meanwhile, as Tang Yuan exited the campus, he realized that from now on, he could drive freely in and out of the school. This was precisely the outcome he desired. With a buoyant heart, he pressed the accelerator, propelling his car swiftly home. Before long, Tang Yuan parked his car in the parking lot of his community. After exiting the vehicle, he took the elevator up to his apartment. Click. As he opened the door, he found his parents staring intently at him, their expressions resembling that of ancient officials preparing to hold court. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension. Why are you both still awake? He asked while changing his shoes. No one responded, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Tang Fei and Lu Huan merely continued to scrutinize their son. Tang Yuan realized he could not evade their inquiry tonight. In truth, he had long wanted to clarify the situation with his parents, though he didn't intend to disclose everything. Revealing the full truth might frighten them excessively, and he himself would find it hard to cope. Mom and Dad, your gaze is quite unsettling. I feel rather scared, Tang Yuan said, raising his hands in a mock display of innocence. Stop the nonsense and come sit down. We have some questions for you, Tang Fei admonished, glaring at his son. All right. I'll change my shoes first, Tang Yuan replied resignedly. Once he had changed, Tang Yuan sat on the couch under the watchful eyes of his parents. Well, what do you wish to ask? I'll answer truthfully, he said with a wry smile. Lu Hua and Tang Fei exchanged a glance and nodded. Tell us, when did you go for your driving test? And when did you borrow the car? Tang Fei inquired. I took the driving test a while back when I had some free time. As for the car, I've had it for some time now. They have plenty of cars in their family, so it's fine for me to borrow one, right? Tang Yuan replied quietly. His words were half-truths, and there were no apparent flaws in his explanation. His parents likely wouldn't delve too deeply into the matter, so he felt secure in his response. Wait a minute. You just got your license recently, yet you're driving every day? Aren't you being a bit reckless? Lu Hua's concern left Tang Yuan feeling helpless. He shrugged and replied, Once I have my license, driving is legal and compliant. What is wrong with driving every day if I want to? Tang Fei. Lu Hua. Well, he does make a compelling argument. They found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 100, The Showdown. Just don't faint. Tang Fei and Lu Hua exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. But wait, where did you acquire the funds for your driver's license? A flash of insight illuminated Tang Fei's mind, revealing the crux of the matter. Tang Yuan regarded his parents with a bemused smile, warning. If I were to reveal the truth, brace yourselves. Don't faint on me now. Brat, spit it out. If you dare to keep us in suspense, you'll face the consequences at home, Tang Fei admonished, casting a stern glare at his son. Tang Yuan, recognizing his father's temperament, refrained from further jesting. While the consequences might not be severe, a swift kick was certainly not off the table. The thing is, I not only obtained my driver's license, but I also purchased a car. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Hua's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Son, where on earth did you get the money? Tang Fei's demeanor shifted as he stepped closer to Tang Yuan, fixing him with an intense gaze. At your age, where did you earn this money? If you've resorted to any illegal activities for it, watch how I uphold justice against my own flesh and blood. Tang Yuan, witnessing his parents' reactions, felt a twinge of exasperation, particularly at his father's spittle flying in his direction. Wiping his face, he responded, I'm an upstanding citizen. Please refrain from making unfounded accusations. By the way, you must have seen the recent news about the 500 million lottery win in Shanghai, right? Yes, we have. But what does that have to do with you? Tang Fei replied casually, noticing a smirk creeping onto Tang Yuan's lips. Lu Hua's mind began to race with possibilities. Son, you're not implying that the winner is you, are you? She asked, disbelief etched on her face. Pfft. If I had won several hundred million, I'd eat the sofa. Tang Fei scoffed, casting a disapproving look at his wife, then turning to Tang Yuan with disdain. At this, Tang Yuan couldn't help but glance at the sofa. Who would have thought his father had such peculiar tastes? Ahem, Dad, do you enjoy eating sofas? He teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Tang Fei scrutinized his son's expression, sensing a confidence that made him uneasy. As realization dawned upon him, shock washed over his features. Could it be that the winner truly is you? Tang Yuan nodded. Lu Hua leapt from the sofa, grabbing her son's shoulders in excitement. Son, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Is this for real? Tang Fei's excitement mirrored that of Lu Hua, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Yuan, slightly dizzy from the commotion, found his parents' exuberance perfectly reasonable. Mom, please stop shaking me. If you keep it up, I might just serve you dinner, he quipped. Exasperation creeping into his tone, Lu Hua chuckled sheepishly, finally calming down. Once they settled back onto the sofa, Tang Yuan continued. I took the driving test before winning the lottery. Getting a license isn't too costly. I simply saved a bit from the allowance you provided. After winning, I bought a car. What kind of car? How much did it cost? Lu Hua inquired. Well, it was too expensive, just over $1 million. I bought a Range Rover. Dad should be familiar with that model, Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly. What? Just over $1 million? Lu Hua was taken aback. How could her son speak so casually about such a lavish expenditure? Was this what they meant by a sudden influx of wealth? Ahem. Don't get too excited, Mom. I have even more explosive news for you. What else could there be? Lu Hua was caught between disbelief and eagerness. Tang Fei. Let us see what else this rascal has been hiding from us, he said, his demeanor now composed. Hearing her husband's steady tone, Lu Hua began to regain her composure. After a deep breath, she exhaled, finally calming her emotions. Tang Yuan noted their reactions, feeling a mix of resignation and anticipation. He had anticipated this response and had initially intended to keep it under wraps. But now, it was nearly impossible to conceal any longer. Seizing the opportunity, he declared, "I've also started a company. Your son is the proud owner of New Wolf Media." With that proclamation, both Lu Hua and Tang Fei could no longer remain seated. "What? You've started a company? And it's New Wolf Media, one of the 4 major film enterprises in Long Country?" They leapt from their seats in disbelief. This was beyond comprehension. How could their 18-year-old son possibly own a company? They gazed at him with wide eyes, astonished. "Well, let us take a moment to process this." Tang Yuan anticipated their reaction, remaining calm and patient. He chose to wait for his parents to regain their senses. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. 5 minutes passed before Tang Fei was the first to break the stillness. His son's revelation had truly left them astounded. He pondered what other secrets his son might be harboring. Finally, Lu Hua emerged from her stupor, her mind still grappling with Tang Yuan's revelations. Surely, anyone in her position would be left in disbelief. "Are you both feeling all right?" Tang Yuan ventured, attempting to ease the tension. "Remarkable. You truly are something else." Tang Fei offered his son an approving thumbs up for the first time. Having worked tirelessly his entire life to establish a modest factory, he had to take out loans even to purchase an Audi A6. Now his son had become the head of a renowned enterprise, purchasing a Range Rover outright. He felt a genuine sense of admiration. At this moment, fate seemed to command a certain reverence. "No, I still can't fully believe it. Honey, give me a slap." Lu Hua suddenly turned to her husband. "Tang Fei." He hesitated, even at his wife's peculiar request. If he did, he might end up in trouble later. Seeing her husband's reluctance, Lu Hua demanded, "What are you waiting for? Go on, hit me." "Why would I do that?" Tang Fei retorted, baffled. "I need to know if this is real or if I'm dreaming. If I feel pain, then it's not a dream." Lu Hua insisted. "Mom, you could just hit Dad. If he feels pain, it would prove if this is a dream," Tang Yuan suggested, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Lu Hua's face lit up with inspiration, and she promptly delivered a sharp slap to her husband. Tang Fei. Chapter 101. Tang Yuan's determination. Tang Fei was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? With a pained expression, he covered his face and looked at Lu Hua, his eyes brimming with grievance. "Darling, does it hurt?" Lu Hua inquired. Tang Fei could only respond with an unspoken expletive. But he dared not voice it. "It hurts. Truly, it does," he replied with a bitter countenance. "So the pain indicates that this is real," Lu Hua muttered to herself. Tang Fei was left speechless. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, witnessing his father's predicament, could not suppress his laughter. Upon hearing his son's mirth, a surge of anger ignited within Tang Fei. He shot a fiery glare at Tang Yuan, his eyes ablaze with indignation. The implication was unmistakable. "You little rascal. If you dare to betray me, just wait and see." Feeling the murderous intent emanating from his father, Tang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly suppressed his laughter. With a cold snort, Tang Fei demanded, "You little brat. Didn't you say you won 500 million in the lottery? Where on earth is that money?" At this, Lu Hua's attention was also piqued. "Yes, where is the money?" she echoed, her gaze now fixed on their son. Well, I spent it," Tang Yuan confessed, seeing the potential for another outburst from his parents. He quickly added, "But don't worry, I haven't spent it all." Naturally, he had no intention of handing over all the money to his parents, for he would need some for himself as well. "Spent it. How much did you spend?" Lu Hua asked. The lottery winnings were over 500 million. But after taxes, it's just over 400 million. I bought a car and a stake in Xinlong Media. The car cost over $1 million, which is negligible, while the shares in Xinlong Media cost over 300 million. Now, I have just a little over 100 million left." Tang Yuan hesitated before explaining. This meant he could retain over 300 million for himself. As for the company's shares, although they were a gift from the system, they were still his company, weren't they? Therefore, Tang Yuan felt justified in his statements to his parents. Most importantly, he believed that having over 100 million would ensure his father's company would not face bankruptcy in the future. Lu Hua and Tang Fei were momentarily rendered speechless. To think he had spent over 300 million, that was an amount most people would take a lifetime to earn, squandered by their own son. Feeling embarrassed under his parents' incredulous stares, Tang Yuan coughed awkwardly and said, I assure you, this isn't reckless spending. The car, while over 1 million is quite modest for a billionaire like me. And the company, I can utilize it for profit. Lu Hua remained silent, while Tang Fei pondered his son's words. Investing over 300 million in a company would surely yield returns, even with closed eyes. After all, the company had already gained some notoriety. With numerous popular young stars and talented singers under its banner, this was Tang Yuan's future capital for profit. Suddenly, Lu Hua and Tang Fei perceived their son in a new light, as if he were not of this world. Tang Yuan continued, "Tomorrow, I will transfer the money into your names. To be precise, it will go into your name, Mom." He glanced at his father, then turned back to his mother with a grin. "This way, our family will be secure. Even if Dad's factory were to close, it wouldn't matter." Tang Fei's temper flared at this remark. His factory, built from the ground up through immense toil, was not to be dismissed lightly. Though Tang Yuan's words were spoken in jest, they still struck a nerve. "You little rascal! Have you grown wings, or are you simply itching for trouble? Do you have any idea how much I have suffered to achieve what I have? Your luck is commendable, but if you lack restraint, you will squander this fortune." "Dad, don't get angry. Hiki, I was merely using it as a metaphor. Please calm down," Tang Yuan replied sheepishly, secretly recalling the dire circumstances following his father's factory's bankruptcy in his previous life. Now that he had money, even if bankruptcy were to occur, he would not fear. He breathed a sigh of relief internally. Tang Fei's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally snorted, choosing not to say more. Regardless, this money was indeed real. A windfall can indeed uplift one's spirits. Lu Hua then smiled. "Son, technically speaking, we shouldn't take your money, but your spending is alarmingly rapid. Let your mother manage it for you. Just let me know when you need it." "Mom, this money is for you. Keep it as a family reserve. If anything were to happen in the future, this money will be our safety net," Tang Yuan earnestly conveyed. "Moreover, I assure you that the company I invested in will be profitable, so rest assured." Lu Hua nodded in agreement with her son's words. However, Tang Fei interjected. "You little brat, let me ask you this. Aren't you still in school? How do you manage that company?" Well, large companies have specialized personnel to manage them. As a major shareholder and boss, I only need to collect the profits. I own 70% of the shares, so I'm the actual controlling stakeholder, and I'm not worried about any foul play," Tang Yuan explained. "Oh," Tang Fei nodded. Recalling his own experiences in running a company, where he had to be involved in every detail, he suddenly felt a twinge of envy for his son's seemingly effortless position. This little rascal has it easy as a boss. It's truly frustrating how some people have it so much easier than others. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment as Tang Yuan's parents absorbed the revelations of the evening. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had something else weighing on his mind. After a brief hesitation, he spoke up. "Mom, Dad, there's one more thing I wish to discuss with you." "What is it? Are you hiding something from us?" Lu Hua and Tang Fei suddenly grew anxious, their hearts racing with anticipation as they looked at their son. Tonight, each revelation from Tang Yuan had been increasingly shocking, leaving no room for their excitement to wane. Mom and Dad, please don't get too excited. Stay calm. Stay calm. This matter isn't anything too outrageous. It concerns Si Ning," Tang Yuan said, looking quite helpless. Phew. Upon hearing their son's words, they finally relaxed. As long as it wasn't something too absurd, they could handle it. They both fixed their gaze on Tang Yuan, eager to hear what he had to say. After a long sigh, Tang Yuan continued. "Si Ning is the girl I confessed to in class before, as you may recall. Her family situation is quite dire. Her father fell into gambling before she was born, but he has only recently turned over a new leaf. Si Ning grew up with her mother, and their lives have been exceptionally tough. At school, her meals are barely adequate, just pickles and steamed buns. As for her clothes, she only gets a new one every few years. Otherwise, she wears her school uniform. The new clothes she wore today were something I insisted on buying for her. A few days ago, I visited a friend's house, which happens to be hers. At that time, her mother was gravely ill, but thankfully, she has since recovered. Dear Mom and Dad, I am uncertain how you will react upon learning about the circumstances of the Si family. However, I must express my feelings. I am fond of Si Ning, and her family's background or whether she hails from the countryside is of no consequence to me. I have resolved to cherish her for the entirety of my life. I would not accept any other woman, even if offered freely. I sincerely hope for your support and ask that you do not hinder my feelings. Of course, we are still students and will not act inappropriately. Our primary focus remains on our studies." With unwavering determination, Tang Yuan concluded his heartfelt declaration, raising his gaze to meet his parents' eyes. Chapter 102. The jealousy of women moved by her son's words. Lu Hua felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes misting with tears. She had not anticipated that such a beautiful girl could endure such hardships. Even Tang Yuan's father felt a twinge of sympathy. Alas, this child, Si Ning, truly has a difficult life. Her mother adores her and has never looked down upon her. Lu Hua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. Indeed, who would have imagined that such a well-behaved, lovely, and beautiful girl would have to suffer so much? Over the years, one wonders how she has managed to persevere. Tang Fei could not help but lament. My son, if you and Si Ning are together, your mother and I wholeheartedly support you. Do not have any reservations, Tang Fei said earnestly to his son. Son, Si Ning is indeed a wonderful girl. You must treat her well. Should I find out that you have bullied her or wronged her, I shall not be lenient with you, Lu Hua added. Echoing her husband's sentiment, Tang Yuan smiled softly and nodded, seriously addressing his parents. Yes, Si Ning may seem a bit foolish, but she possesses a kind heart. She always thinks of others before herself, enduring her own hardships quietly. Despite the unfairness life has dealt her, she has never complained. Her family is also exceptionally kind. Such genuine affection cannot be feigned. Mom and Dad, I may only meet one such girl in my lifetime. I love her and wish to protect her forever. If I cannot be with her until the end, I shall depart this world with regret, Tang Yuan stated resolutely, meeting his parents' gaze with unwavering determination. Indeed, your father and I fully support you, Lu Hua nodded, smiling with pride at Tang Yuan. However, my son, you must keep your promises and treat Si Ning well for a lifetime. Also, at this stage, do not let it affect your studies. Although you may have wealth now, education must not be neglected. Once a person studies less, their vision becomes limited. Lu Hua imparted this wisdom with heartfelt seriousness to her son. Tang Yuan nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Rest assured, I shall keep my word, he declared with confidence. If you fail to do so, I shall still send you to the military. Tang Fei interjected unexpectedly, casting a glance at Tang Yuan. Dad, just wait until you quit smoking, Tang Yuan retorted, brimming with confidence. Lu Hua felt a sense of joy at the bond between father and son, relishing the thought of both her son's academic progress and her husband's promise to quit smoking. How could this not bring her happiness? All right, I shall be the witness to your wager. When the time comes, I will ensure you fulfill your promises, Lu Hua said with a smile. Son, it is getting late. Go to your room and rest. Tang Yuan nodded and made his way to his room. Upon returning to his room, Tang Yuan first opened his phone to send a message to Si Ning, inquiring about her activities. After a while, seeing that the silly girl had not replied, he decided to change into his pajamas and take a shower. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Shanghai High School, Si Ning had just finished taking a hot shower. After growing closer to Tang Yuan, she had unconsciously begun to follow his advice. At that moment, preparing to tidy her belongings, she suddenly heard her phone ring, a QQ notification. Picking up her phone, she opened QQ to find a message from Tang Yuan. Silly girl, what are you doing right now? A smile involuntarily crept onto Si Ning's face as she clumsily typed her reply, taking quite some time to respond. Despite having used her phone for a while, her time spent on it was quite limited. Very silly and naive, Si Ning. I'm getting ready to organize my things after just finishing my shower. I plan to read later. What about you? After sending her response, she noticed that Tang Yuan had not replied. So she set her phone down and resumed organizing her belongings. Hey, Si Ning, have you come into some unexpected fortune lately? Why are you treating yourself to so many new clothes? At that moment, her roommate, Louis, asked in astonishment. Among the dormitory residents, only Louis had formed a closer bond with Si Ning, and seeing her act so unusually by purchasing so many clothes piqued her curiosity. Upon hearing Louis's words, the other roommates turned their attention towards Si Ning as well. Among them was a girl named Wang Meili, who had always held a grudge against Si Ning. It was simple. Si Ning was poor, yet beautiful and academically accomplished, while Wang Meili came from a relatively affluent background, but lacked both looks and academic performance. Women are often prone to jealousy. Although Wang Meili had initially overlooked Si Ning's poverty, she secretly conspired to isolate her from the others. This was exactly what Si Ning needed. Despite the loneliness, she felt it was of little consequence. However, now that Si Ning had begun purchasing new clothes, Wang Meili's sense of imbalance grew. If Si Ning were no longer poor, how could they possibly be compared? Wang Meili, increasingly displeased with Si Ning, decided to provoke her. Who knows where those clothes were picked up from a street stall? Wang Meili, who had been playing on her phone, remarked sarcastically upon seeing Si Ning's new attire. Si Ning halted her organizing momentarily upon hearing Wang Meili's comment, but quickly resumed her task. Choosing to ignore Wang Meili's biting remarks was simply her nature. She preferred not to engage in conflict. Seeing this, Lu Yi could no longer hold back. Meili, your words are a bit too much. Those clothes are brand new and still have tags on them. Judging by their quality, they must be genuine brand items. How can you claim that she picked them up from a street stall? Do you think clothes can be found so easily? Are they trash? Lu Yi defended Si Ning. Humph, brand items. Who knows where she might have stolen them from? Just because she eats pickled vegetables and steamed buns every day. Does she really have the means to buy brand items? Don't make me laugh. Wang Meili scoffed disdainfully. Her words were sharp, piercing, and hurtful. And Si Ning's face flushed slightly. She raised her head to look at Wang Meili and firmly responded, these clothes were not stolen. Oh really? If they weren't stolen, then where did you get them? Please don't tell me you bought them yourself, because I wouldn't believe it. You poor thing. Wang Meili retorted with a mocking smile. These clothes were indeed not purchased with my own money, but, Si Ning began, only to be interrupted by Wang Meili. I guessed it right. Since you didn't buy them, they must have been stolen. Si Ning, I advise you to return the clothes to their rightful owner. Wang Meili taunted. Chapter 103. The War of Words Among Women. I have already stated, it is not stolen, Si Ning declared. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and urgency. Oh dear, look at her flustered. Haraha. Wang Meili pointed at Si Ning, laughing heartily. These clothes were given to me by someone, Si Ning weakly asserted. Given by someone? Wang Meili scoffed, her expression turning sly. You claim they were a gift? How absurd. These garments must be worth thousands. Who could afford such generosity? Unless, of course, it's some old man. I heard there's a girl in the neighboring dorm who has a sugar daddy. Si Ning, you wouldn't have resorted to that as well, would you? Wang Meili's mocking tone made Si Ning's face turn crimson with anger. Do not slander me, she retorted, wishing to disengage from Wang Meili's taunts. Turning away, she began to gather her belongings. Oh, did I strike a nerve? You know, it's one thing to be poor, but to sell your body and soul for money? That person can hardly be considered human. Si Ning, you were once so innocent. What could have transpired to lead you to such degradation? Wang Meili continued relentlessly. Her tone as if Si Ning truly had been kept by an older man. The other roommates felt Wang Meili's words were excessive. However, having often benefited from her small favors, they hesitated to speak up for Si Ning. After all, Wang Meili was known for her domineering nature and comfortable background. None wished to offend her for the sake of the reclusive Si Ning. Thus, they remained silent, mere spectators to the unfolding drama. In contrast, Lu Yi had not developed a close rapport with Wang Meili and had not received her favors, maintaining a neutral stance in the dormitory. She was incensed by Wang Meili's remarks. We are classmates. On what grounds do you speak of her like that? Are those words even fit for a human to utter? They are deeply hurtful and profoundly insulting. Unable to contain herself, Lu Yi rose to her feet. Wang Meili, are you out of your mind? We all know what kind of person Si Ning is. How could she possibly engage in such behavior? You dare to speak so recklessly if you continue. I won't let you off lightly. Lu Yi's face was flushed with indignation as she scolded Wang Meili, who had always been intolerant of bullies. Seeing Si Ning's pitiful state ignited a fire within her. Wang Meili was taken aback by the sudden reprimand, but she quickly regained her composure. Her face darkened in an instant. Lu Yi, who do you think you are? Am I speaking about you? Do you think you have the right to interject? Who I am is irrelevant. It is wrong for you to speak ill of your classmates. Yes, I am not the subject of your disdain. But your words towards Si Ning infuriate me. You have grown accustomed to being unreasonable, and everyone has tolerated you out of courtesy. Yet you take our forbearance as your license to act without restraint. Wang Meili, reflect upon your barren heart, and consider if what you said to Si Ning was even human. Lu Yi unleashed her fury, leaving no room for sentiment. Wang Meili's expression darkened further. Humph, you are quite the righteous one, aren't you? Lu Yi, standing on your moral high ground to criticize me, let me ask you, where were you when we isolated her? Now, I ask you, are you truly willing to confront me for that little wretch Si Ning? Wang Meili retorted, jumping off her bed and pointing at Lu Yi. The atmosphere became tense, crackling with hostility. Si Ning, initially disinterested in Wang Meili, was alarmed by Lu Yi's defense of her, leading to a heated exchange. Enough. Let's not escalate this, Si Ning pleaded softly, approaching Lu Yi and gently tugging at her sleeve. Just let it go, Lu Yi said dismissively. You've tolerated her for far too long. Anyone else would have dealt with her long ago. Xi Ning remained silent, sensing Lu Yi's strong demeanor and swallowing her words. She felt at a loss, aware that most in the dormitory held her in low regard. Yet she believed she had done nothing wrong. She had ignored Wang Meili's insults in the past. But this time she felt compelled to respond, especially since the clothes were a gift from Tang Yuan. Wang Meili's derogatory remarks were intolerable, and she wished to disregard her. But Lu Yi's involvement had escalated the situation unexpectedly. Seeing the two poised for confrontation, Xi Ning felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Haha, do you see? Foolish girl. You stand up for someone who doesn't appreciate it. You're just meddling. Wang Meili laughed mockingly. I wasn't helping her. I simply couldn't bear to see you, an ugly creature. Flaunting your ignorance and revolting presence, Lu Yi retorted sharply. You vile creature, once more you insult me. Wang Meili exploded, unable to contain her fury any longer. Launching into a tirade against Lu Yi merely scoffed. I am indeed insulting you, you hideous wretch. Just don't turn the lights on. It's blinding. As Wang Meili seethed with rage, Lu Yi continued her mocking serenade. Chapter 104. Fight Women. Witnessing Lu Yi's arrogant demeanor, Wang Meili's temper flared. You're such a wretched person. I will not back down. As she spoke, she brandished her claws, aiming for Lu Yi's face. Unfazed, Lu Yi knew that retreat meant defeat. Instead of stepping back, she advanced, and soon the two were locked in a fierce struggle. What? You vile creature. Why are you pulling my hair? You shameless harlot. Why are you grabbing my chest? Let go of me, you ugly beast. The two exchanged heated insults, their battle escalating in intensity. Leaving the onlookers in the dormitory trembling in fear, too intimidated to intervene. After all, they were merely fence-sitters, unwilling to offend either party. The scene was too chaotic. Any attempt to separate them could lead to unintended consequences. If they got caught in the crossfire and ended up injured, it would hardly be worth it. Xi Ning stood frozen, having never encountered such a situation before. Wang Meili and Lu Yi were like wild beasts, hurling insults about each other's lineage and anatomy. The atmosphere was grim and perplexed. She hesitated, wanting to step in. However, before she could take 2 steps forward, both Wang Meili and Lu Yi shouted in unison. Get lost. Don't interfere. Xi Ning was taken aback. At that moment, another girl from the dormitory grabbed her arm, shaking her head. The message was clear. Xi Ning should stay out of it. Reluctantly, she resigned herself to being a silent spectator. The dormitory echoed with the cacophony of Wang Meili and Lu Yi's curses. The neighboring dorm likely heard the commotion, but the door remained locked. Even if someone called for them to open it, they would refuse, as this was a private matter, after all. Half an hour passed in this tumultuous manner. The two combatants, exhausted and hoarse from shouting, collapsed to the ground, yet they still clutched each other's hair and battled fiercely, refusing to separate. Their disheveled appearances reflected the chaos of the fight. Lu Yi's clothing was torn, and even her undergarments had been ripped away, leaving Wang Meili grasping at something soft. Fortunately, the audience consisted solely of women. Had a man been present, thunderous applause would surely have erupted at the spectacle. The ferocity of a woman's fight pales in comparison to that of men, while the latter may leave the scene bloodied and battered. Wang Meili and Lu Yi appeared almost surreal, their struggle resembling a bizarre dance rather than a brawl. Let go of me. You're pulling my hair out. Wang Meili exclaimed, wincing from the pain. Humph. You ugly hag, release your grip. You've distorted my figure. Lu Yi retorted defiantly. The two were locked in a primal struggle, exchanging insults as Xi Ning anxiously watched, feeling guilty for the turmoil that had unfolded due to her involvement. Please stop fighting. We're classmates, can't we talk this out? She finally ventured, disregarding her roommate's protests. Both women turned their attention to her, and in an instant, Wang Meili exploded. Shut it, you poor thing. Your pathetic act disgusts me. You pretend to be so delicate when you're nothing but a white lotus, destined for misfortune. Hypocrite. Wang Meili's rage shifted onto Xi Ning, leaving her feeling wronged and angry. Xi Ning's face flushed red, her eyes welling with tears as sympathy from her dorm mates filled the air, signaling her to remain uninvolved. Is your family so neglectful that they raised you with such a foul mouth? Lu Yi shouted at Wang Meili, unable to tolerate her provocations any longer. After berating Wang Meili, she turned to Xi Ning. I told you this has nothing to do with you. Why are you still here? Are you courting disaster? Xi Ning felt utterly distressed, her expression pleading. She merely intended to mediate, not to be subjected to such humiliation. Just then, a loud ringtone pierced the tension. Whose phone is that? Get out and answer it. Wang Meili continued her tirade amidst the chaos. Realizing the sound came from her own bed, Xining rushed to her phone, seeing that it was a video call from Tang Yuan. Panic set in. She hesitated to answer. Wang Meili seized the moment, mocking her. Look at this poor thing with her fancy new phone. Is that something a pauper should possess? The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Xining, who had never flaunted her phone before. Lu Yi's heart raced with unease, wondering if Xining had indeed found a benefactor. Yet, she refused to back down to Wang Meili. You ugly harpy. Just because you have a phone doesn't mean others can't. Who are you to question Xining? Wang Meili, incensed by Lu Yi's defense, regained her composure. You can protect her all you want. I want to waste my breath arguing with you. Can't you see that the White Lotus is too scared to answer her call? Probably being summoned by her sugar daddy right now. At this, the collective gaze of the room fixated on Xining. Chapter 105. Midnight Benefits under the intense gaze of several individuals. Xining felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, her phone rang once more. The persistent chime echoed, ding ding ding. All eyes remained glued to Xining. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was another video call from Tang Yuan. Inner turmoil washed over her as she hesitated. Should she answer? Come on. If you wish to vindicate that White Lotus, let her take the call. Are you brave enough? Or perhaps too timid? Ha! Wang Meili taunted, prodding Lu Yi further. Lu Yi frowned slightly, equally conflicted. However, provoked by the incessant teasing from the insufferable Wang Meili, she found it impossible to endure any longer. Xining, answer the call, she urged. What? Xining was taken aback by Lu Yi's sudden demand. She turned to Lu Yi, holding her phone, her expression fraught with indecision. Don't you think that insufferable creature wants to see who is calling you? By answering, you can assert your innocence and let this wretched being comprehend the depths of her twisted psyche. Lu Yi remarked, her gaze steady upon Xining. Xining remained hesitant. After all, her relationship with Tang Yuan was still delicate. Would it be unwise for them to know? What are you waiting for? Pick up the video call. Lu Yi insisted loudly. Wang Meili, entangled with Lu Yi, wore an air of confidence, derisively eyeing Xining. To her, someone like Xining, devoid of wealth, could only survive through being sponsored. She couldn't fathom how Xining could afford a phone or clothing. Feeling the weight of their stares, Xining reluctantly nodded and, under their watchful eyes, answered the video call. As the call connected, Tang Yuan's handsome visage appeared on the screen. The others, positioned further away, strained to discern his features, relying solely on auditory cues to determine whether the voice belonged to an older man or, hey, silly girl, what are you up to? Why did it take you so long to pick up? Tang Yuan, lounging on his bed, casually inquired. It's a man, and his voice is not aged. Noticing Xining's unusual demeanor, Tang Yuan fell silent, growing somewhat impatient. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you dazing off? This voice seems familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? The crowd felt a collective shock. I. Xining's cheeks flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. It was her first time video calling Tang Yuan under the scrutinizing gaze of others, leaving her utterly bashful. Hey, you big-headed ghost. What were you doing just now? Were you in the shower? Why do you seem so distracted? Did you sneak a cold shower and freeze your brain? Tang Yuan remarked impatiently. Xining, not at all. Xining's face turned even redder as she weakly responded. Is that Tang Yuan? Is that really him? A voice suddenly interjected. Hey, who's calling me? Silly girl, is that your roommate? Tang Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback. Xining turned to Lu Yi, who demanded, Xining, turn the phone to me. I want to see if it's truly Tang Yuan. Startled, Xining complied and angled the phone towards Lu Yi. Tang Yuan, it's really you. I'm Lu Yi, she exclaimed into the phone. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth are you all doing? Tang Yuan leaped from the bed in shock. What did he just witness? He saw two girls entangled on the floor, their clothing disheveled. One of them, Lu Yi, appeared in a rather compromising position. Are you delivering benefits at midnight? Realizing the implications, Lu Yi's expression shifted from confusion to realization. Wait, this is a video call. Everything I did while wrestling with Wang Meili is now exposed to Tang Yuan. This is an enormous social faux pas. Xining, quickly, turn the phone back, Lu Yi shouted. Xining hesitated but swiftly redirected the camera. The atmosphere grew awkward. Tang Yuan, please don't mention what you saw. I have something to ask you. Lu Yi attempted to regain her composure. Rest assured, I won't say a word. Go ahead and ask. Tang Yuan replied from the other end. Meanwhile, Wang Mei's face darkened. Realizing the implications of Tang Yuan's connection to Si Ning, he was the campus heartthrob. And most girls were familiar with him. By the way, did you buy Si Ning's phone and clothes? Lu Yi inquired, aiming to publicly humiliate the insufferable Wang Mei. Si Ning, holding the phone, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Lu Yi would pose such a question to Tang Yuan. However, she refrained from commenting further. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Yi's inquiry. Yet, considering that he had indeed purchased those items for Si Ning, he responded, "Yes. I bought them for Si Ning. Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone in the dormitory lit up. It was true. Both the phone and clothes belonged to Si Ning, purchased by Tang Yuan. The rumors circulating in school were indeed verified. Tang Yuan was serious about Si Ning. Meanwhile, Wang Mei, who lay on the floor, was seething with fury, unable to believe that Tang Yuan had purchased items for this poor girl. Clearly, their relationship was more than ordinary. Si Ning is now my woman. It's perfectly normal for me to buy her clothes and a phone. Tang Yuan's startling declaration echoed through the phone. At that moment, every mouth in the room fell agape. All doubts were dispelled. The campus heartthrob Tang Yuan and Si Ning were indeed in a relationship. As Si Ning heard Tang Yuan refer to her as his woman, her face flushed bright red, warmth spreading throughout her body. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Tang Yuan, bewildered by the sudden quiet, glanced back at Si Ning, whose cheeks were nearly aflame. "Hey, silly girl, what's wrong?" Tang Yuan asked. "Nothing. Nothing at all," Si Ning murmured weakly, turning away to retreat to her bed, her head bowed low. Lu Yi regarded Si Ning with a complex expression. Seizing the opportunity while the insufferable Wang Mei was momentarily distracted, she executed a swift maneuver and kicked Wang Mei away. Wang Mei, struck by the kick, let out a pained gasp before quickly regaining her composure, glaring at Lu Yi with fury.